All because I bumped into Master Lin's daughter. Tion Lelay had to endure a brutal beating from his thugs. Even so, as soon as they were out of sight, he stood right back up. He dusted himself off with a strangely optimistic attitude. The ancients once said, "A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 10 years. And while I'm not sure if I'm much of a gentleman, the most urgent thing right now is to get to my part-time job so I could pay for school." Whoa, I suddenly stepped on something, sending me flying backward. While clutching my aching backside, I grit my teeth and cursed under my breath. I must have had some bad luck when I walked out the door today. A mechanical-sounding voice suddenly echoed out, leaving Tion Lelay completely stunned. Host Zero has been activated, awaiting physical constitution scan. He looked around frantically before realizing the sound was coming from a glowing ring right where he'd been sitting. Even though it was just a ring, it had an incredibly arrogant attitude. It forced Tion Lelay to acknowledge it as his master god and put it on, followed by a grim announcement. From this moment forward, Zero is your official title. In 16 hours, the outbreak begins. The biochemical virus. Your mission is to eradicate the zombies and save humanity. Until then, Tion Lelay finally understood what was happening. Or at least, he thought he did. He figured it was just another cheap scam. He thought this kind of nonsense would only fool some game addicts. But it would never work on him. And so, without a second thought, Tion Lelay moved to toss the ring away, but cried out in panic to stop him. "Wait, just put the ring on, and I can prove everything I'm saying." Tion Lelay narrowed his eyes at it. He decided to try it on just to see what new tricks these scammers were pulling. That was the moment the ring initiated the data scan. Tion Lelay's entire world began to spin. It felt as if an invisible force was pulling him into another dimension. Activation successful. The ring made its announcement. At the same time, it projected a vision of the future for Tion Lelay to see with his own eyes. Before him stood a scene of absolute ruin. Undead ghouls wandered everywhere. A true vision of the apocalypse. The scene was so vivid it made him break into a cold sweat. It felt as if he had just lived through that catastrophe himself. What just happened? According to the ring's explanation, what Tion Lelay just saw were memories of the future apocalypse, and they had been imprinted into his mind. Hearing that, Tion Lelay was convinced he was about to be scammed for real, so he didn't hesitate to try and pull the ring off. What is this bullshit? I'm not that easy to fool. The ring suddenly turned a deep crimson. At that same moment, a sharp, stinging pain shot through Tion Lelay's finger. It immediately issued a warning. He must not remove the ring unless he wanted to lose his life. Naturally, when it came to his life, Tion Lelay believed it instantly. However, he still couldn't fathom why the ring would choose someone like him, who wouldn't even dare to slaughter a chicken to carry the weight of destroying zombies. The ring spoke up to reassure him that once he was the chosen one, he would certainly be granted power. All he had to do was gently rub the ring and call out Hodu, and a dimensional space would immediately appear. Skeptical, Tion Lelay did as he was told. And just as it said, a cube fell from the air and landed right in front of him. This cube contained resources, along with weapons to eliminate the zombies. He only had to hunt zombies to accumulate experience points, which he could then trade for whatever he needed. Inside, there was also a vial of evolutionary virus. Its purpose was to enhance Tion Lelay's physical body and abilities. However, this virus only worked if it was injected into a body already infected with the zombie virus. If a normal human used it, they would turn into an undead immediately. Tion Lelay was beyond panicked. This condition basically meant he had to volunteer to get bitten by a zombie before he could even use the medicine. Furthermore, if Tion Lelay happened to get bitten and die first, that evolutionary vial would be completely useless. Who knew if it would even matter then? All right, the information has been transferred to you. I'm going to sleep now. Ignoring Tion Lelay's bewildered expression, the ring simply went dormant. By then, it was already late afternoon, and with only 16 hours remaining, Tion Lelay had to prepare himself meticulously. That night, he returned to the dorm with a backpack nearly half his size. His best friend, Wu Bin, noticed Tion Lelay had skipped class again and had covered for him. Truly a brother for life. Tion Lelay hurriedly dropped the backpack, his face extremely tense. The world ends tomorrow. The dorm is the only safe place left. He laid out a pile of food and water on the table, warning them to stay in the room until the virus outbreak passed. Only then would they figure out how to survive. The two young men, who were busy gaming, suddenly froze. Then they both burst into hysterical laughter. Are you high or something? Apocalypse? Zombies? Where do you even come up with this stuff? You're nuts. The two of them pushed Tion Lelay aside and casually walked out. They didn't forget to mock him, calling him dirt poor and delusional, saying he was only good at coming up with weird, nonsensical pranks. Wubin looked at his friend with concern. He worried Tion Lelay might have a high fever to be talking such nonsense. Exhausted, Tion Lelay turned to look at Wubin, searching for one last shred of belief. Despite his doubts, Wubin obediently nodded along. I believe you. After the two of them hauled all the furniture in the room to barricade the door, Tion Lelay held a broom and sat on guard with extreme tension, while Wubin had long since fallen into a deep sleep. When Wubin woke up, he was shocked to see Tion Lelay's eyes as dark as a panda's. It's morning already. What are we still waiting for? Don't let your guard down. It's almost here. Realizing Tion Lelay was still dragging this joke out, Wubin couldn't play along anymore. He stood up, planning to climb back into bed. At that exact moment, a strange noise echoed from outside. Wubin guessed that their two roommates had returned from the bar and turned to ask Tion Lelay, "Did someone pull a prank on you? It's broad daylight. There isn't a single ghost out there, let alone a zombie." Right then, a desperate scream for help pierced through the door. Tion Lelay's eyes widened. The final hour for humanity had finally arrived. The door rattled violently under heavy impacts, as if it were about to be torn off its hinges. Wubin was terrified. He was certain that whatever was out there was stronger than any drug addict. Savage growls echoed from outside the window, while down the lobby, it was a scene of pure chaos. People were devouring each other alive. Wubin's legs turned to jelly, sending him crashing to the floor. His voice came out in broken gasps. Holy shit, everything you said, it was all real. They've all turned into zombies. Are we going to die? Tion Lelay hurried to comfort his friend. He assured him that he had main character energy and wouldn't die that easily. Furthermore, this was only the initial stage of the outbreak. They just needed to hide until the zombies moved outside, then they'd be safe. Even though he was scared to death, Wubin was still worried about their two roommates who had been out since last night and insisted on going to find them. Tion Lelay could only shake his head in frustration, thinking that being weak while trying to play the hero was just a shortcut to the afterlife. Not to mention the situation outside was completely out of their control. If they just wander out blindly, they'd turn into zombies in an instant. However, based on Tion Lelay's assessment, these zombies were only low level. Their movements were still quite sluggish. And since this morning was a self-study period, most students were still in their classrooms. They just needed to hide carefully so they wouldn't be spotted by the undead, and they could make it through this first disaster. Hearing that, Wubin suddenly remembered that Chun Sinu had a filming session at the square this morning. He guessed that the crowd of fans must have flocked there to see her. At the mention of his crush, Tion Lelay went into a panic. You usually care so much about her. How could you not know this? Tion Lelay's face darkened. He grabbed an iron pipe and headed straight for the door. He didn't care whether those two roommates lived or died. But if those zombies dared to lay a single finger on his goddess, he would show them the true meaning of a nightmare. Every floor was equipped with a fire axe, and if Tion Lelay could get his hands on it, clearing out the undead would become much simpler. He didn't forget to carefully instruct Wubin to lock the door and stay inside no matter what happened. If I make it back alive, I'll definitely come find you. Wubin was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Even at the end of the world, Tion Lelay was still a hopeless romantic. But because he was just as loyal to his friend, he decided to go with him. Aren't we brothers? I'm only alive right now because of you. Now it's my turn to help you. Tion Lelay smiled at Wubin, thinking to himself that in this world, it was hard to find friends willing to do something crazy and life-threatening with you. In the hallway, a zombie was wandering toward their room. Tion Lelay lunged forward with his broom, but followed up with a brutal knee strike. He directly sent the zombie crashing to the floor. The two of them ran like their lives depended on it and finally managed to grab the fire axe. With a grim expression, Tion Lelay gestured, "Let's go. Now." They had only taken 3 steps before the two young men froze at the bloody scene outside. The ratio of living humans to zombies had already dropped to 0. Wubin had to cover his eyes, unable to look directly. He said the zombies were so deformed that there was no way to recognize anyone anymore. Wait. Look, those people up there are still alive. On a temporary stage, a group of people were huddling together in terror. Among them was an orange-haired girl trying to calm everyone down. Stop pushing. If you keep this up, we're all going to fall. Wu Bin recognized her as the class rep and figured if she was alive, no one could be sure if Chun Sinu had a chance of surviving too. Tion Lelay racked his brain for a solution. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto the kidnapper's car parked nearby. Drawing on years of experience from movies and web novels, Tion Lelay was confident he could pull off an epic scene. Seeing his friend about to run headfirst into death for the sake of being a hero, Wu Bin quickly tried to stop him. You're all alone. This is suicide. Let me go with you. Tion Lelay gave a small smile. He really hadn't misplaced his trust in his friend. But at this moment, Tion Lelay needed the spotlight all to himself. He turned and walked away with resolve, leaving behind a few final words for Wu Bin. If I don't make it back, protect Chun Sinu for me. Tion Lelay approached the car. Luckily, the driver had left the keys in the ignition. He floored it, charging straight into the middle of the zombie horde. Then he jerked the steering wheel, spinning the car in a dizzying circle, mowing down every single undead in the vicinity. Wu Bin frantically signaled the group on the stage to make their escape. The class monitor thought Wu Bin was the one saving her and was ready to offer her gratitude, only to realize it was actually Tion Lelay. But with so many zombies out there, how is he going to get away? I have to help him. Now it was the class monitor's turn to act without thinking. Wu Bin had no choice but to stop her. He knew now wasn't the time for a damsel saves the hero cliché. Tion Lelay is my brother. Only I have the right to save him. They agreed to meet at the library, and Wu Bin bolted. Meanwhile, the kidnapper's car had come to a halt, and the zombies were relentlessly clawing at the glass to get inside. Fortunately, Tion Lelay managed to scramble out just in time and took cover behind an ancient tree. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a hand suddenly reached out from behind him. Tion Lelay immediately grabbed it. He was about to swing his axe when he heard Wu Bin's voice. It's me. It's just me. Tion Lelay flinched, stopping his swing just in time. They both collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. That was way too close for comfort. According to Wu Bin, the class monitor had led the rest of the survivors to the library for shelter. Wu Bin couldn't stop praising Tion Lelay. He insisted that without him, they'd all be disgusting, rotting zombies by now. Tion Lelay sighed. He told him he was no hero or Superman. He just couldn't stand by and watch people die. And more importantly, he did it for Chun Sinu. Speaking of her, Wu Bin realized he hadn't seen her among the group either. But she always had her managers and assistants with her 24/7. If things go south, those people will be the first ones to take a bullet for her. Tion Lelay frowned. He decided they should head to the library. It was the safest place to be for now. The two of them crept along, staying behind the zombies to reach their goal. Paralyzed by fear, Wu Bin accidentally slipped and let out a yelp. Hearing the noise, the undead immediately turned and lunged after the two of them. When Tion Lelay reached the door and hammered on it for help, the people inside unexpectedly refused to let them in. Get lost. Are you trying to lead the zombies right to us? Wu Bin frantically shouted out his and Tion Lelay's names. The class monitor ran over to open the door, but a guy with purple hair blocked her path. What the hell do you think you're doing? Opening that door is a death sentence for all of us. Shienhao barked. They just saved our lives. You're really going to abandon them now? Meanwhile, the zombies were closing in right behind them. The class monitor tried to push Shienhao aside. To everyone's shock, he retaliated with a brutal slap to her face. The crowd erupted in protest at Shienhao's violent outburst against the girl. Driven by sheer terror, Shienhao went off the deep end. Use your damn heads. There are tons of zombies out there. If they get in, we're all dead meat. Seeing Shienhao trying to manipulate the crowd, the class monitor couldn't take it anymore and lashed out at him. He had the nerve to shove her again and arrogantly usurped her leadership. If you want to die, go ahead and do it alone. Don't drag the rest of us down with you. Outside, Wu Bin could only curse in frustration. He thought to himself that once he got in, he'd throw the bastard who touched the class monitor out to the zombies himself. Meanwhile, Tion Lelay struggled to fend off the undead while signaling a retreat. Wu Bin's eyes widened. He couldn't fathom where else they could possibly hide. Tion Lelay didn't have time for explanations. He just grabbed Wu Bin and ran. Just stay with me. It took everything they had just to escape. As they walked, Wu Bin hung his head apologizing over and over. He felt that his slip-up was the reason the zombies had spotted them. Tion Lelay patted Wu Bin's shoulder. Even if those zombies hadn't chased us, Shienhao still wouldn't have opened that door. It's a matter of basic humanity. He's been harboring grudges about how people treated him, now that the school is in chaos. His true, twisted nature is finally coming out. Wu Bin looked at Tion Lelay in silence. Since Tion Lelay had been a victim of bullying himself, he understood exactly what was going on in Shienhao's head. But he actually dared to hit the class monitor. Tion Lelay swore he'd return that slap to him tenfold. But we can't even get through the door. What now? Wu Bin could only sigh. But Tion Lelay knew they had to be resourceful. If the front door is closed, we take the back. Tion Lelay slipped through a window and unlatched it for Wu Bin. He flashed a smug grin. Let's go, brother. Inside the library, everyone was slumped over, exhausted and broken. A girl walked over to the class monitor to check on her. Then she turned and lashed out at Shienhao. She reminded him that he had just been saved by Tion Lelay and Wu Bin. How could he just turn his back on them when things got real? The class monitor hung her head in frustration. The group's indifference made her feel even more hopeless. She knew that if anyone had stood up for her, Shienhao wouldn't have been so bold. Hearing people talking behind his back, Shienhao stormed over. Yi Tudong, if you're so noble, why didn't you go out there and bait the zombies for them? Stop acting like a damn saint. The girl snapped and stood up. Shut your mouth. Who gave you the right to hit the class monitor? Apologize to her right now. Shienhao frowned. He hated that title more than anything and warned them not to push him, or they'd regret it. Just then, Tion Lelay lunged forward and delivered a thunderous punch to Shienhao's jaw, sending him flying several feet back. The humiliation hurt even more than the physical blow. He couldn't fathom how Tion Lelay had managed to get inside the library. Wu Bin grabbed him by the collar and growled, "You son of a bitch! Why didn't you open the door for us? Do you have any idea how close we came to being eaten?" Dazed by the punch, Shienhao still tried to claim he did it for everyone's safety. He scrambled up and yelled in Wu Bin's face. "Those zombies were right on your heels. If I let them in, we would have all been slaughtered. I had to do it to save everyone else." He's got a point. A few people began to voice their support for Shienhao. "Besides, you guys made it, didn't you? Just stop fighting. If you attract more zombies, we're all screwed." Wu Bin looked at Shienhao in disbelief. He figured this guy must be related to some kind of virus. How else could his manipulation be so damn contagious? Only the class monitor, Tudong, warmly welcomed Tion Lelay and Wu Bin, thanking them both for saving their lives. Tion Lelay's gaze swept over Tudong's swollen, red cheek, and he immediately snapped his eyes back to Shienhao. The coward stumbled back in fear. What do you want now?" Tion Lelay didn't hesitate, delivering 2 stinging slaps to his face. "These are for hitting the class monitor. If you ever lay a hand on anyone in this class again, I'll chop your arm off and feed it to the zombies myself." With that, Tion Lelay took Tudong's hand and led her away, leaving behind a humiliated and pained Shienhao, who ground his teeth in pure, burning hatred. In a quiet corner of the library, the three of them sat down together. Tudong stole glances at Tion Lelay's profile, her heart fluttering with a mix of joy and shyness. Wu Bin noticed her bright red face. "Hey, class monitor, your face is really flushed. Does it still hurt?" Tudong shook her head awkwardly. Then she apologized to them again. She felt terrible that Tion Lelay had risked everything to save everyone, only to be left out in the cold when he needed help the most. Wu Bin's blood boiled again at the mention of Shienhao. He thought that guy was a total coward for a man. It's no wonder he was always a target for bullies before this. Tudong just lowered her head. "Don't call me class monitor anymore. I don't deserve the title if I can't even protect my own classmates." Both Tion Lelay and Wu Bin immediately reassured her, insisting that no matter what happened, she would always be their class monitor. Tears began to stream down Tudong's face. She leaned into Tion Lelay's chest and sobbed. "Everything was fine. Why did this have to happen? I'm so scared. I don't know when the zombies will get to us." Tion Lelay gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "As long as I'm breathing, I promise I'll protect you." Tudong's eyes suddenly brightened. "But our class doesn't even exist anymore. Just call me Tudong." He apologized with a nod, then turned to ask Tudong if she'd seen Tran Tam Duk anywhere. That question was like a knife straight to Tudong's heart. Before all this, Everyone had always rumored that Tion Lelay had a thing for Tam Duk. It turned out to be true. I saw Tran Tam Duk with her assistant just a little while ago. Then they got surrounded by zombies, and I lost sight of them. Tion Lelay nodded. Tudong borrowed both of their phones to call her parents since she'd lost hers. The signal. But the reality was none of the phones had any service. This zombie outbreak was on a global scale. Outside, there was nothing but the living dead. Hearing this, Tudong couldn't help but panic. She was terrified that something had happened to her parents back home. Tion Lelay comforted her, saying that their top priority was to stay alive. Only then would they have any hope of seeing their parents again. Just then, a girl started complaining that she was hungry. Immediately, two guys slouched against the wall, snapped at her. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you ever think about? If you're not scared of the zombies, then go on outside. A young man named Shienhao shot back angrily. We're not asking for your food. What's it to you? And just like that, an argument broke out between the two sides. Tudong instinctively stood up to intervene, but Tion Lelay quickly held her back. It's no use getting involved right now. Have you already forgotten how Shienhao hit you? He explained that if Tudong went to mediate now, the whole group would just turn on her and blame her for everything. They might even force her to hand over her food to them. Tudong saw the logic in his words and stayed put, observing the scene. A few hours later, the group had scoured the entire library for food, but hadn't found even a single drop of water. A girl suggested they go up to the second floor, guessing there might be food in the librarian's office. But the moment they set foot on the stairs, they were blocked by a group of thugs. A young man with a familiar face was sitting and reading a book. Apparently the leader of the group. No man recognized him. It was Lam Mo. He couldn't understand why Lam Mo was here instead of somewhere more luxurious and safe. At the sight of Lam Mo, a cold glint flashed in Tion Lelay's eyes, while the other students all tried to avoid eye contact. Lam Mo was a notorious bully at school, and he always had a gang of lackeys with him. So, just the sound of him clearing his throat was enough to scare everyone to death. Even so, Shienhao was more afraid of starving than he was of Lam Mo. He cautiously stepped forward to beg for a little food. Lam Mo elegantly closed his book, then turned and kicked Shienhao straight in the stomach, his face a mask of innocence. Shienhao was sent tumbling down several stairs. His girlfriend rushed out in a panic to help him up, her heart filled with regret for ever asking for food. Lam Mo stepped down disdainfully, one stair at a time. His voice dripped with sarcasm. A bunch of bookworms. Take a look around. See what the world has become. Still think you're so righteous, like before. He declared that in these chaotic times, the strong make the rules, and he decided to use these very stairs to draw a line between him and them. Anyone who dared to trespass on Lam Mo's territory would be beaten to death. Finishing his speech, he pulled out a piece of bread and casually began to eat it right in front of the starving students. He said there was tons of food on the second floor. Anyone who wants some can trade something valuable for it. And if you have nothing, at this point, a vile smirk spread across Lam Mo's face. His implication was clear. He would give priority to the female students who were willing to trade their bodies for food. Hearing this, no man couldn't help but be furious that he wasn't a girl. This Lam Mo was always an arrogant show-off, and now he was acting like he was king. Lam Mo held the piece of bread right in front of Shienhao's girlfriend. Have you eaten yet, beautiful? A girl as pretty as you is wasting her time with this loser. You fucking scumbag. The girl angrily slapped the piece of bread out of Lam Mo's hand. He wasn't upset about the bread, but being publicly humiliated made him immediately slap the girl hard across the face. Lam Mo grabbed a fistful of her hair, as if he wanted to rip her entire scalp from her head. You dare to curse at me? Tudong couldn't take it anymore and rushed forward, yelling at Lam Mo. It's already chaos out there. We should be sticking together. How can you use this as an opportunity to bully others? Seeing someone take the lead, the other students started to chime in. The class president is right. Tudong lectured him for a long time, but not a single word got through to Lam Mo. Before, he and Tudong had always been polar opposites. But because he was afraid of the teachers, he never dared to do anything to her. But now, when all the adults had turned into zombies, Lam Mo wanted to see who would dare to stand up for Tudong. So he immediately signaled his lackeys to move forward and get ready to strip her clothes right in front of everyone. A group of thugs with sick looks in their eyes advanced on Tu Dong, terrifying her. Her heart filled with regret for ever speaking up. Tion Lelay grabbed his axe and stood protectively in front of her. Seeing Tion Lelay looking unusually formidable today, Lam Mo burst out laughing. Well, look who it is. So it's you. Want to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Didn't you get your ass kicked enough yesterday? Tion Lelay stared coldly into his eyes. Lam Mo might have been able to bully him before, but that was before he had the system. Now, he could take him on with one eye closed. Times have changed. If you think you can still be as arrogant as before, then bring it. With that, Tion Lelay swung his axe, sinking it deep into the bookshelf beside them. The devastating blow made it teeter and then crash down, stunning Lam Mo and his lackeys. A few of the scared underlings whispered in Lam Mo's ear, "Boss, that thing is sharp. We probably shouldn't mess with this psycho." Lam Mo subconsciously took a step back. They had once been in the same class. He made a decision. He would stay on the second floor, and Tion Lelay's group would stay on the first. We'll each mind our own business. More importantly, Tion Lelay's group wouldn't get a single scrap of food from the second floor. They could only watch helplessly as Lam Mo and his gang left. The moment he turned his back, Lam Mo couldn't hide his frustration and took it out on his men. He ordered them to barricade the stairs. Even that loser Tion Lelay knows to find a weapon. What are you idiots doing just standing around? After the tense ordeal and nearly being humiliated, Tu Dong just wanted to fall into Tion Lelay's arms for comfort, but she stumbled in the wrong direction. She quickly regained her composure, but her face still showed a deep sadness. I can't believe how quickly people can change. We're all classmates, after all. In just a few hours, we've become enemies. Tion Lelay wasn't surprised at all. He believed that in times of peace, these arrogant punks wouldn't dare do anything too outrageous because they were afraid of the law. But now that there was no one in charge, their evil thoughts had a chance to run wild. Just to save their own skin, they were willing to do anything. Tion Lelay felt Tu Dong should also tone it down a bit. He thought she shouldn't always be standing up for the people being bullied, only for him to have to clean up the mess in the end. No Ban patted Tu Dong's shoulder comfortingly. He said that no matter how much trouble she caused, the group returned to the pressing problem of food. If they didn't go out to find something to eat, they would all starve to death before they even got bitten by zombies. Tion Lelay felt they shouldn't mess with Lam Mo. He had too many lackeys. If they started a fight, he wouldn't be able to handle it alone. The air suddenly became heavy and suffocating. Then Tu Dong clutched her stomach in embarrassment. Tion Lelay motioned for the two of them to follow him. Let's go get something to eat. In another corner, the beautiful girl watched Tion Lelay leave with Tu Dong, a thoughtful expression on her face. The short-haired girl beside her asked with concern, "Tam Duk, are you okay?" Tam Duk forced a smile. "Who says I'm not okay? I'm starving to death over here." On the way, No Ban looked around in confusion. He couldn't understand where they could possibly find food here. Tion Lelay was about to open a door. He didn't forget to tell the two of them to stand guard. "There's nothing here, but I guarantee the cafeteria has food. Let me go out." The other two immediately protested, especially Tu Dong. She quickly grabbed Tion Lelay's hand, afraid he would leave. "I'm not that hungry. I can hold out a little longer. Don't worry. It's okay," Tion Lelay said as he opened the door and stepped out, while No Ban stayed behind to comfort Tu Dong. He said that Tion Lelay had always been able to handle himself, so there definitely wouldn't be any problems. Outside, as expected, zombies were shambling around like it was a festival. It was unclear how, but Tion Lelay managed to slip past the entire horde. On his way, he noticed two zombies dozing off next to a backpack filled with food. Tion Lelay's eyes lit up. He immediately sucked all the food into his storage space. This amount of food was enough for him alone for a long time. But now with No Ban and Tu Dong, this supply, split 3 ways, would run out quickly. Later on, finding food would become increasingly difficult. So Tion Lelay had to take this opportunity to stockpile as much as possible. While he was sorting through the food, a growl from behind made Tion Lelay jump. He had just turned around when he was ambushed by a long-haired zombie with a horrifying appearance. The zombie lunged, trying to tear Tion Lelay to pieces. The two of them were pressed close together, creating a scene that an outsider might mistake for a romantic zombie love story. Luckily, Tion Lelay managed to grab his axe and bring it down on its head. He almost lost his first kiss to a rotting corpse. But that noise was enough to draw the remaining zombies right toward him. I looked every which way, my eyes darting back and forth. They stopped at a nearby window. I dove right through it and, by some miracle, landed straight in the cafeteria. Talk about a silver lining. I took a quick look around and struck gold again. A pot of fresh, warm rice someone must have just finished cooking. Meanwhile, over at the library, Tu Dong and Wu Bin were pacing back and forth, their stomachs growling with hunger. A familiar knock at the door, followed by Tion Lelay's voice, cut through the silence. The suffocating tension vanished instantly. Wu Bin broke into a grin, opening his arms wide to welcome him back. He was about to pull his friend into a hug when Tu Dong suddenly lunged forward like a whirlwind. She threw her arms around Tion Lelay, holding him tight. Wu Bin could only pull back, feeling like a bit of a third wheel. The entire time Tion Lelay was gone, Tu Dong hadn't been able to sit still for even a second. She had been on the verge of running out there to look for him herself. This was the first time a girl had ever hugged him. Tion Lelay's face turned bright red, but he forced himself to focus on the task at hand. He swung his heavy backpack around. He set a steaming pot of rice down before his two stunned friends. Listen, even if the world is ending, we have to eat our fill first. To Wu Bin and Tu Dong, that plain white rice tasted better than a five-star feast. Tu Dong took a bite, marveling at how incredible it felt to have a hot meal in a situation like this. Tion Lelay watched them eat, a sense of peace washing over him. It almost felt like he was taking care of two hungry pets. Tu Dong looked up, curious as to why he hadn't picked up his chopsticks. Tion Lelay, why aren't you eating? I already grabbed a bite back at the cafeteria. He spoke while handing them a bottle of water. He warned them to make it last, because getting more would be a nightmare later on. More importantly, he told them they couldn't let a soul know they had food. If word got out, all hell would break loose. Tu Dong looked conflicted. She didn't think she could stomach the food if she was full while her classmates were starving to death. Listen, Madam Class Rep, don't go playing the saint for people who wouldn't do the same for you. Tion Lelay was the one who had risked his life to find this food. And yet Tu Dong was so quick to want to give it away. He worried that if they shared even a little with everyone, everything Tion Lelay brought back would be gone in a heartbeat. And when that happened, Tion Lelay would be the one stuck out in the cold again. Tu Dong finally nodded in agreement, but she had no idea where they could possibly hide the rest of the pot. That's the easy part. Tion Lelay stood up and placed the rice pot just outside the door. Wu Bin couldn't help but chuckle at his friend's clever trick. Those cowards in there are so scared of the undead, they've lost their minds. None of them would dare open that door to look outside. The three of them could eat in secret, and no one would be the wiser. To avoid suspicion, they headed back into the common room together. The room was a mess of desperate people. Some were huddled on the floor, groaning from hunger. Lin Mu stood on the stairs, looking down at them with a mocking smirk. Can't handle the hunger, can you? Look, we're all classmates here. You can always come upstairs and ask me for help. I'm not the type of guy to turn a blind eye to someone in need. Tu Dong cursed under her breath, watching him put on that hero act just to manipulate people. She was about to step forward and say something, but Tion Lelay held her back. His philosophy was to stay out of other people's business. But the moment Lin Mu mentioned Sinu's name, Tion Lelay froze. Lin Mu strolled over to Sinu. He was strutting like a peacock showing off its feathers. Really, you're something else. You knew I was on the second floor, yet you didn't come find me? I've got plenty of food and water up there. I promise I won't let you suffer. Wu Bin nudged Tion Lelay. It was a mystery how everyone was hiding here, yet no one had noticed Sinu was among them until now. Sinu's manager, Sister Hua, didn't care about the politics. The moment she heard food, she scrambled to ask for some. Lin Mu signaled one of his lackeys to toss a piece of bread and a bottle of water to the manager. Once that was done, he leaned in and tried to charm Sinu again. It's dangerous for you down here all by yourself. Someone might try to steal your food. Come upstairs with me. I'll personally make sure you're protected. Even though she was so hungry, she was seeing spots. Sinu refused to go anywhere with a creep like Lin Mu. Losing his patience, Lin Mu grabbed her arm to drag her away. Sinu struggled, trying desperately to break free. That sight made Tion Lelay's blood boil. Sister Hua jumped in to stop him, but Lin Mu just brushed her off with a sneer. Who do you think you are, getting in the way of me and Sinu? Say one more word, and I'll kick your teeth in. Seizing the moment, Sinu yanked her arm back and slapped Lin Mu right across the face. Don't think a piece of bread gives you the right to tell me what to do. Sinu threw the bread and water back at his lackey. Lin Mo stood there, his cheeks stinging and his ego bruised. This woman is nothing but a D-list star? Who does she think she is, acting all high and mighty? Just wait, you'll be crawling back to beg me for help soon enough. Seeing them finally leave, Sister Hua asked Sinu if she was okay. The girl could only let out a heavy sigh. Sister Hua, from now on, we can't trust anyone. We can only rely on ourselves. Wu Bin was genuinely impressed by what he just saw. He always assumed female idols would jump at the chance for a strong protector. Tion Lelay gave him a sharp side-eye. As far as he was concerned, his goddess was in a league of her own. There are plenty of stars who made it on their own talent, you know. Tudong was curious why Tion Lelay hadn't jumped in to help Sinu himself. She figured if he played the hero, Sinu would fall for him just like she had. But Tion Lelay wanted to see if Sinu would actually give in to Lin Mo first. If she had, he wouldn't have given her a second thought. But now, he looked at her with a whole new level of respect. Tudong knew she couldn't compete with someone like Sinu, so she decided to quietly cheer Tion Lelay on. But Tion Lelay felt like he wasn't even in the same universe as Sinu. She was a superstar, and he was just a poor student with grades that were circling the drain. Wu Bin suddenly shoved Tion Lelay forward. Who cares about that? This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Go get him, Tiger. Pushed right in front of Sinu. Tion Lelay stammered out a question. Are you okay after all that? Sinu looked surprised, but before she could speak, Sister Hua cut in. She was terrified Sinu was about to be bullied again and stayed on high alert. Tion Lelay quickly held up his hands and took a step back. He whispered that he had a little food and water he wanted to give to Sinu. Sister Hua gasped. Tion Lelay immediately signaled her to be quiet, or she'd have the entire starving crowd, swarming them in seconds. He carefully handed the food to Sinu. Her eyes were cold and full of suspicion. It forced him to give her a small, awkward smile. Don't go grouping me in with a guy like Lin Mo. I really want to help you. Make it last and don't let anyone see you eating it. With that, Tion Lelay turned and walked away without asking for a thing in return. Sister Hua happily handed the food to Sinu. She joked that if Sinu kept fasting, she'd turn into a literal skeleton idol. Meanwhile, on the second floor, in the manager's office, Shienhao was groveling before Lin Mo. Lin Mo sat with his legs crossed, looking like he owned the place. What the hell do you want? Even though he had been bullied by Lin Mo before, now that things were desperate, Shienhao was willing to crawl at his feet just for a chance to survive. Just give me an order, and I'll get it done, I swear. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. He had plenty of lackeys already. Why would he want to keep a spineless coward like Shienhao around? It was as if Shienhao could read his mind. He immediately brought up Sinu's name. If that girl Sinu won't play ball, we can find someone else. If you need women, just leave it to me, boss. At that moment, Sinu was quietly enjoying the bread. Sister Hua asked what the deal was between her and Tion Lelay. In Sinu's eyes, they were just classmates. Nothing more. But the manager didn't buy it. She figured that in a nightmare like this, if a guy shared his food only with them, he definitely had an angle. I honestly don't know. Sinu looked down, her face heating up. Sister Hua looked at her like a younger sister and felt she had to be honest, even if it was harsh. She told her that in times of chaos like this, zombies were scary, but the human heart was 1,000 times worse, especially for someone as beautiful as Sinu. That beauty was essentially a target on her back. Sister Hua admitted that even she would struggle to protect her. The best way to survive now was to find a man she could rely on. Sinu's face went dark. She understood the logic, but she'd rather die than trade her body for survival. I'm not talking about that Lin Mo creep. I would never hand you over to a scumbag like him. Sister Hua waved her hands dismissively. At the mention of Tion Lelay, Sinu's eyes instinctively drifted toward him. She blushed and looked away, unable to meet his gaze. Sister Hua smiled, seeing right through her. Meanwhile, Tion Lelay was wondering why Tudong had gone so quiet. Wu Bin gave him a playful nudge. You don't smell that? The air is thick with jealousy. Seriously, when it comes to girls, you're a total blockhead. Wu Bin had noticed at the moment. Tion Lelay gave that food to Sinu. Tudong hadn't said a word since. To put it bluntly, she was fuming. Tion Lelay, you're great at everything, except reading the room. Look, the class rep is kind, sweet, and approachable. How was that innocent idol better than her? Tudong was frantically trying to cover Wu Bin's mouth when a sudden, loud crash echoed through the hall. Everyone rushed out to see what had happened. They stared in horror at a girl who had fallen from the second floor. She had died instantly on impact. They recognized her. She was a girl Shienhao had just led upstairs. Maybe the torture was so brutal, she decided to end herself. That Lam Mo, he's not even human anymore. Speaking of Lam Mo, there he is, standing before a fresh corpse. His face was dark with rage, but only because that girl had refused to submit to his whims. Shienhao stood beside him, adding fuel to the fire, with a look just as despicable. A girl like this isn't even worthy of kneeling to wipe young Master Lin's shoes. Don't worry, I'll find you some much prettier ones later. Witnessing this scene, Tion Lelay's blood began to boil. Wu Bin quickly moved to hold him back, knowing that if a fight broke out now, Tion Lelay would undoubtedly be the one at a disadvantage. Fuming, Tion Lelay yanked off his jacket and draped it over the girl's body so she could rest in peace. I promise you, I will make every single person who did this to you pay. Every last one of them. Hearing the curse directed at him, Lam Mo ordered his lackeys to swarm and beat Tion Lelay. Meanwhile, Shienhao stayed by his side, acting as his advisor. Shienhao sensed they had picked the wrong person to mess with this time. While the other students feared Lam Mo because of his father's influence, in their current situation, if everyone on the first floor rose up together, their side might not actually come out on top. Lam Mo gritted his teeth in hatred, hurling a final threat at Tion Lelay. One day, I'll have you on your knees, begging for your life. That night, while everyone was deep in sleep, violent thuds echoed once again. Outside the doors, the zombies were howling with a ravenous hunger. Inside, things were becoming just as chaotic. You guys better think of something fast. It's every man for himself now. Who is Tamaki playing the hero? Faced with this urgent crisis, Tion Lelay already had his backpack on and stepped forward to take command. Instead of screaming at each other, they needed to barricade the door. So, the crowd worked together to move bookshelves, tables, and chairs. Just when they thought they were safe, Tion Lelay suddenly remembered the back door he had used to enter. It was completely unguarded. Right then, the girl who had jumped suddenly turned into a zombie, right before everyone's horrified eyes. Tong cried out in a panic. Don't tell me the zombies have already evolved. Based on Wu Bin's experience watching Train to Busan, it was more likely she had been bitten earlier and the virus was just now taking hold. The silence lasted barely 5 seconds before the room turned into a stirred-up hornet's nest. Everyone scattered, desperate to get away from the zombie. One unlucky young man tripped and fell. Just as the female zombie was about to sink her teeth into him, Tion Lelay appeared just in time. He swung his axe and split her in two. But it was a case of out of the frying pan and into the fire. The back door had been breached. Hordes of zombies began pouring in. Living and dead alike scrambled in a panicked frenzy, until you couldn't tell who was who anymore. Tion Lelay signaled Wu Bin to protect Tong, while he took the lead to clear a path. The crowd had no choice but to retreat to the second floor, shoving and trampling over one another in the process. The only room on the second floor was Lam Mo's private lounge, so everyone rushed there, pounding on the door. Inside, Lam Mo's group had already blocked the entrance with heavy bookshelves, refusing to let anyone in. If you don't want to get bitten, get the hell away from here. In the midst of the chaos, Xianu was shoved away from Sister Hua's side. A hand reached out and grabbed her in the middle of the disaster. It was none other than Tion Lelay. Follow me. I'll get you out of here safely. Xianu stood there dazed, nodding instinctively. Then, the group of 5 ran toward a nearby door. They thought it was an emergency exit, but it turned out to be the men's restroom with its sign missing. Sister Hua, the manager, turned red with rage. She couldn't believe these students didn't even know where the bathrooms were. Outside, the zombies had arrived and began smashing against the door. The group inside was paralyzed with fear. Sister Hua was the one crying the loudest. Even if I have to die, I refuse to die in a men's bathroom. According to Tion Lelay's calculations, most of the zombies were being drawn toward the main library area. It was unclear how many were left outside this specific spot. Tion Lelay coordinated with Wu Bin, telling him to check through the small window. Wu Bin reported back excitedly that there wasn't a single zombie in sight. Plus, there was a car parked right by the sports field. Tion Lelay signaled Wu Bin to head out first to provide cover. Then it would be the 3 girls' turn. Xianu went first, not forgetting to thank the man who saved her. Tion Lelay's face flushed bright red. This was the first time he had ever been so close to the girl of his dreams. He even volunteered to let her use his back as a step stool. Nearby, Sister Hua kept warning him that he wasn't allowed to peek. Wu Bin caught Xianyu as she climbed out, while Sister Hua landed as gracefully as Spider-Man without needing any help. Finally, it was Si Tong's turn, but she seemed to hesitate. What about you? What will you do if I leave? She was worried because the window was high and Tion Lelay was all alone. How was he supposed to climb out by himself? Tion Lelay told her he had his own way, but Si Tong still wouldn't believe him. Tell me how, or I'm not leaving you here alone. Tion Lelay started to lose his patience with her. Death was knocking at the door, yet she was still trying to act like a saint. He figured her title as class president had completely clouded her judgment. A fragile girl like her, who only knew basic self-defense, stood no chance against the horde. Staying behind would only make her a burden. Si Tong might not have minded, but Tion Lelay found it incredibly annoying. Stung by his harsh words, tears began to stream down Si Tong's face, but she finally agreed to leave. I have something to tell you. I like you. Si Tong leaned in and softly kissed Tion Lelay on the cheek, praying that he would make it out alive. Tion Lelay was completely floored by this final move. All he could do was nod in agreement. As Si Tong was climbing out the window, the zombies finally broke through the barricade, forcing Tion Lelay to turn back and hold the door so she could escape. Si Tong climbed out while sobbing, likely regretting the time she had wasted arguing with him. The moment she was outside, Tion Lelay shouted through the window, ordering Wu Bin to get everyone away from the school. He told them to find a safe place and promised he would come for them. He talked big, but Tion Lelay was reaching his physical limit. His eyes were dazed, but his will refused to let him collapse. He had to buy them enough time to escape. Tion Lelay lunged forward, axe in hand, to face the horde head-on. If you want a piece of me, come and get it. Meanwhile, Wu Bin's group had reached the car. Seeing him about to start the engine, Si Tong stopped him. We can't leave yet. We have to wait for Tion Lelay. Sister Hua was frantic with anxiety, terrified that if they stayed another second, the zombies would catch up. That library is a ticking time bomb. There's no telling when the rest of the horde will pour out. Besides, who knows if Tion Lelay is even alive? I bet he's already dead. Sister Hua's words were cruel, but they were grounded in reality. Wu Bin was worried sick about Tion Lelay too, but because his friend wanted them to be safe, they couldn't just recklessly dive back into danger. Si Tong had another breakdown, demanding to stay. Wu Bin quickly grabbed her. Tion Lelay entrusted you to me. It's my responsibility to protect you. I can't let you go back there just to die. Besides, Tion Lelay definitely has a plan. Let's go. If you truly care about him, you should listen to what he said. Si Tong burst into uncontrollable sobs. Tion Lelay is just an ordinary guy after all. How could he possibly defeat that many zombies? Wu Bin patted her shoulder, telling her they had to have faith in Tion Lelay. After all, he's the protagonist. Finally, the car drove away. Who knows how much time had passed? The sky began to pour with torrential rain. Inside the men's restroom, zombie corpses lay scattered everywhere. Tion Lelay dragged his backpack along, walking through the rain with heavy, ragged breaths before collapsing to the ground. The ring flashed a warning. His body had been infected with the virus. The system demanded he use the evolution serum immediately to prevent turning. Tion Lelay never imagined he'd get bitten because of girl. He held a strange blue vial in his hand. This was a strain of the virus itself, not a vaccine. He worried that if it didn't work, he might turn into something even more terrifying. Tion Lelay sighed, deciding to take the gamble. He jammed the syringe into his arm and injected the fluid. Minutes passed without any kind of reaction. He wondered if the system had given him an expired dose. Suddenly, Tion Lelay's body felt like it was being torn into pieces. He tried to hold it in, but eventually, he couldn't help but scream. The next morning, the clouds cleared and the sun came out. Tion Lelay slowly opened his eyes. He felt all over his body. There was no stench of decay. Even the wounds from the night before had completely vanished. The ring, having proven its worth, began to act smug. See that? From now on, you shall address me as the Great Lord System. Tion Lelay nodded in agreement, and was informed he had evolved to private rank 2. His stats had increased accordingly, and his storage space had been expanded to level 3. Tion Lelay asked excitedly if leveling up meant he had finally become a total badass. The ring shook itself vigorously. You should watch fewer movies. There are 19 different evolutionary ranks in total. From top to bottom: marshal, general, instructor, lieutenant, sergeant, and private. The system further explained that each rank is divided into several tiers. Even the private rank alone has 3 tiers: third class, second class, and first class. To put it bluntly, you are currently at the absolute bottom of the social ladder. The more Tion Lelay heard, the more frustrated he felt. What's the point of a rank up if I'm still as weak as a snail? What savior nonsense is this? If I'm this pathetic, how the hell am I supposed to save anyone? The ring didn't seem surprised at all. It noted that an average person, at best, only reaches third-class private status. But because you killed quite a few ghouls, before you were even bitten, you managed to climb up to second-class private. Consider this a special perk from a system. Don't push your luck. No pain, no gain. Every zombie you kill counts as 1 point. You need exactly 150 points to rank up again. Basically, Tion Lelay needed to take down another 150 zombies. He tried to haggle for a better deal, but the system decided to check out and go back to sleep, leaving him completely helpless. You pull this stunt every single time, disappearing before I've even finished talking. Are you in such a hurry to go give birth or something? Tion Lelay wandered around, looking for something to test his strength on, even if he was considered the bottom of the barrel. The system had confirmed he was stronger than before, after all. He walked past a stone pillar and threw a punch with everything he had. To his shock, the pillar snapped clean in half. Tion Lelay couldn't help but marvel at the sight. He thought to himself that if a second-class private was this strong, then a marshal must be on some Saitama-level stuff. Strangely enough, the area was eerily quiet today, as if the ghouls from last night had migrated elsewhere. Tion Lelay searched the vicinity to see if anyone else had been lucky enough to survive. The second floor was deserted, not a soul in sight. It looked like Lam Mo and his crew had managed to escape. The room was spacious, grand, and fully equipped with every luxury. It seemed the library manager lived just as well as the school principal. After enjoying a rare moment of peace and a quick shower, Tion Lelay turned on the TV to check the situation. As expected, the headlines were nothing but the zombie pandemic. More than half of humanity had already been turned, and their destructive power was a legitimate threat. A single scratch was enough to turn a normal person. Even so, the national government was working around the clock to establish safe zones for survivors, while simultaneously searching for a way to eradicate this deadly plague. Tion Lelay felt a bit better knowing the government and military weren't as useless as they are in the movies. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the wardrobe. It put him on high alert instantly. He grabbed his axe and threw the door open without hesitation. Fear was no longer a factor for him. Don't bite me. Please don't bite me. Inside the wardrobe was a girl who had luckily escaped, but she was still in a state of pure panic. Tion Lelay tossed the axe aside and spoke in a calm, soothing voice. Look, I'm human. I'm not one of those things. Stepping out of the wardrobe, the girl collapsed to the floor and burst into tears. Tion Lelay figured she must have witnessed something truly horrific. The girl's name was Chong Yao. She had come to the library with friends to find some books yesterday, right when the disaster struck. While she and her friend were hiding in a large room, cold and starving, Shienhao appeared and promised to bring them food from Lam Mo. The two girls were naive enough to believe him. They walked straight into a disgusting trap set by Lam Mo's group, and her friend, unable to bear the shame, chose to jump from the upper floor. Tion Lelay suddenly remembered the female student who had committed suicide and turned into a zombie yesterday. It seemed Chong Yao had gotten lucky. Otherwise, she would have ended up a victim at the hands of her own friend. Chong Yao and Lam Mo's gang had fled here when the horde arrived. Realizing the zombies were gone, they climbed out the window to escape. However, she was the last one, and as she was about to climb out, she nearly got caught, lacking the courage to jump. Chong Yao hid in the closet and was fortunately found by Tion Lelay. The more he thought about it, the more Tion Lelay despised the vile selfishness of Lam Mo's group. Once she had finally calmed down, Chong Yao timidly asked for his name. Are you the one called Tion Lelay? The one who stood up to Shienhao and Lam Mo yesterday? Chong Yao suddenly became uncharacteristically lively, showering Tion Lelay with praise for his bravery. It was just that Tion Lelay was fully dressed then, so she hadn't recognized him immediately. Tion Lelay jumped, startled. He quickly tried to cover himself up. Sore. Sorry about that. I just finished showering. I forgot to put on clothes. Once he was fully dressed, Tion Lelay gave Chong Yao some bread and a bottle of water. Chong Yao was moved to tears. She thought she was going to starve to death, but then Tion Lelay appeared to save her. Despite the agonizing hunger, a girl's instinct drove her to want to be clean before eating. So, Chong Yao asked for permission to take a shower, as the sweat from hiding in the closet for so long was unbearable. When she finished and walked out with only a towel wrapped around her, Chong Yao's heart skipped a beat at the sight of Tion Lelay's broad, sturdy back. She was only using a single towel to cover herself. Tion Lelay squeezed his eyes shut and invited her to eat. Chong Yao, please eat. Just eat the bread. Chong Yao took a piece of bread and began to sob quietly again. It made Tion Lelay feel completely out of his depth. He had never met a girl as prone to tears as Chong Yao. Chong Yao sniffled and apologized. I can't help but think about my friend. She jumped to her death all for a piece of bread like this. I just can't stop. Chong Yao was consumed by guilt for being naive enough to trust Shienhao. She blamed herself, thinking she was the one who pushed her best friend to her death. From an outsider's perspective, Tion Lelay felt that the only ones who deserved blame were Shienhao and Lam Mo. Once her friend had turned into a ghoul, she likely wouldn't have survived even if she hadn't jumped. All of a sudden, Chong Yao acted vulnerable and clung tightly to Tion Lelay's arm. There are ghouls everywhere out there now. I have no idea how I'm going to survive. Flustered, Tion Lelay gently pushed her away. About that, you don't need to be so terrified. The government and military are setting up bases right now. We just have to survive until then, and we'll get out of here. If you'd like, you can come with me. Pure joy radiated from Chong Yao's face. It was as if she had just achieved exactly what she wanted. Just as Tion Lelay found some clothes in the library and was about to give them to her, she suddenly pulled him into an unexpected kiss. His internal alarm bells went off instantly. Tion Lelay scrambled back a few yards while Chong Yao stood there, clearly having intentionally left herself uncovered. You saved my life. I have nothing else to give you in return, but my own body. After hearing those words, Tion Lelay's blood pressure spiked. He wondered just how many cheesy dramas this girl had watched to say something so incredibly corny. Chong Yao seemed dead set on repaying him. Unless Tion Lelay flat out rejected her, she was determined to stick by him no matter what. Noticing his face, Tion Lelay was blushing furiously. Chong Yao asked curiously, "Why are you so red? Don't tell me. Was it your first kiss?" Tion Lelay jumped, feeling completely exposed. He leaned back and tried to act indifferent. Who said that? I kissed plenty of people when I was a kid. Chong Yao seemed to be the more experienced one. She found teasing Tion Lelay to be a delight and was even more amused by his shy reaction. Right then, the public address system suddenly blared an emergency announcement. Is anyone out there? Please, someone save us. We're trapped in the broadcasting room. Hearing the voice over the speakers, Tion Lelay immediately grew tense and decided he had to go find them. It wasn't that he wanted to play the hero, but those idiots were making way too much noise. They were bound to attract every single ghoul in the area. Sure enough, in the broadcasting room, a group of people were huddling in fear as the ghouls snarled outside. At that moment, Tion Lelay was perched on a tree branch, signaling to them. Over here. One person in the group spoke up. Hey, are you here to save us? Thank God. The joyous cheers from the young men made Tion Lelay's heart nearly leap out of his chest. He frantically signaled for them to shut up. Then he asked about the situation in the building. There are ghouls on every floor. They had barely managed to hide in the broadcasting room. Tion Lelay tossed them a coil of rope. He told them to tie it to something solid and climb down. But every move had to be made in absolute silence. An older man climbed down first, followed by the rest of the group. The last one was Yahello, a guy with a severe case of acrophobia. As a result, his hands shook and he fell straight to the ground. Yahello's piercing scream alerted the entire horde of ghouls. Tion Lelay signaled for everyone to run for their lives if they didn't want to get slaughtered, since there was still one car left in the parking lot. The group scrambled for a seat while Tion Lelay tried to hold off the ghouls so Chong Yao could get in first. Yahello was crying, refusing to give up his spot. The people in the car were both anxious and disgusted. You're the one who screamed and drew the ghouls here. Get lost. Chong Yao decided she wasn't going with them anymore and would stay with Tion Lelay instead. She realized that being with this group wouldn't do her any good. Tion Lelay had just saved their lives. But the moment they were in the car, they turned into ungrateful jerks. If danger struck again, they would abandon the two of them without a second thought. Sticking with a group that was both stupid and selfish was the real threat here. Realizing she was right, Tion Lelay let go of Aluoy. Fine, get lost then, you ungrateful bastards. If I'd known, I never would have saved you. The driver muttered a quick apology and floored it. Meanwhile, he and Chong Yao held hands and ran. The two of them found a convenience store and took a breather over a bowl of spicy noodles. Tion Lelay stared in awe at the glowing bowl of noodles. Chong Yao looked shy. The store only had frozen stuff left, so I added some sausage and bacon. I wonder what it tastes like. Tion Lelay picked up some noodles and offered them to Chong Yao. But then, to his surprise, she said something that made him spit out everything in his mouth. You're my man, so of course, I have to take good care of you. Tion Lelay quickly tried to refuse. If Si Tong heard any of this, he would be in deep trouble. Chong Yao looked confused. She had already resolved to repay her savior with her body. Tion Lelay gently patted Chong Yao on the shoulder, explaining. He hadn't saved her with that in mind. He simply couldn't stand by and watch someone suffer. And he didn't need her to repay him in any way. Chong Yao, of course, understood all this. But she still wanted to give herself to Tion Lelay willingly. She slowly closed her eyes, waiting for his kiss. But Tion Lelay hastily pushed her away. The young woman immediately burst into tears. Do you hate me? No, that's not it. Please don't cry. For a long time, someone else had already captured Tion Lelay's heart. So there was no way he could accept Chong Yao's feelings. Chong Yao was stunned. She immediately guessed the person was Si Tong, because back at the library, Tion Lelay had risked his own life to protect her. Tion Lelay waved his hand dismissively. Si Tong was on my side back then, so I was just protecting her. That's all. Then who is it? Chong Yao was determined to find out the truth. Tion Lelay blushed as he said Xinu's name. Chong Yao screamed. What? That up-and-coming actress? Is she your girlfriend? The corner of Tion Lelay's mouth twitched. He was just some poor guy with a one-sided crush on Xinu. How could he ever be worthy of being her boyfriend? I knew it. Chong Yao's words were like salt in Tion Lelay's wound. But to her, in these chaotic times, what was the point of distinguishing between rich and poor? In front of a zombie, it doesn't matter how rich you are. Tion Lelay, I can tell you no ordinary person. You're destined for great things. When that happens, forget Xinu. All the women will be flocking to you. Tion Lelay was taken aback. He wondered if Chong Yao was suggesting he build a harem. I'm serious. Chong Yao's determined expression left Tion Lelay speechless. After going through such a crisis together, everyone now understood that strength was the only thing that mattered. For women to survive, they had to rely on men. Otherwise, even if they escaped the zombies, they would just be preyed upon by other humans. So, unless you chase me away, I'm sticking with you no matter what. Chong Yao looked at him with adoration once more. She was willing to be his attendant, even if she couldn't be his lover. Tion Lelay had absolutely no idea what was going on inside Chong Yao's head. He would protect her even if she didn't do all this. Really? You're the best. Chong Yao was overjoyed. She planted a quick kiss on his cheek, flustering him even more. A few hours later, the two began to explore the supermarket. To their surprise, the basement was hiding a collection of supercars. Chong Yao smirked. Maybe he's related to the principal? Chong Yao pointed towards the VF6 up ahead. The interior space is very spacious and comfortable. The handling is stable, and the acceleration is better than other cars. As a huge VinFast fan, she knew everything about it. The electric car glided smoothly down the road. Chong Yao was the one behind the wheel. This car is perfect. What a feeling. Tion Lelay gripped the seatbelt, his face pale. He never would have guessed that a pro racer was hiding behind her gentle exterior. Chong Yao's lifelong dream was to drive a VinFast car. Little did she know, that dream would come true in the middle of the apocalypse. Returning to the problem of finding the military base, Tion Lelay unfolded an old map. The signal from the library had been too weak, cutting out before he could hear the exact address. Suddenly, 3 figures that looked like zombies darted out from up ahead. The shock made Chong Yao jerk the steering wheel and slam on the brakes. A girl and 2 delinquents begged to be let in the car. We barely escaped. If you don't let us in, we're dead for sure. In the end, after the 3 of them were settled in the car, The talkative girl kept asking Tion Lelay where they were headed. He shot her a quick glance. You still haven't answered me. Who are you people? And what are you doing on the highway? The girl explained that the blonde guy was her boyfriend, and the other was her younger brother. They were just out for a drive when the zombie pandemic suddenly hit. They fled onto the highway, but unfortunately, their car broke down. And in the middle of the chaos, they could only cower in their car, too scared to move, until they saw Tion Lelay's car and risked everything to flag him down. What about you two? Lovers, right? Chong Yao happily nodded. You got a good eye. The woman smirked. She noticed they were dressed simply, but were in a luxury car. She immediately guessed they had stolen it. Suddenly, her eyes landed on Tion Lelay's backpack. You got food in there, don't you? We haven't eaten all day. Can you spare some? She even offered a watch in exchange. But Tion Lelay wasn't interested. He tossed them 3 sausages. The green-haired guy immediately scowled. Your bag is that big, and you can't spare a little more? Chong Yao didn't hold back. She retorted that in times like these, food was priceless. There wasn't even enough for the two of them. If you're going to complain, I'll kick you right out of this car. The guy's face darkened, and he looked ready to attack, but his sister held him back. Meanwhile, the blonde young man casually kept eating his sausage. This unstable trio made Tion Lelay deeply uneasy. A while later, they passed a car swarmed by zombies. The faces, both strange and familiar, made Tion Lelay narrow his eyes. It was the car from the group at the broadcasting room. Looks like they ran into zombies on the road. They must have panicked and crashed. Chong Yao commented, serves them right. That's what they get for being ungrateful. It's karma. Just then, the girl in the back suddenly said that the crowded downtown area was just ahead. It's bound to be crawling with zombies. She suggested they take a different route. Tion Lelay had to admit her suggestion made sense. This road was, in fact, completely clear of zombies. Since our paths are diverging, you 3 can get out here. You son of a bitch. If you want to live, you'll listen to me, or I'll blow your brains out. The green-haired punk suddenly pressed the barrel of a gun to the back of Tion Lelay's head. Tion Lelay flinched, and Chong Yao screamed in terror. Who the hell are you people? The woman kept a calm smile on her face. Look, you 2 saved us. Just leave the car and the food, and we'll let you live. The blonde guy picked his teeth nonchalantly, a silent warning to Tion Lelay. My little brother here has a bad temper. He's already killed 3 people. If he gets angry, no one can save you. The younger brother cocked the gun. What's with all the talking? Let's just shoot him and get it over with. His sister smacked him on the head. Are you stupid? You want to attract every zombie around here? With that said, she turned to Chong Yao with a gentle expression. Little sister, if you don't want her boyfriend's head blown open, you'd better pull over. Chong Yao was frantic with worry and confusion. If they lost the car, they would surely be devoured by zombies. But if she didn't obey, Tion Lelay would die. What am I supposed to do? Tion Lelay agreed to the robber's demands. We'll get out, but you have to keep your word. The woman in the group smiled. Don't worry. In our line of work, we hate breaking promises more than anything. I wouldn't lie to you kids. After getting her assurance, Tion Lelay turned to Chong Yao. Pull over. Following his command, Chong Yao stopped the car on the side of a deserted road. Tion Lelay and Chong Yao slowly got out. Just as they were about to leave, a voice stopped them. Hold it. The young punk gave Tion Lelay an order. You can go. The girl stays here. His demand terrified Chong Yao. Hearing his brother's outrageous demand, the blonde guy in the car yelled at him. Are you insane? What are you keeping her for? However, the young punk yelled back defiantly. How would you know? You got my sister, so you're all set. It's us single guys who are suffering. He'd had his eyes on Chong Yao for a while, wanting her for his own amusement. This girl's not bad looking. It'd be a real waste to let her go. Having her on the road with us will be a good way to pass the time. The situation made Chong Yao tremble with fear. She stammered his name. Tion Lelay. After a moment of silence, Tion Lelay firmly grabbed her hand and turned to walk away. His defiance sent the young punk into a blind rage. He immediately jumped out of the car and roared, Damn it, you brat. You dare play deaf with me? He aimed a gun directly at him and yelled, You must be tired of living. However, Tion Lelay didn't give him a single chance. Sorry, I'm making the first move. With one slash, his blade sent the hand holding the gun flying. This horrific sight left the young thug gaping in terror. Meanwhile, Tion Lelay radiated a terrifying, murderous aura. Right after that, The young man wailed in agonizing pain. My hand! My hand! Without a shred of mercy, Tion Lelay coldly questioned him. Who did you say you wanted to shoot just now? Seeing her brother being attacked, the woman in the group, overestimating herself, charged forward. You dare hurt my brother? Do you have a death wish? Her spiked-hair boyfriend also made his move, drawing a gun. Try this. He was nothing but a weakling. The situation hung by a thread. Chong Yao couldn't help but scream, Tion Lelay, watch out! With total composure, Tion Lelay delivered a kick that sent the spiked-hair guy flying. Next, he leisurely picked up the gun and shot the knife out of the woman's hand. The gunshot echoed through the silent space. At this point, she broke down in a panic, bursting into tears. Meanwhile, Tion Lelay was still marveling at his own power. Ever since injecting the evolution virus, every sense in his body had become many times sharper. Even his movements were far swifter than before. Is this the effect of evolution? The woman in the robber group, knowing they couldn't resist him, quickly knelt to beg for her life. Sir, we were wrong. Please don't kill us. We only did it because we were desperate. That's not a death sentence, right? Meanwhile, her brother lay writhing and groaning on the ground. Sis, it hurts so much. To her excuses, Tion Lelay only replied with contempt. You want to live, so you force others to die. That sounds like a very logical argument, doesn't it? Ignoring his disdain, she continued to plead her case. What else could I do? I'm just a girl. She pinned all the blame on her boyfriend, who had just been taken down. We were good people originally. But that man forced us to do this kind of work. Now that he's gone, we're finally free. At the same time, she pleaded desperately. As long as you agree to let us go, I'll do anything you want. Witnessing the woman's shamelessness, Chong Yao looked disgusted. I can't believe you'd actually say something like that. I've never met anyone as thick-skinned as you. Suddenly, Tion Lelay spoke up. Anything? Seeing him ask that, she thought she had a chance and answered eagerly, of course. Absolutely anything. Not only that, she deliberately pressed herself against him and whispered seductively. That girlfriend of yours is so young. She definitely lacks experience. A man needs someone with a bit of experience. From now on, let me serve you. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Tion Lelay suddenly smiled and said, I'm not going to kill you too. His words made Chong Yao cry out in shock. Tion Lelay. Before she could finish her sentence, Tion Lelay spoke again. But I don't need you to do anything for me, either. He walked over, took Chong Yao's hand, and said calmly, that gunshot, just now, will definitely lure the zombies here. He led her back to the car, acting as if nothing had happened, effectively delivering a death sentence. The two of you can stay here and wait for them to arrive. Enjoy the fun you weren't expecting. His words turned the woman's face. She stammered, unable to find her voice. Wait. Before she could react, the car roared to life and sped away. At that moment, a sound from behind made her turn her head. It turned out to be a pack of zombies heading straight for them. Among them was the teacher from before. The sight made her scream in pure terror. All that remained on the highway were the desperate screams of the siblings. As for Tion Lelay, once they were in the car, he noticed Chong Yao was trembling uncontrollably and asked her with concern, Did I scare you back there? Then, he expressed his point of view. If possible, I wouldn't want to kill anyone either. But if I hadn't acted just now, we would definitely be the ones dead. He continued to comfort her. I know you're scared, but things like this will definitely happen again in the future. So, Chong Yao, be a little brave. Chong Yao answered softly. Tion Lelay, I understand. It's just that I'm not quite used to it yet. Zombies terrify me, but those people just now made me feel even more sick. They deserve to die. You did the right thing. Furthermore, she forced a smile and promised. Don't worry, Tion Lelay. I'll be strong. I won't let myself be a burden to you. Seeing her effort to adapt, he could only offer a word of encouragement. Actually, the thing that truly terrified Chong Yao had nothing to do with him. Tion Lelay, I'm not scared because I saw you kill someone. Her fear stemmed from something else. It's because I remembered our time in the library. Back then, everyone was only looking out for themselves. She recalled how weak she had been in the library. Someone as weak as me could only watch with wide eyes as everyone abandoned me one by one. Not a single person looked back at me even once. I'm so afraid that will happen again. The fear of being abandoned, left to die alone. Therefore, to prevent the tragedy from repeating, She told herself she had to become strong, to become someone useful to him, to make it so he can't leave her. Only that way can I survive. Thinking of that, Chong Yao stepped harder on the gas. A moment later, she called out to him. Tion Lelay, look. Before them was a chaotic scene with dozens of abandoned cars scattered everywhere. Tion Lelay got out of the car to assess the situation. Looks like the traffic here is completely gridlocked. The road ahead is definitely blocked off too. Otherwise, they wouldn't have abandoned their cars and run. Then he made a suggestion. Luckily, the city center is right in front of us. Let's walk from here. Without hesitation, he took Chong Yao's hand and led her through the abandoned vehicles. Chong Yao walked with a sense of unease. Tion Lelay, the atmosphere here is really strange. Never mind people, there aren't even any zombies. Could it be ghosts? Hearing this, Tion Lelay teased her. Really? I'd rather run into a ghost. Don't you think ghosts are cuter than zombies that just want to bite you? Annoyed by his teasing, Chong Yao snapped back. That's enough. Both of them are. Terrifying, okay? As soon as she finished, a strange noise rang out, turning her face pale with fright. Immediately, she lunged forward, hugging Tion Lelay and screaming, "Ghost!" It turned out it wasn't a ghost at all, just a cat passing by. Startled by her scream, looking back at them, seeing there was no danger, the cat darted away, leaving Chong Yao with her heart in her throat. Phew, that scared me to death. Tion Lelay was also startled by her reaction and said, "You scared the life out of me too." Suddenly, he realized something. Seeing him staring intently ahead, Chong Yao asked, "What is it?" He quickly replied, "I hear zombies." With lightning speed, he pulled her into a hidden spot. Tion Lelay's eyes never left the path ahead as he spoke. And it's not just one, it's a whole swarm. His words made Chong Yao a bit panicked. "Don't scare me like that. I don't hear anything. Besides, it's deserted around here. If there were zombies, why can't we see them?" Not wanting to waste any more time, he took her hand and moved forward. "Follow me. The reason I'm sure is because my intuition is incredibly sharp now. There's no way I'm wrong. They're just up ahead." Furthermore, he stated firmly, the only thing that could attract that many zombies is a group of survivors. Deep in the city center, a horde of zombies was swarming the entrance of supermarket. They were frantically trying to break inside, while those trapped within were desperately fighting back. "We can't hold them back much longer. Fast! Hurry! Bring more shelves over here. We can't let them in." From a blind spot, Tion Lelay and Chong Yao observed silently. Chong Yao couldn't help but gasp. There's so many of them. It's terrifying. Tion Lelay quickly spotted a perfect vantage point and pointed it out. "There's a shop over there. From that height, we should be able to see exactly what's happening inside." A moment later, the supermarket doors were barricaded shut, without a single gap left open. A frail little girl spoke up, her voice trembling. "Big brother, I feel so sick. Am I going to die?" Chuyong fought back tears as he tried to comfort her. "No, sweetie, nothing is going to happen to you. Once we get out of here, I'll take you to a doctor. I promise, the doctor will make you all better." An old man saw the bite mark on the girl and immediately began shouting at Chuyong. "Your sister's been bitten by those things. Why are you still holding on to her? Are you trying to get us all killed?" The others immediately joined in, fueling the panic. They didn't care about Chu Yang's heartbreaking tears. "Exactly. If you want to go down with her, fine. But don't you dare drag us into it." From their high vantage point, Tion Lelay and Chong Yao watched the scene unfolding below. Seeing Chuyong refuse to leave the girl's side, Lan Lan stepped forward and barked at him. "Chuyong, are you insane? Look at the situation. Why are you still clutching that brat? Are you waiting for her to turn into a monster and rip your throat out?" Witnessing her cold-blooded cruelty, he roared back in fury. "Lan Lan, how can you say something so heartless? She's my little sister." But his words were instantly met with fierce hostility from the pack of wolves surrounding them. "So what if she's your sister? You think you're the only one who lost someone today? I watched my parents get torn apart with my own eyes. My own sister was eaten alive right in front of me. If I hadn't run, I'd be dead too." Lan Lan, seeing the crowd was on her side, pushed him even harder. "Did you hear them? Hurry up and take her head off before she becomes a problem." The woman's sheer malice made Chuyong scream in rage. "How can you be so cold? She only got bitten because she was trying to save you." He stood up unsteadily, desperate to find justice for his little sister. She loved you from the moment she met you. She already thought of you as her big sister. Just now, when that thing tried to bite you, she didn't even hesitate. She jumped in front to protect you. How can you say something so soulless? However, the only thing he received in return was a look of pure disgust from Lan Lan. She wanted to be my sister-in-law? Is she even worthy? She snapped back at him. You're delusional. Take a good look at yourself, you pathetic loser. The only reason I stayed with you was because I heard your family was getting some land. Otherwise, I wouldn't have looked twice at you. A toad like you thinking he can taste swan meat? Please. Then, she heartlessly washed her hands of any responsibility. Let's get one thing straight. She chose to save me on her own. It's not my fault she got bitten. I don't know either of you a damn thing. As of this second, we are finished. Don't ever speak to me again. Her sheer audacity left Chu Yang speechless with grief. All he could do was mutter her name. Just then, the little girl weakly tugged at his sleeve. Big brother, don't worry about me anymore. Let them do it. I don't want to become an ugly monster. Seeing that the girl had accepted her death, Lan Lan jumped at the chance. Everyone look. Even she knows she has to die. If we don't act now, it'll be too late. Hearing this, the survivors surged forward as one. She's right. Let's put her out of her misery. Get out of the way. Keep blocking us, and we'll kill you too. Seeing the mob's murderous intent toward his sister, Chu Yang's voice turned low and lethal. The first person who touches my sister dies with me. Suddenly, a pink-haired punk, overestimating himself, lunged at Chu Yang. But before he could land a blow, Chu Yang grabbed him by the collar. He slammed the guy violently into the ground. The sheer brutality of the move sent a wave of terror through the crowd. Lan Lan, now acting like a viper, hissed a warning. Be careful, everyone. He's on the martial arts team. He's a dangerous fighter. 2 or 3 of you won't be enough to take him. Hearing this, a bald man at the front rallied the group. Then we all go at once. Moo! Chong Yao, watching from above, felt her blood boil. That woman is absolutely vile. The girl sacrificed herself for her, and she acts like it never happened. And this crowd, not a shred of empathy. Every single one of them is selfish to the core. There isn't a single good soul down there. She turned to Tion Lelay. Tion Lelay, you don't need to risk your life for people like this. Let's just go. However, Tion Lelay let out a cryptic smile. You're right. We don't need to save those people. Except for one. His words made Chong Yao realize what he was thinking. You mean the brother? But she voiced her concern. I can understand how he feels. But his sister has already been bitten. She's going to turn no matter what he does. Isn't it selfish of him to endanger everyone else just for her? Tion Lelay began to explain his logic. The others are acting out of cowardice and self-interest. But he is acting out of loyalty to his blood. His explanation only confused her more. Is there really a difference? Tion Lelay watched Chu Yang fighting desperately to guard his sister and spoke calmly. A man like him might be stubborn, but he's deeply loyal. Someone who would give his life for his family is someone you could trust. He's the kind of person who deserves to be a comrade. The word comrade caught Chong Yao off guard. A comrade? Tion Lelay, what do you mean? Tion Lelay answered matter-of-factly. The world has changed. In this new reality, the zombies aren't the only things we have to fear. He began to reveal the grand plan he had been formulating. To protect those who matter, we need strength in numbers. A one-man show won't survive for long. That's why I've been actively looking for survivors. I'm looking for real talent among the chaos. I'm going to build a team of my own. That's my true goal. His words finally explained his previous actions. I thought you saved those people at the school and let those 3 into the car just because you were being kind. I didn't realize you were planning this far ahead. Below them, Chu Yang had finally been pinned down, but he continued to struggle with everything he had. Damn you. Let me go. He screamed at the mob closing in on his sister. Touch her, and I'll kill every last one of you. One of the thugs took advantage of him being held down and struck him. The man sneered arrogantly. Big talk for a guy about to die. He made a cold declaration. I'm going to take your sister's head off, and then I'm sending you right after her. He stepped toward the girl. The little girl could only cry out feebly. Big brother. At the same time, the crowd began to cheer for the pink-haired thug's cowardice. Kill her. They chanted together. Kill her now. Do it. Just do it. Chu Yang's voice cracked as he begged. Please don't hurt my sister. Ignoring his pleas, the punk raised his weapon to finish her. I'm begging you. Before he could strike, The glass window above shattered into 1,000 pieces. The deafening crash left everyone frozen in shock. The one who had smashed through was none other than Tion Lelay. He looked around and let out a dry chuckle. Wow, this is quite the party. Their sudden appearance threw the crowd into a frenzy. Look, people, they must be here to rescue us. We're surrounded by zombies. Get us out of here fast. Before they could get too excited, Tion Lelay cut them off with a loud command. Wait, hold on a second. He looked down at them coldly. There are too many of you. I can only save one person. The crowd went dead silent, stunned. One person. Immediately, the bald man began to beg for his life, promising riches. Kid, save me. I'm the CEO of a major corporation. I have more money than you can dream of. Save me and it's all yours. Lan pushed her way to the front. Save me. I'm young. I have my whole life ahead of me. Clearly, the old man wasn't about to let her steal his chance at survival. He turned on her, snarling. What use is a girl like you? You're a drain on society. Living or dead, you're just trash. Lan wasn't the type to take that lying down and fired back. Who are you calling trash? You're just a fat, ugly old man. You were just groping me a minute ago. And now you're looking down on me? You're the real garbage here. Watching them tear each other apart, Chong Yao and Tion Lelay felt nothing but contempt. Who was groping you? I just slipped, that's all. You still won't admit it? That old pig. And so, to save time, Tion Lelay called out directly to the person he was looking for. He asked seriously, Your name is Li Shuyong, right? Then he immediately made an offer. Do you want to bring your sister and come with me? His words made everyone, including Lan and the old man who were arguing, fall silent. Shuyong asked, bewildered, Why do you want to save me? Suddenly, a guy from the crowd rushed out to question Tion Lelay. Are you crazy? His sister's been bitten by a zombie. She's going to turn any second. Aren't you afraid of getting infected? Tion Lelay answered calmly. I know. I'm not afraid. There are plenty of zombies outside. We're not exactly short on them. His actions made Chong Yao wonder. What is he doing? Is he trying to piss them off or something? Realizing that dragging this out was pointless, he asked again. So, Li Shuyong, are you coming or not? Without a moment's hesitation, Shuyong accepted his offer. I'll go with you. Immediately, Tion Lelay threw down the rope, not forgetting to remind the others. Let me give you a warning. After I get these two out, I'm leaving the rope here for you. He gave them a piece of sincere advice. But whether you have the guts to go out is up to you. Seeing Shuyong about to escape, Lan begged him. Shuyong, please, take me with you. Her eyes filled with tears. She tried to excuse her earlier venomous words. The zombies scared me. I wasn't thinking straight. You know how much I love your sister. How could I bear to watch her die? She tried to salvage any last shred of pity. Shuyong, I love you. We were going to get married, remember? Now completely disillusioned, Shuyong replied. Love me? You only love my family's money. Didn't our relationship, in the moment you wanted my sister dead? He took his little sister and left Lan behind. Save yourself. Abandoned by him. She screamed in helpless rage. Li Shuyong, you bastard. How could you do this to me? Outside, Chong Yao managed to catch the little girl in time. Tion Lelay stood beside them and cautioned her. Easy. Right after, he kindly offered a hand to help Shuyong. Come on. However, he coldly jumped down on his own and said, I can do it myself. His attitude made Tion Lelay think to himself. Full of personality? Huh? The little girl suddenly started convulsing. Alarmed, Shuyong hugged her tightly and called out, Little sister. Tion Lelay looked at the blood she had just coughed up and commented. The black blood means she's infected with the virus. She'll turn soon. Hearing this, Chong Yao panicked and blurted out, What do we do? It's too dangerous to bring her with us. Her words immediately caught Shuyong's attention. Shuyong, holding his sister, declared sternly, Don't worry. I won't get you too involved. I'll take her and leave. But Tion Lelay wasn't about to let him leave so easily. Oh, no you don't. I went through all that trouble to get you two out of there. And you're leaving without so much as a thank you? You've got no conscience at all. His direct question made Shuyong hesitate. Besides, there's zombies everywhere right now. How are you supposed to escape with her? Shuyong was silent for a long time, weighing his options. Seizing the opportunity, Tion Lelay made his offer. Come with us. Let's get out of this place first. We'll find somewhere safe and figure out from there. Realizing he had no other choice, Xiang had to agree. All right. A while later, in an abandoned warehouse, the little girl in pain whispered weakly, "Brother, I feel so sick." Seeing his sister like this, Xiang held her tightly, heartbroken, and comforted her. "You have to hang in there. We're somewhere safe now. I'll definitely get you to a hospital." Hearing his words, Chong Yao couldn't help but scoff. "Stop kidding yourself. If doctors had a cure, would there still be so many zombies out there? Why are you giving her false hope?" Hearing her, Tion Lelay immediately stopped her. "Chong Yao, don't say that." But Xiang was still stubborn, insisting, "My sister will be fine." But Chong Yao was adamant. "Keep dreaming." Tion Lelay felt a pang of sympathy for the little girl. She's so pitiful, to suffer like this at such a young age. If I still had the evolution virus, I could save her. Too bad. At that thought, he suddenly stood up and said decisively, "If you don't want to see her suffer anymore, I have a way." Hearing Tion Lelay say he had a way to save his sister, Xiang quickly asked, "What is it?" Tion Lelay held out his axe and said, "Help her end this. Put her out of her misery." Realizing his intention was to kill the girl, Xiang's face went pale. He quickly hugged his sister tight and, "You're just like the others. You all want her dead." Screaming and crying, he declared outright, "Let me tell you something. Even if she turns into a zombie, I won't let anyone hurt her. You'll have to get through me first." Seeing how stubborn he was, Chong Yao tried to reason with him. "This is the only way. Why can't you understand?" Just then, a weak voice called out, "Brother, brother." The little girl gently told Xiang to listen. "They're good people. Don't fight anymore." Her weakness made Xiang call her name in anguish. "Little sister." The girl now used the last of her strength to speak. "That big brother is right. I don't want to become a zombie after I die. If I have to bite people like them, it will be more painful than death." Knowing she wouldn't make it, the little girl pleaded through her tears, "Brother, please help me." Seeing there was no way to save his sister, Xiang screamed in agony, "I'm useless. I couldn't protect you." Suddenly, the girl turned to Tion Lelay and pleaded softly, "Big brother, can I ask you for a favor?" The little girl spoke gently. "My brother might seem fierce, but he's a good person, just a little foolish and impulsive. He often gets into fights for no reason and gets hurt a lot." With her, she entrusted her final wish to Tion Lelay. "I was always the one who stopped him. When I'm gone, can you please look after him for me?" Tion Lelay didn't refuse, assuring her firmly, "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him for you. I won't let him do anything stupid." Next, the girl turned to instruct Xiang, "Brother, Lon Lon doesn't like you, but don't be sad. I'm sure another girl will like you someday. You once said that after you got married, you'd take our whole family on a trip. I really wanted to go, but I can't now. Promise me, when you have a girlfriend, you'll definitely take her on a trip, okay? I'll be watching over you from heaven." At this moment, Xiang could only helplessly agree to her every request. "I promise." To make sure he wouldn't break his promise, the little girl raised her pinky and said, "Pinky swear." He replied through his tears, "Pinky swear." The two siblings locked their pinkies, and then the little girl peacefully took her last breath. Xiang gritted his teeth in agony and called out, "Little sister." He screamed her name in utter despair. "Little sister." Suddenly, her body began to twitch, startling Xiang. "Little sister, what's wrong?" Chong Yao knew exactly what was happening and said urgently, "This is bad. She's turning into a zombie." Immediately, Tion Lelay handed the axe to Xiang and urged him, "Don't hesitate. Do you want to see your sister become the very thing she hated most?" At that moment, the little girl had completely transformed into a zombie. Xiang hesitated, refusing to take the axe. Suddenly, he pushed it away and screamed in despair as his mutated sister charged right at him. "I can't do it. She's the sister I love most in the world." The scene sent a chill down Tion Lelay and Chong Yao's spines. Swiftly and without hesitation, Tion Lelay brought the girl down. It happened so fast that Xiang was left in a state of shock. Tion Lelay could only mutter a helpless, "I'm sorry." A short while later, they took the girl's body to be cremated. Everyone stood in somber silence before the rising flames. Xiang gripped his sister's hairpin tightly, whispering to himself, "Don't worry. I promise I'll live a good life for both of us." He held onto a silent vow. "Once this nightmare of a world finally ends, I'll take you traveling. We'll see the whole world together. I'll make your every wish come true." Then, He turned to Tion Lelay and asked, "Is it really okay?" He looked Tion Lelay directly in the eye. "For me to go with you too?" Tion Lelay smiled back. "Of course. Wasn't this your sister's final wish?" He reached out his hand, expressing his desire to have Chu Yang as an ally. "Glad to have you with us." Chu Yang hesitated for a moment before firmly shaking his hand. The shadows lengthened as night began to fall. At a nearby abandoned hotel, Chong Yao pushed open a door and nodded in approval. "This place isn't half bad. Let's set up camp here for the night." The room had everything they needed. The toiletries were fully stocked. The bathroom was spotless. And they could actually take a hot shower. As she and Tion Lelay stepped inside, Tion Lelay noticed Chu Yang was still hesitating at the threshold. He gestured for him to move. "Don't just stand there. Get inside." Once they were settled, Chu Yang asked awkwardly, I realized I don't even know your names yet." Tion Lelay introduced them casually. "We're students from Huazhong Business Academy. My name is Zhao Tion Lelay. And this is Chong Yao." Chong Yao gave a polite wave. "Nice to meet you." Tion Lelay smiled and added, "I'm a year older than you, so feel free to call me Tion Lelay or Big Brother Lay. Whatever works." Suddenly, Chong Yao spoke up with a suggestion. "What about you? Tell us your story." Tion Lelay sighed at her blatant curiosity. "I'm dying to know how you ended up with that Lan woman. You seem so earnest, almost to a fault. And she definitely didn't look like the simple, innocent type. You two were a total mismatch. How did you even end up as a couple?" Chu Yang didn't try to hide anything. He began to tell them about his background and his sister. "I grew up in the countryside. Our parents passed away early, leaving just the two of us. Since I knew some martial arts, I started teaching to earn enough to support my sister." And he moved on to how he met Lan. "As for Lan, a relative introduced us. I was actually surprised a girl that pretty wanted to be with someone like me. It wasn't until today that I realized what her real motives were." He then revealed how his sister had been attacked. "The three of us went for a stroll in the park today. Who could have known the outbreak would happen right then? Lan tripped while we were running. My sister got bitten because she jumped in to protect her. After that, we ended up with that group of people and ran into the supermarket. You saw the rest for yourselves." Chong Yao fumed as she listened. "That is absolutely disgusting. How dare she claim your sister's injury had nothing to do with her? A vile woman like that deserves to be zombie chow." Then, she turned to comfort Chu Yang. "Don't worry. You're a good-looking guy, and with those martial arts skills, you'll definitely find a girl who actually deserves you later on." Her encouragement made Chu Yang turn red with embarrassment. Chong Yao then clung to Tion Lelay's arm, marking her territory. "But just to be clear, that girl won't be me. This flower is already taken." Tion Lelay could only roll his eyes. "Not this again." Right then, his ears picked up a strange sound. "Wait, did you hear that?" His warning left Chu Yang and Chong Yao confused. While he quietly cracked the door open to peek out, zombies were already stalking the hallway. Seeing them, Chong Yao whispered in terror, "How did they get in here?" Chu Yang was equally bewildered. "We checked this hotel thoroughly earlier. The iron gates were locked tight too. How did they manage to slip in?" Tion Lelay remained calm, his voice cold. "They were probably hiding in one of the rooms before we arrived. We just missed them. Luckily, there aren't many." He turned to Chu Yang with a suggestion. "Come with me. Let's take care of them. We won't be able to sleep until the floor is clear." Chu Yang gasped in shock. "What?" His face went pale as he stammered. Are you joking?" Chong Yao The two men stepped out into the hall, weapons in hand. Tion Lelay flashed a grin and gave instructions. "Don't say I never look out for you. Since this is your first time, I'll handle it, guys. The ladies are all yours." Feeling his pride being poked, Chu Yang started to protest. "I don't need you to." Before he could finish, the zombies spotted them. They lunged forward in unison, forcing Tion Lelay to shout, "Heads up!" Without a moment's hesitation, he easily dispatched one. At that moment, he noticed the system had granted him points. He was surprised. 1 point earned? This discovery fueled his excitement, making him even more eager to call the horde. "So I can actually see the points accumulating now. Just like a video game. This is awesome. And this feeling after evolving, it's incredible. It feels like there's an endless surge of power flowing through my body." While Tion Lelay thrived, Chu Yang was struggling. Just as he was about to swing his staff, a female zombie with a face that looked exactly like his sister appeared before him. He froze instantly. A shocked cry escaped his lips. "Little sister!" The zombie tackled him to the floor. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, he managed to jam one hand against her throat, barely keeping her snapping jaws away, while his other hand pinned her arm down. The sound of the struggle caught Tion Lelay's attention. "You idiot! Just holding her back isn't going to do anything. Kill her now." With both hands occupied, Chong Yao was completely vulnerable. The other zombies saw the opening and rushed in to attack. Chong Yao screamed in horror. "Look out!" Acting on instinct, she threw an object at the zombie, but it missed. Unfortunately, that only drew the attention of several other monsters toward her. For a second, she was paralyzed with fear. She slammed the door shut and shrieked for help. "Oh God! Tion Lelay, help me!" Seeing Chong Yao still hesitating, Tion Lelay roared in fury. "Chong Yao, what the hell are you doing? Kill it already!" But Chong Yao remained frozen. I can't do it." The burden of clearing the rest of the zombies fell entirely on Tion Lelay. He swept through them single-handedly, leaving no survivors in his wake. Noticing he was ignoring Chong Yao desperately tried to persuade him. "Tion Lelay, he can't hold her off much longer. Please give him a hand." He answered her with a flat refusal and blatant disappointment. "I actually thought he had some talent. Who knew he'd be this useless? He can't even kill a single zombie. What good is a guy like him to us?" Tion Lelay's icy words reached Chong Yao's ears. Then, he spoke up again. "Let's go. We're going to sleep." Out of the kindness of her heart, Chong Yao didn't give up on trying to change his mind. If you don't do something, he's really going to get bitten. Tion Lelay didn't even turn around. Maybe that's for the best. Then he can go be with his sister. Though I doubt she'd want to see him quite this soon. His words acted like a psychological jolt. Chong Yao snapped, delivering a decisive blow that sent the female zombie flying. With a single, powerful punch, he sent her crashing to the floor. The loud thud made both Chong Yao and Tion Lelay turn back. The moment the zombie tried to lunge again, Chong Yao grabbed a nearby wooden plank. He swung it with all his might into her head, roaring in pure, unbridled rage. He then proceeded to pummel the zombie with his bare hands, until she was dead. But he had lost all reason and showed no sign of stopping. Every blow he landed carried a terrifying amount of force. Watching the spectacle, Tion Lelay finally offered a word of praise. "That's one hell of a punch. To think he could kill a zombie with his bare fists. Impressive technique." Right after he spoke, he stepped in to restrain Chong Yao. "That's enough. Stop hitting her. She's already dead." It was over. Chong Yao seemed to have lost all reason, turning his aggression toward Tion Lelay. Fortunately, Tion Lelay easily caught the incoming fist. With a surge of anger, he questioned him sharply. "Are you insane? You're actually trying to hit one of your own?" Hearing this, Chong Yao immediately roared back. "You just stood there and watched like a bystander. So don't talk to me about being one of your own." Hinged on Chong Yao's words, Tion Lelay, "If I had really just stood by and watched, you'd be dead by now. Would you even be standing here talking back to me?" Chong Yao was stunned by the weight of his words. Meanwhile, Tion Lelay's voice turned stern, emphasizing every word. "Chong Yao, listen closely. I saved you because I wanted a comrade who could fight by my side. Not a useless burden who can't even protect himself." The label of useless burden, coming from Tion Lelay, stung Chong Yao into a desperate defense. "I'm not a burden. I just..." Before he could finish, Tion Lelay cut him off. Once people turn into zombies, they lose their humanity. They won't stop biting just because you hesitate to hurt them. Next, he began to explain his reasoning. "The reason I didn't step in earlier was because I hoped you could overcome the barrier in your heart. If you see your sister every time you look at a zombie, you'll never be able to strike. The result will be exactly what you just saw. You won't just put yourself in danger. You'll drag everyone around you down with you." Hearing that, Chong Yao also spoke up to reason with Chong Yao. "Tion Lelay is right. Don't forget that your sister cared about you deeply. If you had been bitten and killed just now, how could you ever face her?" Realizing his own failure, Chong Yao offered a sincere apology. "Brother Lelay, I was too emotional just now. I misunderstood you." Then, with a deep, honest bow, he showed his gratitude to Tion Lelay. "You saved my life today, and thanks to you, my sister was able to find peace. I owe you my thanks." Without any hesitation, he declared firmly, Chong Yao, always repay my debts. Starting today, you're my big brother. He followed this with a resolute vow. Don't worry. I'll work harder from now on. I won't let myself become someone who holds you back. Seeing that Chu Yang had regained his senses, Tion Lelay replied with satisfaction. That's the spirit. Don't let your sister down. With a fierce new determination, Chu Yang spoke with conviction. The next morning, at the hotel where they were taking shelter, a news broadcast was playing on the TV screen. Safe zones have been established. Each base is protected by the military and is fully stocked with food supplies. They can accommodate at least 100,000 people. The following are the addresses of the relief bases. We urge everyone to head toward them immediately. Hearing this news, Chu Yang cheered joyfully. This is great. The government has already set up relief bases. Once we get there, we'll finally be safe. Chong Yao chimed in, her voice unable to hide her excitement. Exactly. Base number 6 is being built right here in Yuzhou. Furthermore, it's exactly in the direction Tion Lelay pointed out. We're already heading that way. But after catching the pensive look on Tion Lelay's face, she asked with visible concern, Tion Lelay, why do you look so unhappy? His gaze suddenly sharpened. Tion Lelay began to explain his thoughts. Before, I was thinking too simply. Now I see that the situation is actually very dangerous. His words left Chong Yao confused. Dangerous? So, he posed a question. Let me ask you, what is the population of Yuzhou? She answered straightforwardly. About 100 million people. Having received the answer, Tion Lelay began to lay out his analysis, challenging his two companions. Yuzhou has about 100 million people. Even if only a tenth of them survived, that's still 10 million people. But there's only one base for all of Yuzhou, and it can only hold 100,000. Do you two understand what that implies? The two of them looked at each other in shock. Seeing this, he patiently explained further. This base sounds like a sanctuary for survivors. But once the number of people seeking refuge exceeds the capacity, problems will erupt immediately. Based on his judgment, those who arrive first will have time to gather strength and build their own factions. It'll be much harder for those who arrive later. When it can't hold any more people, total chaos and conflict are inevitable. In addition, he emphasized one more point. The most important thing is that more people means fewer resources. Once conflict breaks out, neither the government nor the military will be able to stop it. His words made Chu Yang shiver as he recalled the story. My grandfather once told me there was a year with a massive flood. All the roads out were blocked. Everyone was trapped inside. The whole village had nothing to eat. In the end, they resorted to cannibalism just to survive. By the time rescuers found them, the villagers had gone mad, fighting each other to the death. Terrified by their words, Chong Yao asked anxiously, then what should we do? Are we not going there anymore? Tion Lelay answered her with a firm confirmation. We're still going. After all, Wu Bin and the others will probably head there as soon as they hear the news. But don't pin all your hopes on this base. In his view, the core rule for surviving the apocalypse was, in times of chaos like this, there is nothing you can fully rely on. If you want to survive until the end, you can only rely on yourself. These words left Chong Yao deep in thought, and Chu Yang was equally solemn. Suddenly, a flash of light caught Chu Yang's eye. He spoke up, wondering, under the surprised gazes of his two friends, where is that light coming from? Looking toward the source of the flash, Tion Lelay offered a guess. It looks like it's coming from the building across the street. He quickly threw open the window and realized there were people in the opposite building. When the people across the way spotted Tion Lelay, they cheered in joy. There's someone over there. Someone is actually alive. They're looking this way. Opening the window to find the source of the light, he discovered a group of people signaling for help. Help us. We're trapped. However, because of the significant distance, he could barely hear what they were saying. What's the situation over there? It's too far. We can't hear a thing. Just then, Chu Yang made a suggestion. I know sign language. Let me give it a try. He immediately stepped forward and began gesturing. He moved his hands downward, signaling, over there. Next, he moved his hands up and down repeatedly as a question. What's the situation? His sequence of movements looked so much like a morning exercise routine that the group across the way just stared in confusion. What is he doing? Is that sign language? I can't make any sense of it. Chong Yao was equally helpless watching Chu Yang's exercise routine and asked, Where on earth did you learn sign language like that? Why does it look like those square dance exercises in the park? Chuyan could only give an embarrassed laugh. I learned it from TV. I must have remembered it wrong. Now, Tion Lelay made a decision. They must be survivors trapped in that apartment complex. We can't communicate like this. Let's head over there. Inside the building across the street. While the group was still struggling to communicate with Tion Lelay's group, a voice suddenly rang out. What are you people doing? The speaker was Gu Weibing, the CEO of Tianchi Corporation. Standing near the window, a man holding binoculars reported excitedly. President Gu, there are people across the way. We're trying to talk to them. Maybe they can get us out of here. Hearing this news, Gu Weibing joyfully snatched the binoculars and spoke hastily. Really? Let me see. But, through the lenses, he couldn't see a single soul. There's no one there. Why don't I see anyone? His words caused the crowd to murmur. That can't be right. They were just there a second ago. 3 kids looked to be about 20. They looked like students from one of the schools nearby. As soon as he realized they were just students, his attitude immediately soured. Students? What a waste of time. I thought it was the military. He spoke with a look of utter contempt. 3 students who can't even save their own skins. How could they possibly save us? What a joke. I got my hopes up for nothing. Suddenly, a soft but firm voice spoke up, reprimanding Weibing. Everyone is doing their best to find a way out. What right do you have to blame them? The speaker was a woman of striking beauty. She spoke gently. Director Gu. That woman was Deng Binglan, 24 years old, the chairwoman of Tianchi Group. Her presence left everyone in shock. Chairwoman, seeing Binglan's disapproval, Weibing quickly lowered his head. I apologize. Please forgive me, Chairwoman. I'm just incredibly stressed. Even so, he didn't forget to highlight the desperate situation they were in. But we've been trapped here for 2 days already. Everyone is starving. We're at our breaking point. We can't just keep dragging this out forever. Wouldn't it be better to send a few people down to check things out? Who knows? Maybe the zombies have already moved on. The moment he finished speaking, the girl standing beside Binglan spoke up in a sharp tone. Director Gu, when you say everyone is starving, you really just mean yourself, don't you? This was Dong Yusin, 22 years old. She was a secretary. She used a stern voice to call Weibing out. After the chairwoman distributed the food rations to everyone, she made it clear that we needed to conserve them. You're the only one who couldn't control yourself. You polished off all your food in less than half a day. And now, by what right do you expect others to risk their lives for you? Being scolded by a girl in front of a crowd. Weibing couldn't suppress his rage and barked back. Dong Yusin, don't think just because you're the chairwoman's protege that you can go around acting all high and mighty. When the chairwoman and the managing director are talking, a lowly secretary like you has no business sticking her nose in. But Binglan stepped in to protect Yusin, fueling his resentment even more. Yusin is right. As the senior executives of this company, it is our responsibility to ensure the safety of our employees. We have no idea what it's like out there right now. We shouldn't force them to go out and risk everything. Weibing wasn't about to back down easily. He immediately countered her. But we can't stay hidden in here forever either. Binglan remained calm and gave her assessment of the situation. Given the scale of this crisis, I'm certain the government has a plan to resolve it. They'll likely organize rescue operations for survivors. She began delegating tasks to the entire staff. Everyone, check if there's any way to restore the network connection. If we can make contact with the outside world, we can call for military intervention. That would be far safer than trying to find a way out on our own. Furthermore, she used gentle words to reassure them. We must have faith in our government. Do not lose hope. If we just hold on a little longer, I'm sure we'll be rescued. Her words resonated with everyone present. The chairwoman is right. We'll follow your lead, ma'am. This show of support made Weibing visibly displeased. Just then, another voice rang out. President Deng is correct. The appearance of this man took Binglan by surprise. Mr. Yamada. He looked deeply annoyed. He made a stern declaration. However, I must still lodge a formal complaint with you. His arrogance stemmed from his position as Yamada, the research director of a prominent game company from Island Nation. With an air of authority, Yamada made his demands. I only came here at your company's invitation to discuss a contract. Who could have known your country would fall into such a mess? I demand that you find a way to get me out of here safely, immediately. Otherwise, as soon as I return home, I will file a formal lawsuit against your company." Faced with his fury, Binglan had no choice but to bow her head in apology. "Mr. Yamada, we were sincerely looking forward to our partnership with your firm. We never intended for you to be caught up in this trouble. Regarding this unfortunate situation, I offer you my deepest apologies." At the same time, she clarified the reality of their situation. "But as for our current circumstances, you've seen it for yourself. It's not that we don't want to escort you back to your country. It's that none of us knows just how many zombies are waiting outside. Going out now would be a suicide mission." Given the circumstances, she showed a mix of sincerity and helplessness. "We are doing everything in our power to find a solution. I ask for your patience. I give you my word that once this is over, our company will fully compensate you for all the losses you've incurred during your visit." Hearing this, Yamada stopped pressuring her for the moment. "I hope you're a woman of your word, President Deng." She replied with a relieved smile. "You have my word." Then, Binglan turned to Weebing and gave an order. "Director Gu, please escort Mr. Yamada back to his room so he can rest." He didn't argue. He simply replied, "Understood." He used a polite gesture to invite Yamada. "This way, please." The man only gave a cold huff and didn't even look at him. Once everyone had cleared out, Binglan finally let out a long sigh of relief. A short while later, both women also turned to leave. On the way, Yusin asked Binglan with a worried look, "Chairwoman, do you really think the military is coming for us?" Binglan responded with a heavy sigh. "I'm not sure myself, but in a time like this, unity is our most important asset. It's the only way to keep everyone from falling into despair." Hearing this, Yusin's fear began to grow. "But we only have enough food left for 2 days. If no one comes by then," Binglan could only offer words of comfort. "If it truly comes down to that, then we'll just have to do whatever it takes to survive." Inside a luxury guest suite, Yamada was casually enjoying a meal. Weebing stood by, watching him eat with hungry eyes. Meanwhile, Yamada chewed while complaining loudly. "If I'd known I'd be stuck in a disaster like this, I never would have come to this hellhole to talk business. I should be soaking in a hot spring in Kyushu right now." In the middle of eating, he finally noticed Weebing's presence and asked irritably, "Why are you still standing there?" Weebing looked flustered as he tried to ask for some food. "Mr. Yamada, I haven't eaten in 2 days. I was wondering, could you spare a little food?" Naturally, Yamada wasn't about to share. "Director Gu, are you out of your mind? I brought all of this with me. I'm relying on these supplies until the rescue team arrives. Why on earth should I give any to you?" Seeing him refuse, Weebing tried to explain himself. "But when the chairwoman was distributing the supplies earlier, you said you didn't have anything at all. That's why we gave you and your secretary some of ours. And yet, here you are with plenty. Greedy and selfish to the core." Yamada didn't care for Weebing's logic. "So what? Then?" He flat out kicked Weebing out of the room. "Now get out, before I lose my temper." So, Weebing had to take his heavy, humiliated steps out of the room. At that exact moment, an idea seemed to spark in Yamada's mind. He called Weebing back. "Director Gu, wait." With a sinister grin, he said, "My country has a saying, no work, no reward. It wouldn't be too hard for you to get some food. You just have to do one little thing for me." Realizing he finally had an opening, Weebing was quick to pledge his loyalty. "No problem. Just say the word, Mr. Yamada." Yamada spoke plainly. "To be honest, I have zero interest in working with your company. The only reason I agreed to come here was because of your chairwoman." At last, his lecherous nature began to show. "Ms. Deng is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. From the first moment I saw her, I was completely captivated." He intended to use food as leverage to get Binglan. "If you can find a way to make sure I have a pleasant night with her, then all this food is yours." The proposal horrified Weebing, and he instinctively refused. "How could I? She's my superior. I can't just betray her like that. If I do that, my career will be over." However, Yamada let out a triumphant laugh. "Director Gu, you really have a sense of humor. Look at the state of your country. What career are you even talking about?" He aimed directly at Weebing's fatal weakness. "Furthermore, I can tell you about a massive chip on your shoulder regarding your chairwoman. A man with your experience and talent. And yet you're just a lowly director. Every day you're being bossed around by a girl 10 years younger than you. Even a common secretary dares to talk down to you. You can't tell me you're happy with that." He gave a cold smirk and asked, A job like that, do you really want to keep doing it? Beyond that, he began to dangle material rewards in front of him. I promise you, just do this one thing for me, and I'll give you a position in my company. Tion even used women as bait. You know, the women from my country are very gentle. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Ping nodded in agreement. I'll do it, but, he added with a firm tone, Mr. Tion, you better be a man of your word. Seeing his plan succeed, Tion broke into a self-satisfied smile. He quickly tossed Wei Ping a loaf of bread along with a firm promise. Don't worry, people from my country always keep their promises. Wei Ping caught the bread, his heart a tangled mess of conflict. Meanwhile, in the main lobby, the three of them had arrived. Chong Yao looked around and couldn't help but remark, it's so quiet. Chu Yang, however, had his own theory. Maybe the zombies in here already got out. The others are probably too scared to come outside. Ignoring his friends, Tion Lelay could already sense the presence of zombies. He quickly warned them, don't let your guard down. There are at least 20 zombies on this floor, and there might be even more upstairs. His warning made Chong Yao exclaim in shock, Tion Lelay, your hearing is incredible. You can hear everything. Chu Yang shared her sentiment. Yeah, no kidding. As they were talking, Tion Lelay's eyes suddenly fell on a statue holding a saber on display in the lobby. He immediately called out, Chu Yang, catch. Hearing his name, Chu Yang raised his hands to catch the blade. Then, Tion Lelay told him, I know you're skilled in martial arts, but fighting zombies barehanded is too dangerous. I think this saber will suit you. Hearing this, he gave the blade a few test swings. Each slash was incredibly powerful. After trying it out, he smiled with satisfaction and thanked Tion Lelay. This saber feels great in my hands. Thanks, Brother Lay. Just then, Chong Yao cried out in horror, Tion Lelay, they're here. Following the direction she was pointing, a horde of zombies was frantically rushing toward them. Without a moment's hesitation, Tion Lelay got into a ready stance and shouted, I'll clear a path. You protect Chong Yao. At that very moment, in the management office, a knock echoed from the door. It was followed by a man's voice calling for Bing Lan. Director, recognizing the visitor as Wei Ping, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, Director Gu, is something wrong? Wei Ping put on an innocent act and replied, well, there's something I need to discuss with you. Could you step outside for a moment? Wu Xian asked in a cold voice. Director Gu, is there something you can't say in here? Her gaze startled him for a second, but Wei Ping kept his composure and invented an excuse. It's like this. We're running low on supplies. I'm afraid that before rescue even arrives, we'll all be dead. He feigned a suggestion. Therefore, Mr. Tion and I have come up with a plan. I was wondering if the director would come over to discuss it with us. Hearing that, Wu Xian turned to warn Bing Lan. Director, that Mr. Tion looks like a total leck. It's best not to be alone with him. Her cautiousness infuriated Wei Ping, who now plotted to harm her as well. This damn brat. It's bad enough she never shows me any respect, but now she wants to ruin my big chance? Fine, I'll just hand you over to Mr. Tion too. Bing Lan, being prudent herself, proposed, how about this? This is a very important matter. Why don't you invite Mr. Tion here? I'll also call the company's senior management to discuss it together. However, Wei Ping skillfully rejected the idea, reasoning, Director, I was thinking, right now, this is just a temporary idea we're exploring. If it fails, it would just disappoint everyone, wouldn't it? So, it's better if the three of us discuss it first. If we feel it's viable, it won't be too late to announce it to everyone then. Not only that, he also suggested Wu Xian tag along to build trust. If Secretary Wu is worried, she can come with us. What do you think? Hearing that, Wu Xian glanced at Bing Lan as if to give a signal. And so, Bing Lan agreed, completely unaware that she was walking into a trap. All right. At the same time, back in the hallway, the bodies of zombies lay scattered across the floor. The one who had dealt with them was none other than Chu Yang. Witnessing this, Tion Lelay spoke with satisfied praise. You adapt quickly. Meanwhile, Chong Yao remarked with surprise. He's a completely different person from yesterday. Hearing them, Chu Yang replied shyly, not at all. It's really all thanks to this saber. His rapid change in attitude made Chong Yao exclaim, wow, your mood changes pretty fast, huh? A moment later, she was the one who spotted the elevator. Tion Lelay, The elevator's over here. The elevator was stopped on the 3rd floor. Seeing this, Tion Lelay made an assessment. The entire power system is down. Using the elevator would be extremely dangerous. There's no telling when it might just stop. His assessment made Chong Yao ask in horror, "Don't tell me we have to take the stairs. There's so many zombies on every floor. We'll be exhausted to death before we even get there." However, his gaze shifted to a corner of the wall as he said, "We'll go this way." It turned out he was looking at a ventilation duct and confidently asserted, "If we take this route, we definitely won't run into any zombies." At that same time, on an upper floor, Wei Ping had led Bing Lan and Wu Xian to a conference room. He announced their arrival. "Mr. Shan Tion, we're here." Hearing his voice, Shan Tion looked up with glee. The figures of Bing Lan and Wu Xian gradually came into his view. This pleased him so much he had to exclaim, "Welcome, welcome!" The scene before them made Bing Lan and Wu Xian frown and exchange a look. A sense of anxiety began to rise within them. Immediately, Bing Lan spoke up, questioning him. "Mr. Shan Tion, Director Gu told us you have a way to get us out of this miserable situation." Her words made Shan Tion hesitate for a second before quickly playing along. "Ah yes, that's right." While he was speaking, Wu Xian's eyes fell on the pile of food on the table. "My plan is this." She couldn't hold back her anger and questioned him loudly. "Mr. Shan Tion, didn't you say you didn't bring any food? Then what is all this?" Shan Tion feigned innocence and replied, "I was being forgetful earlier, so I didn't remember. I only just found it in my luggage a moment ago." His answer infuriated Wu Xian. She loudly demanded fairness for Bing Lan. "Do you really think that's believable? Everyone is starving. Even the director has only eaten a single piece of bread all day. And here you are, eating and drinking to your heart's content. Don't you think you're being unreasonable?" Seeing that she had lost her composure, Bing Lan quickly tried to calm her down. "Wu Xian, that's enough." Then, she said in a serious tone, "Let's discuss the important matters first. These other things aren't worth mentioning." However, Wu Xian still tried to argue. But at that moment, Shan Tion stood up and spoke. "That's right. Your little secretary can only think about a cheap piece of bread." He suddenly threw his arms around Bing Lan and uttered lewd words. "The director is truly different. So much more forward-thinking." His vile behavior made Wu Xian scream in shock. "Director!" Meanwhile, Bing Lan was so frightened she stammered, unable to form words. Mr. Shan Tion, what are you doing?" No longer hiding his depraved nature, he brazenly began to assault her. "What am I doing?" "Just what you said, getting down to business." As soon as he finished speaking, he shoved her down onto the sofa. Then he pinned her down, whispering vulgarities. "Hey, beautiful, I've been wanting you for a long time. Why don't you let me enjoy a wonderful night with you?" Seeing Bing Lan being assaulted, Wu Xian rushed forward. "Let the director go." But before she could do anything, she was met with a thunderous slap from Wei Ping. The slap was so hard it sent her sprawling to the ground. Trembling, she stammered, "You, Wei Ping." Realizing she had been lured into a trap, she screamed in fury. "It was you. This was your trap all along." At this point, Wei Ping no longer had to pretend and cursed at her loudly. "You rotten bitch. I was only letting you off the hook out of respect for Deng Bing Lan. And you dare to raise your hand to me? Today you're both going to die." This scene made Shan Tion burst into gleeful laughter. "Director Gu, you've got real spirit." His two female secretaries chimed in as well. "That's right." At this moment, the pitiful Bing Lan could only cry for help. "Let me go. Help. Somebody help me." Shan Tion remained unfazed and even challenged her. "Scream. Go on, scream. I've already tricked all of your employees into the conference room." With his cunning, everything had gone according to his plan. Besides, this room is very well soundproofed. You can scream until you're hoarse, and no one will hear you. Suddenly, screams echoed from the ventilation duct above. Tion Lelay and his two companions had no idea how they ended up crashing into this room. At that moment, Tion Lelay was still busy grilling Chong Yao. "You seriously need to lose some weight." But Chong Yao wasn't about to take that line down. She immediately snapped back. "Clearly, Chu Dong is the heaviest one here. Don't you dare pin this on me." Chu Dong didn't even know how to argue back. He just sighed and muttered sorry. Right then, Tion Lelay finally took a good look at their surroundings. Wei Ping, who was in the middle of a struggle with ecchi, froze in place at the trio's sudden entrance. The two secretaries looked on in utter shock and horror. As for Tion, he was completely bewildered. Chu Dong realized they had walked into an awkward situation. His face turned beet red as he tried to pull Chong Yao away. Sorry. My bad. We didn't mean to interrupt, whatever this is. Please carry on. But before he could make his exit, Tion Lelay called him back. Hey, does this look like a consenting situation to you? Seeing that help had arrived, Uxin seized the chance and screamed at the top of her lungs. They're bad people. Please save us. Furious that his fun had been spoiled, Tion let out an angry roar. Who the hell are you people? Get the hell out of here now. The moment he spoke, Tion Lelay noticed something. So he's Japanese. Then, Chong Yao burst out in anger. What has the world come to? As if the zombie apocalypse wasn't enough. Now we got some Japanese guy coming over here to bully our people? Chu Dong was equally incensed. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. He stepped forward, volunteering to handle it. He was determined to teach Tion a lesson. If I don't knock your teeth down your throat today, I don't deserve to call myself a man. Seeing him charge forward, the two secretaries and Wei Ping scrambled away in a panic. But unlike them, Tion was surprisingly nimble for his size. With a quick spring, he easily evaded the attack. He landed gracefully on his feet and dropped into a defensive stance. This sight made Chu Dong realize that this fat guy wasn't just some random thug. He was professionally trained. So, you know a bit of martial arts, huh? On the other side, Uxin rushed over to support her superior. Sister Binglan, it's okay now. Tion let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Oof. You think Chinese martial arts are so great? Our Japanese jiu-jitsu is the ultimate discipline. He even threw out a blatant provocation. If you got the guts, drop the weapons and fight me man to man. Naturally, Chu Dong wasn't intimidated in the slightest. He accepted the challenge instantly. Fine, let's see who's really the better man. The words had barely left his mouth when Tion lunged at him like a whirlwind. Come on, I'll kill you first, then I'll go back to enjoying those beauties. Without flinching, Chu Dong threw a direct punch straight at him. But Tion was no amateur. He countered with a strike of his own immediately. The two began to trade blows, testing each other's strength. Neither side was willing to back down. Seeing this, Chong Yao spoke up, worried. Hey, Tion Lelay, that fat guy looks like he actually knows what he's doing. Shouldn't we go help him? Tion Lelay replied nonchalantly. No need. Martial artists value a fair fight. Ganging up on him would be dishonorable. Besides, he added with absolute confidence, Chu Dong can handle this on his own. Back to Tion. He was unleashing a barrage of kicks against Chu Dong. However, every single kick was blocked and parried with ease. This drove Tion into a blind rage. He stopped thinking and began attacking Chu Dong with reckless abandon. Quick on his feet, Chu Dong ducked low, aiming straight for his opponent's weak spot. Finding himself targeted in such an unexpected place, Tion flickered with a moment of panic. And just like that, Chu Dong successfully flipped him over. Tion's head slammed hard against the edge of a table. Finally, he collapsed onto the floor, motionless. At that, Chu Dong looked down at him with disdain. Had enough? Or do you want more? Tion groaned in agony. No, no more. I give up. Seeing such an overwhelming victory, Chong Yao cheered in delight. Way to go, Chu Dong. After taking Tion down, Chu Dong turned his back to walk away. Suddenly, a trembling Tion tried to scramble back up. He shot a look filled with murderous resentment at Chu Dong's back. Realizing he was planning a sneak attack, Tion Lelay shouted a frantic warning. Look out! Hearing the shout, Chu Dong spun around just as Tion was about to strike. Tion lunged from behind, intent on stabbing Chu Dong. However, Chu Dong had already anticipated the move. He pivoted and caught the blade midair. At the same time, he delivered a crushing punch square to the man's face. His expression was cold and sharp. Disgusted by such a cowardly, despicable act, he poured extra strength into the blow, sending Tion flying across the room until he crashed onto the sofa. Watching the scene, Chong Yao looked at Tion with pure contempt. This Japanese guy really has no shame. He agreed to a fair man-to-man fight, and yet he hides a knife behind his back like a coward. Chu Dong nodded and added, Good thing Brother Lelay warned me. Otherwise, I would have definitely taken a hit from that blade. Tion Lelay glanced at Tion and spoke in a stern voice. You were too naive. These people, they aren't like us. They don't have the same sense of honor or respect for their word. When dealing with trash like this, it's best to keep your guard up at all times. Just then, the company employees came rushing into the room. Director, what happened? Seeing the crowd burst in, Wei Ping jumped, paralyzed with fear. He immediately threw himself to the ground, begging Bing Lan for mercy. Director, I'm so sorry. He desperately tried to make excuses while swearing his loyalty. It was all that Shan Tion's fault. He forced me to do it. I wasn't thinking straight. I fell into his trap. I promise I'll never do it again. Suddenly, Uxin stepped forward and delivered a stinging slap to his face without a word. She was fuming with rage. She hissed his name through gritted teeth. Wei Ping. Then, she exposed his crimes for everyone to hear. The director trusted you so much. She was always trying to promote you and help your career. She felt a wave of righteous indignation for Bing Lan. And yet you dared to bite the hand that fed you. You actually tried to harm the director. The employees finally understood what was going on. They swarmed him all at once, cursing as they rained blows down on Wei Ping. What the hell were you thinking? Are you even human? You traitor. You were willing to be a dog for the Japanese. You're a disgrace to our country. Beat him to death. Avenge the director. Naturally, they had no intention of letting Shan Tion off the hook either. And this fat bastard too. He's just as rotten. I knew he had disgusting intentions toward the director from start. Now, Uxin turned to Bing Lan for instructions. Director, what do you want to do with these two? Bing Lan gave her orders in a cold, detached tone. Lock them both in the storage room. We'll wait until someone comes to rescue us, and then hand them over to the authorities. Realizing he was about to be imprisoned, Wei Ping wailed. Director, I know I was wrong. Please have mercy. Just give me one more chance. Meanwhile, Shan Tion roared out a warning to the crowd. I'm a foreign national. You have no right to treat me like this. Let me go. If you don't, just wait until I get back home. My government will never let you get away with this. Tion Lelay looked at his threats with blatant mockery. Just shut up and stay put. The whole world has been overrun by zombies. That precious foreign country of yours. I'm afraid it's probably turned into a zombie kingdom by now. And you're still hoping to go back there? He clearly didn't believe a word of it. You're lying. Right then, his two secretaries suddenly threw themselves into Tion Lelay's arms, begging flirtatiously. Oh, handsome. We're innocent. Truly. Please, you have to help us. Seeing this, Chong Yao angrily shoved them away. Back off. Don't you women have any shame? How dare you just throw yourselves at another woman's man like that? At this moment, Chu Dong spoke up to ask, Brother Lay, what should we do with those two girls? Before Tion Lelay could even open his mouth, Bing Lan stepped forward out of nowhere and said, tie them up and lock them in the conference room. Her commanding tone rubbed Tion Lelay the wrong way. He shot back bluntly. Look, big sister, we don't work for you, so don't go around giving us orders, okay? The words big sister made her snap. She screamed, big sister? She didn't hold back as she barked at him. Who are you calling big sister? I'm not your sister. Seeing her lose her cool like this, Uxin hurried to intervene. Director, please stay calm. Suddenly, the faces of both Tion Lelay and Chu Dong turned bright red. Chu Dong stammered out, be big. It turned out both guys were completely distracted by Bing Lan's ample cleavage. Of course, Bing Lan noticed exactly where their eyes were wandering. The tension between them finally snapped, and she roared, You pervert! What the hell are you looking at? Seeing her on the verge of getting violent, one of the boys cried out in alarm. Hey, what are you doing? Stop swinging at people for no reason. Seeing things spiral out of control, Yusin rushed in to mediate. Chairwoman, please calm down for a second. A short while later, everyone sat down together to talk things through. Yusin offered them a drink with a polite smile. Here, please have some water. Meanwhile, the employees began to whisper among themselves. I've never seen the chairwoman this angry before. Well, she's only 24. Of course, she hates being treated like some old lady. At the conference table, Tion Lelay didn't hide his irritation. If it weren't for us just now, you two would have ended up as toys for that old creep. And yet, not even a thank you. Instead, you start throwing punches. Bing Lan wasn't about to back down. She fired back immediately. Are you blind? It was obvious we were being coerced. If I hadn't cried out for help, would you have just walked away and let us be assaulted? Stung by her accusation, He wasn't about to let her have the last word. Oh, so now we're the ones in the wrong? If I'd known you were this ungrateful, I wouldn't have bothered. Watching the show from upstairs would have been much more entertaining. Don't you guys agree? His words made her blood boil. What did you say? Seeing another explosion imminent. Yusin quickly cut in. Everyone, please just drink some water. Calm down. She stepped up to defend Binglan. She's just overwhelmed by everything that happened. Deep down, she really is grateful to all of you. Then, she offered a warm smile and a suggestion. How about we properly introduce ourselves? She introduced herself and Binglan. This is the chairwoman of the Tianchi group, Miss Deng Binglan, and I am Dong Yusin, her executive assistant. The name Binglan rang a bell for Chong Yao. Deng Binglan. Wait, did you graduate from the Huazhong Business Academy? Binglan glanced at her, surprised she was recognized. You know me? Confirming it was indeed her idol. Chong Yao cried out in excitement. I knew it. You're a legend at our school. Not only were your grades perfect, but you started your own company just a year after graduating. And even after you became successful, you never forgot the school. You set up all those scholarships and internships at Tianchi for underprivileged students. She added with a beaming smile. You're literally my hero. You're the goddess of our campus. Realizing the girl was a fan and a fellow alumna, Binglan's expression softened into a friendly smile. Oh, so you're my junior? Right then, Tion Lelay chimed in with a cold remark. No wonder your company has such an arrogant culture. I guess it's true what they say. The fish rots from the head down. This insult made her snap back at him. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He calmly recounted his experience. Last year, I applied for an internship at your company. I met every single one of your requirements. But because I showed up to the interview in a slightly worn-out shirt, I was rejected on the spot. He continued to air his grievances. Your interviewers even laughed at me. They told me if I dressed like that, I shouldn't bother looking for a real job. They said I'd be better off just delivering takeout. Despite his criticism, Binglan tried to find an excuse. Perhaps their choice of words was a bit too blunt. But you have to understand, an employee's appearance represents the company's image. If you wanted the job, the least you could have done was dress professionally. That's just basic respect. Tion Lelay wasn't finished. It wasn't just me. Plenty of other qualified students were rejected for the same stupid reasons. And in the end, only the pampered rich brats in their designer clothes got hired. Funny how that works, isn't it? Hearing this, Binglan turned to Yusin. Is that true? Did that really happen? Yusin lowered her voice. The summer recruitment was handled entirely by Gu Weibing. I heard he only hired people with powerful family connections. Tion Lelay didn't hold back as he lectured her. If your recruitment is just a playground for rich kids who want to play at working, then stop pretending to offer scholarships and opportunities for top students. Stop giving students like us false hope just to make yourself look good. Realizing there had been a serious lapse in her management, she offered a sincere apology. That was indeed our mistake. I truly apologize to you and everyone else who was treated that way. Right then, the other employee spoke up. All right, kid. What's done is done. Let it go. Exactly. Why are we bringing up petty office drama at a time like this? Survival is the only thing that matters now. Zhang Zhun asked anxiously. The building has lost all signal. We have no way to contact anyone on the outside. What's the situation out there? When is the rescue team coming? This question made Chong Yao and Tion Lelay trade looks. Tion Lelay finally broke the news. It's crawling with zombies out there. Everywhere. If you're all still holding out hope for a military rescue, my advice is to give up on that right now. The employees gasped in unison. What? Ignoring their reaction, he continued. There are rumors about government and military safe zones. But we've come all the way from the school, and we haven't seen a single sign of a rescue team. His words sent Zhang Zhun into a panic. Then what do we do? Are we just going to die here? If you guys manage to get in here, then there must be a way out, right? Please, you can't just leave us here to rot. I'm begging you, help us. Tion Lelay laid out the harsh reality. The vents we used are fragile. It was hard enough for just the three of us to get through. They won't support a group this size. Plus, this place is swarming with zombies. I can't guarantee I can get all of you out safely. Faced with this grim situation, Binglan asked worriedly, is there really no other way? Tion Lelay offered a small glimmer of hope. I wouldn't say that. However, He decided to play hard to get. But we're exhausted. That fight earlier took a lot out of us. Right now, all we want is a decent meal and a quiet place to get some rest. We can't work on an empty stomach. He flashed a sly smile and said his terms. This room looks pretty comfortable. Senior, since you're the ones asking for a favor, shouldn't you show a little bit of sincerity? Being put on the spot, Binglan let out an annoyed huff. Yusin looked at her nervously. Chairwoman. Finally, Binglan had no choice but to agree. Fine. We'll leave for now. You can have this room to yourselves. In the hallway, the staff began discussing things with Binglan. Chairwoman, those guys seem really capable. Maybe they really are our only shot at getting out of here. We can't rely on others for everything. We need to find our own way out too. Given the circumstances, Binglan gave Yusin an order. Get the floor plans for this building. See if there are any other exits we missed. Yusin nodded. On it. Right then, an employee approached Binglan. Chairwoman, are there any supplies left at all? A lot of us are about to hit our limit. If we're not waiting for a rescue anymore, then we might as well eat what's left. The question left Binglan and Yusin frozen. Just as Binglan was about to admit the truth, Yusin quickly stepped into cover for her. The truth is, we've already given all the supplies to the staff. The chairwoman was worried everyone would panic, so she told a white lie about having a reserve. The news sent the crowd into a tailspin. What? What are we supposed to do now? Just then, Zhang Zhun came bursting through the door, beaming. Don't worry, everyone. I found supplies. Seeing the pile of food he dumped out, they cheered. Look at all that food. Where did you find this? Binglan immediately recognized the bags and interrogated him. Isn't this the bag from those three? Why is it in your hands? He replied as if it were nothing. I saw the three of them head into another room. So I snuck into the conference room and grabbed these. Uxin gasped in shock. That's just straight up stealing. Binglan quickly tried to intervene. We can't do this. Give them back immediately. However, Zhangzhen came up with a hollow excuse. Look, everyone. There's a ton of stuff in here. There's no way they bought all of this themselves. They definitely just scavenged it off the streets. Even so, Binglan stood her ground. That still doesn't make it right. They're trying to help us. How can we just take their things like this? Seeing the situation stall, he put on a pitiful act. Director, I've already scouted the area. There's absolutely no other way out of this floor. The ventilation shaft is our only shot. Surprised, she questioned him. Didn't they say that path was unusable? He replied with smug confidence. Why are you so quick to believe everything they say? Then, Zhang Zhun argued forcefully. Think about it. If the situation out there was really that dangerous, how did those three make it in here in the first place? If those kids can handle those zombies, then why can't a group as big as ours do the same? Feeling that his words carried some weight, Binglan and Uxin shared a hesitant look. Seeing them waver, Zhang Zhun pushed further. My plan is to let everyone eat their fill, and then we'll find a way out together. If everything looks clear, we'll come back to get the rest of you. Naturally, his proposal won the crowd over. Director, I'm in. Sitting here is just a slow death sentence anyway. We might as well take a gamble. Now, Uxin also tried to persuade Binglan. I think Wang Lei has a point. Why not let them try? If it's too dangerous, they could just come right back. After a moment, Binglan fell into deep thought before finally nodding her approval for Zhang Zhun to head down. Fine. Just please, everyone, stay safe. A heavy silence hung over the first floor lobby. Suddenly, a vent cover swung open. Zhang Zhun cautiously climbed down. He scanned the area with narrowed eyes before signaling that it was clear. Then, the rest of the group dropped down one by one, making quite a bit of noise. Hey, watch it, will you? You almost kicked me in the face. Sorry. These vents are way too cramped. My legs are so cramped they're going numb. Noticing his companions were being too loud, the blonde young man hissed a warning. Keep it down, you too. Do you want to lure the zombies right to us? But the black-haired youth didn't seem to care at all. Don't be so high-strung like the director and her assistant. We haven't seen a single zombie this entire way. The man behind him chimed in. I think Brother Zhun is right. The situation isn't nearly as bad as we thought. At that moment, Zhang Zhun spoke with a condescending sneer. Told you so. The director was just spooked by the tall tales of those three students. Zombies everywhere. Yeah, right? They aren't scary at all. The blonde youth nodded in total agreement, casting a disdainful glance toward where the director was. Exactly. Girls, They've got brains the size of grapes. If we'd known it was this easy, we wouldn't have stayed trapped up there for so long. As the group walked and gossiped, his foot suddenly stepped on something slimy and wet on the floor. Immediately, a sense of dread washed over him. Looking down at the black, sticky mess on the tiles, he frowned. What is this? Driven by curiosity, he followed the trail of liquid into a dark corner, where a zombie lay perfectly still. The moment he saw it, he let out a terrified shriek. A zombie? Luckily, Zhang Zhun stepped in to calm him down. Don't panic. It's already dead, isn't it? He then moved closer to examine the corpse. Seeing this, the others called out, Brother Zhun, be careful. He noticed a massive wound on the zombie's head. He immediately jumped to a conclusion. Look at this crack in its skull. That Tion Lelay guy probably did this with his fire axe. The other young men looked on in awe, as if they had just discovered a grand secret. It looks just like it does in the movies. Strike the head, and you kill the host. Right then, Zhang Zhun cried out in excitement, as he spotted something. What's this? What he found was a vital set of keys. The lobby keys. The second his fingers brushed the keychain, the zombie's hand shot out and clamped firmly onto his wrist. The creature lunged at him with primal ferocity. The men standing behind him were scared out of their wits and screamed in terror. Oh God, it's still alive. Run, get out of here, before they could scramble away. Zhang Zhun let out a defiant roar. What are you afraid of? If Xiao Tianlei can kill these things, then a bunch of grown men like us shouldn't be outdone by some kid. With that, he tossed the keys to one of the men. Catch! At the same time, the zombie was already clawing at his face. Thinking fast, he grabbed a decorative ornament from the lobby. Then, he delivered a crushing blow to the zombie's head, sending it crashing back onto the floor. The others stood there, mouths agape in stunned silence. Now, Zhang Zhun seemed to go into a frenzy, repeatedly smashing the object into the zombie. D. Seeing him continue the brutal assault, the blonde youth rushed to stop him. It's dead, Brother Zhun. The zombie is already dead. The words finally pulled him back from his mindless rage. Now, the group showered him with praise. Their admiring gazes made him burst into a prideful laugh. Brother Zhun, you're incredible. You're like a god of war. I had no idea you were this badass. He scoffed dismissively. Zombies aren't so tough. Took me 2 hits to bash its brains out. Zhang Zhun then turned to address his followers. You all saw that, right? As long as we stick together, surviving in this apocalypse won't be a problem at all. The group now looked at him with absolute trust. Brother Zhun is right. Nothing to be afraid of. Let's take them all on. Meanwhile, in the upstairs hallway, Tion Lelay and his group were talking as they walked. These people are supposed to be elites, but I have no idea what they used their brains for. All they did was lock the main entrance. They didn't even bother securing the stairwells or floor gates. That's basically an open invitation for zombies to wander in. We've checked every room now, and all the access points on this floor are locked. We can finally be sure this floor is safe. Tion Lelay let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Yeah, when the leaders are brainless, it's the subordinates who pay the price. His attitude made Chong Yao want to tease him. Tion Lelay, I didn't realize you were so petty. So what if you were rejected during that interview years ago? It's not like you lost anything. Besides, the senior is the president. It's understandable that she can't oversee every little deal. You don't need to hold a grudge forever. Despite her teasing, he replied with total seriousness. Who said I didn't lose anything? Back then, I gave up 2 part-time jobs just to focus on preparing for that interview. I almost didn't have enough to pay my tuition. Not only that, he recounted a tragic story. The classmate who went with me had it even worse. Because he couldn't pay his fees, he was expelled from school. He had no choice but to work at a construction site. Then, during a heavy rainstorm, he fell from a scaffolding. He's been paralyzed ever since. The story made Chong Yao gasp. You're kidding, he replied in a stern tone. A man's life was ruined just like that. Who's supposed to compensate him for his loss? Can you really just shrug it off by saying details were overlooked? After making his point, Tion Lelay concluded that the higher a leader's position, the heavier the burden they carry. Because every single word they say, and every decision they make can alter the course of someone else's life. If you can't handle that responsibility, then you have no business leading. His logic left Chong Yao in awe. Tion Lelay, that was beautifully said. Then, she continued. My history teacher once said the difference between a hero and a leader lies in their perspective. Heroes love to fight, but a leader is someone who can unite people, earn their trust and respect, and inspire them to give their all. At the same time, she spoke with conviction. Tion Lelay, I've always seen leadership in you. One day, you'll stand at the top and have everyone's respect. Her mood suddenly shifted as she asked a quiet question. I just wonder when that day comes. Will you still remember that there was once someone like me? Her question caught Tion Lelay's attention. Unexpectedly, he placed his hand on Chong Yao's head and said, Silly girl. What are you talking about? The words he spoke next brought a radiant, happy smile to her face. You guys are my important teammates. We'll always be together. Hearing this, she happily insisted he make a promise. You have to remember what you said today. He gave a firm, resolute promise. I'll remember. But it didn't end there. She pressed her advantage and made another request. But I still hope you and the senior can get along. Chu Yang chimed in as well. Yeah, exactly. A real man doesn't pick fights with women, Brother Lay. You should show a little more class. Never one to be petty. He readily agreed to her request. Just then, they arrived right in front of the break room. As soon as Tion Lelay opened the door, the first thing he saw was a completely bare table and their backpacks, which had vanished without a trace. Chong Yao noticed it too and asked blankly, Where are our backpacks? Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Bingyan was pacing restlessly, full of doubt. I wonder how Zhang Zhun and the others are doing. Did they manage to find a way out? Seeing how anxious she was, Wu Xian spoke up to comfort her. Don't worry, President. They're all very smart. They won't take unnecessary risks. Right at that moment, Tion Lelay strode into the room to confront them. You have our backpacks, don't you? At the same time, Chu Yang discovered their food supplies had been devoured, with empty wrappers tossed aside in a corner. Look at this. Unable to contain his rage, he roared. I was wondering where our food went. Turns out you people stole it. Chong Yao couldn't believe her seniors could do such a thing. If you wanted some, why didn't you just talk to us? That food was vital to our survival. Tion Lelay stepped forward to interrogate them. Isn't President Zheng always the one talking about logic and reason? Well, this time, I'd love to hear how you plan to explain this. Faced with his interrogation, they were so ashamed they couldn't utter a single word. Chu Yang, still fuming, continued to lash out. Damn it, we just saved your lives. And you repay our kindness by biting the hand that feeds you, stealing our supplies like this. If I knew you were such ungrateful wolves, we would have never bothered helping you. Under his relentless scolding, Wu Xian, instead of admitting fault, snapped back. Hey, watch it. Do you have to be so incredibly rude? It was just a couple of bags of snacks. Is there really a need to make it sound so serious? We didn't steal them. Listen, we'll just pay you back once we get out of here, okay? Hearing that, he wasn't about to back down and immediately fired back a sharp response. Hey, watch at my foot. The name's Chu Yang. I might not have much of an education, but even I know that taking things without asking is called stealing. For someone so highly educated, it seems like you learned absolutely nothing. Her words left Wu Xian speechless. She could only stammer. Bingyan finally spoke up to stop her. Wu Xian, that's enough. She candidly admitted their mistake and expressed a desire to make amends. Taking your food without permission was our fault, and we're sorry. But our people are already out searching for an exit. I believe they'll find a way out very soon. There are so many of us. Once we're out, we'll definitely find more food. When that time comes, we'll pay you back double. Regarding her offer, Tion Lelay only responded with a cold, mocking question. You actually think your people are coming back? His question filled her with dread. What do you mean by that? He calmly laid out the facts for her. It took us less than half an hour to climb up from the first floor. Going down would be even faster. A round trip should take an hour at most. How long has it been since your people left? Upon hearing that, a panicked Wu Xian turned to Bingyan. It's already been 2 hours. Meanwhile, on the first floor, the other group was happily devouring bowls of noodles. They were full of praise for Zhang Zhun. This is delicious. I haven't eaten in days. Finally, a full meal. This is all thanks to Brother Zhun. One of them asked curiously, Brother, how did you know there was a hot pot here? And so much good food? Zhang Zhun explained with a smug grin. Wasn't there a modeling agency on the second floor? Those models have to starve themselves all year round, and their training is exhausting. When they get too hungry to stand it, they eat in secret, but they're terrified of the company finding out. So they kept an electric pot and supplies hidden in this storage room. They'd sneak in here for a snack every now and then. Furthermore, he revealed how he knew the food was hidden there. I happened to see them a few times. That's why I looked for this key. Then I remembered there was food here. Just then, another young man made a suggestion. Let's finish up and get back quickly. We don't want the president to worry. However, the guy who asked the question earlier let out a sneer. Are you an idiot? The company is gone. What president? He continued with a look of pure contempt. Zheng Bingyan is just a little girl. In normal times, her brain might be worth something. But in a world of chaos like this, she can barely even protect herself. You think following her will lead to a way out? The blonde guy nodded in agreement. Exactly. Didn't you see how those two almost became Shan Tion's dinner earlier? Then, he casually picked up a piece of food from his bowl and said, Open your eyes and look. He flashed a grin and declared resolutely, Only by following Brother Zhun do we get to eat meat. Our future is long. We have to look out for ourselves. The naive young man went silent for a moment after hearing that. Then, he too picked up a piece of food, popped it into his mouth, and voiced his agreement. Brother Zhun, from now on, you're our big brother. Whatever you say goes. We're all following your lead. Hearing this, Zhang Zhun became even more arrogant. Don't say that. We were good colleagues before, and we'll be good friends from now on. As long as you trust me, I'll treat you all like blood brothers. He stated with absolute certainty. There's a great saying, crisis is opportunity. We used to be nothing but low-level employees, having to endure the boss's temper all day long. But things have changed now. As long as we stick together, we'll definitely build our own empire. For some reason, the group enthusiastically cheered for his words. Right. Brother Zhun is right. Just at that moment, a horrifying sound echoed from outside the door. The sound was so terrifying that the group turned as pale as ghosts. What was that sound? Is it a zombie? Fueled by the confidence of having just killed a zombie himself, Zhang Jin spoke up. Don't be scared. Didn't you all see it earlier? Those zombies look terrifying, but they're actually quite slow. As long as you're fast enough, you can take them down. He led the way and barked an order. Everyone find a weapon. And remember, aim straight for the head. Next, he asked the group in a loud voice. Are you ready? They shouted back in unison. Ready. Right then, the doorknob began to turn. The door then burst open. A zombie lunged in with incredible speed, letting out a savage roar. Its ferocious face was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Zhang Zhun's group was naturally no exception. Fast. Too fast. What the hell is this thing? In the silent meeting room, Wu Xin whispered to Bing Yin with great concern. President, they've been gone for so long and still haven't returned. Do you think something happened to them? Bing Yin spoke in a low voice to reassure her. Maybe they just aren't familiar with the way and got lost. Let's wait a little longer. However, this conversation reached Tion Lelay's ears, forcing him to speak up. President Zheng, you're quite the comedian. It's a ventilation duct, not a maze. How could they possibly get lost? They haven't come back because they ran into zombies. Keep waiting, and I'm afraid there won't even be bones left to bury. His terrifying words made Wu Xin panic as she pleaded. Then you guys have to go save them. Seeing that she still had the nerve to ask for help, Chu Yang couldn't contain his anger. Are you kidding me? You just stole our food, and now you want us to go save your people? Who do you think you are? She wasn't about to back down and immediately argued back. Are you even a man? Being so petty and calculating. Is a little bit of food really more important than a human life? Besides, there are only us girls left here now. If you don't go, what you expect us to go? He obviously wasn't going to let himself be pushed around and shot back immediately. What does being a man have to do with anything? Logic applies to everyone, regardless of gender. Right then, Tion Lelay finally spoke up. It's not like it's impossible for us to go save them. Seeing that he was actually considering it, Binglan asked again, stunned just to be sure. You're actually agreeing to help? However, he had no intention of doing it for free. He stated his demand loudly. Beg me. The demand made Binglan tremble with sheer rage. Xin stepped forward to protest. Don't you think you're taking this too far? Our president has never had to beg anyone in her life. Tion Lelay didn't care who she was. He was here to give her a piece of his mind. President Zheng is a businesswoman, isn't she? then she should know there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want something, you have to pay the price. If you actually give a damn about your employees' lives, then sacrificing a little pride for them shouldn't be a big deal. His heavy words left Yu Xin speechless. She could only turn to look at the trembling Binglan. President. After a long moment of internal struggle, Binglan finally swallowed her pride and accepted Tion Lelay's condition. Fine, I'm begging you. Is that enough? Her tone was more of a command than a plea, and Tion Lelay shut her down instantly. Not even close. His refusal made her grit her teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Ignoring her mounting fury, he continued calmly. I told you people from the start that you were no match for the zombies. Yet you went behind our backs and sent someone down anyway. You clearly didn't trust a word we said, and now that things have gone south, you expect us to clean up your mess? I'm not running a charity here. Strictly speaking, this is a losing trade for me. Realizing she'd been toyed with, she couldn't hold back her anger anymore and screamed his name. Zhao Tion Lelay, are you playing games with me? Only then did Tion Lelay drop the act and get straight to the point. I'm giving you a reality check. He began listing the ways things used to be before the world ended. President Zheng was always high and mighty, looking down on everyone. Of course you aren't used to being the one getting messed with. But for ordinary people like us, being jerked around by the whims of people like you was just a normal Tuesday. Your decisions could ruin someone's entire life. But the times have changed. Tion Lelay wanted to make sure Binglan learned a lesson she'd never forget. The world is different now. You'd better get used to being knocked down before something even worse comes along to break you. With that, he called his companions and turned to leave. Let's go. Seeing him walk away just like that, Binglan cursed after him in frustration. Zhao Tion Lelay, you total bastard. A moment later, out in the hallway, Chong Yao spoke up, trying to plead for Binglan's group. Tion Lelay, I know they're a bit much, but they're just office workers. They don't know the first thing about fighting. If they run into zombies, they won't stand a chance. Are we really just going to stand by and do nothing? Hearing her plea, Tion Lelay explained his reasoning. I only said those things because I couldn't stand Zheng Binglan's attitude. How can someone be so arrogant while asking for help? She didn't show a shred of sincerity. If I don't teach her a lesson now, she'll never change her ways. However, Chong Yao was relieved to see that he was willing to listen to her and drop his grudge. Still, we're talking about human lives here, and I promised I wouldn't let you be too hard on her. Just help them this one time, okay? Without a second thought, she leaned in and gave him a quick kiss. The kiss caught him completely off guard, leaving him red-faced and stuttering. What was that for? You can't just go around kissing people like that. Chong Yao herself couldn't hide her embarrassment after the bold move. But she tried to play it cool as she explained. Don't get the wrong idea. That was a thank you kiss. I didn't realize I had so much influence over your decisions. It makes me really happy. Her words only made him more flustered. Can you not make it sound so dramatic? It's not like it was some grand promise or anything. But she just smiled at him with absolute certainty. Of course it's a big deal. This is the first time you've changed your mind just for me. I'll remember this for the rest of my life. Her sincere words made Tion Lelay's heart skip a beat. Just then, Chu Dong stepped up to volunteer. Brother Lay, let me go with you to save them. But Tion Lelay shook his head. No, there are only girls left on this floor now. It's not safe. You stay here and protect them. Then, he turned to Chong Yao with a serious warning. Listen, if any zombies break in, stick close to Chu Dong. Keep yourself safe. You hear me? Chong Yao nodded obediently, not planning to argue. I got it. Just be careful out there. Don't worry about us. I'll be waiting right here for you to come back. Hearing her say that, he gave her a quick nod of approval. A short while later, in the deserted first-floor lobby, Tion Lelay landed softly on the ground. He noticed the ventilation cover lying discarded on the floor. He quickly surmised the situation. The vent is open. They must have come out through here. Griping his axe tightly, he scanned the area, thinking to himself, the first floor isn't that big. Where could they have gone? As he passed by one of the rooms, a foul stench hit him. The smell of blood, it's overwhelming. The door to the room was slightly ajar. He crept toward it and pushed it open. He scanned the room cautiously. The place was drowned in a suffocating, dark atmosphere. All he could see were a few scattered crates. Without hesitating, he kicked the crates aside. Hidden beneath them were the corpses of Zhang Zhan's entire group. Not a single survivor. Tion Lelay frowned at the grisly scene. Suddenly, A blur of motion behind him made him jump, drawing his axe as he scrambled back. It was a zombie, but something about it was different, wrong, staring at the creature. Tion Lelay thought in confusion. It's so fast. Every zombie I've fought until now has been stiff and clunky. Their movements were sluggish. Why is this one moving like that? Furthermore, a strange feature on its body caught his eye. Its eyes, they aren't like the others. They're glowing red. Immediately, a crucial piece of information surfaced in his mind. That's right. The system's data mention this. As time passes and the infection spreads, a small percentage of zombies will evolve, gaining abilities others lack. These evolved types are worlds apart from the common ones. Their bodies are more flexible. Their strength is immense, and their speed far exceeds anything a normal zombie can do. They are the true threat to humanity. The zombie standing before him matched the description of an evolved specimen perfectly. He was certain now, this is a mutant zombie. However, the realization didn't fill him with fear. On the contrary, it sparked a desire to test his own limits. All right then, let's see just how tough you really are. The words had barely left his mouth when a mutant zombie lunged. It closed the gap instantly, unleashing a flurry of rapid-fire strikes. Tion Lelay had to push himself to the limit just to dodge the onslaught. Realizing it couldn't land a clean hit, the creature let out a frustrated, guttural roar. It lunged forward, snapping its jaws at his throat. But with his own enhanced reflexes, Tion Lelay managed to roll away just in time. After a brief exchange of blows, he made a vital observation. This thing really knows how to stick to its target. Fighting like this is draining my stamina too fast. I need to create some space if I want to land a counterattack. Right then, he planted a hand on the floor and vaulted into the air, narrowly avoiding a lethal swipe. In doing so, he managed to put some safe distance between them. But he didn't stop there. He lunged forward, swinging his axe in a powerful arc. To his shock, the mutant zombie actually ducked beneath the blade. Sensing the danger, he quickly retreated. His eyes sharpened as he calculated his next move. It actually dodged my axe. These evolved types are definitely on a whole different level of agility. The mutant zombie stared back at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Without a moment's pause, it charged at him again. Tion Lelay ducked low to evade the strike. The zombie spun around instantly to find him, but he had already vanished into the shadows. Confused, the creature began to thrash around the room, searching for its prey. After a fruitless search, it let out a howl of pure, unbridled rage. The creature failed to notice the presence lurking directly above it. Tion Lelay was perched atop a tall cabinet, looking down with a mocking smirk at the zombie's mindless behavior. Guess you didn't evolve much in the brains department. At that exact moment, he dropped down like a bird of prey. In the blink of an eye, he was directly over the zombie, axe raised for a killing blow. Just then, the creature sensed the danger and looked up, but it was far too late. It met a gruesome end as the axe split its skull. With one decisive strike, Tion Lelay ended the mutant zombie's life. But that wasn't all. He even let out a cold snort, making his contempt for it clear. Being fast is useless. If your brain doesn't evolve, you're still just as stupid. Just then, he noticed a strange object on its body. He quickly pulled it out of its head and wondered aloud. What is this? The Master God's voice suddenly boomed, congratulating him. Congratulations, host, on finding your first crystal core. The sudden voice made him jump. Hey, I'm talking to you, Master God. Can't you give a guy a warning before you pop in? Are you trying to scare me to death? Then, Tion Lelay got straight to the point. You're saying this is a crystal core? How come I've never heard of this thing before? What does it do? The Master God quickly offered an explanation. A crystal core is a crystal that forms in the brain of a mutated zombie. It does not exist in the body of a normal zombie, which is why you've never heard of it before. He also provided a detailed breakdown of the object's uses. Crystal cores are classified according to the level of the mutated zombie. From lowest to highest, they are white, orange, yellow, blue, purple, red, and black. They can be used to increase your own attribute points, exchange for experience points, and activate exchangeable resources. For example, a white crystal core can be exchanged for 1 attribute point or 10 experience points. And each time you level up, the exchange value will increase. After hearing this, Tion Lelay instantly realized the level of the zombie he had just faced. This crystal core is white, So that means this was a low-level mutated zombie. However, another thought suddenly occurred to him. Wait a minute. He loudly questioned the Master God. Master God, are you messing with me? Why didn't you tell me this sooner? A basic mutated zombie is already so much stronger than a normal one. By the time all the zombies mutate to the highest level, won't humanity be completely screwed? Understanding Tion Lelay's fear, the Master God spoke up to reassure him. Host, do not worry. Zombie evolution requires extremely strict conditions. Not only do they need to find a large food source, but they also need a lot of time. What's more, it gets progressively harder. Furthermore, he made one more firm assertion. In the end, very, very few can evolve to the highest level. Those that can reach the black tier, I believe there will be no more than 10 in the entire world. This firm reassurance allowed Tion Lelay to breathe a sigh of relief. Okay, I can live with that. However, he wasn't ready to let the Master God off the hook and continued to grumble. Please, I'm begging you, just tell me all the important information at once from now on. Don't be like some cheap AI. That only answers a question when you ask it. Okay. Annoyed by his complaining, the Master God shouted back angrily. Enough of your whining. What do you plan to do with this crystal core? Hearing the Master God yell at him, he sulked and muttered back, pompous jerk. Tion Lelay then began to calculate how to use the crystal core. I've only encountered one mutated zombie so far. I probably don't need the attribute points just yet. I can accumulate experience points just by killing zombies. After a moment of deliberation, he came to a decision. I've decided. I'll exchange for resources. Receiving the command, the Master God initiated the activation process. Fictional Space Resource Exchange System. Activating. A brilliant light flashed instantly. What appeared before his eyes left Tion Lelay stunned. It was a shop space. The inventory system panel immediately appeared with two categories, weapons and supplies. Inside were countless types of weapons, from knives and axes to guns and even bombs and mines. Tion Lelay tapped through a few options on the system. Is this system even working right? How come only a few supplies are usable? Why can't I exchange for anything else? The Master God quickly explained. Because item exchange permissions are based on the crystal core's level. Since he used a white crystal core, you can only exchange for tier 1 items. If you can't exchange for it, it means your level isn't high enough. If you want to expand your permissions, you'll have to find a higher level crystal core next time. Furthermore, the crystal core can only be used to help open the system. It has no exchange value itself. If you want to take these things now, you must use your experience points to exchange for them. The moment he finished speaking, Tion Lelay shouted in disbelief. What? You want my experience points too? You didn't say that before. The Master God calmly retorted. My explanation was very clear. The crystal core assists in opening the system. I never said it assists in the exchange. You were the one who made that assumption. Realizing he had walked into a trap, Tion Lelay helplessly accepted his defeat. All right, fine. A good man doesn't argue with a system. I won't exchange for anything then. Happy? Seeing that he had given up, the Master God didn't say much more, leaving only a single word before falling silent again. Goodbye. This action truly sent him into a rage, and he screamed in anger. It's like this every single time. You just leave whenever you want. Would it kill you to give a heads up? Once his anger subsided, he was left in the silence, his eyes scanning the room. His gaze stopped on the half-eaten bowl of food and the water bottle lying beside it. At this, he lowered his eyelids slightly and let out a cold snort. And to think that Zheng Bing, Nan, is still up there, anxiously waiting for news. It seems they had other plans all along. What a stupid woman. But still, this is a pretty impressive stash of food. I'll take it back to Chong Yao and the others. Looks like we're eating well tonight. A little later, in the living room of another apartment, the sound of a door opening creaked through the quiet. Tion Lelay walked in with a heavy backpack and called out, Chong Yao, Guyong, look what I brought back. However, he was met with complete silence. Where is everyone? A desperate cry for help suddenly reached his ears. Help me. Tion Lelay whipped his head around, startled, and exclaimed, that voice. He immediately dashed toward the sound, his face etched with worry. Don't tell me a zombie got in. He ran to a room and threw the door open with all his might. But what he saw, his face instantly went pale. His eyes widened in horror. The scene before him was of Chu Yang holding an injured Chong Yao, desperately trying to wake her. Chong Yao, wake up. Wu Xin and the others were standing nearby, demanding something from someone else. Wei Ping, let the director go now. If you don't, everyone here will make you pay. The moment she finished speaking, Chu Yang, seething with rage, roared, "You two bastards, using a woman as a shield. If you have any guts, fight me one-on-one." Wei Ping, far from backing down, threatened them back. "Back off. All of you back off now. Whoever takes another step, I'll kill this woman." Shan Tian held a sharp knife to a girl's throat and said, "You foolish Chinese people. I have a hostage. Why would I ever fight you one-on-one?" In the midst of the tense standoff, Tion Lelay ran to Chu Yang's side and shouted, "Chong Yao." "What happened?" Seeing him, Chu Yang sobbed, blaming himself. "Brother Lay, it's all my fault. I was careless. I couldn't protect Chong Yao." Wu Xin quickly ran over to explain what had happened. It was Shan Tian and Wei Ping. When no one was looking, they cut the rope and took the director hostage. Chong Yao was trying to save the director, and they injured her. Just then, a weak voice called out, "Tion Lelay, I'm sorry." She managed a few coughs, struggling to get the words out to him. "I promised I'd be good and wait for you to come back. But I couldn't do it." He quickly forced a gentle smile to reassure her. "It's okay. It's okay. I'm back now." Bing Lan looked at her, her eyes welling with guilt-ridden tears. "Junior, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have." Tion Lelay roared, cutting her off before she could finish. "Shut up." He stood up abruptly in a fury, his voice tight with blame he could no longer hold back. "It's you again. You're a damn jinx. All you know how to do is order them locked up? Didn't you think to post a few guards? What good is saying sorry now?" Seeing him like this, Chong Yao quickly tried to intervene. "Tion Lelay, don't blame her. Those two were just too despicable. They created a diversion to lure Chu Yang away. She got caught because she didn't want to involve anyone else. And so, she's not as bad as you think. She's still a good leader, right?" As soon as she finished, she broke into a fit of heavy, racking coughs. He no longer cared about their drama. He quickly knelt and covered her with a blanket. "Chong Yao, don't talk anymore. I'll stop the bleeding." However, she didn't listen and continued to speak. "Tion Lelay, actually, there's something I've always wanted to tell you." He frowned slightly. Though he didn't want her to keep talking, he stayed silent and listened. "Do you remember the first time we met? I said I wanted to be your girlfriend? The truth is, I didn't like you at all back then. I was just, after what happened in the library, I was so scared. I just wanted to find someone to protect me. Because I didn't want to die. I wanted to live. But then, I slowly realized how talented you really are. By your side, I always felt protected. I always felt safe. Even when we faced zombies, I wasn't scared at all. I know I could never be the one you love most. So, just being your teammate, staying by your side like this forever, that wouldn't have been so bad. But now, I'm afraid I can't go any further with you." Every word Chong Yao whispered made Tion Lelay's tears fall uncontrollably. "A good man like you, even without me, there will be so many girls who'd want to cook and take care of you. But Tion Lelay, you have to. Promise me one thing. Don't forget me. I don't need anything else. Even if I only occupy a tiny corner of your heart, I'll be happy." At that, he couldn't hold it back anymore and suddenly screamed, "What are you talking about? How could I ever forget you? Chong Yao, just hang on. You're going to be fine. I won't let anything happen to you." However, her voice grew fainter with every second, as if the slightest touch would make her vanish into thin air. Even though living in this zombie world was terrifying, getting to meet you, as she breathed her final words, her life slipped away. "I'm so glad I did." Watching her pass away in his arms, Tion Lelay felt as if a mountain had collapsed onto his chest. He called her name in sheer disbelief. "Chong Yao." Hearing his heart-wrenching cries, Chu Dong broke down as well, his entire body shaking with sobs. "Chong Yao." Finally, Tion Lelay pulled her cold body close and let out a primal, agonizing roar. "Chong Yao." Yu Xin painfully covered her mouth, choked with a sorrow she couldn't put into words. Zheng Binglan stood there dazed, whispering under her breath, "My junior." But then, Shan Tian chose that exact moment to spit out his vile insults. "Hey kid, women are just like clothes, disposable. Why are you making such a fuss? That brat was somewhat pretty, sure, but she's nothing compared to President Zheng here. Why don't we make a deal? You let me walk out of here, and I'll hand President Zheng over to you so you can enjoy her. What do you say? Don't you want to know what it feels like to hold a real beauty? But he suddenly choked on his words when he saw it. A face filled with pure, deadly intent radiating from Tion Lelay. He gently laid Chong Yao's body on the ground. Then, Tion Lelay slowly, silently rose to his feet. The terrifying stillness he projected as he turned to face them made Wei Ping and Tion flinch, shuddering. As he began to take one heavy step after another toward them, they instinctively backed away in fear. Wei Ping stammered out a nervous question. You're coming closer. What are you doing? In a fit of desperate cowardice, Tion pressed his knife harder against Binglin's throat to threaten him. Don't come any closer. I'll kill this woman, I swear. However, Tion Lelay's face remained a mask of cold indifference. He replied icily, Be my guest. Hearing this, Binglan looked at him with wide-eyed disbelief. And she wasn't the only one. Xin and the others were just as stunned, ignoring their reactions. He continued, If it weren't for her, Chong Yao wouldn't be dead. She should go to the afterlife and apologize to her. If you want to kill her, go ahead. Do it. Tion gritted his teeth and repeated his threat. Don't think I'm just bluffing. I'll really do it. Tion Lelay coldly urged him on. Then hurry up and get on with it. Seeing that he wasn't flinching at all, the man hesitated and took a small step back. Tion Lelay's lips curled into a dark sneer. As he mocked him, Don't have the guts? Fine. He roared and lunged straight at them. Then let me help you. Tion Lelay's hand clamped like a vice around Tion's knife arm. Just like that, he effortlessly pried Binglan away from him. Seizing the chance, she scrambled toward the others. Director, are you okay? While he still had Tion pinned, Wei Ping suddenly appeared from behind, raising a heavy vase and screaming. Tion Lelay didn't let go of Tion's arm. He spun around with blinding speed, delivering a devastating kick that shattered the vase and slammed directly into Wei Ping's face. Just like that, the villain collapsed at his feet. But he wasn't finished. Tion Lelay immediately turned his murderous gaze back to Tion. Caught in that stare, the man was paralyzed with terror, his eyes bulging. In an instant, Tion Lelay shifted his stance, grabbing the man's collar and wrenching his arm behind his back. He expertly disarmed him, taking the knife. Then, he interrogated them both. You two, which one of you killed Chong Yao? He glared down at Wei Ping, who was struggling to crawl away, and hissed. Speak. Desperate to save his own skin, the man immediately pointed the finger. It was Tion. He did it. He was the one holding the knife. Once he had his answer, Tion Lelay didn't say another word. He instantly drove the knife deep into Tion's arm. Stabbed without warning, the man let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. He reached for the wound, struggling and cursing through the pain. You bastard. Wei Ping. You pathetic little rat. I only wanted to kidnap Binglan. You were the one who wanted to grab the other girl. You said we needed a hostage to threaten this kid. But you couldn't even hold a knife right. You're the murderer. Binglan quickly spoke up to confirm the truth. That's right. It was Wei Ping. He's the one who killed my junior. Hearing that, Tion Lelay's expression darkened even further, his eyes swimming with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. Realizing all eyes and the knife were on him, Wei Ping was consumed by guilt and terror. He crawled forward on his knees to Tion Lelay's feet, begging for his life. Little brother, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. I just wanted to scare her a little. I never thought the knife would actually go in. I didn't expect her to fight back so hard. It was an accident. He slammed his head against the floor repeatedly, wailing for mercy. I have an old mother and a young child waiting at home. They're waiting for me to come back. Please, for the sake of us being from the same country, let me go. Hearing his pathetic excuses, Tion Lelay's rage only intensified as he shot back. Now you remember what country you're from? Chong Yao had a family waiting for her too. Did you show her any mercy? But don't you worry. I'm not going to kill you. Scum like you couldn't pay back what you owe if you died 100 times. Killing you now will be way too easy. With that, he reached out and grabbed the man by the collar. Tion Lelay tightened his grip on Wei Ping's neck, pulling his face inches away to whisper with cold malice. I have a much better idea. A moment later, the sound of struggling echoed through the hallway. Let go. Let me go, damn it. As they were being dragged along, Wei Ping and his group wouldn't stop screaming. Where are you taking us? Until they were pulled in front of a heavy, sealed glass door. Without a word, Tion Lelay smashed his fist into the fire alarm next to it. The emergency lights flashed red as the sirens began to wail. Not just one, but the alarms by the elevators all went off at once. The sirens on every floor of the building joined in. The deafening noise reverberated through the entire skyscraper, creating a chaotic, high-pitched din unable to take it. Binglan covered her ears and shouted at Tion Lelay. What are you doing? Why did you set off the alarm? He replied with eerie calm. None of you believed a word I said, did you? His eyes glowed as red as the alarm lights when he turned to look at them. Now, open your eyes and see exactly how many zombies are in this building. A moment later, the sirens finally cut out, only to be replaced by a chorus of bone-chilling growls. The barbaric sounds came from a horde of zombies swarming in from outside. They moved toward the group, standing behind the glass doors. Seeing the nightmare approaching, Tion screamed and struggled frantically. Are you people insane? They're going to break in. Let's get out of here. Looking into the mass of undead, UXIN suddenly recognized familiar faces and cried out. Director, aren't those Xiao Zhao and Xiao Wang? The scene shifted to two familiar zombies staggering at the front of the pack. As she stared at them, Binglan began to tremble, her voice failing her. Does that mean Zhang Zhun and the others? Right then, Tion Lelay reached out and nudged the glass door open just a crack. Without a moment's hesitation, he threw Wei Ping out into the hallway. Then, he heartlessly slammed the glass door shut. Once again, a barrier was forged, separating him from the safety within. Wei Ping scrambled to the door in a panic, clawing at the glass as he screamed for mercy. Open the door. Please, let me back in. I don't want to die. However, Tion Lelay's next words snuffed out the final flicker of his hope. Chong Yao must have been in so much pain when she died. But there's one thing worse than death itself. The sheer terror of waiting for it to claim you. With that, he watched as the horde began to tear into him and spoke coldly. Those bitten by zombies don't turn instantly. In fact, it takes quite a long time for the infection to take hold. Before you turn into one of them, you'll keep your human senses and consciousness. So take your time and enjoy it. Savor the feeling of your body being devoured piece by piece. Witnessing this horrific scene, Binglan's group turned pale with fright. UXIN looked like she was about to vomit right then and there. Tion collapsed to his knees, paralyzed by fear. He looked up at Tion Lelay and struggled to find his voice. Staring into those icy, dead eyes, he screamed, You're not human. You're a goddamn demon. Chu Dong immediately stepped in to cut him off. Brother Lay, what do we do with this old bastard? He played a part in Cheng Jiao's death too. Should we just toss him out there to join his friend? Hearing this, Tion let out a defiant roar, desperately trying to act tough. Go ahead, kill me if you've got the guts. Anything is better than ending up like Wei Ping. Tion Lelay turned his gaze toward him and replied, You want a quick death? It won't be that easy. With that, he turned his back on him. Before walking away, he gave Chu Dong a final instruction. Tie him up tight. Lock him in a room. I still have a use for him. Chu Dong pinned Tion down and answered quickly. You got it. The man continued to struggle and howl. Let me go. Tion Lelay walked toward Binglan's group, who were huddled further back. Just as he was about to pass her, she hesitated, opening her mouth to say something. But he didn't even slow down, walking right past her, as if she were invisible. Seeing this, UXIN looked at Binglan with deep concern. Binglan could only bite her lip in silence, forced to accept the cold shoulder. She couldn't find the words. He continued to walk away in silence, not giving her a single chance to speak. Finally, only Binglan's lonely, guilt-ridden figure remained in the quiet hall. A while later, the scene shifted to the management office. Inside the room, everyone sat in an anxious silence, exchanging worried glances. Sitting on the only chair available, UXIN felt a wave of hesitation. She wanted to offer Binglan some comfort. Just then, one of the other girls found the courage to speak up, breaking the suffocating tension. President, Zhang Zhun and the others, they aren't coming back, are they? What are we going to do now? Another girl chimed in immediately. She's right. With so many zombies outside, none of us are getting out of here alive. As their voices trailed off, Binglan spoke, her voice thick with self-loathing. Don't call me president anymore. I don't deserve that title. If I hadn't agreed to let them go down there, this wouldn't have happened. Uxin rushed to console her. Don't say that, sister. It was a decision we all made together. You can't shoulder all the blame yourself. However, she only gave a slow, sad shake of her head, refuting the younger girl's words. I was too impulsive. If I had just thought it through, if I had just stayed calm, things wouldn't have ended up like this. And then, she stood up abruptly. She slammed her hand onto the table, making a clear declaration to everyone in the room. From now on, our company is reduced to just the people in this room. I, Zheng Binglan, swear to you that I will do everything in my power to protect you. I won't let another one of you die. The scene changed as a chandelier flickered on, illuminating the room. The light shone down on two figures, one sitting, one lying still. In the quiet, lonely room, Tion Lelay looked at Chong Yao, who was lying peacefully on the sofa. He spoke in a voice heavy with grief. You silly girl. I thought you were so good at looking after yourself. Usually, whenever there was danger, you'd hide right behind me. So why did you have to go and be so impulsive this time? What was so great about that woman? That you'd risk your life for her? The moment he finished speaking, there was a soft knock at the door. It was Binglan. She gently pushed the door open and stepped inside, even without turning around. He knew exactly who it was. What are you doing here? Binglan bowed her head slightly, trying to gather enough courage to answer him. My junior died because of me. I wanted to come and see her off on her final journey. Hearing that, Tion Lelay's hands balled into tight fists. He fought to control his emotions as he ordered her out. Get out. I don't want to see your face. But Binglan didn't move. I know you hate me. It's my fault for not keeping a closer eye on those two. If it weren't for my mistake, she wouldn't have. But you Xin and the others are innocent. I'm begging you to save them. Right now, you're the only one who can get them out of here. If you can just get them to safety, you can curse me and treat me however you like. At this, Tion Lelay turned to look at her, his eyes sharp with murderous intent. He spoke in a low, dangerous tone. Curse you? You think a few insults are going to bring Chong Yao back to life? His words silenced her, and she could only frown in pain. Finally, she played her last card, desperate to reach a compromise. I'll do whatever it takes to make this right. Just tell me what you want. Tion Lelay suddenly began to speak, his words catching her off guard. Chong Yao always loved beautiful things. She always wanted designer clothes, but she could never afford them. She once told me she was working part-time just to save up for one luxury dress. But then the world ended, and she never got the chance to buy it. Now she's about to go on her final journey, and I think she'd want to be wearing something beautiful for it. If I remember correctly, the moment she realized he was staring at the outfit she was currently wearing, Binglan's heart sank and she stammered. This, sensing her hesitation, he mocked her without mercy. What's the matter? She gave up her life for you. And you're too stingy to give her a set of clothes? The second the words left his mouth, she turned to leave. I'll go change right now. But he stepped forward to stop her, delivering an order that left her stunned. Take them off. Right here. Now. Binglan spun around instantly and snapped back at him. Zhao Tion Lelay, are you trying to humiliate me? Seeing her fierce refusal, he let out a mocking, derisive laugh. Didn't you just say you'd do anything for your employees? What happened? The moment your precious dignity is on the line, you have second thoughts? He didn't care that Binglan's fists were clenched so hard they were shaking. He continued coldly. This is exactly why I despise people who think they're part of the elite, the pillars of society. You've lived in comfort for so long that you've convinced yourselves you're capable of anything. On the outside, you act so noble and grand, but on the inside, you're utterly selfish. The moment your own interests are threatened, the mask slips. Responsibility? Human lives? None of that means a damn thing to people like you. Only a silly girl like her would be dumb enough to sacrifice herself for someone as worthless as you. It was a total waste. After he finished his tirade, Binglan finally spoke back. You're right. I do value my dignity more than anything. In this world, if a woman doesn't want to bow her head to men, she has to build something for herself. And that's never been easy. But I did it. In all my years, I have never lost my pride or my sense of self. I have never let anyone humiliate me like this. But in my heart, there is something far more important than my pride. From the time I was a child, I have never endured such an insult. But today, I am willing to bear it. Because I'm going to prove to you that I am not the person you think I am. Her eyes burned with a cold, hard determination as she looked him straight in the eye. Zhao Tion Lelay, don't you dare forget the promise you made to me. At that moment, she reached behind her back and began to unzip her dress. He sat there in silence, watching her every movement as she complied with his demand. She swallowed her sobs, refusing to let them out. With trembling hands, Binglan slowly pulled the dress off her shoulders. And just then, he finally spoke up to stop her. Just go. She stood there, frozen in shock, unable to process what he had just said. Seeing her confusion, he spoke again. If humiliation could bring Chong Yao back to life, I'd do it 100 times over. But sadly, it can't. Hearing these words, Binglan bit her lip, holding back a sob of despair. Defeated, she turned to leave. Just as her hand was about to touch the door, his voice echoed once more. Tell your people, meet in the conference room in 30 minutes. I'll get them out. Binglan turned back, her face a mask of undisguised shock. You'll help us? Tion Lelay folded his arms. He slowly replied, I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for Chong Yao. No matter how much I hated you, she always wanted to protect you. The only reason you're alive right now is because she traded her life for yours. I don't want her death to be meaningless. And then he shooed her away. Go on. Before I change my mind. Binglan looked like she wanted to say something more, but in the end, she remained silent and left, leaving Tion Lelay to the silence of the room. A moment later, he stood up. He walked to the sofa and knelt on one knee. He gazed at Chong Yao, who was still sitting on the couch, and began to pour out his heart. I know, you are always laughing and joking, but deep down, you are always insecure, afraid you were useless, that you were dragging me down, afraid that I'd abandon you. But you never knew how important you were to me, even though I was chosen by this damn system. I was terrified when I saw the zombies. I was always on edge, never knowing what I was supposed to do next. But you were always by my side, cheering me on. You gave me courage. You made me more confident. Chong Yao, thank you. And I'm sorry. It was my fault I couldn't protect you. After pouring out his heart, he immediately swept her up from the couch. Tion Lelay held her in his arms, turned, and walked step by step toward a brilliant light. He gently laid Chong Yao down just outside the railing for a final farewell. I have to go now. As he finished speaking, he poured a long trail of gasoline on the ground. But don't worry, I won't let you fall into the hands of the zombies. After pouring out all the gasoline, Tion Lelay pulled out a lighter and threw it forward. The moment the lighter touched the pool of gasoline, a furious blaze instantly erupted. It engulfed Chong Yao's body, swallowing her in a sea of fire. With eyes heavy with sorrow, he silently watched the flames slowly take the girl he loved away forever. Carrying a heavy heart, Tion Lelay turned and walked away, telling himself, I will keep you in my heart. I will never, ever forget you. A while later, the scene shifts to a vast conference room. Everyone was now gathered, and someone asked Student Zhao, you said you were going to get us out. Is that right? Hearing this, Chu Yang felt a flicker of unease, recalling what had just happened, and asked, Brother Lay. The alarm went off just now. It riled up all the zombies in this building. The situation now is much worse than when we first came in. If we try to take all these people with us, Tion Lelay immediately cut him off. He looked toward someone and said, this is going to depend on someone else. As his gaze fell upon Shan Tion, he cried out in shock. What do you want? He screamed in panic as Tion Lelay grabbed him and hauled him up. Let me go. You Chinese people aren't worthy of killing me. Tion Lelay's sudden words silenced him. Don't worry. I'm not going to kill you. In fact, I'm going to get you out of here. Tion Lelay placed a hand on his shoulder with mock seriousness and said, Mr. Shan Tion, your performance is up next. The scene changes to the inside of a long, dark ventilation duct. A line of people are crawling forward one after another. Tion Lelay is in the lead, quietly moving past the vents. Behind him, Shan Tion, with his hands bound, is also struggling to crawl along. Following him are two girls with strange-looking cat ears, making them stand out from the rest of the group. Just then, Chu Yang looked at them skeptically and turned to ask Tion Lelay, Brother Lay, it's already a huge stretch for the two of us to protect this many people. Why do we have to bring these two foreign girls along? Aren't they just going to slow us down? He glanced back and explained, they didn't do anything wrong, after all. They just followed the wrong person. Once we're gone, if we leave them upstairs, sooner or later the zombies will get them. Once we get downstairs, we'll just leave them to their fate." Just as he finished speaking, the group crawled to a vent opening that overlooked a writhing mass of zombies below. The moment she saw them, Wu Xian cried out in terror. "So many zombies! Sister Binglan, I'm so scared. Are we really going to make it out of here alive?" She quickly grabbed Wu Xian's hand to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. No matter what, we'll be together." At that moment, Tion Lelay turned to the person behind him and said, "Mr. Tion, good luck." He shrank back in terror, shaking his head and begging, "No, please, I'm begging you, spare me. I'll be your slave. I'll do anything you want." But his pleas were completely useless. Without a moment's hesitation, Tion was shoved out below. The zombies below were immediately drawn by the sound. His body dangled in midair over the horde of savagely growling zombies. In a state of absolute terror, he screamed for help with all his might. "Help me." However, Tion's actions only drew more zombies toward him. As soon as he saw they were completely focused on him, Tion Lelay, from above, gave the signal. "The zombies are distracted now. Let's move." Getting the signal, everyone scrambled forward. "Hurry, hurry." From another vent in the same room, a figure landed softly on the ground. As soon as everyone had jumped down safely, Tion Lelay urged them on. They rushed to a glass door, pounding on it and struggling to find a way to open it. However, they had no idea that on the outside, the exit was completely blocked by a pile of debris. "What's going on? It won't budge." Tion Lelay ran over. His voice was frantic. "Damn it, the door is jammed." Just then, Binglan seemed to remember something. She quickly called out to them, "The bank over there has an exit. Follow me." While they were searching for an escape route, Tion was still struggling against the grasping hands of the zombies. He screamed in fear, hoping someone would come save him. "No! Somebody save me. I don't want to die. Mommy." In the ventilation duct above, where he was hanging, two people were still there, calling out worriedly, "Mr. Tion." The moment he saw them, he cried out with joy, "Shangqing, Xiaozhai, quick, pull me up." The two women immediately used all their strength to pull him up. A moment later, Tion had been pulled up and was using his feet to push himself completely inside. As soon as he was saved, he burst into sobs and hugged them tightly. "I'm saved. It's all thanks to you." However, the corner of his mouth suddenly twisted into a grotesque smile. "After I get back to my country, I'll be sure to take good care of your families." His words made Shangqing and Xiaozhai realize something was terribly wrong. But before they could react, Tion decisively shoved them both down below. The two women struggled desperately, trying to escape the zombie horde's grasp. "Mr. Tion, so this is how it is from above." He looked down at them with a vicious smile. "Only by using you as bait to distract these zombies do I have a chance to escape. The women of our great nation, at the crucial moment, must sacrifice themselves for the men. This is your honor." After saying this, he ignored them and crawled off in another direction to find his own way out. The scene changes again. A spacious office comes into view, its peaceful atmosphere a stark contrast to the zombie battlefield outside. Binglan led the group forward, shouting, "The exit is just ahead." Suddenly, the deafening sound of gunfire rang out, punching holes through the glass door. Everyone inside whipped their heads around in terror toward the sound. Behind them, somehow from somewhere, their enemy had calmly appeared with a gun and a vehicle. Tion. He let out an arrogant laugh and boasted, "Didn't see that coming, did you? Not only am I not dead, but I climbed straight into the bank's security vault. Thanks to this apocalypse, the armored car and the guns were just sitting here for the taking. Now that I have these, those zombies are nothing but mush." With that, he turned to them with a meaningful look. But now, without any warning, Tion opened fire on them relentlessly. Tion Lelay, Chuyang, and Binglan desperately searched for cover. "Look out!" The scene was now pure chaos, as everyone scrambled to find shelter from the bullets. Tion had no intention of stopping, continuing to fire as he issued a challenge. "You want to feed me to the zombies? I'll make sure you all die without a grave." He gripped the gun tightly in his hands and began firing wildly in every direction, even though no one was left in his direct line of sight. He had no intention of stopping. Meanwhile, the others were scrambling for any way to escape and save their lives. Fortunately, Tion Lelay and Zheng Binglan managed to duck into a safe corner just in time. But Uxin wasn't so lucky. In her panic, she tripped and went sprawling across the floor. Seeing her fall, Binglan let out a horrified scream. Uxin. Shan Tian seemed to lock onto his target, becoming even more crazed. Let's see where you can. Run now. D. All of you just die. With a hail of bullets flying toward her, Uxin could only curl into a ball, shaking uncontrollably. Help! Someone help! Witnessing the scene, Chu Dong grabbed a heavy chair. He clicked his tongue and cursed under his breath. Women, nothing but trouble. With that, he used the chair as a makeshift shield and charged toward her. The moment he reached her, he dropped low, using the chair to deflect the incoming bullets. Chu Dong's strong hand gripped Uxin's slender waist. He hoisted her up and sprinted back toward Tion Lelay. Gudong, over here. Luckily, they made it back to the group without a scratch. Chu Dong set Uxin down and asked with genuine concern, "Are you hurt?" But no answer came. By now, she was so paralyzed with fear that her entire body was trembling and she could only sob breathlessly. Without a second thought, she threw her arms around him and wailed. I thought I was dead. I was so scared. Being hugged so abruptly, Chu Dong felt his heart skip a beat. He turned beet red with embarrassment. However, before they could say another word, gunfire erupted once more. But this time, the bullets found their marks. Watching the two employees fall, Binglan shrieked in a total panic. Susan, Xiaoyu. As she tried to rush out, Tion Lelay grabbed her hand and jerked her back. Don't go out there. Shan Tian showed no signs of slowing down. He kept firing, screaming at the top of his lungs. Tion Lelay, I thought you were supposed to be some big shot. If you've got the guts, come out and face me. Stop hiding like a damn coward. Realizing how dire the situation had become, Chu Dong turned to Tion Lelay, worried. Brother Lay, what's the plan? There's too many of them. We can't just fight our way down. Tion Lay's mind was racing with calculations. The gunfire and the stench of fresh blood. It's only a matter of time before the zombies outside are lured here. I have to end this, and I have to do it fast. With that thought, he turned away without a word. He gently rubbed the ring on his finger and gave a mental command. Open the exchange system. Instantly, the system supply and weapon interface driven by desperation. He kept trying to select a weapon, even as the system replied with the same mechanical drone. Qualifications insufficient. Exchange denied. Qualifications insufficient. Exchange denied. Seeing the system repeatedly reject him, Tion Lelay tried a different tactic, pleading. Come on, man. Listen to me. Great system overlord. This is an emergency. Can't you just let me buy it on credit this once? No matter how much he begged. The system, if playing the victim actually worked, what use would a system overlord be? Rules are rules. The overlord is impartial and just. No exceptions. Seeing how rigid the system was, he let out a helpless sigh. You really don't know how to be flexible at all, do you? Since no one else could see the interface, everyone else was just watching him struggle. Seeing him muttering to himself, Binglan asked in confusion. Who is he talking to? Chu Dong was just as baffled. I have no idea. Suddenly, Tion Lelay spotted something interesting. Wait a second. This is... What he saw was a listing for gasoline. He cheered in relief. Perfect. I can actually afford this. Once the exchange was complete, he turned back and began finalizing his plan. He gave everyone a strict warning. Stay right here. Whatever you do, do not come out. Then, he leaned in and whispered a set of instructions into Chu Dong's ear. After receiving his orders, Chu Dong gave a short nod of understanding. A moment later, amidst the wreckage, the relentless gunfire finally ceased. When Tion Lelay didn't appear, Shan Tian climbed back into his car. He was clearly preparing for one final, desperate move. Not coming out, huh? Then I'll just run you all over. The car roared to life and surged forward. Right then, Chu Dong jumped up from behind the reception desk and yelled, Hey, over here, you fat pig. He poured all his energy into provoking the man to draw his attention. Hiding in a metal box, you think that makes you tough? If you're a man, get out and fight me one-on-one. Seeing him, Shan Tian let out a manic laugh. Finally, someone's eager to die. He spun the steering wheel, aiming the car directly at Chu Dong. Let's see what's stronger, your martial arts, or my car. A deadly chase between man and machine erupted right there in the lobby. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the roof of the car. Instantly, a wicked smirk spread across Tion's face. A feint? I saw that coming a mile away. He laughed triumphantly and pulled his gun. Tion Lelay, say hello to hell. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a familiar figure appeared from a completely different direction. Sorry to disappoint you. With eyes as cold as ice, Tion Lelay stared him down and spoke. But I can't let you have your way. Seeing Tion Lelay standing elsewhere, perfectly safe, Tion's mind went blank. He was paralyzed with shock. But a bullet had already been fired, piercing through the roof and straight into the gas can strapped there. A massive explosion rocked the building, engulfing the car and Tion in a ball of fire. Tion Lelay raised a hand to shield his face, his eyes remaining empty and cold. He watched the burning wreckage with total indifference. As the flames roared higher, he covered his eyes again and stepped back to avoid the flying sparks. Uxian and Binglan clung to each other, shaken by the aftershock. As the smoke began to clear, Chu Dong noticed the thick plumes rising. In the center of the room, the fire was still belching out black smoke. In the heart of the inferno, Tion was being burned to a crisp. Tion Lelay frowned and muttered, "You piece of foreign trash. A quick death like this is more than you deserved." Chu Dong looked at him in awe. "Brother Lelay, that was incredible. That bastard had some serious firepower. If you hadn't done that, we might not have been able to take him down." Then, Chu Dong asked with a hint of suspicion, "But where did you find such a huge barrel of gas?" "Oh, that? It was just sitting over there. Probably some promotion for the bank's wealth management clients or something." Uxian trembled as she spoke. "Susan, shall you?" she asked with a voice full of unconcealed grief. "Sister Binglan, is it really just the two of us left now?" Binglan didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked toward the corner, where he was huddled on the ground, eyes brimming with tears. She rushed over and pulled Uxian into a tight embrace. She couldn't hold back her emotions. "Director, Sister Uxian, shall he? Oh, thank God. You're still alive." He burst into loud sobs. "I was so scared. I thought I was a goner for sure. I thought I'd never see you guys again." Tion Lelay bluntly cut through the emotional reunion. "We don't have time for this." He scanned their surroundings and gave a final order. "The explosion is going to draw every zombie in the area right to us. We have to move. Now." The scene shifted to the desolate, ruined streets outside. Tion Lelay quickly picked the lock of a car and sighed in relief. "Finally, this one actually starts." He asked anxiously. "Director, the world has completely fallen apart. What are we supposed to do now?" Binglan replied with heavy sorrow. "The company is gone. There is no director anymore. Just call me Binglan from now on." Chu Dong spoke up with a suggestion. "If you ladies have nowhere else to go, why don't you come with us?" Tion Lelay snapped at him. "Hey, who told you that you could make that call?" Chu Dong explained calmly. "Brother Lelay, it's pure chaos out there. Zombies could be hiding around any corner. Leaving 3 girls alone on the street is basically a death sentence." He continued, trying to convince him. "Besides, if Chong Yao were still here, he'd definitely just stand by and watch me die." Hearing those words, he stayed silent, not knowing what to say. Bing Yin waited quietly for Tion Lelay's decision. After a moment, he spoke. "Fine, you can come." Shuyang immediately gestured to her. "What are you standing there for? Get in the truck." He linked arms with her and said happily, "Sister Bing Yin, let's go." As she watched Shuyang's smiling face up front, Uxian began to harbor her own thoughts about him. The truck continued to roll along the long, winding road. The atmosphere inside the back of the truck grew quiet. Uxian glanced over at Li Shuyang and asked him point blank, "Li Shuyang, let me ask you something." Uxian began to open up. "You Zhao Tion Lelay and Chong Yao. What's the deal between the 3 of you? Why are you guys traveling together? Those 2 are college friends. But no matter how I look at you, you don't look like a student." Shuyang replied irritably. "I'm definitely not a student. I'm a martial arts choreographer. So what? You looking down on me or something?" Uxian leaned in close and whispered compliment. "Who said I was looking down on you? I think you're highly skilled, loyal, and reliable. Compared to those wimpy students who couldn't even kill a chicken, you're much stronger. Is that so wrong?" Shuyang's face turned bright red. He avoided her burning gaze. What are you doing sitting so close? What are you trying to pull? You still haven't answered me." He awkwardly recounted his story. "Brother Lelay and I met on the road. Back then, my sister and I were trapped in a supermarket by zombies. After that, Shienhao fell into a deep thought. He said, Brother Lay saved us. He even helped me bury my sister. So, I decided to follow him as my big brother. Wu Xin praised him sincerely. I couldn't tell from your rough exterior, but you're actually a really good brother. She started prying for more information, and the conversation quickly caught Bing Yan's attention. So, is Chong Yao Zhao Tianlei's girlfriend? No, that can't be it. She focused intently on Xuyang's answer. I heard Chong Yao say that Zhao Tianlei has a crush on some goddess. She's a famous star at their school. Her name is Chun Sinu, or something like that. Wu Xin took the opportunity to tease Bing Yan. Is that so? Then doesn't that mean Sister Bing Yan still has a shot? She continued, but Bing Yan cut her off. Wu Xin, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? She then turned her suspicion on him. What about you? Do you have a girlfriend? Xuyang scratched his cheek. He answered cautiously, well, I guess I don't. I had one before. But we broke up. So yeah, I'm single. Wu Xin gently draped her arm over his shoulder and said sweetly, from today on, I'm your girlfriend. Xuyang was completely shell-shocked. He stammered, you. What did you just say? Wu Xin made her offer clear. I said, I've got my eye on you. I want to be your girlfriend, and you're not allowed to say no. She grabbed his hand tightly, ignoring Xuyang's frantic attempt to pull away. She spoke with determination. Don't you know? The whole hero saves the beauty thing is absolutely fatal for a girl's heart. You saved me back there, and now I've fallen for you. You have to take full responsibility for me until the very end. A fragile girl like you? No way. I saved you out of the kindness of my heart. And now you're trying to cling to me? She frowned, looking displeased. So you won't agree? Wu Xin struck a provocative pose. She fired back boldly. Tell me, what part of me isn't good enough for you? Is it my face? Or my body? Xuyang was flustered and didn't know what to say. Well. She cut him off and made the decision for him. Since you can't answer, that means you agree. Wu Xin quickly linked arms with him intimately. She said happily, Sister Bing Yan, shall he? You guys be my witnesses. From this moment on, this man is my boyfriend. She then pinched Xuyang's ear and warned him. If you ever dare to mistreat me, these are my good sisters. They definitely won't let you off easy. Help! What did I do to deserve this? Bing Yan gasped in surprise, while Xiao He could only stammer in response. The truck suddenly came to a halt. Tion Lelay opened the back door and announced, We're staying here for the night. We'll head out again tomorrow. Everyone began to climb down from the truck one by one. Wu Xin and Xiao He whispered to each other. Where are we? The outskirts. A massive construction site appeared before their eyes. Bing Yan immediately recognized this as a government-funded scientific research zone. A few years ago, because there was no room in the city, and land prices were too high, many research institutions were moved to the outskirts. The conversation continued lively, but looking at it, it seems like it's still under construction. It's not officially operational yet. So, there shouldn't be anyone here. No wonder these buildings look like they're unfinished. She asked Tion Lelay directly, Where exactly are we going to stay? I just saw a finished cafeteria over there. We'll rest there tonight. He replied indifferently. But if any of you young misses can't handle it, feel free to figure out yourselves. Bing Yan was fuming when she heard that. She grabbed Xiao He's hand and snapped. Don't you dare look down on us. There's nothing I can't handle. Let's go. The inside of the cafeteria was empty. Not a single soul was in sight. Xuyang suddenly spoke up, breaking the quiet atmosphere. This is great. These vegetables haven't gone bad yet. We've actually got something to eat for dinner. He turned to ask, Do any of you know how to cook? Bing Yan and Wu Xin both shook their heads at the same time. Xiao He gave a sheepish smile. Suddenly, she raised her hand to volunteer. I know a little bit, but I'm not sure if it'll be to everyone's taste. Tion Lelay immediately shouted. At a time like this, who cares about taste? As long as it fills our stomachs, it's fine. He raised his hand in agreement. We're counting on you. Xiao He blushed and replied shyly. Okay then. She spoke up cheerfully. Since this is a cafeteria, there must be rice. Let's go. Canned goods or whatever else. I'll go look for them. I'll make a delicious meal for everyone tonight. Bing Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. Xuyang brought 2 cans of beer to the table and invited him. Brother Lay, they have cold beer here. We've been living in fear for so long. Don't you want to drink? Relax a little. He replied casually. I don't usually drink beer. Besides, we can't let our guard down yet. If we get drunk, we're dead meat if the zombies show up. He popped the tab on the can and said happily, how would you get drunk off beer? If you're not drinking, then I'll just drink it all myself. Shienhao took a long swig and sighed in satisfaction. Ah, that hits the spot. Tion Lelay pursed his lips, looking helpless. Then, he picked up the remaining beer and said hesitantly, I guess a little bit wouldn't hurt. Shienhao excitedly clinked cans with Tion Lelay. Cheers! Wu Xian took the initiative and asked her, Sister Bingyan, let's go help wash the vegetables. The vegetables were quickly cleaned under the tap. Bingyan and Wu Xian continued to work away. She suddenly questioned Wu Xian. Wu Xian, you said you wanted to be Li Xiuyang's girlfriend. Were you serious? Of course, Sister Bingyan. Why would you ask me that? She got straight to the point. No reason. It just felt a bit sudden. The two of you just met. And he's not exactly the type you usually go for. She smiled back. He might not be some elite rich kid from the business world, but at least he has a good heart. Hearing that, Bingyan fell even deeper in her own thoughts. Wu Xian answered honestly, Sister Bingyan, I'll tell you the truth. I'm doing this more because I want a man who can protect me. She explained her reasoning. I can't forget when Shan Tian and Gu Weiping bullied us. We couldn't do anything but cry. I was so scared I couldn't even lift a finger. Wu Xian explained seriously. That's when I realized just how weak a girl can be, especially in a world like this. There's no law to protect you. No social rules. If a man wants to kill a woman, it's as easy as crushing an ant. That kind of fear and helplessness. I never want to experience that again. She glanced over at Chu Yang, who was happily drinking a beer, her conviction hardening. Chu Yang is an honest man. I don't know if he really loves me, but at least he won't hurt me. With him, I'll be safe. Wu Xian suddenly spoke. Sister Binglan. She immediately began to advise her. You should start making a plan for yourself soon. Wu Xian called out again. Sister Binglan. She gave her some sincere advice. You really should start thinking about your future. Wu Xian elaborated. Tion Lelay. Before, he might have been just some poor college kid you wouldn't look at twice. But in this apocalypse, a man like him is a rare prize in a woman's eyes. She urged her on. Whoever makes the first move has the advantage. Sister Binglan, if you don't lock him down soon, just wait until another woman snatches him away. You'll regret it when it's too late. She replied helplessly, Wu Xian, why do you make women sound like a pack of wolves? As scary as zombies. Sister Binglan, I'm not kidding. She laid out the truth bluntly. You were born with a silver spoon. Someone who's always been at the top of the pyramid. But I started from the bottom and clawed my way up. All these years in the business world have taught me one thing. Compared to men, who think with their lower half most of the time, the competition between women is what's truly terrifying. Binglan was stunned by Wu Xian's words. Look at Xiaohe. Normally, she's as quiet as a mouse. But look at how proactive she was just now. She pressed her point with conviction. But she and you aren't even in the same league. If he didn't choose a great beauty like you, it would only be because Tion Lelay was blind. She explained sadly. Stop joking. Tion Lelay already holds a grudge against me. And after what happened with Chong Yao, he can't hate me enough. You saw how vicious his attitude was toward me. Wu Xian quickly encouraged her. That's where you don't get it. If a guy truly hates a girl, he'll just ignore her. The more he targets you, the more it proves he's paying attention to you. She pointed out astutely. The truth is, you have feelings for him too. With her cheeks flushing red, Binglan stammered in reply. Nonsense. I would never like an arrogant guy like that. As she washed the cabbage, she burst out laughing. I've been with you for so long, and this is the first time I've ever seen you blush over a guy. You two are a classic case of bickering lovers. Wu Xian said confidently, Sister Binglan, even though you're always better than me in business, when it comes to romance, you need to learn from me. You're playing with fire by not seizing this chance. By the time he's been snatched up by someone else, it'll be too late. She quickly called out in a sweet, pouty voice, Hubby, my hands are all sore. Come over and help me, please. Tion Lelay started to tease Chu Yang, who was now in an awkward position. Kid, you usually look so innocent and honest. Turns out still waters run deep, huh? Come on, fess up. What did you two get like this? Brother Lay, don't make fun of me. My hand was forced. Suddenly, An incredibly shrill sound echoed from outside the construction site. He shot to his feet. He exclaimed in surprise. What was that sound? Everyone rushed toward the source of the noise. Tion Lelay was frozen by the scene before him. A demon wolf was attacking Xiao He, who was sprawled on the ground. Her body was covered in wounds. She began to cry out in pain. Bing Lan screamed in horror. Xiao He. It quickly bared its sharp teeth at her. Seeing the demon wolf about to lunge, Tion Lelay commanded urgently, Chu Yang, get them out of here now. Chu Yang quickly pulled Wu Xian and Bing Lan, who was screaming frantically, away. Let's go. Xiao He. He swiftly raised his gleaming axe. Tion Lelay brought the axe down in a direct blow, slashing the demon wolf's body. It grew more wary of him and began to snarl and growl. Tion Lelay carefully assessed the situation. This zombie dog's movements are much faster and stronger than a normal zombie's. He silently calculated. And what's more, its fangs and claws are so sharp. Getting caught by it would be no joke. I have to figure out a way to evade it fast. The demon wolf shot toward him. Tion Lelay quickly vaulted over an obstacle to dodge the attack. Without a moment's hesitation, he ran forward. Meanwhile, Chu Yang, Bing Lan, and Wu Xian were running for their lives. He quickly shouted a reminder. The processing area is just ahead. You two go hide first. I'm going to help Brother Lay. Xiao He suddenly appeared from nowhere, walking slowly toward them. Her body was shaking unnaturally. Bing Lan froze, whispering, Xiao He. She asked in surprise, You're still alive? Xiao He remained silent, continuing to tremble uncontrollably. Wu Xian asked anxiously, Are you okay? She suddenly threw her mouth wide open, completely out of control and openly hostile. Chu Yang quickly shielded them and ordered, Stupid! Get back! He instinctively reached behind his back to draw his saber, but it wasn't there. Chu Yang quickly realized, Damn it! I left my saber in the main hall. Xiao He growled and lunged at him. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and made a decision. I really didn't want to get rough with a girl. He closed the distance instantly, thinking sorry about this. Chu Yang delivered a direct kick to Xiao He's face, making her scream in agony. The demon hound was still relentlessly pursuing him. Once Tion Lelay successfully made it into the kitchen area, he quickly hid. In a blind spot, it frantically looked around, searching for any sign of Tion Lelay. The hound's attention was drawn to the nearby kitchen counter. It roared and charged, crashing headfirst into the obstacle with a sickening thud. It then collapsed onto the floor. He stood up straight. He laughed tauntingly. Stupid dog. I'm over here. Come and get me. The hound immediately charged toward Tion Lelay as he ran with all his might. It pursued him relentlessly, hot on his heels. Tion Lelay suddenly leaped up, causing the hound to slam into the kitchen cabinet. He smirked, a mocking smile on his face. It was still struggling to free itself. Suddenly, Tion Lelay brought his axe down in a single, decisive strike on the demon hound. He let out a quiet scoff. What a dumb dog, after all. The system's voice immediately sounded. Congratulations, host, for successfully killing the mutated zombie dog. Experience points increased by 2. Looking at his own pathetic state, Tion Lelay was extremely dissatisfied with the system. What? 2 points. I went through all that trouble. My clothes are all ripped. I should have gotten at least 10 points. This system is absolute. No bargaining. He cursed in frustration. Damn it. Tion Lelay quickly began to rummage through the kitchen cabinets. His actions made the system ask, What are you looking for? The crystal core. Tion Lelay quickly explained to the system. This zombie dog was way tougher than the last mutated zombie. The crystal core must be a higher level. The system replied, You seem to have misunderstood something. The zombie dog is more agile than a normal zombie because its own genes are different. Therefore, its post-mutation manifestation is also different. Crystal cores do not exist in their bodies. Tion Lelay shouted in frustration. You couldn't have said so earlier? You made me search for so long. Meanwhile, Chu Yang called out to him from a distance. Brother Lay, he asked him with a puzzled look. Who were you talking to just now? No, nobody. I have a habit of talking to myself. Chu Yang looked at the headless corpse of the demon hound and asked, You killed this zombie dog all by yourself? He praised him with awkward admiration. Brother Lay, you're amazing. How did you do that? Can you teach me? It's no big deal. Next time we run into one of those zombie mutts, I'll get on the spot just for you. Tion Lelay turned to Chu Yang to check on the situation. By the way, where are those two girls? They got some of Xiaohe's blood on them. I was worried about infection, so I told them to go to the restroom and get cleaned up. Tion Lelay nodded, his expression turning serious. That was my mistake. I didn't realize a zombie dog was hiding in here. Even though we took care of it, there's no guarantee we're in the clear. Let's do another sweep of the area. Tion Lelay fell into deep thought. That mutant zombie from before and the one we just fought, they were exactly the same. I didn't sense either of them until it was almost too late. It looks like my detection is currently limited to standard zombies. This isn't good. I need to rack up enough points for an upgrade, and fast. Chu Yang spoke up, looking a bit sheepish. But, now that Xiaohua is gone, who's going to make dinner tonight? Tion Lelay sighed, speechless, and headed back toward the familiar dining area. A pot of vegetable noodle soup sat steaming on the table. Uxin was overjoyed, showering him with praise. It smells amazing. Tion Lelay, I had no idea you could actually cook. Tion Lelay replied flatly. You call this cooking? I just threw everything into a pot and used the seasoning packets from some instant ramen. This is how we survived back in the dorms. She was still thoroughly impressed. Well, it's still impressive to me, being able to whip something up this good out of nothing. Whoever ends up marrying you is going to be one lucky girl. Uxin then turned to nudge the man beside her. Guyong, you should take notes. Why should I have to learn? Isn't cooking supposed to be a woman's job? She furrowed her brows, instantly firing back. Excuse me? Do you have any idea how much money I spend on high-end skincare for these hands? There is no way I'm ruining them doing dishes or cooking. That kind of manual labor is exactly what men are for. Tion Lelay abruptly set his chopsticks down. He frowned, his voice turning cold and direct. Let's get one thing straight. I don't care if you used to be a CEO, a secretary, or some high-level elite. That life of luxury is over. The days where everyone else does the hard work for you are dead and gone. He laid out his terms without blinking. We don't keep people around who don't pull their weight. If you can't contribute, at the very least, don't be a drag on the rest of us. Nobody here is going to pamper you. If anyone wants to be dead weight, expecting a free ride, while barking orders at others, then you can. Get the hell out right now. Uxin stammered, visibly shaken. I was just joking. Binglan slammed her beer can onto the table and stood up. Fine, we'll leave. Who says we even want to follow you anyway? Uxin tried to pull her back, but Binglan was already making a scene. Sister Binglan, you've had too much to drink. I'm not drunk. Binglan pointed an accusing finger at Tion Lelay. Tion Lelay, what's your problem? Why do you keep mocking us? Why do you keep trying to provoke me? You saved our lives, but that doesn't give you the right to insult us. She couldn't hold back her indignation any longer. Fine, maybe I don't know how to cook a meal, but that doesn't make me worthless. With her eyes turning red from frustration and hurt, Binglan continued. You think being a CEO is easy? Everyone sees the glamour on the outside, but nobody knows the hell I went through to get there. Her voice broke into a sob. When I started this company, I pulled endless all-nighters. I didn't eat, I didn't sleep. I lived in that office for a month straight. I spent every waking moment trying to close deals and networking, talking until my throat was raw, all while having to stay on guard so no one would take advantage of me. Her words brought tears to Uxin's eyes as well. I worked harder than anyone. I sacrificed more than anyone. You don't know the first thing about me. What gives you the right to talk to me like that? Binglan's voice trembled with every word. I fought for so long. I gave everything I had just to get Tianxi to where it was. But now, she finally collapsed into utter despair. In a single night, the career I broke my back to build, everything my employees and I worked for, it's all just gone. I have nothing left. Tion Lelay remained silent, offering no reply. Uxin put an arm around Binglan. Sister Binglan, you really are drunk. Let me help you back to the room to rest. I'm not drunk. Chu Yang turned to look at Tion Lelay. Brother Lay, don't you think you were a little too hard on her? Tion Lelay only gave a cold, dismissive grunt. In the quiet bedroom, Binglan tossed and turned restlessly. Uxin, don't leave me. I have nothing left now. I only have you. I know. Don't worry, sister. I'm not going anywhere. Suddenly, Binglan's anger flared up again. Zombies? What's so scary about them? I can fight too. I don't believe for a second that we can't survive without those men. Binglan grabbed Uxin's hand tightly. We're leaving tomorrow. I'll be the one to protect you. okay? Uxin replied gently, humoring her. Okay. Sister Binglan is the strongest. I'll follow your lead. Binglan's face was flushed with wine and rage. That Zhao Tion Lelay. He is so insufferable, arrogant, rude, egotistical, bitter. In my entire life, I have never met a man as detestable as him. Just thinking about him makes me want to. Suddenly she stopped, clapping a hand over her mouth. Uxin panicked. She quickly tried to settle her down. Sister Binglan, you need to sleep. I'm gonna go find some clean clothes to change into. The next morning, Binglan slowly blinked her eyes open, clutching her throbbing head. Wait, weren't we just having dinner? Why am I in here? The memories of the previous night's chaos started flooding back. Oh God, last night, Binglan covered her face with both hands, mortified. What did I do? This is so embarrassing. Why didn't Uxin stop me? She forced a weak smile as she kicked off her high heels. Ugh, I reeks of alcohol. The scene shifted. Chuyang asked, his voice full of concern. Brother Lay, are you okay? I'm fine. Just go get some rest. Tion Lelay stumbled down the hallway, his vision swimming. My head is spinning. What kind of beer was that? The alcohol content must have been insane. His body swayed as he walked. He thought back to the last time he'd grabbed beers with Wu Lei in the dorms. Nothing beat having hot pot and drinks together. It would have been even better if we hadn't gotten caught by the RA. His face was flushed from the booze. I wonder how Wu Lei and Zitong are doing now. Are they safe? Do they even have anything to eat? And he suddenly thought of Xinu. Tion Lelay noticed something through a haze. He peered through a doorway and saw Binglan. She was in the middle of changing her clothes. Tion Lelay's eyes widened. In his drunken stupor, he mistook Binglan for Xinu. His lips trembled as he whispered her name. Xinu. Startled, Binglan spun around. Who's there? In Tion Lelay's mind, the image of Xinu appeared before him. Tion Lelay. He muttered, his voice thick with emotion. Is it really you? Binglan let out a panicked shriek. Don't come in here. Can't you see I'm changing? Get out. Now. Tion Lelay lurched forward and pulled Binglan into a tight embrace. Her face turned beet red. He began to cry, his voice cracking. Do you have any idea how much I've been worrying about you? Please, don't disappear again. I was so scared I'd never see you again. Scared I'd never get the chance to tell you that I love you. Binglan froze, completely bewildered. What are you talking about? She shoved him back and snapped. Stop joking around. You've done nothing but act like you hate me. How could you possibly love me? Tion Lelay looked at her, his eyes glazed. You got it all wrong. How could I ever hate you? Binglan asked hesitantly. Then why do you always have that sour look on your face? You won't even look me in the eye when you talk to me. Tion Lelay looked down, embarrassed. That's only because I didn't dare to. You're a goddess. You've always been like a shining star in the sky, with so many people chasing after you. I felt like I had nothing. I couldn't even afford my own tuition. I felt so small, so full of insecurity. Even looking at you felt like a luxury I couldn't afford. What right did I have to even get close to you? Tion Lelay continued. But things are different now. I'm not the same person I used to be. From now on, I will use all my strength, my very life, and everything I have to protect you. Bingyan stared blankly, her face flushing crimson. She asked softly, Is that true? Tion Lelay placed a hand on her cheek and said, Stay by my side and let me prove it to you. Is that okay? He leaned in closer to her. She closed her eyes tight, and her grip on the bath towel loosened. The towel slid to the floor. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Tion Lelay jolted awake, asking in a daze, What happened? Are the zombies in here? Wu Xin and Shuyang stood there, faces bright red, staring at Tion Lelay in speechless shock. You guys. Tion Lelay hurriedly glanced beside him. Bingyan was right there in bed with him, using her legs to desperately cover herself. Both of their clothes were scattered all over the floor. Tion Lelay panicked. Wait, what's going on here? Wu Xin was furious. Zhao Tion Lelay, is it not obvious what's going on? I never thought you'd be this kind of person. I only stepped out to change my clothes. And you immediately took advantage of Sister Bingyan? Shuyang turned to Tion Lelay. Brother Lay, did you guys really do the deed? Tion Lelay stammered. He said awkwardly, All I remember is drinking, and then my head started spinning. I just wanted to find a room to sleep in. And then he recalled the flashes of what happened between him and Bingyan. And then Tion Lelay buried his face in his hands. How did it end up like this? Wu Xian questioned him, her voice dripping with rage. What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying you were too drunk to remember? Are you trying to dodge responsibility? Bingyan put her clothes back on and said, Wu Xian, stop. It's not what you think. She looked at him. Zhao Tion Lelay, you don't need to feel guilty. We're both adults. I take full responsibility for my own actions. I don't blame you. Shuyang chimed in from the side. Brother Lay, look, if the girl is already saying that, you need to be a man and step up to the plate. Tion Lelay hissed under his breath. Shut up. If you hadn't dragged me into getting drunk, I wouldn't have mistaken her for Sinew. Bingyan froze. What did you just say? Tion Lelay and Shuyang both panicked, realizing she had hurt him. Tion Lelay closed his eyes and sighed. I'm so sorry. He stepped toward her. No matter how it happened, it's my fault. But don't worry. I'll take full responsibility for you. Bingyan began to tremble as tears welled up. You said you liked me, that you'd protect me with your life. It turns out you just thought I was someone else. She swung her hand and slapped Tion Lelay hard across the face. Zhao Tion Lelay, you are a disgusting bastard. Witnessing this scene, both Wu Xian and Shuyang fell into a stunned silence. Suddenly, a noise erupted from outside. Shuyang frowned. Was that a gunshot? Wu Xian looked worried. Who's shooting? Could the rescue team be here? Tion Lelay composed himself and told Shuyang, let's go. Go out and see what's happening. Shuyang nodded. Tion Lelay turned back to look at Bingyan. Wait. But she remained silent, refusing to look at him. He hurried out, giving a final warning. You two, go hide for now. Stay safe. Outside, a horde of zombies was launching a massive attack. A group of people was desperately fleeing the pursuit. Li Nixuan and his girlfriend, Shuyan, were supporting an injured Xiaochu, while Wyan was firing round after round into the zombie mob. Nixuan turned back and began to curse. The kid is already that badly hurt. Why did you even bring him along? He's just dead weight now. Xiaochu looked up, his voice weak. Brother Hien, I'm not going to make it. Don't worry about me. If you keep carrying me, none of us will get away. Wyan leaned him against a tree and barked. Shut up and save your breath. You're going to be fine. With that, he squeezed the trigger, spraying lead into the approaching horde. He roared at the top of his lungs. Die, you damn freaks. I'll take you all down with me. Just like that. He fired volley after volley, dropping the zombies one by one. Hiding behind a tree hollow, Nixuan and Shuyan cheered. Wyan, nice shot. As expected of a sharpshooter. Kill them all. However, Wyan kept pulling the trigger, but nothing came out. A cold realization hit him. Oh no, I'm dry. A zombie suddenly lunged at him, pinning him to the ground. Nixuan screamed in terror. We're screwed. Another zombie lunged towards Xiaochu at the same time, forcing Wyan to yell, Xiaochu. The boy could only tremble in frozen silence. Suddenly, a figure blurred past. A single strike cut the zombie down. At the same moment, Shuyang charged in, decapitating the one pinning Wyan. He turned to Tion Lelay. Brother Lay, leave this side to me. Tion Lelay raised his axe and nodded. Shuyang and Tion Lelay began a relentless counterattack against the horde. Hidden behind the tree, Nixuan couldn't hide his amazement. He wondered, who the hell are these two? They aren't even afraid of those monsters. Wyan was just as stunned. Tion Lelay turned his head to give directions. There's a cafeteria behind us. Hurry up and hide inside while supporting Xiaochu. Wyan stammered back. Right. Got it. In the distance. Shuyan grabbed Nixuan's hand and urged, Honey, let's go. The group quickly scrambled toward the building as Tion Lelay cut down more zombies. His points began to skyrocket until finally a notification sound chimed in his mind. Experience is full. Host leveling up. A glow of green light enveloped his body. The system voice announced, Congratulations, host has successfully promoted to private class 1. The zombies were still swarming in. Shuyang shouted a warning from afar. Brother Lay, watch out. There's a ton of them coming your way. Tion Lelay smirked. You mean a ton of target practice just arrived? Gripping his blade tight, he charged into the horde and declared, Get back. Let me handle this. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, his blade moving in a constant, lethal blur. Tion Lelay could feel the difference clearly. So this is what it feels like to be private class 1? He thought to himself. The speed, it's incredible. It's like my body has a bottomless well of power. The shift in the air, the trajectory of their movements, even the slightest sound. I can feel all of it. This feels absolutely amazing. Leveling up is the best. Shienhao was dazed. Brother Lay, did you just level up? This power is insane. Behind them, Nishuan's group was pounding desperately on the cafeteria door. Open the door. Let us in. The zombies are right on our heels. Bing Yin and Wu Xian opened the door to let them inside. Nishuan let out a massive sigh of relief. We're saved, Shuyan said. Honey, that almost scared me to death. He replied to his girlfriend. I really thought we were done for this time. Wyan carefully set Xiaochu down. Xiaochu, it's okay. We're safe now. He checked on him. Xiaochu, seeing the state his brother was in, Wyan's heart ached. Wyan stepped forward to shield Bing Yin and said, be careful. After placing his hand on Xiaochu's forehead, Wyan turned back to reassure the others. You don't need to be afraid. Xiaochu's wound didn't come from a zombie bite. He quickly explained. We ran into some scavengers. They're the ones who hurt him. He's not going to turn. And Rushuan's voice was haughty. Wu Xian, is this really the time to be worrying about a guy who's about to die? Shouldn't you be finding something to block the windows and doors? Hurry up, he barked. What if those zombies out there get in here? Shui Yin chimed in. Are there any other exits in here? Block them all. Bing Lan quickly replied. We can't do that. Our people are still outside. As he used a chair to barricade the door, Ru Xian turned to Bing Lan and said, Can't you see how many zombies are out there? Those two are completely surrounded. He stated with conviction. They're dead for sure. What are you still standing there for? Don't forget. My dad hired you to protect me. He acted with complete arrogance. If anything happens to me, we'll see if my dad lets you off the hook. Suddenly, a kick from Tion Lelay sent him flying. It left everyone in shock. Tion Lelay asked calmly, Who did you say was dead for sure? Ru Xian stammered, You guys, you actually made it back alive? Wu Xian rushed over and threw her arms around Chu Yang. Yang, are you okay? I was so worried about you. He replied, Of course I'm okay. He added, But could you let me go so we can talk properly? Wu Xian answered, You're my man. What's there to be shy about? Chu Yang humbly bragged about his feat. Me? I'm nothing. I only took down 5 or 6 of them. Brother Lay is the really amazing one. He killed more than 20. Wu Xian didn't forget to give Tion Lelay a compliment as well. That's right. I saw you fighting the zombies just now. 1/1 kill. You were so heroic. Bing Lan took a step forward. Wu Xian, let's go upstairs. I don't want to see this person. Wu Xian replied, Yes. As they walked, she glanced back at Chu Yang and said, I'm going with Sister Bing Lan for now. I'll come find you later, okay? She supported Bing Lan as they walked, offering words of comfort. Sister Bing Lan, don't be angry. Just like that, the two of them left. Ru Xian's eyes followed the two girls with a lecherous gaze, which made Shui Yin, standing next to him, visibly annoyed. She pinched him hard and demanded, Hanny, are you going to block this window or not? He asked back blankly, Then he remembered something and replied, Of course I am. He called out to the others. What are you all just standing there for? Hurry up and lend a hand. Chu Yang spoke calmly. You don't need to be so tense. Chu Yang began to explain. The zombies outside have all been eliminated. It's safe here for now. He frowned, pointed at them, and said, Stop bluffing. He asked, You think the two of you could kill that many zombies? You must have been hiding somewhere. Tion Lelay spoke up. You don't believe me? Simple. Go see for yourself. With that, Tion Lelay threw Ru Xian outside. He screamed in panic, No, don't close the door. He pounded on the door, screaming wildly, Let me in now. When Tion Lelay opened the door, he fell flat on his face inside. Shui Yin rushed over to check on him. Hanny, are you okay? Are you hurt? Wu Xian also asked with a worried tone. Young master and I. Are you all right? He glared at Tion Lelay and cursed. You bastard. Ru Xian roared with fury. Do you have any idea who I am? Saying it out loud would scare you to death. You dare treat me like this? He continued to threaten them. My dad will definitely make you pay. Shui Yan's eyes widened in horror as she looked down at Rushuan's pants and exclaimed, Hanny, your pants. Tion Lelay's face showed his contempt. Tion Lelay jeered. He actually pissed his pants. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. What a coward. Enai Rushuan's entire face turned beet red with embarrassment. He slapped Shui Yin across the face and roared at her. What are you yelling about? Are you afraid no one will know? He pointed directly at Tion Lelay's face and shouted, And you can't even fight a zombie. And you can't even handle these two? He continued to scream. You just stood there and watched them through. Aren't you going to take off your pants so I can change? Wu Xian replied with an ice-cold voice. I'm a bodyguard. I'm only responsible for protecting the client's safety. I am not responsible for solving pissy pants problems. Hearing this, Wu Xian trembled with rage. He growled, You dare disobey me? You can forget about getting a single cent for this last mission. He turned to give an order to his girlfriend. You go over there. Take the pants off that dead guy. Wu Xian was furious. Li Rushuan, don't you go too far. He pointed a finger right in his face and said, This is none of your business. An ill-level bodyguard? I spit on that. One after another. You're all useless, he grumbled. And to think my dad spent so much money to hire you people. You just wait. When I get back, I'll make sure my dad reports you to your company. Hearing those words, Wu Xian confronted him. You still have a nerve to say that. If you hadn't ignored my orders and insisted on getting out of the car to buy wine, we wouldn't have been ambushed by those thugs. Not only did we lose the car, but 3 of my brothers died because of you. And in the end, we even missed the plane, he continued. Xiao Zhu and I risked our lives to protect you two from the zombies. And now you want to treat him like this? Are you even human? Wu Xian was completely indifferent and replied, Hilarious. I'm a client. You're the bodyguard. Why should I have to listen to your orders? Besides, you're taking my family's money. You've basically sold your lives to me. If you die, you can only blame yourselves for not being good enough. The rage in Wu Xian's heart boiled over. Suddenly, a kick from behind by Tion Lelay sent Enai Rushuan to his knees. He immediately grimaced and turned around, shouting, You dare kick me? Tion Lelay replied nonchalantly, I dare to throw you out to be zombie food. Is there anything I wouldn't dare to do? He continued, You think this is still the era of comparing whose dad is better? Every other word out of your mouth is my dad, my dad. Why don't you bring your dad over here and see if those zombies out there will spare him? Tion Lelay turned and asked, Your name is Wu Xian? He replied, Yes. Pointing behind him to Chu Yang, Tion Lelay introduced them. My name is Zhao Tion Lelay. Tion Lelay continued, He's my brother, Li Chu Yang. He added, I pretty much understand your situation now. A piece of trash like him isn't worth protecting. Tion Lelay expressed his admiration and made an offer. The situation just now was so dangerous, and you still didn't abandon your injured brother. I really admire that. Why don't you just ditch him and join our group? Hearing those words, Wu Xian fell into a thoughtful silence, while Enai Rushuan and Shui Yin were completely bewildered. Wu Xian replied to Tion Lelay, Brother Zhao, thank you for saving me and Xiao Zhu just now. If it weren't for you, I would have been bitten to death by a zombie. He continued, But I'm very sorry. I can't go with you. Chu Yang pointed at Enai Rushuan and said, Why are you being so stupid? Gu Yang demanded, This guy is a total scumbag. Is he worth risking your life for? He said himself, Even if you get him to his destination safely, he's not going to pay you. Wu Xian lowered his head and replied, It's not about the money. I'm a bodyguard. He began to explain, Once I accept a mission, I have to see it through to the end. No matter who the client is. I can't just run away halfway through, abandoning a client to fend for themselves. He stated firmly, That goes against my professional code. Tion Lelay smiled faintly. He offered a word of praise. Well said. Now I like you even more. He asked in a cold voice. So, if the employer dies, does the contract between you two get automatically voided? Wu Xian panicked when he saw Tion Lelay's signal to Su Yang. He immediately spun around to face the Niechuan couple. He was terrified. What do you think you're doing? I'm warning you. Don't do anything stupid. Su Yang tapped his blade lightly against his hand and spoke to him. We were kind enough to save you just now. Yet you wanted to lock us outside to die. He swung his blade in a sharp arc and said, There's nothing I hate more than people who repay kindness with betrayal. Niechuan and Shui Yin could only shut their eyes and wait for the end. Stop, Wu Xian shouted. He lunged forward, grabbing Su Yang's arm. I'm sorry, he said. I can't let you hurt him. Su Yang looked intrigued. A blade technique expert, huh? Looks like you're not just a good shot. Your martial arts aren't half bad either. Suyang took a step back and said, "We martial artists of country devalue loyalty and righteousness," he continued. "But if you can't distinguish between good and evil, that's just blind obedience. Letting a guy like this live will only get more people killed sooner or later." Suyang took a stance, issuing a challenge. "If you want to protect him, you'll have to beat me first." Inside the bedroom, Bing Yin was busy packing her things. "Sister Bing Yin," Wu Xian said, "I'm not letting you go. It's so dangerous outside right now. How can you survive all by yourself?" Bing Yin replied gently, "Wu Xian, thank you. But I really don't want to stay here anymore," she continued. "The person Zhao Tion Lelay actually likes isn't me at all. Last night, he just used me as a stand-in for Chun Sinu," she added. "I have never been so humiliated in my entire life." Her voice dropped, laced with sadness. "Now, just seeing him makes me want to strangle him," she explained. "If I stay, I might actually lose control and do it one day. So, it's best for me to leave. It'll save everyone the discomfort." She turned back to reassure her friend. "Don't worry. I'm sure there are still plenty of other survivors out there. I'll take good care of myself. Everything will be fine." Wu Xian hesitated before asking, "Sister Bing Yin, you haven't fallen for Zhao Tion Lelay, have you?" Hearing the question, Bing Yin was visibly flustered. Of course not. No way." Wu Xian seized the opportunity. "See, I knew I was right. Why else would you be so angry?" Wu Xian began to explain slowly to Bing Yin. "Sister Bing Yin, you're being silly. Even if he used to like that Shin girl, you're the one by his side now. Besides, with the way things are, who knows if she's even alive or dead? She could have been bitten by a zombie long ago," she added. "Are you really going to hand Zhao Tion Lelay over to some female zombie?" She continued her analysis. "Men as a species, they love chasing after someone new and casting the old aside. They can't resist temptation." Wu Xian said decisively, "A great beauty like you, Sister Bing Yin, if you just take the initiative and show him how you feel, I refuse to believe he wouldn't fall head over heels for you." Bing Yin remained silent. Wu Xian spoke with a passionate tone. "Sister Bing Yin, what are you even thinking about? In the business world, you've always been a fearless and decisive powerhouse. So why, when it comes to matters of the heart, are you so hesitant?" Wu Xian continued, "A multi-billion-dollar contract is no challenge for you. What's one man in comparison?" "You're right," Bing Yin replied. "You're not wrong." Even though Chun Sinu knew Zhao Tion Lelay first, she went on, "they never made it official." She smiled and said, "Zhao Tion Lelay is currently a freely contested project. And if he's a project, then everyone should compete for him fairly, based on their own merits." "Yes," Wu Xian cheered excitedly. "Now that's the spirit of CEO Zhang Bing Yin." Suddenly, they heard a strange noise. Wu Xian immediately asked, "What's going on downstairs? What's with all that noise?" "Let's go see," Bing Yin replied. Downstairs, Wu Xian charged at Suyang, but his attack was swiftly blocked. Bing Yin looked horrified. Why are they fighting? Wu Xian threw a punch, but Suyang dodged it. He followed up with a kick, which Suyang blocked with his arm. He tightened his grip, grabbing Suyang's shoulder and circling behind him to apply a chokehold. Wu Xian was worried. Yang, be careful." Suyang remained calm. "El country's judo and Western Brazilian jiu-jitsu. You know quite a few styles, don't you?" he continued. "It's a shame, though," Suyang said dismissively. "It's all just surface-level stuff. It might look intimidating, but against a real martial artist, it's completely useless." With that, Suyang slammed Wu Xian to the ground, his head hitting the floor. Upstairs, Wu Xian beamed with delight. Meanwhile, Tion Lelay smiled faintly and walked toward Niechuan. He and Shui and trembled uncontrollably. Niechuan dropped to his knees. "Don't kill me," he pleaded. "I didn't mean what I said before. I was just scared out of my mind. I was just talking nonsense. I'll never do it again." Shui Yin, standing beside him, also begged for her life in terror. "Big brother, as long as you spare us, we'll do anything you want. Please don't kill us." Tion Lelay spoke calmly. "Your lives are worthless to me." He turned to Wu Xian. He continued, "The one I want is him." Tion Lelay crouched down and made an offer to Niechuan. "As long as you find a way to make him follow me, I'll let you go. How about it?" He replied with glee, "No, no problem at all." After fumbling around for a moment, Niechuan pulled out a contract and said to Wu Xian, This is the contract I signed with the security company. He tore the contract to shreds and declared, as of right now, you're fired. You're not my bodyguard anymore. You don't have to protect me. From now on, you work for Big Brother Zhao. Tion Lelay looked at him, offering a word of praise. Well, at least you know how to read the room. Tion Lelay helped Wu Xian to his feet and said, in my group, no one belongs to anyone else. We're all equals. We're brothers. Wu Xian looked at him. Tion Lelay continued, if you really don't want to follow me, you don't have to force yourself. But I have something that might be useful to you. Tion Lelay held out a gun magazine and said, here. Wu Xian asked, stunned, this is... Su Yang, standing nearby, was just as shocked. Brother Lay, this thing. Where did you get it? I've been with you for so long. How come I've never seen it? It's from a while back, Tion Lelay replied. Chong Yao and I ran into some robbers on the road. We took it off them. He explained further. I figured it might come in handy later, so I kept it in my backpack. In his mind, however, he had a different thought. Good thing I found this in the system exchange just now, he muttered to himself. But I can't exchange for guns, only ammo. What kind of brain-dead system is this? Tion Lelay handed the magazine to Wu Xian and said, your gun is out of ammo, isn't it? Use this. It might just save your life if you run into zombies. Wu Xian stared at Tion Lelay in contemplation, his face dead serious. Wu Xian announced his decision. Big Brother Zhao, I'm willing to follow you. Both Tion Lelay and Su Yang broke into unconscious smiles. Hearing his answer, Su Yang grinned from behind him, pointing a thumb at himself. And it's not just Big Brother. There's a second brother, too, he continued. I've been with Brother Lay longer, so from now on, you can call me Brother Su Yang. Niechuan sidled up with a fawning expression. That's right, that's right. Meeting each other is fate, he went on. From now on, we're all one big family. We should love and care for each other. So, shouldn't we discuss when we're heading out? Tion Lelay glanced at him and sneered. The skin on your face is thicker than a damn wall. Su Yang also looked annoyed, raising his fist. Scram while you still can. Or else. Niechuan immediately put on a dignified face, trying to negotiate. I know I've offended you all, but I did play a part in him joining your group. Are you really going to just cast me aside after I've served my purpose? Shui Yin, standing nearby, also chimed in. If you leave us here, we'll really die. Tion Lelay shot him a contemptuous look and said, my group doesn't take in people with no value. You want to join? Fine. What can you do? Show me what you've got. Ruchuan's face paled. He answered, I've never had to fight my own battles my whole life. I don't know any martial arts. His eyes widened as if he'd just remembered something. Then, he grabbed Shui Yin by the shoulder, pushed her forward, and said, as long as you agree to let me follow, he continued, this woman is yours. She flinched, letting out a cry. Ruchuan continued his sales pitch. She's the most famous influencer right now, he added. She has tens of millions of fans. I've been her sponsor ever since she debuted. Don't let the way she dresses fool you. On the inside, she's very pure, even more so than 1,000 of those A-list actresses. Hearing his words, Shui Yin struggled furiously. Are you insane? There's no way I'm letting those two poor bastards touch me. Ruchuan dropped the act, his true nature showing. He slapped her and shouted, bitch, after all the money I've spent on you. Diamonds, designer brands. When I tell you to serve someone, you serve them. You don't get a say in this. From the staircase, two figures were descending as a voice suddenly cut in. I'm afraid you don't get a say in this either. Ruchuan and everyone else present turned toward the sound of the voice. Bing Yin walked slowly toward Tion Lelay, tilting her head to shoot a warning glance at Ruchuan. This man is already taken, so don't even think about getting any ideas about him. While he was still stunned, a hand grabbed Tion Lelay tightly by the collar. It pulled him forward with force. Immediately after, Bing Yin forcefully pulled his entire body toward her, causing their lips to meet. Wu Xian stood frozen in place, his eyes wide. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who was standing nearby, was also gaping, his face turning bright red as he witnessed the scene. After coming to his senses, Tion Lelay stumbled back in alarm and asked the woman opposite him, "What are you doing?" With a perfectly calm expression, Bing Yin asked him in return, "Didn't you want to take responsibility for me? I accept. From this day on, you're my man." Tion Lelay was startled. His eyes widened as he stared at her. Not knowing what to say, Bing Yin's expression was now murderous, as she pointed a finger straight at him. "But I'm very possessive, she warned. I don't care who you liked before. From now on, you're only allowed to like me. If I find out you've had a change of heart, I'll... Those warning words reached Shui Yan's ears, filling her with terror. First kill the girl who seduced you. Bingyan didn't stop there, continuing, and then I'll strangle you. No matter how confident Tion Lelay was in his own innocence. At that moment, he was so overwhelmed by her aura that he couldn't help but gulp. From behind, Wu Xing gave a thumbs up in admiration. Sister Bingyan, that was amazing. Su Yang covered his mouth and whispered to the man in front of him. Brother Lay, you've provoked a domineering CO, he whispered. You're in for it now. Tion Lelay could only let out a sigh. My life is so hard. Wu Xing walked over, linking arms with the person next to her with a mocking tone. So what if she's an influencer? Compared to our sister Bingyan, she's just a wild chicken next to a phoenix. Forget about Tion Lelay. Even my man wouldn't give this kind of trash a second look. You'd better just keep her for yourself. Having his arm pulled unexpectedly, Su Yang asked, what does this have to do with me? Feeling looked down upon, Shui Yan's anger erupted and she screamed. Who are you calling a wild chicken? She yelled. Do you have any idea how many fans I have on my page? You're the wild chicken. Your whole family are wild chickens. Ru Chuan cut her off. All right, shut it. He frowned at the people opposite them and said, fine. Since things have come to this, I have no choice but to tell you this secret. Ru Chuan began to explain everything. My father is a high-ranking government official. He arranged for bodyguards to escort me to the airport because he wanted to bring me to the capital to seek refuge. He explained in more detail. Actually, regarding this zombie outbreak, he continued, the central government in the capital had already prepared countermeasures. They've sealed off the capital, put the strictest arrangements in place, and built the strongest defenses, he revealed. The families of officials and wealthy merchants have all been arranged to take shelter there. No one else is allowed in. Ru Chuan's voice was full of temptation. So, it's the safest place in the entire world right now. He laid out his condition. You just have to escort me. I guarantee I can let you stay there. You'll never have to worry about zombies again. How about it? Tion Lelay appeared calm. Not only did he not agree, he even mocked him. Privileges of the rich, huh? Sounds pretty tempting. Ru Chuan was anxious. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he waited for the answer. With a deadpan face, Tion Lelay cleaned his ear with his pinky and declared, too bad. I'm not interested. Su Yang was completely on his side. I'm not going either. Wu Xian also showed his agreement. Brother Lay, wherever you go, I'll go. Ru Chuan tried to persuade them one more time. What? What I'm offering you is a ticket on Noah's Ark, he continued. If the world is overrun by zombies from now on, the people there will be the only survivors. And you're saying you won't go? Are you stupid? Tion Lelay posed a question. Even though you make the capital sound so great. It's thousands of kilometers away, he analyzed. Right now, trains and subways aren't running. Flying is even more impossible. He bluntly exposed Ru Chuan's intentions. You want us to drive and escort you. We'll probably run into a lot of zombies on the way, he added. Besides, even if we made it there safely, with your character, you'd probably kick us out to the zombies the second we stepped into the city. It's really not worth the risk. Tion Lelay asked him in return, besides, there's a survivor base in Central Province too. Why would we go far when there's something close by? Wu Xian tilted his head to look at him. He asked, is it base number 6? Tion Lelay glanced at the person standing next to him. You know about it too? Wu Xian put a hand to his chin, thinking deeply. Before the signal went out, I saw some news about that place on my phone. Although it can't compare to the capital, its facilities and military are very well established. It's definitely worth considering. Ru Chuan quickly retorted. You don't know what you're talking about, so don't just spout nonsense, he continued. How can a temporary base set up by the government possibly compare to the capital? One is basically a bunch of simple tents. The other is skyscrapers. Shui Yan moved closer and whispered in his ear, Honey, can't you see? They've already decided not to go to the capital. No matter what you say, you won't change their minds. She proposed a plan. We'd be better off going with them to base number 6. Someone there will definitely know your father. Once we're there, you can call him and have him send people to pick you up, right? Ru Chuan looked surprised by her idea. That's right. Who knew an internet celebrity could have a brain? How come I never knew you were this smart before? Shui Yan frowned reproachfully. And just a moment ago, you were trying to give me away. He smiled as if no one else was around, and coaxed her. All right, baby. Don't be mad anymore. I was just in a panic. I wasn't thinking straight. I'll buy you a few more bags later to make it up to you, okay? Shui Yin replied to him. I guess that's acceptable. Standing opposite them, Tion Lelay commented nonchalantly. You two are quite the schemers. Hearing his tone, Ru Chuan felt a pang of guilt. What are your ears made of? How could you hear us whispering like that? Tion Lelay turned to leave without another word. Fine by me, he said. If you want to follow me, then try to keep up. He shot them a warning glance. But you're responsible for your own lives. Don't expect that someone will help you if you get into trouble. 3 days on the road. Bright golden sunlight shone down on the ground. In the dining hall, Tion Lelay carried a steaming pot of food and placed it on the table. Tion Lelay announced, I've already packed all the food we can take and put it in the truck. We'll leave as soon as we finish this meal. Bing Lan and Wu Xian ate their portions in silence, while Wu Xian stared wide-eyed at Chu Yang's incredible eating speed. A hand holding chopsticks reached out, poking around in the pot of food. Wu Xian's expression soured. He scoffed. What is this garbage? Shui Yin, sitting next to him, had a similar attitude. Is this supposed to be for people to eat? Hearing his words, Chu Yang angrily slammed his chopsticks down. Who are you calling not people? Wu Xian also frowned, her face filled with displeasure. She scolded them. Who do you think you are? You should be grateful you have food to eat without lifting a finger. What are you complaining about? Sitting opposite them, Tion Lelay calmly picked up some food and said, Looks like you've forgotten what I said. In my group, no one is going to help you. You have to rely on yourselves for everything. If you want to eat, get in the kitchen yourself. Simple as that. Shui Yin smiled. She suggested to him, Hanny, I saw some frozen dumplings earlier. Why don't we go cook them? Finally, Ru Xin got up, leading her, and turned to go into the kitchen. Seeing their arrogant attitude, Chu Yang was so annoyed he let out a cold snort. Suddenly, a noise from the kitchen echoed out. Ru Xian and Shui Yin rushed out in a panic, screaming nonstop, Help! There's a zombie! There's a female zombie in the kitchen. Wu Xian immediately jumped to his feet, but Tion Lelay remained calm, reminding him, No need to be tense. He turned to them and said, That's Xiaohe. She was infected and turned into a zombie before, but she's dead now. Ru Xian froze on the spot. Dead? Then, he started yelling again. If she's dead, why didn't you throw her out? Leaving her here is disgusting. You almost scared us to death. Tion Lelay didn't answer him, but simply stood up decisively. If you've been scared full, then I guess you don't need to eat. With a blank face, he looked to the side and declared, Let's go. Outside, the sun above was still shining brightly. A blue truck drove steadily down the asphalt road. Speeding forward, Tion Lelay was driving the truck. Chu Yang was in the passenger seat beside him. In the back of the truck were Wu Xian, Wu Xian, Bing Lan, and the two despicable ones, Ru Xian and Shui Yin. Ru Xian flashed an interested smile. He asked the person sitting across from him, Hey, beautiful. What's your name? I heard them say you're the CEO of some company. A girl as beautiful as you could obviously make a living off your looks. Why bother relying on talent? Bing Lan remained silent, her eyes closed, clearly showing she didn't want to talk to him. Sitting beside her, Wu Xian frowned, her face full of aggression. I'm warning you, stay away from us. Don't think that just because you're shamelessly tagging along, we can't do anything to you. She threatened. If you dare try anything with us, I'll have Yang Yang throw you out. Ru Xian wasn't scared at all and even leaned in closer, bringing his sleazy face near her to inspect her. He remarked, Actually, you're not bad yourself. Not as stunning as this beautiful CEO, but you're still pretty cute. And a little firecracker too, he said. Just my type. He raised his hand, lifted Wu Xian's chin, and began his sweet talk. You girls need to think long-term, he continued. What future do you have following those two kids? Why not come back to the capital with me? That's the kind of place that's right for you. At this, Bing Lan opened her eyes. She called out loudly, Wu Xian. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the side, grabbing Ru Xian's misbehaving hand tightly. Wu Xian frowned, staring daggers at the man before him. He warned, Before I chop off this rotten hand of yours, you'd better pull it back yourself. Ru Xian looked incredulous. He scowled and asked Wu Xian, You dare lay a hand on me? Wu Xian, completely unafraid, replied bluntly, Have you forgotten? The contract is canceled. I'm not your bodyguard anymore. Do I need to make an appointment to hit you? He shoved the man aside and said, if you behave yourself, I can pretend you don't exist. Otherwise, Wu Xin cracked her knuckles. She looked down on Ruxian. You should know, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Scared pale, he could only shut his mouth, not daring to utter another word. In the middle of the tense atmosphere, the truck's rear door swung open, making everyone turn their attention to it. With a serious face, Tion Lelay announced, the road ahead is destroyed. The truck can't get through. From now on, we're on foot. Everyone grabbed some of the food from the truck and divided up. He let out a sigh, silently calculating, good thing I already put the rice and noodles in my storage space. What's left is just some light rations. Ruxian jumped to his feet, reacting dramatically. What? No truck? You mean we have to walk there? Shuiyin jumped up just like him. That's impossible. She worried. What if a zombie jumps out from somewhere? When he turned to see the others' reactions, he only saw them quietly packing their bags, getting ready to get out. Ruxian couldn't understand. He asked loudly, why isn't anyone saying anything? Doesn't anyone object? This is suicide. Tion Lelay replied indifferently, as if he didn't care. This kind of situation is very common. If you're scared, you can stay here. The moment he finished speaking, Wuxian slung a large backpack over his shoulder, walked past the two of them, and jumped down for the truck. Goodbye. Shuiyin grabbed her companion's arm. Annie, what should we do? Ruxian's whole body was trembling. He gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around. In the end, he and Shuiyin obediently climbed down from the truck. What else can we do? Let's go. The two of them hurried to catch up to Tion Lelay's group, who were already walking ahead. Wait for us. After an unknown amount of time, Tion Lelay's group finally entered the city. The city street was lined with shops packed closely together. The road before them was completely deserted. Not a soul in sight. Tion Lelay's ears twitched slightly. He tried to listen for any movement in the surroundings. Leading the group, he turned his head to remind those behind him. Everyone, be careful. There are a lot of zombies in these shops. Don't say anything. Just walk through quietly. The group of 7 tried to hold their breath as they moved forward. Tion Lelay, Chu Yang, and Wuxian were in the front row, walking while vigilantly watching their surroundings. Bing Lan and Wu Xin cautiously followed right behind. Bringing up the rear was the couple, Ruxian and Shuiyin. Inside the small alleys, hordes of zombies were busy gnawing on corpses. Witnessing this, Shuiyin panicked and clung to her companion's arm. Annie, I'm so scared. I need to go to the bathroom. Ruxian's face was pale. He said to her, go ahead, if you're not afraid of the zombies. Otherwise, just pee your pants. She continued to whine coquettishly. But I really have to go, she said. I can't hold it anymore. Ruxian snapped irritably. Can you please stop talking? You're making me have to pee now, too. In his distraction, his foot accidentally kicked an empty can lying on the street. Ruxian immediately froze on the spot. He slowly looked down at his feet. Hearing the noise, Tion Lelay and the others whipped around to look at him. The zombies, who had been shambling aimlessly down the street, also began to turn, drawn by the sound. Every member of the group froze. They tried to remain absolutely silent. Tion Lelay whispered to the others, don't move. Don't make a sound. At the same time, a yellow liquid began to stream from Shuiyin's body, trickling down her legs. Drop by drop, the yellow liquid dripped onto the ground. The zombies' nostrils flared. They slowly caught the strange scent. They lifted their heads, sniffing the air for their prey. Shuiyin bit her lip hard, her face pale as her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Then, she tilted her head back toward the sky and let out a blood-curdling scream. I couldn't hold it anymore. As if their target had been confirmed, the zombies, with terrifying speed, charged straight for them. Their mouths gaped open, ready to tear their prey apart. Seeing the situation, Tion Lelay shouted, run! Getting the order, Chu Yang immediately pulled Bing Nan and Wu Xin and ran in one direction. This way, Tion Lelay swung the axe in his hand, bringing it down on the horde of zombies. He launched a powerful kick at the zombie in front of him. In another direction, Wuxian was fitting a silencer onto the barrel of his gun. His brow furrowed as he squeezed the trigger, firing several shots in quick succession. The bullets accurately embedded themselves in the zombies' heads, causing them to fall one by one. Tion Lelay glanced over, unable to hide his surprise, and asked, "You even have a silencer?" Wu Xian's eyes remained fixed ahead. He explained briefly, "It's a makeshift one made from an aluminum pipe. Bodyguards like us are all trained. We have a basic understanding of how to modify weapons." Tion Lelay smiled, remarking with admiration, "Recruiting you was the best decision I've made. Maybe we should open our own armory later, after temporarily dealing with the surrounding zombies." Tion Lelay signaled to him, then turned and dashed in another direction. The group led by Chu Yang was running nonstop. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared from out of nowhere, blocking the path ahead. Chu Yang stumbled back in shock. Damn it, there are more and more of them, trapped with no way forward or back. Tion Lelay caught up to them just in time. He shouted, pointing the way, "Head for that 4S shop over there. There are no zombies in there." Seeing him appear, Chu Yang called out with relief, "Brother Lay." Taking advantage of the moment no one was paying attention, an Rushuan suddenly grabbed the backpack Bing Nan was wearing. With a powerful shove, he pushed her to the ground. Then he quickly grabbed the backpack and pulled Shui Yin along as he ran into the 4S shop. "Get in quick!" Wu Xin rushed to her side. "Sister Bing Nan, are you okay?" She winced and answered, "I twisted my ankle." Bing Nan tried to touch the red, angry wound on her leg. She cried out, "It hurts so much." Chu Yang gritted his teeth, his hands clenched into tight fists as he cursed. "That bastard!" Tion Lelay said nothing, but simply walked over and scooped Bing Nan up in his arms. Inside the 4S shop, an Rushuan, without waiting for anyone, had already bolted the door shut. Trapped outside, Wu Xian looked at him and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" With a smug attitude. An Rushuan replied, "Aren't you guys so tough? So amazing? Why are you hiding? Get out there and fight the zombies." He held up the backpack he had just stolen. "I've got food and water now, and I can take any car I want from here and drive to the capital," he declared. "You all have outlived your usefulness." An Rushuan pointed at them and sneered. You pieces of trash," he continued. "If it weren't for these damn zombies, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes, young master that I am." His face twisted in excitement. "You dare to hit me? Now you can all just die." Unable to take it anymore, Chu Yang raised his saber. "That bastard, I'm going to kill him." Before his blade could fall, a gun barrel appeared beside him. A voice rang out, "Move." Inside, an Rushuan and Shui Yin both froze as the gun was aimed at them. Wu Xian squeezed the trigger without hesitation, firing 2 shots at the glass door. The 2 bullets bounced off the glass and fell to the ground. Standing inside, an Rushuan clutched the backpack, his face pale with fear at the gun pointed at him. But a moment later, a look of smug satisfaction spread across his face. He burst into taunting laughter. "Come on, if you got the guts, come in here." Looking at the door, Tion Lelay warned, "Don't waste your bullets. That's bulletproof glass." From behind them, Wu Xin shouted a warning. "The zombies are coming." Tion Lelay shot a warning glare at the man behind the glass. "Li Rushuan, you better pray to God I never see you again. Because if I do, I'll make your death agonizing." After that, he turned in another direction, still carrying Bing Nan, and signaled for the others to follow. This way, the group quickly moved into a nearby coffee shop. Once everyone was safely hidden inside, Tion Lelay turned back. He ordered those behind him, "Quick, barricade the door." On his command, the others quickly moved furniture to create a barricade at the entrance. Tion Lelay gently laid Bing Nan down on a sofa. Seeing the patch of skin on her leg, red and swollen from the injury, Wu Xin was extremely worried. "Sister Bing Nan, your ankle is so swollen." Bing Nan pushed herself up to a sitting position, smiling to reassure her friend. "I'm fine. It's just a little sprain." With a look of concern, Wu Xin protested. "How can you be fine? It's red all over. It must be bleeding internally." She worried. "I wonder if it's broken." Tion Lelay leaned down, frowning as he gently touched her wound. "This might hurt a little." Bing Nan gritted her teeth, her face pale. She cried out, "Ow, that hurts." After examining the injury, Tion Lelay spoke. "It's not broken, but you've probably torn a ligament. I'll go get some medicine for you." Suddenly, her hand reached out, grabbing the corner of his shirt. "Don't go." Bing Nan looked up at him and began to analyze the situation. "It's all zombies outside," she continued. You shouldn't risk going out. Besides, everyone needs you here to take charge. Tion Lelay tilted his head and looked at her. But your ankle, if we just leave it, it will only get worse. She smiled, her face nonchalant, and declared, don't underestimate the constitution of an office lady. This is an ankle that's been trained by hundreds of pairs of high heels. It's not like a normal ankle. Trust me. When it comes to sprains, no one has more experience than me. Bing then looked up directly at him. She stated firmly, an injury of this level will heal just fine with a little rest. Finally, Tion Lelay had no choice but to agree with her. All right, we'll rest here for the night. If it's still hurting, tell me. Bing then gave a soft in response. Night fell. The sky was pitch black. The world was silent. Only the full moon above cast its brilliant light. Wu Exin urgently shook the person sleeping across from her awake. Tion Lelay, something's wrong. Her voice was filled with panic. Sister Bing, Nan has a fever. Hearing this, Tion Lelay immediately sat up and rushed over to the sofa where Bing Nan was lying. Tion Lelay slowly placed a hand on her forehead to check her temperature. She's burning up. Then, he looked down at the wound on Bing Nan's ankle. It looks even more swollen. It must be an infection. That's why she has a fever. She fluttered her eyes open, her gaze hazy. She whispered, I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. I'll be better after some sleep. Tion Lelay's face was grim. He shot back at her. And what if you're not? Are we all supposed to just wait here for you? There's a time and place to be tough. If you had just listened to me this morning, this wouldn't have happened. He didn't argue with Bing Nan any further. He just turned to give instructions to Wu Xin. You stay here and watch her. I'm going out to find medicine. Watching Tion Lelay's retreating back, she muttered indignantly. She's already injured and has a fever. It's not like she's having an easy time. You know, she grumbled. So much for comforting me. All you know is how to be cruel. Lying on the chair, Bing Yin turned her face away, silently sinking into her sorrow. Outside in the city, skyscrapers stood in dead silence. Not a single soul stirred in the night. Tion Lelay hid behind a stone pillar, his eyes glued to the pharmacy across the street. Then, he quickly slipped inside the store. Tion Lelay's face lit up when he found what he needed. Anti-inflammatory, painkillers, and fever reducers, too. Perfect. They have everything here. I can grab a little of each. It'll be useful if anyone gets injured later. Suddenly, he jolted, sensing a presence. Tion Lelay's eyes widened in horror at what stood before him. Just then, two zombies with glowing eyes were advancing straight toward him. The veins on their heads bulged, their mouths agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Tion Lelay's brows furrowed tightly. Red eyes, they're mutated zombies. The faces of the two zombies twisted into even more demented expressions as they let out chilling cackles. Tion Lelay's hand tightened, his grip firm on the axe. He stood his ground calmly, waiting for the two zombies to charge at him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bing Yin was burning up with a high fever. Her face was flushed as she whispered weakly. Worried, Wu Xin leaned in close to ask her again, Sister Bing Yin, what do you need? Her face drenched in sweat. She struggled to call out his name. Wu Xin, I'm so thirsty. Is there any water? Hearing her words clearly, Wu Xin smiled in response. Just a moment. She unzipped a backpack, but after searching inside, Wu Xin's expression suddenly froze. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, all the water we got from the cafeteria was in Sister Bing Yan's backpack. That bastard Lin Yechuan must have taken it. She reached out and tried turning the faucet, but not a single drop came out. Wu Xin was furious. She slammed her hand against it. What the hell? There's no water at the bar either. She panicked, whipping her head back toward the sofa, where Bing Yin was lying. Then, her eyes darted over to Su Yang and Wu Xian. She saw them both resting with their eyes closed. As if an idea just struck her, Wu Xin called out, Yang, get over here for a second. Su Yang was startled, opening his eyes to look at her. If you have something to say, just say it from there. Brother Lay isn't here. I have to keep watch. With a menacing look, Wu Xin pinched his arm hard and started dragging him away. I said get over here. So get over here. Stop talking so much. Inside an empty room, the door was shut tight. Su Yang rubbed his ear and asked, what is it? What's going on? Wu Xin quickly explained the situation to him. All of our water was stolen by that bastardly. He took everything, and the faucet here seems to be broken. Sister Bing, Yin has a fever right now. She can't go without water. So, I needed to go out and find some. Su Yang's eyes went wide, his mouth hanging open. He looked down, speaking with a worried tone. But Brother Lay told me to stand guard here. How could I just leave on my own? If I go, and zombies suddenly attack, how is Wu Xian supposed to protect you guys by himself? Wu Xian held up a finger and started scolding him. Brother Lay, is Brother Lay the only person you listen to? Don't you have a brain of your own? Su Yang still looked lost. He raised a hand to scratch his head. What do you mean? Seemingly at her wit's end. Wu Xian leaned in closer to him. Zhao Tianlei is the leader, that's true, but you can't rely on him for everything. She began to slowly reason with him. Besides, it's not just the two of you in the group anymore. Wu Xian has joined us, and there will be others in the future. She asked, what if Zhao Tianlei isn't around and someone needs to make a decision? What would you do then? After listening to her long speech, Su Yang's expression remained unchanged, completely bewildered. Out of options, Wu Xian had no choice but to say it plainly. You idiot. Aren't you the second in command? She said. When the leader's not here, you're the one in charge. Even though he knew this was his chance to prove he could handle things on his own, Su Yang's eyes were still full of hesitation. He wavered, not taking a step, not giving Su Yang any more time to argue. Wu Xian decisively pushed him forward. No more buts. I've seen you kill zombies. I have faith in you. Having Wu Xian stay here to protect us will be enough. From inside the pub, her gaze quietly followed Su Yang's retreating back. Solving our water problem right now is the best way to help your brother Lay. He'll praise you for it when he gets back. At the same time, in another place, in front of pharmacy, two mutated zombies lay motionless on the ground. Tion lay massaged, his axe-wielding arm, lost in thought. A first-rank soldier's body is truly something else. This was much easier than the last time I killed zombies. At this rate, it won't be long before I can level up again. From the brains of the two monsters, he pulled out two pristine white crystals. Tion Lelay glanced at the ring on his finger and asked, Lord God, I found two more crystals. Can I exchange them for a weapon this time? The Lord God replied instantly. Crystals of the same grade can only unlock the exchange system of the same grade. You have already used a white crystal before. It cannot be used again. Tion Lelay looked stunned and asked again. So you're saying I fought those two mutated zombies for nothing? The Lord God began to explain in detail. Not exactly, although it cannot unlock a higher tier exchange system. You can use it to trade for attributes and experience points. Strength, defense, recovery. These are also crucial for your future actions. After hearing the Lord God's explanation, Tion Lelay let out a sigh. Fine. He rubbed his chin with his hand and began to ponder. What should I exchange for? Until I run into higher-level zombies. Defense and agility aren't that useful yet. As for recovery, this medicine I have can serve as a substitute. Finally, the decision was sealed with a decisive snap of Tion Lelay's fingers. I've decided. I'm exchanging all of these crystals for strength. The ring on his hand flashed with a brilliant light. The voice of the Lord God rang out once more. Exchange confirmed. Strength value increased by 2 points. The two crystals immediately emitted a stream of white light. That light shot straight down, completely enveloping Tion Lelay's body. Then, a brilliant beam of light erupted. After an unknown amount of time, Tion Lelay began to regain feeling in his body. I don't feel any different. Are you sure you're not messing with me? The Lord God confirmed decisively. Sorry to disappoint you. The Lord God system does not possess the ability to lie. If you don't believe me, you can find something to test it on. He turned, surveying the surroundings. What should I use? As if remembering something, the corner of Tion Lelay's mouth curled into a smirk. That's it. I know just the thing. He gripped the weapon tightly in his hand, standing right in front of the 4S dealership. The same place where Nie Chuan had locked the group out this morning. Tion Lelay's gaze became incredibly sharp. Bulletproof glass, huh? Let's see what's tougher. You or my Zhao Tianlei's axe. His hand tightened on the handle. Then he swung it forward with mighty force, the blade flashing. In an instant, the dealership's glass door shattered into a million tiny pieces. Inside, Shui Yin and Nie Chuan, who were eating bread, snapped their heads in shock toward the sound. What was that noise? As for Tion Lelay, he stared in awe at the fragments of glass suspended in the air and thought to himself, incredible. Just 2 points, and I can smash bulletproof glass that even bullets couldn't break into dust. This strength value is no joke. A voice echoed, striking fear into the hearts of those hiding inside the store. Lin Ye Chuan. CLA dashed inside as he spoke. Let's see you run this time. Suddenly, a sound from outside the door caught his attention. The wheels began to turn, screeching loudly as they gripped the pavement. With lightning-fast reflexes, CLA bolted out of the shop, yelling at the car. Li Erchuan, don't run. The man spun the steering wheel, glanced at him triumphantly, and burst out laughing. Only an idiot wouldn't run. Catch me if you've got the guts. If you catch me, I'll let you have a free shot. Erchuan's red car sped off. Behind it, CLA gave chase with all his might. His breath came in ragged gasps, his teeth clenched. CLA's hand gripped the handle of his hammer tightly. He raised it high. Then, aiming straight for the back of Erchuan's car, he threw it with all his strength. The sharp blade flashed through the air before embedding itself in the ground, just millimeters from the tire. In the end, the other man's car made a clean getaway. CLA bent over, panting from exhaustion. Damn it, he cursed internally. So close. Next time I'll go for speed. Elsewhere, under the night sky, a crescent moon peeked out from behind the city's skyscrapers. Chu Yang walked alone down a desolate street, empty of any other souls. His head was bowed, and he let out a quiet sigh. What kind of shopping district is this? There isn't even a supermarket. The coffee shop was out of water. Where am I supposed to find any now? Chu Yang ducked behind a wall, his attention drawn to a restaurant with a red sign across the street. He rubbed his chin, a calculating smile spreading across his face. This is a seafood street. A place that keeps fish can't be short on water. The glass door slid open. Chu Yang stepped inside. Before him were blue plastic tubs, neatly arranged in 2 rows. Overjoyed, Chu Yang popped open a lid to check. Perfect. So much water, and it looks really clean. He scooped up a handful of water and brought it to his lips. But an instant later, he grimaced, spitting it all out. So salty. Chu Yang scratched his head and muttered to himself. How could I forget? Water for seafood is obviously seawater. Just then, a man holding a club silently appeared behind him, while Chu Yang was still reeling from his mistake. The man's club came crashing down on his back. Chu Yang collapsed to the floor, consciousness fading completely. An unknown amount of time passed. When he came to, he saw a woman with a worried expression looking down at him. See, I told you. He doesn't look like a zombie. Now we've hit the wrong person. What do? The man beside her snapped impatiently, slapping his hand. Enough. What's the point of saying that now? In the distance, 2 boys were fighting over his saber. Xiao Hai shouted excitedly, having gotten a grip on the weapon. This saber looks pretty cool. It's mine. The Hai stubbornly refused to let go. How can we get all the good stuff? You already have a weapon. This one should be mine. Xiao Hai kept trying to yank the saber away. What do you mean? You call this a weapon? Noticing that the man tied to the post, Chu Yang, was awake, his eyes slowly fluttering open. Jiang, he yelled, quiet down. He's awake. Jiang He's family of 4 froze, staring intently at him. Chu Yang glared. Who are you people? He demanded loudly. Who are you people? Why did you attack me? Shufan crouched down beside him and explained gently. Hey kid, we're sorry. We thought you were a zombie. It was just a misunderstanding. Hearing this, he calmly made his demand. Now that you know you were wrong, aren't you going to untie me? The woman quickly replied, right. I'll untie you now. But a suspicious Jiang He grabbed his wife's arm to stop her. No, just because he says he isn't one, we should believe him. What if he's already infected? Xiao Hai chimed in, agreeing with his father. Yeah, look at how sneaky he was. Even if he's not infected, he can't be a good person if we untie him. What if he comes after us for revenge? Shufan turned back, looking to the others for an answer. So, what do you all think we should do? A cruel expression crossed Ahai's face as he made a suggestion. I say we just kill him. It's the safest option. Chu Yang lowered his head, letting out a contemptuous chuckle. You're not that old, but your heart is so black. Barely a man, and you're already talking about murder? And with what? That salted fish in your hand, as if struck by the truth. The Hai's face flushed red with shame. You dare look down on me? Chu Yang tilted his chin up, goading him. If you've got the balls, then make a move. Dahai flew into a rage. He threw the fish aside and snatched the saber from Xiao. "Give me the sword." Seeing their son's actions, Jiang He and Shu Fan cried out in alarm. Dahai don't. He completely ignored their pleas. Raising the saber high, he faced Chu Yang, who seemed to have anticipated everything. Far from being scared, he simply smiled. He lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Dahai's left leg. The boy's entire body pitched forward onto the floor. The saber flew from his grasp, embedding itself in the post behind him, and loosening the ropes that bound Chu Yang. It turned out the blade had flown with perfect precision, severing the ropes that held him. The saber was picked up and swung through the air. Chu Yang stood up, casting a sharp glare at Dahai. "What's wrong? Weren't you going to kill me? Come on." Dahai scrambled backward, overcome with panic. His mouth hung open, but no words came out. He trembled as he hid behind Jiang He. "Dad!" The older man could only manage a weak threat. "Don't do anything reckless. You're just one person, and there are 4 of us. If it comes to a fight, we might not lose." Chu Yang casually rotated his wrist, scoffing. "You're right. Hearing you say that really does scare me a little." As soon as the words left his mouth, his blade swung down with incredible force, cleaving a brown object in two. Jiang He's family of 4 stood stunned by the power he had just displayed. Chu Yang raised the gleaming saber. "Don't be so tense. I've been tied up for a while. Just needed to loosen up my muscles. So, who's first?" Shu Fan grabbed her husband's arm, speaking gently to de-escalate. "Young man, kids don't know any better. Please, don't be angry. We only did this because we were so scared." A hand reached out and grabbed the armrest of a chair. Chu Yang sat down, frowning as he questioned them. "Do you people own this place?" Shu Fan immediately denied it. "No, we don't. We were originally out celebrating the kid's father's birthday. Who knew that zombies would suddenly appear on the streets? They bite anyone they see. More and more people were turning into zombies. We ran with the crowd. And when we saw the shop was empty, we came inside." Jiang He added to his wife's story and asked, "That's right. If you were able to get in here, does that mean all the zombies outside are gone?" Chu Yang rested his chin on his hand, speaking casually. "I don't know how many are still on the street, but there are still about a dozen of them right outside this shop." Dahai didn't believe him, shouting at him. "Are you kidding me? If there were that many zombies outside, how could you have possibly gotten in here alive?" Xiao Hai backed his brother up. "Dad, don't believe him. He's definitely bluffing." Chu Yang raised an eyebrow, looking straight at them. "You think that's a big deal? On my way here, I killed more than just a dozen zombies. And my big bro is even more impressive. Ever since I left Huazhong Academy, he's probably taken down at least 80, if not 100, of those things." Jiang He's entire family of 4 was stunned by what he had just said. Right after, the 2 brothers, Dahai and Xiao Hai, clutched their stomachs, howling with laughter. "You play too many video games or something. You really think you're some kind of hero? If your big brother can kill 100 zombies, then I'm the savior of the world." Suddenly, Jiang He shouted at his 2 sons. "Both of you shut your mouths." He walked over to stand in front of Su Yang. "Young man, I believe you." Dahai, standing beside him, looked completely baffled. He grabbed his father's arm. Jiang He looked down and continued speaking. "I know of the Huazhong Commercial Academy. It's several kilometers from here. The fact that you could make it from there to here alive means you must have extraordinary skills." He lifted his head, looking directly at Su Yang. "Young man, I was too rash hitting you earlier. I'm truly sorry." Jiang He's gaze dropped to the floor. "I want to ask you for a favor. Since you were able to get in here, you must have a way to get out. Can you take us with you?" Su Yang's eyes widened, a little surprised by the man's request. Shu Fan couldn't understand. She asked her husband, "Honey, are you crazy? With so many zombies outside, isn't leaving just asking to die?" Dahai also yelled in frustration, "Dad, have you lost your mind? You really believe him?" Xiao Hai also spoke up in protest. "I'm not going out there. You can beat me to death, but I'm not leaving." Finally, Jiang He let out a loud roar. "All you know is fear. Go outside and die. So you think we can survive in here?" He began to explain their current situation. "We've been trapped in here for days. We've been surviving on the frozen fish from the freezer. What happens when we run out of frozen fish?" Jiang He angrily pointed a finger straight at Su Yang. "Our only chance of survival is to get out of here. This man is our only hope. If we don't go now, do you all want to stay here and starve to death?" Dahai and Xiao Hai hung their heads in shame after hearing his words. Shu Fan seemed to have completely understood. She made her decision. Honey, you're right. I'll listen to you. With that, she bowed to Su Yang, pleading, Young man, please. Even if you don't take us two old folks, please save our two boys. They're still young. They're our family's hope. I can't just let them die like this. Su Yang, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Is that so? He raised an eyebrow and said, I could take you with me, but you have to answer a question for me first. Jiang, he replied joyfully. Go ahead, ask. Shufan also promised enthusiastically. As long as it's something we know, Su Yang got straight to the point, asking them, Do you know where we can find drinking water? Across from him, Xiaohai had already placed a large container of water in front of him. You mean this? At the same time, back at the cafe where Tion Lelay's group was resting, Bing Yin tilted her head back to take the medicine Tion Lelay had just found. Wu Xin stood beside them, a look of unease on her face. Why isn't Yang Yang back yet? Don't you think something might have happened to him? Tion Lelay looked at her, his voice tinged with a bit of sarcasm. If you were so concerned about him, you shouldn't have let him go out in the first place. Now you're worried. Hearing his words, Wu Xion's face paled. She lowered her head sadly, saying nothing. Finally, Tion Lelay glanced at her and said reassuringly, Don't worry. I know what he's capable of. As long as he doesn't run into any mutated zombies, he'll be fine. Wu Xion turned and started to walk away. I should still go check by the door. Tion Lelay placed an ice pack on the wound on Bing Yan's foot. They both sat in silence. After a while, they both spoke at the same time. I'm sorry. Both Tion Lelay and Bing Yan were startled, staring at each other in surprise. Tion Lelay looked away. What I said last night was a little harsh. Don't take it to heart. Bing Yan also mumbled in reply. You had every right to be angry. I was the one who overestimated my own abilities. Honestly, I just didn't want to drag you down. I didn't want to cause more trouble for everyone. I never thought I'd end up making things even more complicated. Tion Lelay looked at her and said carefully, Just don't push yourself so hard from now on. Bing Yan looked down, a curious expression on her face. Do all you men really dislike women like me? Do you prefer the gentle and helpless type? Tion Lelay answered while massaging her ankle. Not really. You have your own good qualities. Bing Yan asked directly, What about Chun Sinu then? What kind of girl is she? Gentle or strong? The corner of Tion Lelay's mouth lifted into a smile. Her. She's not really either type. Or maybe she's both. His face softened, a faint blush appearing on his cheeks. To be honest, I don't know her that well. We've barely even spoken a few sentences. But she's the kind of person that when she's standing in front of you, you just inexplicably find yourself drawn to her. You want to do things for her. When Tion Lelay looked back at Bing Yan, he saw her frowning unhappily. He didn't understand what was wrong. He asked, Don't look at me like that. You're the one who asked me to tell you. Bing Yan gently pushed him away. Well, you didn't have to be so specific. Is she really that wonderful? You started blushing the moment you mentioned her. Is she really that great? Tion Lelay shifted, and a pair of shoes hidden behind his back fell to the floor. Bing Yan reached out and picked them up. Her eyes widened. She stared in wonder at the sneakers in her hands. What are these? After a moment of observation, Bing Yan asked, These are women's sneakers. Where did you get them? Tion Lelay calmly recounted the event. On my way back, I passed by a sporting goods store. I saw that you were wearing high heels, and it looked inconvenient, so a light blush appeared on Bing Yan's face. She smiled at him, then reached out and pulled him closer by his collar. Their faces were now just inches apart. Bing Yan declared, Zhao Tion Lelay, believe it or not, one day, I'm going to make you forget all about Chun Sinu and become the one and only girl in your heart. Inside the cafe, the space was dark and silent. Wu Xian led in Su Yang, who was carrying a large container of water. She called out cheerfully, Sister Bing Yan, Yang Yang is back, and he brought water. Tion Lelay and Bing Yan, whose faces were close together, both jumped in surprise at their sudden appearance. Wu Xian reacted instantly, immediately turning around. We didn't see anything. Su Yang quickly chimed in. Didn't see a thing, didn't see a thing. You too, carry on. Embarrassed, Bing Yan scolded them softly. What are you talking about? Tion Lelay walked over and placed a hand on Su Yang's shoulder. So, how was your first solo mission? Did it go smoothly? He tilted his head and replied. It was okay, I guess. Pretty lucky. I wasn't spotted by any zombies. But it's definitely not as safe as going with you. Su Yang asked him with a serious tone. Brotherlet, if you're not busy, Could you come over here for a minute? Tion Lelay looked curious, watching him silently in the quiet cafe. He led his wife and children over to greet Tion Lelay cheerfully. You must be Xiao Tion Lelay. He began to introduce himself. My name is Li Jianghe. This is my wife, Zhang Shu Fun, and my sons, Dahai and Xiao Hai. We've heard a lot about you from Su Yang. To be so brave in the face of zombies. You guys are amazing. Shu Fun, standing beside him, also showered them with praise. Thank you for being willing to take our family in. If we hadn't met you, I don't know what we would have done. You're truly good people. Su Yang waved his hand, gently reminding her. Hey, don't be so quick to thank us. I only agreed to get you all out of there. Whether or not you can stay is up to Brother Lay. Suddenly, a probing voice rang out, catching Tion Lay's attention. I heard you've killed 100 zombies. Dahai's tone was dripping with sarcasm. You don't look that special to me. Are you just bragging about how tough you are? Trying to be the boss of this group? Hearing her son, Shufan cried out in alarm, Dahai. Xiao Hai, standing nearby, seemed to notice a backpack in the distance and exclaimed excitedly, Mom, look, Brett. He couldn't hide his craving, edging closer to the backpack. I've been eating raw fish for days. I was about to puke. Finally, some real bread. Before Xiao Hai could even touch the backpack, an axe flew past him, snagging the bag and pulling it away. The blade sank deep into the wall, leaving the backpack dangling in the air, and causing Xiao Hai to break out in a cold, terrified sweat. Tion Lay's face darkened. His eyes, filled with displeasure, swept over to the boy. Terrified, Xiao Hai hurriedly hid behind Jiang He and Shu Fun. Dad, he tried to hit me. Jiang He's eyes widened. He said worriedly, I'm so sorry, so sorry. They're just kids. They don't know any better. Please, don't hold it against them. Tion Lelay spoke in a warning tone. If they weren't kids, that last axe swing would have taken his hand. He bent down, sitting on a chair. You want to join our group? It's not impossible. Tion Lelay crossed his arms. His expression was impassive as he asked the man, what can you do? Jiang He still didn't grasp his meaning. He repeated dumbly, You're asking what we can do. Just then, Wu Xian, Bing Yin, and Wu Xin walked over. She observed the people in front of her. In our group, every single person has to pull their weight. Wu Xin continued to explain. Tion Lelay is the leader. Yang Yang knows martial arts. Wu Xian is a skilled marksman. Sister Bing Yin and I may not be able to fight zombies, but we can take care of everyone's daily needs. She raised an eyebrow, asking them, And you? Are you just planning on freeloading? Jiang He quickly puffed out his chest and introduced himself. Well, I can drive. I've been a driver for many years. I don't know if that's useful or not. Shu Fun, standing right beside him, pointed a finger at herself. I can cook. I'm a very good cook. Wu Xian offered his opinion. We really do need someone who can cook. We don't know how long. We'll be on the road. We can't just eat hot pot every day. Wu Xian also commented. I vote to let them stay. Driving takes away from our fighting strength. We need a dedicated driver. Shu Fun seized the opportunity, trying her best to persuade them. That's right. You're all people with important things to do. You can't be expected to do everything yourselves. Please let us stay. Tion Lelay shifted his gaze to the two brothers, Dahai and Xiao Hai. What about you two? Besides being man-children, what else can you do? Shu Fun stepped forward, speaking up for her two sons. Don't look at them like that. They're usually quite helpful around the house. They can handle odd jobs. Finally, Tion Lelay stood up from his chair, making a firm decision. Fine. Then, he issued a warning to Dahai and Xiao Hai. But, I'll say this up front. In my group, food is earned through contribution. Don't think you can just coast by relying on your parents. If you want to eat bread, you'd better start proving your worth, and soon. Though resentful, Dahai and Xiao Hai could only think to themselves in frustration. Who does he think he is? Next, Tion Lelay spread a map out in front of everyone. Now that that's settled, let's plan our route. He began his analysis. There are two ways to get to base number 6 from here. One route is the most direct, but it passes through a lot of busy areas. The chance of encountering a large number of zombies is very high. The second route is a bit more winding, but it's relatively safer. Which road do you all think is better? Su Yang stated his choice. Obviously, we take the shorter route. The sooner we get to the base, the safer we'll be. Besides, our team is getting bigger now. Even if we run into zombies, with so many of us, we have nothing to fear. Wu Xian had a different opinion. We have more people, but not more fighting power. Right now, the only ones who can really fight are you, Brother Lay, and me. If we really run into a horde of zombies, I'm afraid we won't be able to handle all. I suggest we take the second route. Tion Lelay rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He's right. I also agree we should take this route. He pointed to a spot on the map. Everyone, look here. Along this road, although there are many smaller streets, there's only one main road. Even if we run into zombies, we can split up and run. We'd be able to regroup later. After listening to everyone's analysis, Su Yang changed his mind. You've all thought this through more carefully. I agree. With the discussion concluded, Tion Lelay began to lay out the plan. Then it settled. As soon as Bing Yan's foot is well enough for her to walk, we'll head out. Sometime later, the daytime sky was clear, the bright summer sun beating down on the ground. A luxurious black car was parked on the side of the main road. Su Yang admired it. Brother Lay, this car is so badass. Where did you get it? Wu Xin also exclaimed in amazement. It must be so comfortable to ride in. This car is way better than a truck. Tion Lelay recounted the story to them. Earlier, I went back to the 4S dealership to teach that bastardly a lesson. But I was a step too late. They'd already taken off. However, I saw this car, so I decided to grab it on my way back. Even with 4 extra people now, it'll be a tight squeeze, but it should be enough. With that, he tossed the car keys to Jianghe. Uncle Lee. He motioned to the man. You drive. Jianghe nervously clutched the keys. I've never driven such a nice car before. I'm honestly a little nervous. But don't worry. It won't be a problem. The sun beat down with intense rays. Tion Lelay's group sped down the road in their black car. Inside, Jianghe sat in the front seat, concentrating on driving, while Tion Lelay sat beside him, giving directions. In the back seat, Wu Xin asked with concern, Sister Bing Yan, how's your foot? Does it still hurt? She smiled and replied, it's much better after taking the medicine. Xiao Hai was full of curiosity, constantly looking around. Expensive cars really are different. The equipment is so cool. He picked up a bottle of wine. Look at this. There's wine in here too. It looks really high-end. Let's have a little taste. Listening to his younger brother, Dahai also made a casual demand. Of course. Hey, old man. Put on some music. Witnessing the brother's behavior, Su Yang frowned in annoyance. What do you two think you're doing? Drinking wine and listening to music? You think this is a vacation? Do you still not get the situation we're in? Shu Fun, sitting to the side, quickly apologized. Sorry. They're just kids. They don't know any better. Then, she turned and loudly scolded her 2 sons. Dahai, Xiao Hai, stop causing trouble. Can't you just be quiet for a minute? Get over here and sit properly. After being scolded by their mother, the 2 brothers behaved themselves. Xiao Hai glanced at the person sitting next to him. I want to drink the wine. Dahai looked unhappy, muttering a curse under his breath. So what if he killed a couple of zombies? What's so great about that? I used to be the top dog at my school. Just you wait until I get my chance. I'll make sure you all open your eyes and see how tough I really am. Wu Xian leaned forward from the back seat. Lego, he asked. I think we're going the wrong way. The road to Sector 6 isn't in this direction. Ciele looked up, a smile on his face. We're not. I'm just making a stop to borrow a few things before we head out. The 4 black tires slowly rolled to a stop on the road. Chu Yang and the others stared out the window, bewildered. This is... In front of the building, countless zombies were milling about. He saw the words on the sign and gasped. The police station. Confused, Chu Yang turned to ask him, Lego, what are we doing here? Wu Xian, seeming to have already figured it out, said one word. Guns. Ciele smirked, confirming his suspicion. That's right. He started to explain the situation. Our team is getting bigger and bigger. Relying on just the 3 of us isn't going to work. If we run into danger, how are the others supposed to protect themselves? The simplest answer is guns. Besides, a police station is the only place we're going to find any. Chu Yang asked worriedly. But there's so many zombies outside. How are we supposed to get in? CLA laid out a plan. In a minute, I'm going to lead them away. The rest is up to all of you. Xiao Hai's eyes went wide. You're going to lure them away all by yourself? The Hai looked skeptical, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Yeah, right. Stop bluffing. There are at least 40, 50 zombies out there. There's no way you dare go out there. CLA calmly looked at him and asked, how about you come with me then? Little buddy. Hearing that, the Hai shot up in a panic. Are you nuts? I'm not going. Chu Yang frowned at him. Then keep your mouth shut. Wu Xian paid Dahai no mind, speaking with conviction to the man in the front seat. Don't worry, Lei Gu. Leave this to us. He then asked, but how are you going to lure them? CLA didn't answer. Instead, he shot a question back. Didn't someone want to blast some music earlier? He reached over and cranked the volume knob on the dashboard. Instantly, an ear-splitting noise erupted into the surrounding area. Xiaohai and Hai clapped their hands over their ears, screaming, Are you crazy? That loud music is going to get us all killed. CLA opened the sunroof and popped his head out. I'm over here. Come and get me. Seeing him, the zombies flew into a frenzy, charging forward to attack. CLA leaped from the car and bolted in another direction, the horde of zombies hot on his heels. Inside the car, Chu Yang and Wu Xian watched, their eyes glued to the scene outside. Wu Xian spoke up. He's led them all away. Dahai's face was pale, but he couldn't stop his spiteful words. That guy's a lunatic. It'd be for the best if the zombies just killed him. Chu Yang couldn't take it anymore. He angrily gripped the boy's arm, his expression menacing. Listen, kid, I'm warning you. I can't be bothered to deal with your family, but if you dare curse Lei Gu or any dash one else on this team again, I'll throw you out there to be torn apart by the zombies myself. You hear me? Dahai's entire body trembled with fear. I get it, he stammered obediently. Wu Xian asked, what's our next move? Chu Yang thought for a moment. We need someone here as backup for when Lei Gu returns. And sister, Bing Yin's leg still hasn't healed. She needs someone to look after her. Finally, he laid out the plan. All right, here's what we'll do. Wu Xian and I will go inside and check things out. The rest of you will stay here. Wu Xian looked towards the people in the back. He began giving orders. Auntie, you and your two boys are coming with us. The mother and her sons were stunned by his decision. Chu Yang put an arm around Wu Xian's shoulders, looking confused. Do we really need that many people? Besides, it's not like the three of them will be any help. They'll just slow us down. Wu Xian shot back a question of his own. You think you know them so well. If we leave that family of four here, while both of us are gone, leaving just two girls who can't fight back, what's to stop them from just driving off with a car? In the back, Xiao Hai cried out in fear. I'm not going. Shu Fan tried to negotiate. How about I go with you and let the boys stay here? Wu Xian's face was stern. No, he refused flatly. Either you all come with us, or you get out of the car and leave. His pride wounded, Dahai said defiantly, Xiao Hai, don't let them look down on us. We're going. Who's afraid of you anyway? Sometime later, the group of five finally made it inside the police station. Chu Yang led the way, calling out cautiously. Anyone here? The inside of the station was completely empty. Not a soul in sight. Chu Yang tilted his head, making a guess. No one's answering. Think they all took off. Wu Xian scanned their surroundings. This place is spotless. Doesn't look like any zombies got in here. Xiao Hai's eyes widened, as if he just spotted something. He shouted, the armory. Stepping inside the room, Dahai and Xiao Hai gazed excitedly at the weapons on the wall. Whoa, look, they're real guns. Xiao Hai grabbed a long rifle. Isn't this the AK-47 from the movies? This is so cool. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the air. Don't move. A tall man leading 3 or 4 others in police uniforms appeared before them. Put the gun down, or we'll give you a taste of what it can do. Chu Yang raised his hands, sizing up the men. It's a misunderstanding. We're just survivors. We were just passing through. We were hoping for a little help. That's all. We mean no harm. The man, Ma Lupeng, narrowed his eyes, his expression grim. How do we know you people haven't been infected? Hands behind your heads. We're going to check you. At his command, his subordinates moved in to search them. Stay still. Shu Fan turned her head, glancing at the officer approaching her. You don't really need to search me, do you? He gave her a look of pure contempt. You're old enough to be my mother. Who'd be interested in taking advantage of you? Turn around. One of the officers confiscated Chu Yang's saber. Nearby, another discovered the pistol on Wu Xian. This kid's got a gun. Wu Xian tilted his head, explaining calmly. I'm a bodyguard. The gun is mine. The officer brought the gun to Ma Lupeng. Chief, the search is complete. None of them have any wounds. They're probably not infected. The chief clasped his hands behind his back and ordered. Don't you know it's illegal to possess and carry a firearm without a permit? Confiscate it. Ma Lupeng looked up, his tone interrogating. Who are you people? There's a horde of zombies out there. How did you manage to get inside? Chu Yang answered him honestly. We're from the Yuzhou Business Academy. We're on our way to Base 6 to find help. He continued. We were passing through and wanted to see if there were any survivors here, and maybe borrow some guns and ammunition. As for the zombies outside, our big brother lured them away. Ma Luping's eyes widened. With interest. So, you're saying your vehicle is parked outside? That's right, Chu Yang confirmed. Hearing this, Ma Luping instantly changed his demeanor. A broad smile spread across his face. He shook Chu Yang's hand enthusiastically and introduced himself. My name is Ma Luping. I'm the chief of this station. In times as dangerous as these, one can't be too careful. I must apologize for our earlier actions. My sincerest apologies to all of you. We understand, Chu Yang replied, a bit taken aback. Then, he glanced at the others standing behind him. But this place is so big. Are you the only ones left? Ma Bang closed his eyes. He recounted with a sorrowful expression. Originally, there were more than a dozen of U.S. brothers. When the apocalypse broke out, we sent a large number of officers out to help. Unfortunately, we didn't know how dangerous the zombies were back then. All of those comrades sacrificed their lives. Now, only a dozen of U.S. remain. Our last police car ran out of gas, so we couldn't leave. We've been trapped here for days. Dahai looked unconvinced. He sneered. Don't make it sound so pathetic. You guys aren't ordinary civilians like us. You have guns and ammunition. Why can't you go out there and fight? In the end, you're just scared of dying. Some cops you are. Are you really worthy of the people's trust? His words left Ma Bang speechless. He could only remain silent, his face grim. Shufan hurried forward to stop her son. Dahai. Wu Xian, standing behind, was also watching intently, observing Ma Bang's reaction. After a moment, he looked up and fabricated a reason. We don't want to keep hiding like this either. We tried to break out many times, but there are still a few inmates in the prison cells. They refuse to cooperate. We can't just abandon them. So, we can only stay here and hope a rescue team finds us. Su Yang didn't suspect a thing. He praised him. Even in this situation, you're still trying to protect the lives of those inmates. You truly are a good man. Ma Bang replied humbly. As a police officer, this is my duty. He then made a proposal. But your arrival is a great help to us. If you could share some of your gas, we could drive out and take the inmates with us. Ma Bang then asked for his opinion. Oh right, you said you're heading to base number 6? I was wondering if we could travel with you. Su Yang didn't even have to think. He quickly agreed. Of course. You're all police officers, and you're fully equipped with guns and ammo. That's practically a contribution of supplies to our team. Brother Lay will definitely agree. He gestured toward the door. A welcoming motion. We can't delay. Let's get going. But Ma Bang held up a hand to stop him. Inside the police station, there are still some important documents and files we need to bring. We'll need a little time to get things in order. He pointed off to one side. I imagine you all must be tired. How about this? We still have some supplies inside. Why don't you all eat something first and get some rest? As soon as we're packed, we'll head out immediately. The moment Xiao Hai heard the word food, he became excited. We get to eat? Awesome. I'm starving. Su Yang was a little surprised. His eyes widened. Really? But in just a moment, he accepted the offer. But please be quick about it. We have to make every second count. It'll be a pain if the zombies come back. Ma Bang promised him, don't worry. We'll be as fast as we can. Then, he turned to lead the way. This way, please. Wu Xian, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Director Ma, shouldn't you be returning our things now? Ma Bang froze. He hadn't expected such a request. He reacted quickly, forcing a laugh to make an excuse. Little brother, did you make this silence for yourself? That's very dangerous. It could cause burns at any moment. I happen to have a proper one here. Let me swap it out for you. Wu Xian kept his hand outstretched, determined to get his property back. Thanks for the offer, but no thanks. I'm used to this one. Ma Bang was a bit flustered, unsure how to respond. Just then, Dahai interjected. Can you stop being so difficult? They have so many guns. Why would they need to steal your crappy one? Su Yang agreed. He tried to smooth things over. Yeah, Director Ma is just trying to help. You shouldn't refuse his kindness. Wu Xian thought for a moment in silence. Finally, he just closed his eyes and sighed. He gave up on getting his gun back. Fine. Downstairs was the detention area, secured with iron bars. Ma Bang's men led them past the cells. Wu Xian tilted his head, observing the cells on either side. Xiao Hai started to ask, "Didn't you say we were going to rest? What are we doing here?" Su Yang felt a sense of unease. He asked, "Officer, how much further do we have to go?" The henchman in the lead stopped. He turned to face them. "We're here." With incredible speed, he unlocked the cell door. Everyone in the group was shoved hard inside. The cell door was quickly locked behind them. "Imprison them all." Su Yang shot up angrily. "What are you doing?" The henchman's gun was pointed straight at him from outside. He cocked it, holding it up defiantly. "Behave yourselves, or don't blame me for giving you a taste of lead." Shufren rushed to the cell door in a panic. She asked, "Officer, has there been some kind of misunderstanding? Why did you lock us in here?" The henchman outside kicked her hard through the bars, cursing at her. "You old hag, so damn noisy." Xiao Hai immediately ran to help his mother. Seeing his mother assaulted, Dahai flew into a rage and charged forward. "You dare hit my mother? I'll kill you." Wu Xian frowned, shouting a warning to him. "Look out." A bullet flew from outside with terrifying speed. Fortunately, Wu Xian managed to pull Dahai down to the floor, dodging it. Dahai's body was still trembling, having just escaped death's door. Wu Xian tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over the henchman who had just fired. The man's expression was ice cold, his gun still aimed at the two of them. Su Yang gritted his teeth in fury. "What the hell are you doing?" "I want to see Director Ma." A henchman repeated the title he'd just heard in a mocking tone. "Director Ma?" Immediately after, they all burst out laughing. "You won't be seeing any Director Ma. The only one you'll be meeting is the King of Hell." They left with one final remark before turning their backs and leaving. "Sit tight and be good." Inside the cell, Su Yang gripped the bars tightly, cursing relentlessly. "Bastards, open the door. Let us out." Suddenly, the man who had been sitting silently in the adjacent cell spoke up. "Don't waste your energy. You can scream your throat raw, but they won't pay you any mind." The man lowered his head and continued. "There is no Director Ma, and they aren't cops. Those men are all dangerous criminals." Su Yang was startled. He turned to look at the man. "Who are you? How do you know they're criminals?" The man, his face covered in scars, revealed his identity. "My name is Yi Shinfeng, and I am a police officer." At that very moment, elsewhere, a pair of binoculars was aimed at the black vehicle belonging to Tion Lelay's group, parked outside the police station. Ma Bang's eyes were glued to the binoculars as he smiled. "Nice ride. It must be packed with supplies." When he saw Wu Xing and Bing Yin sitting in the back seat, his interest was piqued. A nice ride and beautiful women. Just my style. Behind him, two henchmen approached. The first one reported, "Boss Ma, it's done." The second one, standing nearby, asked, "I don't get why we have to keep those guys alive. Especially those two restless ones. We should have just killed them all and been done with it." Ma Bang lowered the binoculars, frowning at them. "Idiots. This place may be secure, but we'll run out of food eventually. When that happens, who's going to volunteer to go out and scavenge for supplies? Of course, we need to keep a few errand boys around." The first henchman looked confused. "You mean we're still staying here?" The second subordinate was also confused. "Aren't we going to that base number 6? Li Bang began to nudge their thinking. "What's so great about that base anyway? It's got both government and military people. Wouldn't going there just mean living under their rules and laws again? And if someone finds out who we are, we might even end up back in prison. How is that any different from before?" He flashed a treacherous smile. "Don't forget, we're the bad guys. A world without rules is our kind of world." The first subordinate was completely convinced. "Ma's right. We've got food and water here. We got women to wait on us. Why would we want to go anywhere else?" The second subordinate chimed in. "As long as the zombies can't get in here, this place is our paradise." Li Bang strode forward confidently. "Let's go. Before the zombies come back, bring the supplies from the car and the beauties back here for me. Ma, we'll throw a feast for you all." The other men joyfully followed behind him. Elsewhere, on the main road, the daylight was scorching and oppressive. Beads of sweat dotted Tion Lelay's face. He bent over, panting, facing a whole horde of corpses. "Chasing me for so long with those stiff bodies. You guys are pretty persistent." Tion Lelay held up his fingers and began to count. 10, 20, 35. The zombies in front of him growled, their faces ferocious. He let out a sigh. "You can't call this a horde of zombies. This is more like a treasure trove." Tion Lelay excitedly swung the axe in his hand. Since you're all so kindly offering me your heads, I'll graciously accept. For some unknown reason, the zombies, which had been glaring fiercely, suddenly froze for a long moment. Then, they hastily turned around and fled in a panic. Tion Lelay was also surprised, unable to comprehend their actions. Hey, why are you all running away? They seem to be afraid of something. Could it be that I've become so powerful that zombies flee in terror at the sight of me? Instantly, he felt an object flash past him from behind. Tion Lelay leaned to the side, swinging a blow behind him, trying to ambush me. The object, quick as a flash, leaped into the air to dodge his attack. A monster, with a long, dangling tongue, was clinging to a utility pole. Tion Lelay frowned and asked, What is that thing? The Lord God appeared, answering his question. Lurker, the second stage of zombie evolution. It is also a special evolutionary level among the other evolutionary levels. He began to relay the necessary information. Their bodies are extremely sensitive. Their speed is incredible. Their jumping ability is also astonishing. They have no sight or hearing, but they are extremely sensitive and agile. No sound, however small, can escape their ears. They can predict another's actions in an instant. The Lord God analyzed, one by one, each part of its body. Its muscle strength, combined with its claws, can create a large hole in a sturdy wall. He added another characteristic, but their most formidable weapon is their mouth. That is their flexible tongue. It can pierce through brick and stone. Furthermore, it possesses great strength. Once you're entangled by it, the chance of escape is almost zero. The Lord God's voice echoed in Tion Lelay's ears. Their bodies have a very strong regenerative ability. Unless it's a fatal wound, it will heal automatically in a very short time. You could say, this is a 10 out of 10 powerful evolutionary species. Its combat power is equal to that of 100 ordinary zombies. Finally, he concluded with one last sentence. When the detailed explanation had concluded and the message from the Lord God was delivered, Tion Lelay hung his head and let out a loud cry. Get back here. So this monster is basically invincible? Doesn't it have any weaknesses? The Lord God's reply was devoid of any emotion. Same as a regular zombie. The head. Tion Lelay's voice was harsh as he demanded. I don't need you to tell me that. Hurry up and give me some fighting strategies. He was met with a rhetorical question. If you want to succeed in anything, you can only rely on yourself. I've already lent you wings, and you still need the system to teach you how to fly. Leaving one last remark. The system vanished. The system's task is complete. The rest is up to you. Good luck. Tion Lelay's eyes were fixed on the approaching lurker. He declared, if there was a rating system for this software, I'd definitely give you 1 star. Get you fired. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body flinched back to avoid the lurker's attack. The creature, however, refused to give up. It continued to strike out with its hands. Its figure tore through the air at an incredible speed. Tion Lelay gritted his teeth, a question rising in his mind. What kind of freaky movement is this? So fast, it's like a humanoid snake. A precise slash from him struck the afterimage of a lurker in front of him. But when Tion Lelay glanced back, the monster's intact body was already there, its long tongue lashing out towards him. With lightning-fast reflexes, Tion Lelay threw himself backward to dodge the blow. As soon as he straightened up, he immediately whipped his head around to assess its position. Its tongue, slick with a milky white fluid, instantly wrapped tightly around Tion Lelay's entire body. The force of its grip was so strong that the axe in his hand was sent. Tion Lelay's whole body was pinned by the lurker's tongue, lifted into the air with no way to struggle. His brow furrowed. He tried to fight his way out of the hold. The lurker began to retract its tongue, pulling Tion Lelay towards it, ready to devour him. He gritted his teeth, silently formulating a plan in his mind. Their weakness is the same as regular zombies. It's in the head. If I can't break free, he let out a yell and, with all his might, drove his knee into the face of the lurker. Then I'll just have to fight back. The lurker took the full force of the blow, tumbling to the ground and loosening its tongue, freeing Tion Lelay. He dropped to one knee on the floor, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at it. That was close. Good thing my legs are long. Suddenly, the lurker seemed to sense something. It opened its horrifying mouth wide, and then, as if controlled by an invisible force. It turned and fled at a terrifying speed. Tion Lelay watched its retreating back with a worried gaze. This is bad. It's heading towards the police station. If that monster gets there, they'll be in danger. At the same time, at the police station, in the dark cell holding Su Yang and Wu Xian's group, Shun Feng turned to tell them the truth. The chief Ma you mentioned, his name is Molly Bang. He's the leader of a gang. Those guys pretending to be police officers are all his men. They're usually running rampant, fighting, stealing. There's no crime they haven't committed. It took me and my partner a lot of effort to catch them. He continued the story. When the zombies broke out, most of our colleagues were outside providing support, but they were quickly overwhelmed. The rest of us received orders to evacuate immediately. Even though they're criminals, they should still be punished by the law. So we decided to take them with us. Who knew that as soon as we opened the cell door, they would ambush us? Shun Feng hung his head, his brow furrowed with deep resentment. We were caught off guard. They stole our guns. My 2 partners died because of it. Just then, Wu Xian spoke up. I thought they were suspicious. They had this murderous aura about them. They didn't look like police officers at all. The Hai shot a look at him. Nonsense. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wu Xian turned to speak with Su Yang. I tried to give you a signal, but you completely ignored me. Su Yang asked, startled. You did? A question was posed by Wu Xian. If they killed your partners, why didn't they kill you? Aren't they afraid you'll cause trouble by locking you up in here? Shun Feng closed his eyes and began to explain. Molly Bang may be a crude man, but he's very cautious. They know we're not familiar with this place. Besides, many areas in the police station require a fingerprint or retinal scan to enter. That's the only reason they've kept me alive. He elaborated on their scheme. They've been wearing our uniforms all this time, posing as police officers. They've tricked countless groups of survivors who came here seeking help. Then, they lock them up. The men are used for hard labor. As for the women, Shun Feng slammed his fist on the ground. Damn it, I truly regret not shooting them all when I had the chance. A sudden curse rang out, making him look up. Those bastards are rotten to the core. Chu Yang's face grew serious as he made a promise. But now that you've met us, you can rest easy. We may have been careless and fallen for their trap. But our big brother is still outside. He's no ordinary person. He'll definitely be able to get us out of here. Still skeptical, Shun Feng asked, really? Chu Yang rolled up his sleeves, replying with a confident swagger. Of course. When the time comes, we'll line them all up for you to get your revenge. From behind them, Xiao Hai's voice suddenly piped up. Mom, what's wrong? Does it hurt a lot? Shufan's face was pale. She clutched her stomach, leaning weakly against the wall. My stomach, it hurts so much. I'm afraid something ruptured inside. Chu Yang walked over, his expression concerned. Auntie, I know a little about these kinds of injuries. Let me take a look. She struggled to lift her head and look at him. I don't think I'm going to make it. It doesn't matter if I die here, but I'm begging you. You have to get these 2 kids out of here safely. The Hai's body trembled. He screamed. Mom, what are you talking about? Shufan shifted her gaze to her son. I'm not talking nonsense. You 2 are your fathers and my entire world. I hope I can watch you grow up, get married, and have children. But it looks like I won't be able to be with you anymore. 2 streams of tears rolled down Shufan's face as she gave her last words. From now on, you have to be mature. Listen to your father. You can't be as reckless as you were before. Do you understand? Both Dahai and Xiao Hai were sobbing, calling out desperately for their mother. Wu Xian could only lower his head, at a loss for words. Chu Yang also frowned, silent for a moment. But just a second later, he let out a long breath and announced, Auntie, you're fine. It's not serious. It's just a side stitch. Move around a little, and it'll go away. Hearing this, the spirits of the mother and her 2 sons were instantly lifted. Dahai complained, What was that all about, Mom? It was just a cramp, and you acted like you were on your deathbed. You scared me to death. Xiao Hai chimed in, agreeing with his brother. We should have recorded that to show Dad. Shufan was so embarrassed she could have died. All she could do was scold her sons. I wasn't faking it. It really hurt. Don't you dare tell your father about this when we get out. Suddenly, a gasp came from behind him. We're screwed. Startled, Chu Yang whipped his head around. What? What's wrong with you? You scared the hell out of me. Wu Xian's eyes were wide, as a terrible thought struck him. Ma Luping knows our car is still outside. He's definitely going to try and steal it. Wu Xin and Sister Bingyan are still in the car. Almost instantly, Chuyang ripped off his shirt. You're right. We have to get out of here now. Wu Xian looked confused. Hey, he asked. What are you taking your shirt off for? Chuyang replied with a look of utmost seriousness. I saw it in a movie. You wet your clothes, wrap them around an iron bar for leverage, and you can bend the cell bars. Wet it. How are we supposed to get it wet? Does anyone need to pee? Wu Xian was speechless. Stop joking around. Who do you think you are, Jackie Chan? The Hai walked over and gave Chuyang a light shove. Get out of the way. Put your shirt back on. That's disgusting. Chuyang raised an eyebrow. Turning to him. Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? Xiao Hai crossed his arms, announcing smugly. If you guys want to get out of here, you'd better be a little nicer to us. There's only one person who knows how to open this cell. And that's my brother. Chuyang looked utterly unconvinced. He pointed at the boy standing next to him. You're relying on this little brat? Feeling slighted to Hai. Stare him down. What about it? He held his hand out to Chuyang and Wu Xian. Do either of you have anything sharp like a pin? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. From a cell across from them, Shienhao overheard the question. He took something out. Then, he tossed the item over to the Hai. Will this work? The boy looked down and saw the police badge Shienhao had given him. The Hai stared at it for a moment, then said, Time to get to work. He straightened the metal pin on the back of the badge. Next, the Hai inserted one end of the pin into the cell's lock and slowly began to pick it. In the silence of the dark detention level, the only sound was the soft clicking of metal on metal. The Hai didn't stop, diligently using Shun Feng's badge to work the lock. Suddenly, Chuyang spoke up. You really have a skill like this? Xiao Hai, full of pride, began to brag. My brother's a pro. Give him a bobby pin, and getting in and out of any office in our school is a piece of cake. Anyone who got their stuff confiscated would ask him to steal it back. Standing nearby, Xu Fun's face turned purple with anger. You little brat. Instead of learning anything good, you're learning how to steal from people? Just wait until I tell your father. Chuyang leaned in closer to get a better look. Are you sure you can do this? This is a jail lock, not your teacher's desk drawer. The Hai cracked open an eye, glaring at him, quiet, after what felt like an eternity. The lock finally gave a loud click and swung open. The Hai put his hands on his hips triumphantly, letting out a small huff. I told you not to underestimate me. The Holy Thief of Yuzhou Hai isn't just an empty title, you know. At this point, even Chuyang had a smile in admiration. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. In the opposite cell, Shienhao was overjoyed to see the door open. Chuyang quickly walked over to his cell. Officer Yi, we're here to rescue you. Shienhao immediately gave them directions. There's a spare set of keys in a drawer in the surveillance room over there. Following his instructions, Wu Xian pulled open the wooden drawer and instantly found the key ring. The door to Xin Feng's cell was opened. He was finally free. Chuyang made an offer. Officer Yi, come with us. Shienhao smiled and declined. You guys go on ahead. There's still a lot of other survivors locked up in here. I have to go let them out. Hearing this, Chuyang didn't leave, instead making a decision. We'll go with you. Shienhao looked at them with gratitude in his eyes. Brother, thank you. After that, they all began to work together. Shienhao was in charge of unlocking the cells, while Chuyang and the others guided the newly freed victims. Everyone was bustling to get out of the place. A voice suddenly echoed through the space. Wu Xian, is that you? He approached the cell where the voice came from, asking cautiously, Li Erchuan? The man inside immediately responded. It's me, Li Erchuan. Wu Xian. It really is you. Help me. Those guys screwed me over. Shienhao asked, puzzled. You two know each other? Chuyang frowned and answered. He's a local thug. Wu Xian looked at Li Erchuan in the cell with suspicion. What are you doing here? The man began to weep as he told his story. Our car ran over some nails. We barely made it here, only to run into those fake cops. Erchuan continued his tale. They treated me like a slave, making me do hard labor every day. And Xu Yan was. He eagerly reached his hands out through the bars. It's so good to see you. Before those bastards find out, hurry up and let us out. Su Yang's voice dripped with sarcasm. This must be karma. What goes around comes around. We were kind enough to take you in at first, and you repaid our kindness with betrayal. When the zombies were attacking, you locked us outside, and now you have the nerve to come begging us for help. Where do you get that kind of confidence? Nie Chuan put on a remorseful act, pleading, I know I was wrong. Just save me one more time. I promise I'll turn over a new leaf. I'll be your loyal servant from now on. Su Yang wasn't fooled in the slightest and scoffed. Do you think we're stupid? Even the dumbest farmer wouldn't let a venomous snake bite him twice. Realizing he couldn't deceive them, Nie Chuan's demeanor changed in an instant. He pointed a finger at them, his voice laced with threats. Wu Xian, don't forget, you're a bodyguard. Your duty is to protect your employer. Leaving me here to fend for myself. Running off to save your own skin? Where's your professionalism? Where's your work ethic, huh? Su Yang gave him a look that seemed to see right through him. What's this? The pity party didn't work. So, now you're trying a guilt trip? Wu Xian hung his head. You're not wrong. As a bodyguard, I am indeed responsible for my employer. Su Yang, standing beside him, asked worriedly, You're not getting soft on him, are you? But Wu Xian's next words left Nie Chuan completely speechless. Like I said before, our employer-employee relationship was terminated long ago. Your life is not my responsibility. He held up the set of keys in his hand. These are the keys. Whether you live or die, that's up to you. Wu Xian bluntly tossed them into the toilet inside Nie Chuan's cell. Then, he turned and walked away without a second glance. Let's go. Nie Chuan could only grip the bars in frustration, helplessly calling his name in vain. Wu Xian. He seemed to have gone mad, his curses echoing throughout the cell block. You bastard. You'll pay for this. Just as a finger was about to press the unlock button, the system's announcement rang out. Elevator locked. Fingerprint invalid. Chun Feng frowned. His eyes fixed ahead. Damn it. The elevator's locked from above. Su Yang didn't understand. He asked, What do you mean? Chun Feng began to explain to everyone. This elevator is the only way in or out. It's computer controlled. Right now, they've locked it from upstairs. Only someone up there can activate it. We can't operate it from down here. Su Yang's eyes widened with worry. Really? So we can't get up? Noticing his gaze was on him, the Hai frowned slightly. Don't look at me. This kind of technical lock. It's too advanced. I can't open it. Chun Feng tilted his head and said, There is another way. We wait here for them to come down. He began to calculate their next move. If they've captured your friends, they'll definitely lock them up here. When that happens, we can ambush them. As long as we can get their guns, we'll have the upper hand. Wu Xian pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. It's the only way. At the same time, outside Tion Lelay's group's car, sitting inside the vehicle, Wu Xian's heart was burning with anxiety. Why aren't Yang Yang and the others back yet? And Tion Lelay too? Why are they taking so long? Don't you think something might have happened? Bing Yin, sitting beside her, reassured her. Don't worry. I'm sure they're fine. Jiang He, sitting in the driver's seat, looked out the window and said, Someone's coming out. Li Bang pressed his face close to the car window, as if to investigate. Are you friends of Li Suyang? He feigned kindness, showing concern for them. We're the police here. We're fully aware of the situation. You must have had a tough time on the road. You're safe now. Come inside with us. Hearing him, Jiang He replied with delight. Officer, that's great. We feel so much better now that we've found you. He pressed a button to unlock the car doors. Ladies, let's get out. Bing Yin was wary. She quickly stopped Jiang He. Uncle Li, wait a moment. Don't unlock the doors just yet. She held her head high, her face serious as she faced Li Bang. Officer, Bing Yin then asked a question that stunned him. Excuse me, why aren't our friends out here? Where are they? Undeceived, Bing Yin stood her ground and made her demand. You should still call them out here. Li Bang glared, surprised by her high level of alertness. He smiled and continued to reassure her. Don't worry. They're safe inside the police station. Zombies could appear here at any moment. You should hurry up and get out of the car and come inside with us. Jiang He, sitting in the front seat, without a hint of suspicion, tried to persuade her. Miss Zheng, let's just do as the officer says. Let's not wait out here any longer. Bing Yin still shook her head stubbornly, her eyes full of suspicion as she stared at them. Just then, the first henchman had lost all patience. Brother Ma, why are you wasting your breath on them? Just take them away. The second one also started to get impatient. This girl is gorgeous. I can't wait anymore. Li Bang lowered his head and said, You were offered a toast, but you chose a penalty instead. His expression changed instantly. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he began to give orders. Smash the windows. Drag them out for me. The henchman also burst out laughing and replied, Seeing their complete change in attitude, Bing Yan's eyes widened in shock. Outside, one of the lackeys had already used the butt of his gun to shatter the car window. Wu Xian asked in terror. "What are you doing?" Bing Yan quickly said to her. "They're not police officers." No sooner had she spoken than the window was smashed to pieces by the fake cops. Shards of glass flew everywhere. One of the henchmen stuck his head in, grabbing Bing Yan by the hair and arm. "Get out here, you bitch." Her body was roughly seized by another person. She cried out in pain. Jiang He, sitting in the front, also looked back anxiously. Wu Xian was so scared her eyes welled up with tears. She called out loudly, "Sister Bing Yan." The henchman flashed a thrilled grin, just as he had almost pulled her out. Suddenly, several pink tentacles appeared out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around him. Li Bang and the remaining men watched in horror as their comrade was dragged away by the strange pink thing. Behind them now, a lurker was devouring the henchman's corpse. Li Bang frowned, stunned, asking himself, "What is that? What the hell is that thing?" He pointed, ordering his remaining subordinates. "Shoot! Hurry, shoot!" Attracted by the sound of gunfire, the lurker glanced over at them. It dropped the henchman's body and leaped into the air. The lurker's mouth opened wide, letting out a deafening roar. Its feet landed on the ground, not far from the fake cops. Then it swung its arm and charged forward to attack. One of the henchmen was hit, the one right next to Li Bang. The lurker didn't stop. It shot out its long tongue, aiming straight for Li Bang. He reacted with lightning speed, pulling one of his subordinates in front of him as a shield for the lurker to take. It grabbed the henchman, opening its mouth wide to reveal its sharp fangs, as if about to swallow its prey. Another subordinate tilted his head, his face pale as he looked at the scene unfolding on the other side. Brother Ma, look! Over there in the distance. A horde of figures was moving towards them. As they drew closer, the frenzied and ferocious nature of the zombie horde became clear. A horrified Li Bang turned and yelled to the others, "Quick, run!" At the spot where the giant toad monster lay, the zombie horde swarmed to attack it. The zombies relentlessly clung to its body, biting and tearing without letting go. At the black sedan, a horde of the undead had also surrounded it. Jiang He inside the car had to shrink back to avoid the heads and hands reaching in. "Get back! Don't come in here!" In the back seat, Bing Yan and Wu Xing used pillows to block the car doors. Wu Xing, with her eyes squeezed shut, screamed nonstop, "Help! Yang, where are you?" A zombie clinging to the giant toad was suddenly flung away. Seeing this, the others scattered in fear. The giant toad monster lifted its head, and with all its might, let out an earth-shattering roar. While it was still in a frenzy, an axe flew out of nowhere and embedded itself straight into its shoulder. Tion Lelay stood tall, watching as the giant toad monster slowly collapsed. With an ice-cold expression, he let out a sigh. So damn noisy. The zombies that had been swarming the black sedan froze on the spot when they witnessed the giant toad's defeat. Tion Lelay's hand bent down to pick up the gun from the ground. He aimed the gun and fired repeatedly into the horde of undead, causing them to scatter in chaos. After driving them away, Tion Lelay lifted the still-smoking barrel of the gun to the sky. He took slow steps toward the corpse of the giant toad. Tion Lelay picked up a yellow crystal. The voice of the main system echoed. "Congratulations, host, for obtaining a level 2 crystal. It can be used to exchange for 20 experience points. Add 2 attribute points, or activate the level 2 supply exchange. Please choose." He examined the object in his hand and replied to the system. "Getting this crystal wasn't easy. How could I just use it so casually? I'll save it for now. I'll decide what to do after I've thought about it." Still inside the car, Bing Yan looked outside after realizing the undead were gone. She quickly opened the door and stepped out of the car. A voice rang out, catching Tion Lelay's attention. Tion Lelay, before he could even register what was happening, Bing Yan had run up and thrown her arms around him. "Tion Lelay," Bing Yan asked the man in front of her with a worried expression. "Are you okay?" Tion Lelay looked at her blankly and replied, "I'm fine. Just got some of their saliva on me. It's sticky and gross, absolutely disgusting." After hearing his reply, she lowered her head, closing her eyes and letting out a sigh of relief. Then, Bing Yan lifted her tear-streaked face. She lightly punched his shoulder with her fist and scolded him. "Zhao Tion Lelay, you're such a jerk. Where did you run off to? You took so long to come back." You scare me to death, you know that? Tion Lelay was puzzled. He asked her, where did this fierce temper come from? What happened to the high and mighty CEO? Suddenly, two arguing voices from inside the car rang out, drawing the attention of both. Uncle Lee, you can't go in there. Don't pull me. Jiang tried to break free from Wu Xing's grip. The zombies all ran into the police station. Shu Fun and Hai and Xiao Hai are still in there. I have to go save them. Tion Lelay walked over and asked him, what good would it do for you to go in there? If you want your sons to come out and find their father gone, then go right ahead. Jiang, he looked up, speechless, not knowing how to answer him. With a serious expression, Tion Lelay instructed them, all of you wait in the car. Lock the doors tight. I'll go get them out. Bing Yin stood behind, watching his retreating back. She called out worriedly, be careful. Tion Lelay's brow furrowed. A murderous aura emanated from him as he stepped into the police station. At the same time, in the dark basement prison, Su Yang's group was gathered in front of the elevator. The elevator control light on the wall turned red. Shen Feng tensed up and signaled to the others. They're here. His companions immediately tightened their grips on their makeshift weapons, iron pipes, clubs, and ropes, ready for battle. Shen Feng guarded the left side of the elevator door. On the right were Wu Xian and Su Yang. Wu Xian held his club high, his eyes focused straight ahead. Finally, the elevator doors creaked open. Wu Xian took the lead, shouting the signal go. When the elevator doors opened completely, it wasn't people inside, but a horde of zombies pouring out. Shen Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Zombies? Instantly, he turned and yelled, run. Su Yang, on one side, fought off the zombies, holding his ground to buy the others time to escape. Shen Feng and Wu Xian were also trying to hold them back. He turned his head, directing the others. Get into the cells. The civilian scrambled into a cell, screaming in panic. Close the door. Hurry, close the door. The iron gate slammed shut successfully, creating a loud, echoing clang. The zombies trapped outside still try to reach their hands through the bars of the cell. The civilians, now safe inside, were all in shock, gaping, still unable to process what had just happened. Elsewhere, a hand was gripping the iron bars, trying with all its might to open the door. It's locked. Another hand was also frantically trying to open a door. Locked. Why are they all locked? Standing in front of a cell, Shufan stood guard behind them. Weren't those fake cops supposed to be upstairs? How did the zombies get down here? Xiao Hai was nagging his brother nonstop. Hurry up, will you? It's just opening a lock. What's taking so long? Where's your usual speed from when you're gaming? Dahai, annoyed, yelled back while working the lock. Don't you find it annoying to keep nagging like that? If you keep talking, you can come open it yourself. A moment later, the lock in Dahai's hand finally clicked open. Got it. Shufan quickly pushed her two sons inside first, sighing as she spoke. Hurry, get in. Can't I say a couple of things? What's wrong? Annoyed. If I got annoyed, how would I have raised you two all this time? Just wait until you get married and have kids. Let's see if you dare call your wives annoying then. Dahai grimaced, turning his head to look back at his mother. Isn't one mother enough? I don't want to find myself a little mother, too. Suddenly his eyes shot wide open at the sight behind her. A zombie had appeared out of nowhere and was lunging right at Shu Fun's back. Dahai let out a blood-curdling scream. MOM. Hearing her son scream, she turned around in confusion. In a split second, the zombie opened its mouth wide and sank its teeth deep into Shu Fun's shoulder. Xiao Hai's eyes widened as he screamed, MOM. Dahai glanced at his younger brother and ordered Xiao Hai, quick, find something to hit its head with. While the two were still scrambling, the cell door slammed shut. Shu Fun, tears streaming down her face, said her last words to her two sons. Dahai, take good care of your brother. Dahai and Xiao Hai could only watch helplessly as their mother was dragged away by the zombie. They gripped the iron bars, screaming in despair. No, MOM. Their hopeless cries echoed throughout the cell block. MOM. The two brothers, Dahai and Xiao Hai, trembled, their bodies collapsing to the floor. In another cell, Wu Xian's group had also just gotten inside, quickly locking the door tight. Dahai and Xiao Hai were completely broken. They knelt on the ground, sobbing silently. At the spot where the three, Su Yang, Wu Xian, and Shen Feng stood, they could only silently share in the brothers' pain. Elsewhere, in cell number 8, The toilet bowl was filled with a filthy, yellow liquid. Ruchuan's face was pale, his entire body trembling from what was inside. He leaned over, cursing nonstop as he reached his hand in. Wu Xian, you better hope I never see you again. Otherwise, I'll make you pay. He had to pinch his nose and mouth shut, try to suppress the rising nausea. Finally, Ruchuan grasped the key ring and pulled it out with his filthy hand. He gritted his teeth and declared, "You all just wait." Ruchuan shot up, hurriedly turning to Shui Yin and urging her, "Get up, let's go." Shui Yin didn't respond to him. Frozen for a moment, Ruchuan, angry and impatient, grabbed her hand. "What are you spacing out for? Let's go." Shui Yin suddenly yanked her hand away from his, a clear act of defiance. Ruchuan gritted his teeth, fury rising as he snapped at her. "What's your problem now? Fine, go if you want to go. Don't think I wanted to take you with me, anyway." He hurled cruel insults at the girl. "You're already tainted anyway." His words filled Shui Yin with absolute rage. Tears had begun streaming down her face without her realizing. Ruchuan crossed his arms. He issued a command with false superiority. "Just wait until I get to the base and meet up with my old man. I can have any woman I want then. Trash like you isn't even worthy of shining my shoes. And when that happens, that's CLA and Wu Xian, I'll make them kneel at my feet and beg for mercy." With that, he turned and headed for the door, quickly using the key to make his escape. Before he left, he didn't forget to hurl one last insult at Shuyan. "You could just stay here and wait to die." The door unlocked, and Ruchuan wasted no time rushing out. Just then, a group of people suddenly burst in from out of nowhere. "Run!" they screamed in terror. "The zombies are coming." Hearing this, Ruchuan froze in absolute horror. What? Right behind the group that had just run in, a massive horde of zombies swarmed forward aggressively. Terrified, Ruchuan scrambled back into the room. Shit! Panicked by the ferocious zombie horde, he hurriedly tried to pull the cell door shut. But just as the door was halfway closed, a hand shot out and stopped it. Shuyan had somehow gotten close without him noticing. She used all her strength to keep Ruchuan from closing the cell door. Ruchuan was extremely tense. He whipped his head around to confront her. "What do you think you're doing? The zombies are here. Move so I can shut the door." Shuyan's eyes were overflowing with choked tears. She screamed, accusing the treacherous man. "Li Ruchuan, you're a monster. You gave me to those inhuman beasts just so you could live. If you hadn't pissed off CLA, stolen the car, and run away, none of this would have happened. You're the one who ruined me." As she spoke, she pushed even harder against the door. He was furious, yelling at her to get away. "What's the point of all this nonsense? Move!" Shuyan's scream grew even more resentful. "I won't move. I have no reason to live anymore. I'm taking you down with me." Ruchuan had lost all patience. He shoved her with all his might. He kicked Shuyan hard, making her cry out in pain. "You bitch! Get the hell away from me. If you want to die, die by yourself. Don't drag me down with you." Having dealt with the obstacle, Ruchuan quickly turned back to the still open door. Crazy woman. But a zombie was already charging straight for him. It opened its mouth wide to attack. Utterly terrified by the sudden appearance, Ruchuan was frozen to the spot, unable to react. The zombie quickly pounced on him. With horrifying strength, it easily pinned Ruchuan under its claws. Even though he was in a life-or-death situation, Ruchuan didn't forget his arrogant demeanor. "You filthy zombie. Get off me. I am." His sentence was cut short as the zombie's filthy hand clamped down on his head, squeezing in agony. It panted, eager to feast on the delicious meal before it. Ruchuan's attitude changed in an instant. He started begging. Spare me. I don't want to die." His intermittent screams of pain echoed through the room. Mercy! Inside the gloomy detention block, the corridor was empty of any people. Ferocious zombies clawed at the outside of the cells. Wu Xian and Chu Yang frantically used whatever weapons they could find to fight back. Dahai quickly stood in front of his younger brother. Xiaohai trembled in fear at the sight of the savage monsters. "Brother, are we going to die? I'm so scared." The horde of zombies closing in on them grew larger and larger. Their roars echoed through the cells, mingling with the clanging sounds of the desperate fight. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, holding on. But his strength was nearly gone. He quickly turned to Wu Xian. "It's no use. We can't hold them back anymore. From somewhere, the sound of continuous gunfire suddenly rang out, taking down the zombies that were swarming the cell. Row after row of zombies were eliminated by incredibly precise shots. Wu Xian and Chu Yang's jaws dropped in unison. Stunned by what they were seeing, CLA appeared, holding a rifle, unloading round after round into the filthy zombies. Wu Xian was overjoyed to see him. "It's Lei Gu," Chu Yang excitedly chimed in. "Lei Gu is here to save us." After clearing out a portion of the horde, CLA approached and asked, "You guys okay?" Chu Yang replied with a beaming face. "We're fine." CLA tossed some weapons toward them and urged, "If you're fine, then get out here and deal with them." Now armed, Chu Yang was filled with confidence. "All right," he answered cheerfully. He handed a gun to the man beside him. "You take the gun. I'm best with a saber." Shun Feng understood, immediately taking the rifle. Without another word, Chu Yang charged into the fray to finish off the remaining zombies. Shun Feng and Wu Xian, one in front of the other, fired relentlessly at them. CLA also joined the fight, continuing to land precise shots, taking them down one by one. After a short battle, his rifle quickly ran out of ammunition. Suddenly, from CLA's side, a zombie lunged to attack him. He calmly pulled a pistol from his belt. CLA fired straight at the zombie, killing it in an instant. Shun Feng suddenly yelled out a warning. "Look out!" He fired at another zombie that was taking the opportunity to pounce on CLA. With one accurate shot, that zombie was taken down immediately. CLA stared, frozen, at the zombie that had just been shot. His face couldn't hide his surprise. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. CLA turned to look at Shun Feng with a stunned expression. Shun Feng simply frowned, then smiled in response. "No need to thank me." When the battle was over, quite a few people had fallen. When the gunfire ceased, everyone cheered. "It's safe now. Let's get out of here." CLA happily shook Shun Feng's hand. "Brother, nice shooting. If it wasn't for you back there, I probably would have gotten hurt." He replied politely, "You're too kind." Just then, Chu Yang walked over, speaking excitedly. "Let me introduce you. This is our boss, CLA. This is Shun Feng, Officer Yi. So what do you think? I wasn't exaggerating, was I? Is he a badass or what?" This statement caught Shun Feng by surprise. He turned to CLA and replied, "A total badass. The way you fight zombies looks like something out of a movie." But CLA had concern. "Why don't I see your father?" Hearing his question, both Dahai and Xiaohai lowered their heads in sadness, unable to speak. Seeing their reaction, he could guess what had happened. CLA walked over, placed a hand on Dahai's shoulder, and said, "It's okay. Your mother is waiting outside. Let's go." However, the emergency alarm light suddenly flashed, startling him. Right after, Lupin appeared, pointing a gun at everyone and shouting, "Nobody move. Anyone who moves, I'll riddle them with holes." Instantly, in a fit of rage, Shun Feng yelled, "Lupin, you're still alive." The man looked smug. He said, "Of course I'm still alive. Even if all of you die today, I'm still gonna live. And you, surnamed Yi, you've got some real luck to get surrounded by zombies and still make it out alive. But today, you're never walking out of this police station." Shun Feng quickly raised his sniper rifle. "I'm going to kill you and avenge our fallen colleagues." Lupin had come prepared, bringing a crate of explosives with him. With a detonator in his hand, he began to taunt them. "Come on, then." Seeing the large amount of explosives, everyone screamed in horror. "Explosives!" His face filled with hatred. Lupin roared curses at them. "You bastards who deserve to die. I could have been living comfortably here, but you all had to come and ruin everything. I should have known to kill you right from the start. But it's not too late. I'll be sending you on your way soon enough, as long as all of you are dead. When I get to the base in this police uniform, I'll be able to do whatever I want. Besides, I've got two beautiful women out there waiting to serve me. It's not a bad deal at all." Hearing his words, both Tion Lelay and Su Yang were furious. At this point, the Hai decided to risk it all. He charged toward Li Bang, shouting, "You bastard ma! You got my mother killed. I'll kill you." He managed to tackle him. Right after, the Hai turned to Tion Lelay and said, "You've always looked down on me, haven't you? Today, I'll show you what a hero looks like." But just then, Li Bang threw a punch at Dahai and said, "Get off me." He didn't give up. He immediately bit down on the man's arm. Meanwhile, Dahai pleaded with him, "Get my brother out of here. Now, if you don't, we're all going to die here." Meanwhile, Li Bang was still threatening him. You bastard. I'm going to cripple you. Dahai continued to urge Tion Lelay. Go now. In that moment, Xiaohai was being held back by Wu Xian. He was crying, calling out, Brother, brother. Tion Lelay turned to lead Xiaohai away and shouted, Listen to Dahai. Everyone scrambled to escape, leaving him behind as he tried to hold the enemy back, being cursed at. You rotten kid. You must have a death wish. In a flash, everyone had made it out safely. Just then, Xiaohai suddenly grabbed his hand. Crying, he pleaded, Brother Tion Lelay, please, I'm begging you, save my brother. My mom is already gone. I don't want to lose my brother too. He looked extremely conflicted, staring at him for a moment without knowing what to say. But Tion Lelay still decided to go back and save him. He ordered Suyang, Wu Xian, you two take care of them. I'm going to get that kid. Just like that, they replied in unison. Brother Lelay, be careful. Right now, Dahai was being beaten by Li Bang, unable to fight back. The man pointed his gun straight at him. You dare ruin my plans? I'll send you on your way first. But Dahai showed no fear. He even laughed out loud. A second later, Dahai held up a bomb detonator. The action made Li Bang's face turn pale with fear. How could you? Then he spoke. I've avenged you, Mom. With that, he pressed a button. Right after, Tion Lelay arrived on the scene. He burst through the door and yelled, Kid. The quiet building was suddenly rocked by a terrifying explosion. The blast horrified everyone. Xiaohai, in particular, was crying his heart out. At that moment, Bing Yin had a look of confusion on her face. Jiang He, standing nearby, also asked in shock what happened. However, when he saw his son, the shock turned to utter disbelief. Xiaohai, as soon as he saw his father, the boy rushed over. Crying, he recounted, Dad, Mom's gone. And brother, he's gone too. It all happened so suddenly. That Jiang He still couldn't believe it. Son, what are you saying? Then, Bing Yin ran over to Su Yang, asking frantically, Where's Tion Lelay? Su Yang didn't know how to explain. He just stammered, unable to form words. In a state of extreme panic, Bing Yin looked everywhere for him. And when she couldn't see Tion Lelay anywhere, she rushed inside, calling out nonstop, Tion Lelay, where are you? Get out here right now. No one answered her. Ahead was only a pile of ashes, leveled by the explosion. After running a short distance, Bing Yin saw Li Bang's body. At this point, she was completely hopeless. She broke down into sobs, calling his name in confusion, Zhao. She cried out his name desperately. Tion Lelay. Bing Yin started digging through the rubble, brick by brick, to find him. She kept muttering, Tion Lelay, get out here for me. Wu Xin stood beside her, hurriedly trying to stop her. Sister Bing Yin, please don't be like this. It's possible Tion Lelay has. Before Wu Xin could finish, Bing Yin cut in. No way. I don't believe it. He said he would protect us. He can't go back on his word like that. It wasn't just her. The others had also started searching. Just then, Su Yang spoke to everyone. Brother Lelay isn't an ordinary person. He's a god of war. How could he die like this? Wu Xian immediately agreed. That's right. He must still be alive. Everyone worked together, moving the rubble while calling out, Brother Lelay, where are you? The elevator door suddenly opened, followed by a fit of coughing. Everyone quickly saw Tion Lelay struggling to pull Dahai out. Finally, due to exhaustion, he collapsed onto the floor. Joy erupted. Su Yang ran over quickly and said, I told you so. Brother Lelay is the Monkey King. He's had a tough life. Everyone called out in unison, Brother. He rushed to support him. Brother Lelay, are you okay? Tion Lelay replied, still alive. Meanwhile, Jiang He hugged his son tightly, sobbing his heart out. You stupid kid. You scare me to death. Dahai then held up a finger and replied, It was nothing. It was all part of my plan. Hearing that, Tion Lelay immediately scolded him. Can you go 1 second without bragging? If I hadn't rushed in and pulled you into the elevator, your soul would have been scattered to the wind by now. Just as he finished, he was startled when he saw Bing Yin. Tion Lelay, she scolded. You jerk. Do you know how worried I was about you just now? I thought I'd never see you again. From now on, you're not allowed to take risks like that again. If you do, I'll never forgive you. You hear me? After speaking, she ran over and threw her arms around Tion Lelay. At that moment, he felt incredibly happy and smiled. After that, Jiang He's car took the group of friends home. Before getting in the car, Xiao Hai offered his thanks. I really don't know how to thank you all. Hearing this, Tion Lelay replied, there's no need for thanks. In the current situation, there are many people who take the opportunity to harm others. Compared to zombies, they're even more terrifying. You all should be careful from now on. Whatever you do, always leave yourself a way out. Xiao Hai said happily, don't worry about us. This place has plenty of supplies, and the defenses are very strong. We can definitely live here for a while. Jiang, he continued, young man, we discussed it, and we think it's better to stay here. He looked down dejected. My wife is gone. Although base number 6 is where everyone wants to go, no one can predict what might happen on the way there. I can't let my sons be in danger again. Therefore, I've decided to stay here with everyone and wait for rescue. I know what I'm doing is very selfish and cowardly, but I hope you can understand this old father's heart. Tion Lelay nodded in agreement. I respect your decision. As soon as we get to the base, we'll definitely notify the military to come rescue you. Hearing that, the man replied happily, thank you. A moment later, Shen Feng had also finished packing his things and said goodbye to Jiang He's family. I've taken some of the lighter, easier-to-use weapons. The rest are in the storage room for you all to use for self-defense when needed. Xiao Hai asked in surprise, Officer Yi, aren't you staying with us? He replied frankly, I like to stay here too, but the police station still has many important documents. They can't be left out in the open. They must be handed over to my superiors. Besides, I am a police officer. The country needs me right now. I have to report to the base. However, Tion Lelay spoke to Shen Feng. Don't worry. Dahai and Xiao Hai have grown up. They are very brave. They will be able to handle the responsibility of protecting everyone. After finishing the goodbyes, he gave the order. All right, let's move out. Jiang he also reminded him. Be safe on the road. But then Dahai suddenly spoke up. He turned and asked, what? However, the man wouldn't admit it, replying nothing. Tion Lelay seemed to understand what Dahai meant. He looked at him and smiled with satisfaction. Finally, they got in the car and left. A second later, Dahai ran after them, shouting, you guys better make it out alive. Tion Lelay, I'm still waiting for you to teach me how to kill zombies. Through the car window, he stuck out a fist as if making a promise. The car rolled forward, driving away. To celebrate their recent victory, they decided to have a drink. The whole group said in unison, cheers. Tion Lelay spoke to Shen Feng on behalf of the group. First, a toast to our team for overcoming another challenge and for growing stronger. Then, here's to welcoming Officer Yi to the group. He replied, you can all just call me Shen Feng. Although we're all heading to base number 6. Once we get there, I'll be returning to my organization. So, strictly speaking, I can't really be considered a member of your team. But I'd be happy to be friends with all of you. Tion Lelay agreed. Then let's consider it a temporary alliance. At least until we reach base number 6, we're on the same team. There's no arguing that, right? Next, I want to talk about the second matter. The number of combat-capable people in our team is growing. From now on, we're going to keep running into situations with large numbers of zombies. We can't be like before, fighting as individuals. That not only splits our combat effectiveness, but could also lead to unnecessary injuries. So, from now on, we need a battle plan. We need to coordinate. Plus, that will allow us to play to our individual strengths. Hearing this, Su Yang asked in surprise, Brother Lay, if you have an idea, just spit it out. We'll all follow your lead. Without a moment's hesitation, he said, my idea is this. I've seen that Shun Feng's marksmanship is excellent. He's suited for a support and fire suppression role. Wu Xian's specialty is sniping. His accuracy is extremely high. He'll be responsible for long-range attacks. I've never used a gun, and sniping isn't my strong suit. I'll be in charge of close-quarters combat. Any objections? Just then, Shen Feng spoke up. This arrangement is good. It covers all the bases. But I do have one suggestion. These two ladies here should start practicing their shooting starting today. After all, any one of us could end up facing zombies alone. For those without physical combat skills, a gun is the best weapon for self-preservation. Faced with these words, Bing Yin answered, flustered, but we've never even touched a gun. Wu Xing chimed in that her situation wasn't much different. There's so many guns here. It makes my head spin just looking at them. Which one is even right for me? Shen Feng quickly explained things to them. Let me give you a brief introduction. This is the M99 rifle. It's 1480 millimeters long, weighs 12 kilograms, and has a firing range of 1,500 meters. Its advantages are its sturdy material and its incredible range. It can even be used for long-range sniping missions. This rifle has the greatest stopping power among all sniper rifles. Clear sights, low recoil. I've heard that many overseas assassin organizations use this type of gun. Su Yang snatched the gun like lightning and asked, "What about a submachine gun? Is this a submachine gun? Spray and pray is the best. Powerful and decisive. That suits me perfectly." Shun Feng reminded him, "Don't think that firing a gun is simple. To truly master it takes at least several months of practice, and submachine guns are even harder. For a beginner like you who's never touched a gun, I suggest you start with the basics. This MP22 has very high overall performance, and it's not prone to accidental discharge. It's very suitable for beginners." The moment she held the weapon, Bing Yin gave her assessment. "This gun feels really good. It's compact and easy to hold." Meanwhile, Wu Xing excitedly struck an aiming pose and replied, "Yeah, forget about practicing with those other guns. I can barely even hold them." Tion Lelay also picked out an MP22 and handed it to Su Yang. "Stop being so picky. Learn the basics first. You can't digest everything in one bite." However, he didn't look happy at all. A second later, he waved his hand and said, "You use it if you want. I'm not using a gun made for women." Tion Lelay was completely speechless at Su Yang's attitude. As night fell, they found a place to stop and rest. While he was alone in his room, Tion Lelay contacted the main system. It spoke in an annoyed tone. "Didn't you just call this morning? Now you're calling again in the dead of night. Doesn't this system need to rest?" So he replied, "Things were too hectic this morning. I didn't have time to ask you in detail. Now, I need you to explain things to me clearly. Didn't you say the zombies wouldn't evolve this quickly? Not long ago, I just ran into a mutated zombie. A liquor has already appeared. What's going on?" Hearing this, the main system began to explain, "Well, about that, it is indeed a little faster than anticipated. But don't you worry, everything is still under control." "But," Tion Lelay angrily shot back at it, "Under control, my ass. I was almost a meal for that liquor today. Tell me, did the situation change, or did you deliberately hide this from me?" The main system yelled back at him, "I was just being objective about the situation." Tion Lelay still wasn't buying it. "Your crappy system. Other people's systems unlock and gift them equipment. A single slash that splits the heavens and the earth. All you do is scam me. You scam the heavens, scam the earth, scam the very air. You're useless when I need something, and you've got endless restrictions. You even provide false information. You're the textbook definition of a useless teammate, saving the world with just one man and one axe. Are you kidding me? Now, I don't even have the axe. I'm not fighting zombies barehanded. I quit." The main system quickly reminded Tion Lelay, "Don't forget, there's a bond between us. Going on strike now will only get you killed sooner." He quickly retorted, "I'm not saying I want to delete you. I just don't want to fight zombies anymore. Besides, I'm immune to the virus now. I can survive anywhere." After a moment of silent contemplation, the main system spoke. "Fine, you win. Worst case, I'll just upgrade your equipment, all right?" Tion Lelay immediately adopted a condescending tone with the system. "See, isn't it better to have a good attitude?" It cursed back, "Shameless. I have a weapon enhancement function, but based on your current level, you can't use it. If you want an upgrade, the whole system needs to be upgraded." After hearing this, he couldn't hide his confusion and said, "So doesn't that mean you want to use my crystal?" The main system also laid out its conditions. This function requires a level 3 crystal to be unlocked. Okay, requiring only your level 3 yellow crystal is already an exception. If you try to bargain, don't blame this system for being ruthless. At this point, Tion Lelay could only take it out and say, "Fine." The main system kept its end of the bargain, upgrading the account to level 3 and activating the weapon enhancement feature. The shape of an axe gradually formed, and just a moment later, a real axe appeared. The moment he held it in his hands, Tion Lelay exclaimed in surprise, "Well, it just looks a little nicer." Then, he tried swinging it at 3 iron bars, snapping them instantly. Witnessing the axe's incredible power, Tion Lelay couldn't help but gasp in amazement. "Holy crap, The main system spoke in a serious tone. See, I wasn't lying, was I? That's high-grade alloy material. Unrivaled power. Even bombs and bullets won't leave a scratch on it. Next, when he saw the shield and blade, he asked, "Hey, what are these?" It replied, "That's the firmament blade and a protective shield. Although the material is inferior to your axe, blocking ordinary blades and bullets will be a piece of cake." Tion Lelay happily accepted them. It suits Chu Yang perfectly. On the other hand, he used this opportunity to hack into the system, prompting an angry response from the main god. "What do you think you're doing? I only agreed to help you upgrade the equipment. You are not to touch anything else." But CLA just replied, "Don't be so stingy. You've already made an exception once. So why not go all the way? Just think of it as a free bonus item." In a moment of helplessness, the being cursed him, shameless. Meanwhile, Chu Yang had snuck away from the others to practice shooting the MP-22 pistol. His hand trembled as he placed it on the trigger, and then he squeezed it decisively. Unfortunately, not a single one of the beer cans he was using as targets was hit, which infuriated Chu Yang immensely. He cursed in frustration. "How did I miss that? Is this thing a fake?" Just then, CLA approached him. "What's wrong?" "Bad mood." Hearing his voice, Chu Yang jumped and quickly denied it. "No, not at all." From behind, CLA silently looked at the cans for a moment, then walked over, picked one up, and said, "I know you're unhappy about how we distributed the guns this morning. Shienhao was right. You can't master an automatic weapon in just a day or two. If your skills aren't sharp enough, you won't just fail to kill zombies, you might even get yourself hurt. But I promise you, I'll hold on to that automatic rifle for you. Once you've had enough practice, it's yours. How's that sound?" At that moment, Chu Yang glanced over, gauging CLA's expression. Then, he answered with a tremor in his voice. "I'm not unhappy. I'm just angry at myself. Wu Xian and Shienhao. One's a bodyguard, the other's a cop. They're both more capable than I am. Giving them the better weapons makes perfect sense to me." At this, Chu Yang turned his head away, his voice filled with anger. "But Lei Gu, no matter how useless I am, I'm still a man. If I can't shoot a gun, I can still use a blade. You won't give me a weapon, and you won't assign me a combat role. Do you just want me to hide in the back with the two girls?" CLA just looked at him silently, not saying a word. A moment later, seeing Chu Yang's head droop in disappointment, he finally answered, "So that's what's been bothering you. Gu Yong, you were my first real teammate. We've known each other for a long time. I've always considered you my right-hand man. Why wouldn't I have a position for you? Wait here a second." Almost immediately, CLA returned with the heavenly steel saber and a protective shield. The moment he saw them, Chu Yang gasped. "This is..." CLA replied, "I picked out your weapons a long time ago. This is a SWAT-issue tactical saber. It's tough and sharp, way better than that old blade of yours. And this is a SWAT-issue tactical shield. It can even block bullets. Guns may have a lot of firepower, but there are only a few of us. When we're up against zombies, we can't completely protect each other. In the end, close-quarters combat is what decides life and death. In our team, only you and I have that capability. But before, you didn't have any protective gear. I didn't dare let you take that risk. Now that you're fully equipped, I can finally trust you with our rear." After taking the weapons, Chu Yang spoke, stunned. "Lei Gu, you're giving me such an important role? Can I really?" CLA placed a hand on his shoulder and said calmly, "I trust you. Don't forget, you're my vice captain." Witnessing this, Chu Yang couldn't hold back his emotional tears. "Lei Gu." Seeing him start to cry, CLA felt a bit awkward. He tried to console him. "What are you crying for? You're a grown man. Aren't you embarrassed?" But he replied, "My whole life. Besides my little sister, you're the first person who's ever trusted me this much. I'm just so moved. Lei Gu. Don't worry, I won't let you down." With that, he threw his arms around CLA in a hug. Seeing how emotional he was, all CLA could say was, all right. From a hidden corner, the entire conversation had reached Wu Xian's ears, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. With his new weapons in hand, Chu Yang swung the saber a few times as he walked back to his room. He muttered to himself, "This is a great blade. It's light and easy to handle. That's right. I've got to show this to Wu Xin and the others. They're going to be so jealous." After walking a little further, Yang happened to run into Wu Xian. She called out to him, Yang, come over here. I need to talk to you about something. He was surprised by her words, but nevertheless, Yang decided to go with her. What is it? She immediately proposed, Yang, let's get married. He still thought she was just messing with him. You? Are you kidding me? That's not funny. Wu Xian repeated herself, her voice serious. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Today, when I saw the police station explode, I was so scared my soul nearly left my body. I was terrified you'd been killed in the blast. And then, I realized that I can't live without you. Life is unpredictable, especially in the apocalypse. No one knows if tomorrow or a disaster will come first. So, I've decided I don't want to wait until we get to base 6. Let's get married now. From this day on, we'll be a family. We'll never be apart again. As she said this, she took his hand affectionately. Because it all happened so suddenly, Yang found it hard to believe. He could only stare at her. And then he answered honestly, you really don't have to do this. I already promised to protect you, and I will. Even if you don't marry me, I'll still get you to base 6 safely. Hearing this, Wu Xian couldn't understand what he was thinking. So she asked him, what are you trying to say? Yang looked down, his voice full of uncertainty. I know I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I know my place. You're an educated woman, an intellectual. I'm just a poor guy with no culture and no status. We're not from the same world. How could you possibly be interested in me? You only said you wanted to be my girlfriend because you needed someone to rely on. But Yang is a man of honor. I won't take advantage of someone when they're in trouble. However, his good intentions were misunderstood by Wu Xian. So you think I'm just trying to use you? If you don't trust me, then there's no point in me staying here. I'll leave right now. With that, she lowered her head in disappointment and started to walk away. But then, Yang suddenly grabbed her wrist. No, it's too dangerous outside. You can't go out there. The very next second, she quickly turned back around. And just like that, she pressed her lips to his in a kiss. Yang was completely stunned by the unexpected action. A second later, Wu Xian slowly pulled away. The kiss had long since ended, but Yang's mind was still floating on a cloud. Meanwhile, with a shy expression, she didn't dare to look him in the eye as she spoke. I may be terrified of dying, but I would never give myself to someone just to survive. I truly like you. Otherwise, even if you threw me to the zombies, I would never marry someone I don't have feelings for. I've laid my heart bare like this. Are you telling me you still don't believe me? Yang looked at her and asked for confirmation. Are you serious? Wu Xian didn't answer, only giving a slight nod in agreement. He was lost in a daze for a few seconds, his eyes wide as he stared at the person in front of him, still unable to believe it was real. A moment later, Yang snapped back to reality and yelled, "This is amazing. I've never had any luck with women my whole life. I thought I was going to be alone forever. I can't believe I'm going to marry such a wonderful woman." Now, Wu Xian spoke up shyly to stop him. "You idiot. Keep your voice down. You're going to wake everyone up." Instead of stopping, Yang continued to cry and speak. "Little sister, do you see this? You were always worried no one would take care of me. Now I'm getting married. I won't have to be alone anymore. You can rest in peace now." Then, he turned and gently embraced her, saying, "Wu Xian, thank you for loving me. I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. From now on, I'll fight the zombies, and you'll be in charge of tending to the flowers. I'll spoil you like a princess, and make you the happiest girl in the world." And Wu Xian happily accepted. Just like that, the two of them returned to their room together. Not only that, Yang even wanted to tell everyone the good news. After hearing the story, Shienhao was the first to speak. That's not wrong. But in a situation where it's hard enough to protect ourselves, isn't holding a wedding a bit too extravagant? Wu Xian also agreed. Besides, where are we going to find a wedding dress and rings? The group fell silent, trying to find a solution. Then they suddenly remembered the Chuyin Chao Air Branch wedding dress shop, where you could order gifts through an app and get a 10% discount. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, they immediately set off. On the way, Wu Xian fought zombies with 2 MP2 pistols, while Shienhao used an M99 rifle. They cleared out quite a few zombies on their way. Even so, they still had to use their guns to break a display case to get the wedding dress and rings. After everything was done, Tion Lelay gave the order. "Got it. Let's go." However, before leaving, Yang didn't forget to grab a wreath. The whole group worked together to decorate the wedding hall. Even the music was ready when the ceremony began. A moment later, to the sound of gentle music, the bride and groom walked out together. Sitting in the pews below, Bing Yin turned to chat with Tion Lelay. Where did you guys find a tape recorder with this kind of old-fashioned music? So he replied, there's no internet now. Computers and speakers are useless. Finding this at all is pretty good. In another development, noticing Shun Feng's overly serious expression, Wu Xin reminded him, we want you to officiate the wedding, not interrogate a criminal. Do you have to be so serious? Hearing this, he answered honestly, I've never done this before. Can I be a little nervous? After that, Shun Feng even coughed lightly a few times to get everyone's attention. And then he spoke in a solemn voice. Su Yang, Wu Xin, do you two agree? For richer or poorer, in prosperity and in adversity, in sickness and in health, to hold each other's hands and never be parted? Su Yang was the first to speak. I do. Then it was Wu Xian's turn to reply. I do. At this point, Shun Feng spoke up. The groom may now place the ring on the bride. The very next second, Wu Xian had brought them the rings. Su Yang gently slipped the ring onto Wu Xian's finger. So Shun Feng banged his gavel and declared, I now pronounce you. From this moment forward, husband and wife. The two shared a kiss in front of everyone. Bing Yin smiled with satisfaction, while Tion Lelay clapped endlessly to send his congratulations. She even stole a glance at him while he was beaming with a radiant smile. In a moment, Su Yang and Wu Xian share their kiss. Everyone shouted in unison, Congratulations! Congratulations! Bing Yin added, Su Yang, you have to treat our Wu Xian well from now on. Then it was Wu Xian's turn to speak. Other people spend millions on their weddings. You're different. You used a whole box of ammunition for one wedding. Right after, Su Yang thanked everyone. Thank you, my brothers, for all your help. This kindness, I, Su Yang, will forever remember it. On the other hand, an idea suddenly popped into Wu Xian's head. This wedding dress and rings weren't easy to find. It's too wasteful to only use them once. Why don't Sister Bing Yin and Tion Lelay just get married too? This suggestion made both of them extremely embarrassed. She even let out a flustered humph. However, the other two seemed to strongly agree. Wu Xian said, that's not a bad idea. A double happiness. Shun Feng also agreed. That's right. I was just getting the hang of being a priest. Almost immediately, Wu Xian pulled Bing Yin closer. Sister Bing Yin, let's go change into the wedding dress. But she panicked and refused. That's all right. I haven't prepared anything. Su Yang and Wu Xian teamed up to hold Tion Lelay down. Despite his struggles and protests, let go. Stop messing around. Su Yang started to tease him. What are you so shy about, Tion Lelay? Who knows when we'll find another wedding dress shop? By then, it might not be as easy as it is now. Wu Xian immediately chimed in. That's right. One risky trip is more than enough. Think of it as you helping his brothers save some ammo. Backed into a corner, he suddenly lost his temper and yelled, let go. The action startled them both into letting go. Even the two girls looked at Tion Lelay with fear in their eyes. Just like that, he put on an annoyed expression and said, I told you not to drag me into this. Today is your wedding day. What are you dragging me into it for? Seeing the tense situation, Wu Xian quickly explained, Brother Lay, don't be angry. We were just joking. Tion Lelay still didn't accept her explanation. Are you kindergartners or something? Making a joke out of marriage? At this point, Wu Xian began to blame him. You and Sister Bing are seeing each other anyway. You're going to get married sooner or later. Is there really a need to protest so loudly? Or do you not want to marry her? Hearing this, Bing Yin glanced over to gauge Tion Lelay's reaction. Just then, he was also looking at her. And then, right after, Tion Lelay abruptly turned away to avoid her gaze. It was this action of his that deeply hurt Bing Yin, making her. Bing Yin ran off, despite Wu Xian's constant calls after her. Sister Bing Yin, seeing him still standing there indifferently, not chasing after her, she angrily yelled at Tion Lelay. Tion Lelay, you scumbag. You and Sister Bing Yin have already reached that point, and you still don't want to take responsibility? Su Yang also started to urge him. Go after her. What if she runs into? A zombie? As soon as he heard the word zombie, Tion Lelay rushed after Bing Yin. On the other hand, she had also pinched his arm hard to vent her anger and said, You damn scumbag. You change your tune as soon as you get what you want. If you dare learn from him, I'll castrate you. Suyong quickly promised Wu Xin. I wouldn't dare. Bing Yin kept running without stopping. A second later, Tion Lelay grabbed her hand and said, "Stop running. Come back with me. We haven't checked this area yet. There might be zombies hiding around here." But Bing Yin brushed his hand away, angrily yelling, "I don't need you to care. Tion Lelay, do you like me or not?" He looked down in silence for a moment. Then he spoke. "I've already said I'll take responsibility for you." Hearing those words, Bing Yin looked down in disappointment, her voice full of pain. "I get it. I always thought that if I was willing to give it my all, I could definitely make you like me. So, I let go of my reservations and my own caution to confess to you. I thought that after everything we've been through, you would at least develop some feelings for me. But it turns out, from the beginning to the end, it was just me being delusional. You're only with me out of a sense of responsibility. Tion Lelay, thank you." Bing Yin let out a wry smile. "Thank you for always taking care of me and Wu Xin. Wu Xin seems to have found her life's partner. I can rest easy now. From now on, I'll go my own way. I won't bother you anymore." After she finished speaking, he asked in a panic, "What do you mean, go your own way? You want to leave? There's so many zombies out there. How are you going to survive on your own?" Bing Yin completely ignored Tion Lelay's words and just turned to leave. "That's my business." He quickly wrapped his arms around her from behind and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You can't defend yourself. You don't have a car. You won't survive without anyone to protect you. Do you understand or not?" She quickly retorted, "Even if I have nothing, I still have my dignity." Knowing he doesn't like me, but still clinging to him, desperately holding on. "If I do that, even I will look down on myself." Cornered, Tion Lelay had no choice but to confess the truth. "It's not that I don't like you." His words truly touched her heart, making Bing Yin freeze. In the very next second, she turned back to question Tion Lelay. "What did you say?" At that moment, Tion Lelay stammered. "I said, it's not that I don't like you at all." Without beating around the bush, Bing Yin asked him directly, "So how much do you like me?" Tion Lelay held his hands up in the air, measuring, and replied, "If I had to be specific, if like is this big, then I like you about this much." His gesture made Bing Yin laugh through her tears. Moreover, she playfully chided Tion Lelay. "You're such an idiot. You didn't have to answer that question so seriously." He replied sheepishly, "Well, you asked." Afterwards, Bing Yin explained to him, "Tion Lelay, don't think I started a company just for fun. Actually, my family is very traditional. I was raised with the most traditional upbringing. Up until I graduated from college, I had never been in a relationship. Even after I started working, there were many who pursued me. You name a type, I had them. But I wasn't interested in any of them. The only one who's ever made my heart flutter is you. Not just because of that night, but because of everything that's happened over this time. I've realized that you're the one for me. Outstanding, powerful, responsible. I may not be your first love, but you're my first. Promise me, forget the past. Let's start over from today. I believe that you'll come to like me more and more. And one day, you'll definitely love me too. Okay." As she said these words, she took his hand and gave him a look full of sincerity. And then, overcome with joy, he nodded in agreement. As the two were gazing at each other lovingly, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Sister He. Tion Lelay saw her too, but because of her disheveled appearance, he couldn't recognize his acquaintance. In fact, he even mistook her for a zombie. In a flash, she rushed toward the two of them. He quickly pulled Bing Yin back, away from Sister He, and said, "Careful." Sister He looked at the two of them and let out a piercing scream. At that moment, Tion Lelay glared at her with angry eyes. And then, convinced she was a zombie, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Sister He sprawling backwards in pain. She raised a hand to the sky and cried for help. "Help me! Help me!" Hearing her cries, Bing Yin asked in alarm, "She's human?" Meanwhile, Tion Lelay also began to realize something and thought to himself, "Why does that voice sound so familiar?" To confirm who the person in front of him was, he hurried over and pushed her hair out of her face. Finally, Tion Lelay recognized her and shouted in shock, "Sister He!" After bringing her back to their place, he brought her some water to drink. In addition, the others took out some snacks for her to eat. Then, Tion Lelay asked Sister He, Sister He, didn't you all escape from the school? How did you end up like this? Where's Sinu? How is she? And what about Wu Bin and Tong Si? Weren't they with you? Knowing Sinu's place in his heart, she felt conflicted and thought to herself, Sinu, the one Tion Lelay loves. Even so, Sister He couldn't hold back her emotions. She burst into tears and said, Wu Bin and the others, they're dead. To Tion Lelay's astonishment, everyone shouted in unison, What on earth happened? And so, sobbing into her hands, she told them the whole story. That day, we left the school. We heard news about base number 6. We figured that if you managed to escape that place, you would definitely go to the base to find us. So, we decided to head to base number 6. Unexpectedly, we hadn't gone far before our car broke down. There were 2 cars following us. It was Lin Mu's cars. When the zombies surrounded the school, he took the opportunity to escape. We knew he was no good, but we were afraid of running into zombies. We had no choice but to get in his cars. There was no water or food in the cars. We starved for days. We really couldn't go on any longer. We ended up resting at a village in a remote mountain area. We thought we had found a glimmer of hope for survival, but we never expected that place to be hell on earth. The owners of that village were surnamed He, a pair of brothers. They were famous, wealthy businessmen. When the apocalypse happened, they were on vacation at the village with their friends. Just like that, they became the emperors of that place. The security guards and service staff at the village became their subordinates. That mountain was a necessary route to get to the base. Because of that, many survivors passed through there. Gradually, more and more people gathered there, forming a small city. That village had a rule. If you wanted to enter, you had to hand over supplies based on the number of people. We had no supplies and no weapons. We could only give up those 2 cars. That place was built for leisure. It had a bar, a restaurant, a casino. The facilities were very modern. There was plenty of food too, but just like in the world before, everything had to be bought with money. Moreover, the distinction between what was valuable and what was cheap followed no rules. Only the He brothers and the other rich kids had the right to enjoy themselves. Those who came from the outside were stripped of all their possessions. If you wanted to eat, you had to work for them. And there were only 2 ways to earn money. Men did manual labor, and women sold their bodies. With Sinu's looks, as soon as we got there, many people took notice of her. It made us afraid to even step outside. Wu Bin, in order to take care of us 3 women, had no choice but to take on multiple jobs at once. That Lin Mu, on the other hand, couldn't stand the hard manual labor at all. All he did all day was fool around. Then, somehow, he became one of the He brothers' lackeys. We thought he wouldn't give us any more trouble, but we never expected. And at that time, because they had to eat the same thing over and over, Sister He complained. Rice balls every single day. Now, just the smell of them makes me want to puke. At that, Tong Si snapped irritably. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Wu Bin worked his butt off day and night to earn these rice balls. Speaking of which, why isn't he back yet? The rice is getting cold. Sinu quickly explained. He said tomorrow is your birthday. He's working a little extra today to earn money to buy meat. We're going to have a big birthday feast tomorrow. He said we should eat first and not to wait for him. Hearing her birthday mentioned, Tong Si lowered her head sadly and replied, Is that so? I'd already forgotten my own birthday. Sinu quickly said to her, but he remembered. Your birthday is which day? Tong Si, Wu Bin treats you really well. Sister He also chimed in. He hasn't fallen for you, has he? Tong Si was startled, waving her hands frantically in protest. Don't joke like that. How could he possibly like me? We're just like brothers at most. Back when I was the class president, I helped him out a lot. Helping me with my birthday is no big deal. Just then, they heard a knock on the door. So Tong Si said, Is that Wu Bin back? She quickly went to open the door, and when she saw the person standing outside, she was terrified. The visitor was Lin Mu, and Tong Si immediately asked, Why is it you? You're not welcome here. Get out. With that, she quickly slammed the door shut. He blocked the door and replied, Don't be in such a hurry to kick me out. I'm here to help you guys. Sinu, come here. Let me introduce you to 2 distinguished guests. These 2 are Mr. Wen-Kei and young Master Jining. They're the masters of this place. Meanwhile, he scowled and said, What kind of godforsaken place is this? It stinks. in contrast to his younger brother. The elder one brother appeared much more refined, and so he walked straight up to Sinu, extending a hand as he spoke. Miss Sinu, I've heard so much about you. She just stared at him without saying a word. Seeing this, the elder one brother smiled and said, Miss Shun, there's no need to be afraid. I've seen many of your works, and I've always been an admirer. Lin and Mo mentioned you two were friends, so I came especially to pay a visit. I've had my men prepare some food. I was wondering if Miss Shun would do me the honor of sharing a meal with me? Sinu didn't hesitate to refuse. I'm sorry. I've already eaten. Lin Mo angrily reprimanded her. Mr. Xia inviting you to dinner is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. Don't be so arrogant. And then the elder one brother reminded him, Lin Mo, don't be rude. So he lowered his voice. On the other hand, as his gaze swept over the rice balls on the table, he remarked, is this what Miss Shun is eating? My apologies for the poor hospitality. To think Miss Shun has had to endure such hardship. This place is hardly fit for human habitation. My villa has plenty of empty rooms. If Miss Shun doesn't mind, she and her friends are welcome to move in there. Allow me the opportunity to host you all. What do you say? Sidong immediately whispered a warning to her. I don't think this guy is any good. Don't agree. Sinu took her advice and declined. Thank you for your kind offer, but we're quite comfortable here. There's no need for you to worry. Now, it was Jining's turn to curse at them angrily. You bitch. What's with the high and mighty act? Brother, you have to be firm with this kind of woman. Why are you wasting your time with all this nonsense? Men, tie her up. Immediately, someone came forward to forcibly drag Sinu away. The others tried to stop the two men, while Sister Hua and Sidong shouted, What are you doing? Bastards! Thugs! Someone, help us! Sinu herself screamed, Let go of me! Lin Mo was the one who threw her into the car. Sinu turned to him and demanded, Lin Mo. We were classmates, after all. How could you do this to us? Lin Mo clamped a hand over her mouth. What's more, he cursed her. You bitch! Who told you to act so high and mighty with me? To look down on me? If I can't have it, I'll destroy it. Besides, selling you to these two young masters will give me a lot of benefits. They've been wanting you for more than just a day or two. If you don't want Sidong and the others to end up dead, you'd better behave yourself and serve the two of them well. From a distance, Sidong's desperate shout could be heard. Sinu, witnessing this, Sister Hua ran over, clutching Jining's arm and pleading, Mr. Xia, you're a man of status. How can you just kidnap someone like this? You're no different from a common street thug. Hearing this, not only was he unmoved, but he also slapped Sister Hua hard across the face. Jining snarled, You bitch! Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Sister Hua cried out in pain. As for Sidong, she was furious at his actions. She then angrily demanded, Do you people have any respect for the law? At all. Jining replied with extreme arrogance, The law? My brother and I are the law here. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something. Jining's gaze shifted to Sidong, and he said, I didn't notice before, but you're not too bad yourself, little girl. Hearing this, her expression immediately changed. He then turned to his older brother. Brother, one Shin Sinu should be enough for you to play with, right? Jining's brother replied as he turned to leave. I'm only interested in Shan Sinu. You can have a rest. Jining then signaled for his men to drag Sister Hua out of the room, leaving Sidong alone with him. Sister Hua, her face a mask of misery, begged them. Let me go. Behind her, Sidong could only call out helplessly, Let me go. When only the two of them were left in the room, he began to slowly approach Sidong. She was so scared that her entire body trembled. The terror was evident on her face. Sidong stammered, What do you want? Don't come any closer. He let out a pleased laugh and asked, What do I want? What do you think? Jining's filthy hands reached for Sidong. The sight of him in her eyes at that moment was absolutely repulsive. Inside that dark room, only her desperate screams echoed. Help me. Not long after, Wu Bin's voice could be heard from a distance. Sidong, Sinu, I'm back, holding the bag of meat he had just bought. He boasted cheerfully. That butcher was really nice. He even threw in a pig's tail for free. Inside, Jining, having just finished, was adjusting his clothes. Seeing Wu Bin walk in, Jining gave him a confused look. He asked, Who the hell are you? Seeing Sidong huddled on the floor, Wu Bin's expression instantly changed. The earlier joy completely vanished. Her body was still shaking uncontrollably. As for Jining, he called out, "Guards, where the hell are you?" Hearing him, his subordinates rushed in, apologizing profusely. "Our apologies, second young master. We fell asleep." Hearing this, he cursed them. "Useless. I put you on guard duty to keep anyone from coming in, and you couldn't even do that right." Jining continued, "If this happens again, you're all fired." His men immediately obeyed. "Yes, yes," they replied. Before leaving, Jining didn't forget to say, "Let's go. We'll be back tomorrow to play some more." But he probably didn't notice that Wu Bin had a tight grip on a sharp knife. Just as Jining finished speaking, the fire of rage inside Wu Bin erupted. He tightened his grip on the knife and lunged forward. "You bastard! You dare to hurt Sidong! I'll kill you!" But before he could even reach him, he was struck down by one of Jining's men. Meanwhile, Sidong from behind cried and begged Wu Bin stop. Taking advantage of the situation, Jining stomped his foot down hard on Wu Bin's face. He ground his heel in as he insulted him. "You fatso! Why don't you take a look at your own face in the mirror? You think you can be the hero and save the damsel in distress." Even as he was being trampled, Wu Bin still managed to say, "You bastard! I have to kill you." Wu Bin tried to reassure Sidong. "Sidong, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." Seeming to realize something, Jining asked, "You like her, don't you?" He continued, "A toad lusting after a swan's flesh." Then Jining asked, "How about this? I'll do you a favor. You lick my shoes clean, and I'll let you have some fun with her." These words sent Wu Bin into a rage. He grabbed a table leg and stood up, swinging a heavy blow at Jining and shouting, "Lick my ass." Jining immediately fell backward. Wu Bin continued, "Go to hell, you bastard." Just as he was about to finish him off, 3 loud gunshots rang out. It was Jining's men who had shot Wu Bin. Seeing this, Sidong was horrified. "Wu Bin," she screamed. But even though Wu Bin had been shot, Jining remained indifferent, as if he hadn't just ended a man's life. He even said, "Disgusting." Sidong rushed to his side, but the heartless Jining kicked him hard, even though he was seriously injured. He said, "You got my clothes dirty." Jining's face twisted into a cruel expression. He asked, "You worthless piece of trash. You want to kill me?" Wu Bin lay motionless, despite his taunts. "Come on, get up and show me what you've got." Sidong hugged him tightly, sobbing and pleading, "Wu Bin, wake up. Don't die. Don't leave me." But it seemed the other man had no intention of letting up. He continued, "Dying like this would be too easy for you." Then Jining ordered, "Use a knife and carve him up, piece by piece. Throw her in the back mountains to feed the zombies." The henchman immediately replied, "Yes, sir." In the end, the room was left with only the sound of wailing. Cries of "Si Tong." Wu Bin cut to Zhao Tianlei's location. He threw a powerful punch at the wall, causing countless cracks to appear. Meanwhile, Suyong watched from a distance. Tion Lelay exclaimed in fury, "Xiao Wenkei, Xia Jining, I swear I'll tear you to 100,000 pieces." Sister Hua sat on the sofa, crying as she recounted the story. After that day, we never saw Si Tong again. I heard she was locked up somewhere by Jining. As for me, I was taken to the Xiao family's villa, along with Sinu. Wenkei is a little better than his younger brother. You could say he's more cultured. He didn't try to force himself on Sinu, but we knew he was always waiting for Sinu to willingly submit to him. Sinu and I tried to escape twice, but we failed. The last time, we both fell into the river. I saw Sinu get caught by them. As for me, I was swept away by the current, and luckily, I escaped. Tion Lelay, I know you're a classmate of Si Tong and Sinu, and a good friend at that. You have to go save them. Tion Lelay immediately made a promise to her. "Don't worry, I will definitely get them out of there safely." And then, the others, one by one, expressed their desire to go with him. Shienhao was the first. "Captain Zhao, I'll go with you. Eliminating evil for the people is the duty of a police officer like me." Then it was Wu Xian's turn. "I'll go too." Finally, Suyong. "Me too. Brother Lei's friends are my friends. Let me kill those 2 bastards and avenge Wu Bin." Tion Lelay smiled and said, "Thank you." Then he turned to her and asked Sister Hua, "Tell us the situation at the villa in detail. I'll make a plan to rescue them." Hearing this, Sister Hua agreed. Just like that, he had prepared a mountain of high-quality food. Seeing this, Wu Xan exclaimed in amazement. Oh my god, where did all this food come from? Bing Yin quickly explained to her. Tion Lelay and the others found a shop that specialized in selling grains. They moved everything over here. And there are also the supplies we've collected so far. It's all here. Oh right, Wu Xan, did you bring your makeup bag? Tion Lelay wants to take Sister Hua with them. But we can't let anyone recognize her. We have to put some makeup on her. However, Wu Xian was a little concerned about Bing Yan's love life, so she asked Sister Bing Yan, are we really going to save Sinu? Isn't she Tion Lelay's secret crush? At this point, Bing Yan couldn't hide her worry either. She lowered her head sadly and replied, no one would willingly let the man they love go and save his secret crush. But do you remember Shan Tion and Wei Ping? So Wu Xian replied, of course I remember. Those two animals. I wish I could have chopped them into a million pieces. Bing Yin continued to express her feelings. At that time, if we hadn't been lucky and met Tion Lelay, I'm afraid we would have fallen into the hands of those two animals. Sinu and Xiang Tong are like we were back then. That feeling of despair is something no girl wants to experience. And then Wu Xian reminded her of one thing. But she's your love rival. What if she comes back and steals Tion Lelay from you? Bing Yin replied resolutely, then we'll just have to face off. Who am I? Bing Yin has never been afraid of anyone in the business world for all these years. And the same goes for love. Besides a love rival, an invisible one is the most terrifying. If Sinu dies, I'm afraid Tion Lelay will remember her for the rest of his life and never forget. This is good too. I want to defeat her fair and square. Make it so that Tion Lelay can only love me. Immediately, Wu Xian praised her. Badass. What a spirit. Sister Bing Yin, you truly are the goddess of my heart. Not only that, Bing Yin also thought to herself, Sinu, let's see what you're made of. That night, at the place where Tion Lelay's group was temporarily staying, Wu Xian had finished cutting her hair and putting on her makeup. So Sister Hua asked her, do I look okay? Wu Xian immediately reassured her. Don't worry. You right now, compared to when I first met you, you look like two different people. I guarantee no one will recognize you. Before setting off, Bing Yin went to find Tion Lelay. At this moment, he carefully instructed her. I've already checked this floor. There are no zombies. I've also sealed off all the entrances. As long as you two keep the door closed, there will be no danger. Hearing this, Bing Yin replied gently, I know. However, Tion Lelay still couldn't feel at ease. About that, do you really not need Su Yang to stay and protect you two? She resolutely refused. No need. According to Sister Hua, that villa is in a very remote place. They're all your assistants. Having them by your side is what makes me feel at ease. Seeing the two of them so inseparable, Wu Xian spoke up. You don't need to worry about Sister Bing Yin. I'll protect her. And then Su Yang immediately praised her. My wife is so tough. After that, Tion Lelay gently pulled her a little closer to him, looking at her as he spoke. It's not that I don't want to take you two with me, but this time it's too dangerous. We have to infiltrate the enemy's lair. Bringing you two along would actually be more dangerous. Bing Yin found it strange that he kept explaining his reasons. Why are you being so long-winded? Do you think I'm going to get jealous? I'm not that petty. The class beauty is fine. A secret crush is fine too. Bing Yin, am confident enough not to lose to anyone. Besides, your body is already mine. Don't even think about your heart escaping. Speaking of which, he unexpectedly placed a kiss on her lips. Right after, Bing Yin responded with a kiss of her own. Those who witnessed this scene were all envious. Wu Xian was the first. Sour. Then it was Shun Feng's turn. When did those two get so close? Standing beside him, Su Yang quickly explained to him. You wouldn't understand. The more dangerous the situation, the more you have to assert your claim. A moment later, Bing Yin added, you go ahead and save her. I'll be a good girl and wait for you here. Just like that, Tion Lelay replied. You two be careful. I'll try to get back as soon as possible. He turned to the others and said, all right, load that food onto the car. Let's go. At the entrance to the mountain villa, there were always people on guard. In addition, the entrance was also surrounded by a barbed wire fence. The guards always maintained a serious and highly vigilant attitude. Currently, two cars were approaching at a very fast speed. It was Tion Lelay's group. Wu Xian and Shin Feng were in one car. Sister Hua, Tion Lelay, and Su Yang were in the other. Next, he asked her, is this He Zhang's villa? Didn't you say this place was heavily guarded? Why are there only two people guarding it like that? Sister Hua quickly explained. That's to deceive the other survivors. When they pass by this place, it makes them think it's easy to get in. In fact, there are many people inside. They are all the former security guards of this villa. Everyone has a gun. The slightest resistance, and you'll get shot immediately. As soon as he saw the car approaching, Xiao Lu shouted, "What do you want?" Tion Lelay pretended to speak in a friendly voice. "Hello. We are lucky survivors who are passing by. We've been driving for days to escape the zombies. We saw white smoke rising from here at the foot of the mountain and thought there might be other survivors here. It's so great to see you all. I was wondering if we could come in and rest for a bit." The two guards exchange a look. Immediately, Xiao Lu replied cheerfully, "You're in luck. 100 miles around here has fallen. Only our place can stop the zombies. Our Mr. Xia is a kind man. He has ordered that if any survivors pass by and ask for help, we must do our best to help them. But if you want to come in, you have to give us some food. You understand. In these times, everyone needs food to survive." Tion Lelay immediately agreed. "We understand. May I ask how much food we need to hand over?" The soldier said, "It's per person, 5 kilograms per person." Hearing this, Su Yang angrily shouted, "What? 5 kilograms? Right now, how many people are dying just for a little bit of food? And you're asking for 5 kilograms right off the bat? Why don't you just rob us? It'd be faster." Hearing this, the two guards began to analyze the situation. Xiao Cheng was the first to speak. "This is just the entrance fee. If you want to stay long-term, each person will have to pay. Xiao Lu continued, "Of course. No one's forcing you. If you don't agree, you can leave right now." Tion Lelay quickly agreed. 5 kilos it is. Compared to our lives, that amount of food is nothing. "Now, can we come in?" Xiao Lu said cheerfully, "Get out of the car." According to the villa's rules, newcomers must hand over their vehicles and any weapons they have on them. This is for the safety of our villa. Don't worry. When you decide to leave, we'll return your things. Just then, Sister He warned him, "Don't believe a word they say. I've seen them beat someone to death because they couldn't provide any more food." He wanted to get his car back to leave here. So Tion Lelay spoke up against the rule. "Brother, no matter what happens, I'm not handing over my vehicle." Tion Lelay suggested a trade. "How about this? I'll give you more food, okay?" But Xiao Lu refused. "You must be joking. How much is a car worth? How much food would you have to give to equal the value of this truck?" Tion Lelay's response was firm. "Right now, you can find a dozen cars just lying on the road. Food is what's essential. Compared to this truck, food is far more valuable." In response to the question of quantity, he decisively stepped out of the truck and threw open the cargo doors for them to see for themselves. In the next moment, both of them were stunned speechless by the enormous stockpile of food inside. In the middle of their shock, Tion Lelay slowly asked, "Is this enough?" His eyes scanned. The truck bed filled to the brim with supplies. Xiao Lu spoke, his voice filled with hesitation. "Wait a moment. I'll go inform my superior." With that, he hurried away. Tion Lelay just smirked smugly. A short while later, Xiao Lu returned with Wen Xiao and directed his gaze toward Tion Lelay. "Mr. He, that's him." From inside the vehicle, terror was written all over Sister He's face the moment she saw that man. Sparks of hatred flared in his eyes. He locked his gaze onto Wen Xiao and thought, Wen Xiao. With his usual elegant demeanor, he began his self-introduction. "I am Wen Xiao, the master of this place. May I ask for your honored name?" He simply replied calmly, "My name is Tion Lelay." Hearing this, Wen Xiao continued, "About what happened just now. The guards have already told me. Allow me to ask a question. In the current situation, finding supplies is an incredibly difficult task. You could say a single grain of rice is as valuable as an ingot of gold. Where did Mr. Zhao acquire so much food?" But Tion Lelay merely replied, "It doesn't matter where it came from. This is the food we've been eating on our way here. As long as it isn't poisoned, it's fine." Thinking he had misunderstood his good intentions, Wen Xiao explained, "Emer Zhao, you yist. That wasn't my intention." Tion Lelay cut him off immediately. "I know. To enter Mr. He's sanctuary, one must hand over their vehicle and weapons. But we survived and made it here thanks to these 2 vehicles. Without them, my friends and I would all be dead. Therefore, no matter what, I will not hand them over to you. I guarantee we won't drive the vehicles out of the villa without permission. Furthermore, I am willing to hand over an additional 50 kilograms of food as a guarantee. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask, stunned, 50 kilograms? In contrast, Tion Lelay showered them with praise. Of course, without rules, there can be no order. If Mystery doesn't want to bend the rules for us, then we will leave. When Xiao didn't answer right away, he just watched him quietly for a moment, before accepting the conditions Tion Lelay had laid out. With the zombies running rampant as they are, survivors like us need to stick together. We must work together to get through this difficult time. My place here agrees to shelter survivors passing through, precisely so that people no longer have to worry about their safety, so they can find a place to rest and live together. The rules were established to protect everyone's safety, but there are exceptions to every rule. I believe you're not a bad person. I am willing to befriend you. Open the gate. Under Wen Xiao's command, the heavy main gate began to move. At the same time, the barbed wire fence was cleared to let their vehicle pass through. A moment later, Wen Xiao extended his hand and said, "Welcome to our sanctuary." Realizing the prey was in his trap, Tion Lelay chuckled inwardly and shook his hand politely. "Thank you, Mr. He. I'm the kind of person who repays kindness with kindness, and enmity with enmity. You won't regret befriending me." Though he couldn't help but feel suspicious of his words, Wen Xiao maintained his politeness and invited them in. "Please come in." Immediately, their vehicle rolled slowly onto the grounds. Before long, the He family's mansion came into view. Everyone was overwhelmed by the large number of guards and the advanced security system. Wu Xian turned to speak with Shienhao. "Good thing we were prepared. The equipment here is far more advanced than at your police station. If we had rushed in recklessly, we'd have been shot full of holes." At the same time, his gaze shifted to the nearest wall, and he said, "Look at that wall. It's an electric fence. Being surrounded by such a dense electrical grid is no different from being in a prison." Even Tion Lelay had to exclaim in amazement. Looking at this place and its tight security, it seems giving up 50 kilograms of food was worth it. Standing beside him, Wen Xiao quickly explained, "Quite a few people have misunderstood me because of the food situation. They don't realize that the more people live here, the scarcer the food becomes. The food reserves in the villa have long since dwindled. Now we have no choice but to send people out to find supplies. But you don't need to worry about safety. Look at them. They used to be my bodyguards, and some of them have military backgrounds. One man could take on 10 zombies at once. The walls, too, are lined with electric wires. Without my permission, not even a fly can get in." And so, Tion Lelay put on a cheerful expression and replied, "Then I can rest assured. Mr. He is truly a good person to treat strangers with such warmth. You must have been a great philanthropist in the past." Wen Xiao replied humbly, "You flatter me, but as long as I can do good deeds with a clear conscience, that's enough for me." "Oh, right. Next to my residence is a separate villa. The environment is comfortable, and it has a spacious parking area. I'll arrange for you to stay there. How about it?" He immediately agreed. "We'll follow Mr. He's arrangements." Then, he gave a loud command. "Take Mr. Zhao there." Xiao Chen obeyed without a second's hesitation. When Xiao didn't leave right away, but lingered to watch Tion Lelay's vehicle until a satisfied smile spread across his face. A short while later, the group arrived at the place Wen Xiao had arranged for them. As soon as they arrived, Xiao Chen spoke politely. "Mr. He instructed me to tell you that your 50 kilograms of food have helped us solve a serious food shortage. From today onwards, you are our villa's honored guests. If you need anything, just let us know." Tion Lelay also maintained his politeness and replied, "Thank you for your trouble. Please extend my thanks to Mr. He." After that, Xiao Chen bid the group farewell. "Well then, please rest well. I'll take my leave now." The group quietly watched Xiao Chen's figure disappear. Just a moment later, Su Yang gave a meaningful look. Tion Lelay nodded in agreement. At the same time, Shienhao made a suggestion. "Brother Lay, I think this place is pretty good. Why don't we just stay here for the long term?" Wu Xian also chimed in. "Yeah. In the past, only the rich could live in places like this. Rich people sure know how to live." But Tion Lelay feigned distress and said, "It's not that we can't stay, but those fees are just too expensive, having to give up so much food at once." And so, Wu Xian spoke up. "What's there to be afraid of? We're so poor that the only thing we have left is food. We have a whole warehouse of it, remember? A truck this big can't even move a tenth of that warehouse. When will we ever be able to move all the food we have stored away? Now, Tion Lelay pretended to signal for them to lower their voices. Keep it down. Aren't you afraid someone will hear you? Just then, from a hidden corner, Xiao Chun was straining his ears to listen to their conversation. Of course, the whole group was well aware of this, and the previous conversation was actually just a play put on for the eavesdropper. Elsewhere, Jining cried out in disbelief after hearing his older brother tell him about Tion Lelay's truck full of food. What? 500 kilograms? Brother, you're not seeing things, are you? There were 500 kilograms of food in that truck. He only replied, it can only be more, not less. With an agitated tone, he immediately urged the elder one. Then what are you waiting for? Just go and take it. Are you still want to play cat and mouse with him? Just then, Xiao Chun appeared and reported loudly, reporting. The elder one brother permitted him to enter. Come in. Xiao Chun immediately recounted everything he had heard, making the elder one unable to hide his excitement. The very next moment, he had made up his mind to seize it, but on the surface, he remained calm. We can't act so rashly. We must think long-term. Jining was clearly getting impatient, as Xiao Chun whispered something to his brother. A moment later, the elder one spoke to him. I just received some news. They have another food stash hidden outside. The amount in that truck is only a tenth of their total supply. Jining exclaimed in shock, what? A tenth? Doesn't that mean they have 5,000 kilograms? The elder one brother replied calmly. I thought we had a big fish, but it turns out to be a whale. He agreed. Right. You're still the thoughtful one, brother. I almost lost a bigger prize for a small gain. But with so much food, how we get them to give it up? However, the elder one brother added, why bother? As long as we have them in our hands, do you think that food will just grow legs and run away? For now, the most important thing is to win their trust. Use a long line to catch a big fish. Once we've gained their trust, we'll naturally find out the location of that other stash. However, Jining brought up another issue. But what if they'd rather die than talk? Hearing this, he snapped back in annoyance. They won't talk? Is your brain broken? Can't you think for yourself? Since they were able to hide so much food, they'll naturally go back to get it. At that point, Jining finally understood his brother's plan and cheered up. I get it. Then we just need to follow them, and we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, CLA's group had finished moving all their belongings into the mansion. After looking around, Chu Yang couldn't hide his amazement. Whoa, this villa is way too luxurious. Wu Xian immediately added. When I was a bodyguard, I visited a lot of rich people's houses, but compared to this place, it's a whole different world. It seems the Xia brothers aren't just your average wealthy family. At this, Sister Hua revealed their true identity. The Xia family is an old and powerful clan. 3 generations of wealth. The elder one brother himself is a shrewd businessman. Before the apocalypse, you could say he was a domineering CEO, just like in novels. The kind that holds the global economy in his hands. That's not an exaggeration at all. Just saying he's rich doesn't even begin to cover it. But he's also an extremely suspicious person, she explained further. Because this villa is so close to his own residence. Many wealthy people have offered him high prices to rent this place, but he's always refused. The fact that he's letting us stay here means he truly sees us as honored guests. Meanwhile, after scanning the area with his binoculars, Shun Feng praised him. Captain Zhao, that was a brilliant move. Using a phantom food stash as bait. Not only did it keep them from acting rashly, but it also allowed us to infiltrate the enemy's lair directly. Now that we're close to our target, it'll be much easier to observe their movements. At that moment, the group was startled by a strange noise. It was followed by a voice coming from somewhere. Let us out. We can't breathe. CLA couldn't contain his anger and shouted, Who's there? Shuyang quickly tried to calm him down. Let go. Don't be so tense. Instantly, he walked over to the red and gray suitcases behind him and unlatched them. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Xian and Bing Yin emerged from inside. She even turned to Chu Yang and complained. I was about to suffocate in there. Seeing this, CLA was furious. You too. Chu Yang quickly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. Let go. I know I was wrong. Seeing this, Bing Yin spoke up. It has nothing to do with him. It was my idea. He then turned to scold her. You're being foolish. Didn't I tell you to stay there and wait for us to come back? Why did you act on your own? Wu Xin also spoke up in defense of her friend. Bingyin was just worried about you. CLA's anger hadn't subsided in the least. Do you two think this is a child's game? Do you have any idea how dangerous it is here? One wrong move, and you could lose your life at any moment. At this, she began to argue back. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I came. Suddenly, CLA fell silent. And so, Bingyin continued to explain. I want you to know that I'm not just someone who hides in a safe corner. A burden who always needs you to protect her when danger strikes. I'm a woman who can face life and death with you. Who can share your hardships. Instead of waiting outside, filled with anxiety. I'd rather take this risk with you. Now, Wu Xin also turned to Chu Yang and said, Me too. Then, Bingyin continued. Besides, this isn't about fighting zombies. I may not be able to fight, but I can help you with ideas. When it comes to a battle of wits with a domineering CEO, who's more suitable than me? Hearing this, Shenfeng also seemed to agree with her. She has a point. Not only that, Wu Xin added, know yourself, know your enemy. With the support of the others, Bingyin approached, placed a hand on CLA's chest, and began to plead. Come on, don't be angry anymore. We're already here, after all. Finally, he let out a sigh and relented. I really don't know what to do with you. You two are not allowed to go outside. Normally, you're to stay in your room with Sister Hua. Absolutely do not let anyone else see you. She happily gave him a military-style salute and replied, Sir, yes, sir. Just a moment later, there was a knock at the door. Mr. Zhao, are you home? CLA immediately signaled for them to hide. You two go hide upstairs. The person who opened the door was Shunfeng. The person at the door was Xiao Chun. Mr. Xia has prepared a banquet and has sent me to invite you and your friends to his villa for dinner. Hearing this, he thought to himself, they're quick. Accepting the invitation from the elder one brother, they immediately went to his place. When they arrived, they were greeted with a grand reception, but only Wu Xian accompanied him. Furthermore, the elder one brother personally came out to welcome CLA. Mr. Zhao, welcome, welcome. He replied politely. Mr. Xia, you're too kind. We've only just arrived. It should be us hosting you. Hearing this, he replied tactfully. From now on, we're all friends. There's no need to be so formal with Mr. This and Mr. That. Weren't there a few other friends with you? Why did you only bring one person? CLA quickly made up an excuse to refuse the elder one brother. On the way here, everyone got tired. Besides, we just moved in, and there's a lot to unpack. I told them to stay at the villa. At this, he introduced his younger brother to him. I haven't introduced you yet. This is my younger brother, Jining. Hearing this, he cheerfully greeted CLA. My brother said he felt a connection with you the first time he met you. From now on, you're like a brother to me. Just call me Jining. He also replied enthusiastically. How could I do that? It's better to call you second, young Master Xia. Otherwise, people will say that we newcomers don't know the rules. Jining said nonchalantly, It's just a name. It's fine. Please sit. At this, the banquet table was already exquisitely prepared with countless dishes. The elder one brother quickly raised his glass and began his introduction. This is a Bordeaux wine from France. A limited edition. There were only 8 bottles in the entire world. Now, it's even harder to get a chance to drink it. CLA, you all should try it. At that moment, Wu Xin leaned in and whispered in his ear, Be careful. The wine is drugged. Immediately after, he cleverly declined. We can't compare to you two. We were just poor students before. We only drink Coca-Cola. No matter how good the wine is, we can't appreciate the taste. We'd rather have a beer. It feels more satisfying. As he said this, Wu Xian reached into his bag and casually pulled out a few bottles of beer and placed them on the table, much to the utter astonishment of the two Xiao brothers. CLA held up a bottle and cheerfully introduced it to them. Come on, let's drink together. Jining looked displeased and began to criticize Tion Lelay. What's your problem? Are you disrespecting my brother? At this point, Wen Kei tactfully stopped his younger brother. Wine is made from rice. To a starving person, beer is much more valuable than wine. He also picked up a bottle of beer and said to him, I like your pragmatism. Cheers. Tion Lelay returned Wang's smile. Just like that. The two clinked their beer bottles together while Jining looked thoroughly bored. Not only that, Wen Kei also probed him. I wonder what your plans are for the future. Are you staying here long-term, or do you have other plans? Tion Lelay simply replied, I heard on the news that base number 6 was built by the government. It can shelter survivors. The facilities there are complete, and it's protected by the army. It's not a bad choice. However, I still haven't made up my mind. I'd like to hear your opinions. Seeing his chance, Jining seized the opportunity. Of course you should stay here. What's so great about that base? I'd bet, the moment you walk through the door, your food truck will be immediately confiscated. Even you guys might be forced into manual labor. It's not like that here. You're friends of my brother and me. Friends of the Xia family are honored guests of the villa. I guarantee you won't have to worry about food or clothing. You can even be above tens of thousands of people. Tion Lelay pretended to be very interested and said, That's a very tempting offer. I was almost swayed. When Kay quickly explained, Don't misunderstand. We have absolutely no intention of forcing you. It's just that I'm actually a little troubled at the moment. He pretended not to understand and asked him back. This whole villa belongs to your Xia family. Could there still be something you're not satisfied with? When Kay put on a pitiful act and replied, You don't know, but this morning I told you about the situation at the villa. In reality, it's much worse than that. We're about to reach a period of famine. For now, the villa is still so peaceful thanks to my guards who are diligently protecting the outside, maintaining law and order. But they have to eat too. Once the food supply is cut off, they won't listen to me anymore. If a riot breaks out, I can't even imagine what would happen. There are also many elderly, children, and women in the villa. I really can't bear to let them lose this safe haven. So, your arrival has really solved this urgent matter for me. If you agree to stay, then you would really be doing us a huge favor. At this point, Wu Xian had to speak up. So, Mr. Xia means you still need food from us? I've already handed over more than 50 kilograms of food. That's not a small amount, is it? You can't just shear one sheep like that. At this point, Tion Lelay let out a sigh. Playing along with him. Helping people is a joy. Mr. Xia is working so hard for people he doesn't even know. We should also contribute. Hearing this, when Kay understood that he had agreed and said, So, you've agreed? Tion Lelay suddenly made an excuse to leave. I drank too much beer. I need to use the restroom. I was wondering if I could borrow the one here. Though the Xia brothers were suspicious, they had to agree. Right after, when Kay turned to give an order to Zhang Liang. Of course, someone, take Mr. Zhao to the restroom. Following his orders, Zhang Liang led the way for Tion Lelay. On the way, Sister Hua's words echoed in his mind. Sinu's room is the second room on the left. Counting from the bottom on the second floor. From the restroom, you just have to turn a corner to see it. But that was before we escaped. If she's been moved, I can't help you. They had finally arrived. Zhang Liang spoke up. Mr. Zhao, please. Before entering, Tion Lelay carefully instructed him. You don't need to wait for me here. I can't go if someone's outside. Zhang Liang also nodded in agreement. Then I'll wait for you downstairs. As he hurried downstairs, he kept an eye on him to make sure. He was sure no one was following him. Tion Lelay moved silently, constantly looking around cautiously. A moment later, he spotted a maid. Standing in front of a door, she spoke politely. Miss, please don't make this difficult for me. Mr. Xia has already said, you must take this medicine. From inside, a shout was heard. I'm not taking it. Just like that, the maid couldn't hide her annoyance and muttered. What's her problem? She still thinks she's some big star? When Mr. Yi loses interest in you, you're finished. With that, she quickly turned on her heel. Before approaching, Tion Lelay cautiously looked around, and when the coast was clear, he quietly went to the door, knocked, and said, Sinu, is that you? The person inside immediately called out, Who is it? He answered, It's Tion Lelay. Sinu cried out in excitement, Tion Lelay. Immediately, she rushed to the door and said, Tion Lelay, it's me. I'm Sinu. He replied enthusiastically, That's great. It's really you. Are you okay? Did that Xia guy do anything to you? Sinu's voice dropped, full of sadness. I'm fine. He's been polite enough to me. He hasn't made things difficult for me. Tion Lelay, why are you here? At this point, Tion Lelay finally told her the truth. Sister Hua sent me to save you. Hearing this, Sinu asked in disbelief, Sister Hua, is she still alive? A moment later, Tion Lelay replied, After she escaped, she found me. She told me everything that happened after you all left the school. When she found out about this, she pleaded with him for help. Tion Lelay, you have to get me out of here. Although when K hasn't done anything to me for now, I feel like he's getting more and more impatient. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. I'm going to lose my mind. I don't want to stay here for another second. But, Tion Lelay said, I'm sorry. I can't take you away just yet. Hearing this, Sinu asked why. Tion Lelay lowered his head, replying with a troubled expression, I haven't found Si Tong yet. If I take you away now, it'll alert the enemy. At this point, Sinu understood his meaning. You're right. Poor Si Tong. A moment later, he turned to ask her, do you know where she is? But Sinu had no idea. I don't know. I only know she was locked up by Jining. But not in this villa. Besides that, Tion Lelay continued to ask Sinu. I heard the maid say you wouldn't take your medicine. Are you sick? She immediately reassured him. I'm fine. I just caught a cold from falling into the water during our last escape attempt. Feeling extremely sorry for her, Tion Lelay advised her. Sinu, you have to take your medicine. You need to get better quickly. Trust me, after I find Si Tong, I will definitely come and save you. We'll leave this place together. Just like that, she replied. I trust you. I will definitely be good and take my medicine and keep my strength up, waiting for you to come and save me. Just then, Tion Lelay heard footsteps. The newcomer was K, and he asked, what are you doing here? He was staring at him intently, and Tion Lelay was clearly flustered standing there. Though initially flustered, Tion Lelay quickly regained his composure and responded, this villa is really big. I came out of the restroom, and I wasn't paying attention and got lost. After hearing this, K could only reply, is that so? That Zhang Liang is really useless, leaving our honored guest here unattended. I'll definitely give him a piece of my mind later. Tion Lelay quickly spoke up for Zhang Liang. You can't blame him. I've always had a bad sense of direction. However, I just heard someone talking in that room. Is it a member of Mr. Xia's family? Why aren't they downstairs eating with us? He quickly came up with a lie. It's my wife. She's not feeling well. She needs to rest. She always eats in her room alone. Let's go downstairs. We shouldn't keep them waiting any longer. He immediately agreed. As he walked away, Tion Lelay didn't forget to look back at the room one last time and thought to himself, Sinu, hang in there a little longer. I'll come save you soon. A moment later, the two of them returned to the banquet table. The moment they appeared, Jining spoke up, annoyed. What's wrong? Is the big star throwing a tantrum again? When Xiao quickly cut his brother off. We have guests. Watch your mouth. Realizing he'd misspoken, a flicker of fear crossed his face. However, Tion Lelay seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. So, Mrs. E is a big star, is she? No wonder Mr. He keeps her hidden away like a treasure in a golden house. Unwilling to let her out. I wonder which star she is. She might even be my goddess. He quickly said, she's not famous at all. She's only been in a few small commercials. No one would know her name if I said it. Even so, he didn't stop, continuing his praise. Mr. He is too modest. The woman who caught your eye must be a movie queen or a TV queen. However, you're handsome and rich, and getting married so young. It's a real shame. What about the second young master He? Looking at you, you must have quite a few starlet girlfriends, right? Hearing this, Jining couldn't hide his smugness as he replied, I'm not as dense as my brother. What's so great about female stars? They're incredibly arrogant and hard to win over. They can't compare to those innocent schoolgirls. Just then, when Xiao brought up Tong Si, speaking of which, how is that fiery, innocent girl doing? I haven't heard you mention her in a while. The moment he spoke, Tion Lelay had a suspicion in his mind. Tong Si. Very quickly, he explained, women, huh? They're impossible to figure out. When they go crazy, they're like rabid dogs. They'll bite anyone they see. I gave her to that kid, Lin Mu. Hearing this, fury was evident on Tion Lelay's face, and Wu Xian, sitting next to him, could see him clenching his teeth. Even when Xiao noticed something was off and asked, Tion Lelay, what's wrong? You don't look so good. Wu Xian quickly reminded him, Brother Lay, isn't your stomach bothering you? He moved closer, shaking his head as he whispered, your constipation is a chronic problem. Doesn't it always take you at least an hour to go? Tion Lelay stared at Wu Xian for a long moment before understanding his hidden meaning. He then pretended to be in pain, clutching his stomach and crying out. Right. There's no hope for this stomach of mine. It's probably been a while since I've had such a rich meal. I'm having a little trouble adjusting. The little one just went. Now the big one's here. Sorry. Let's call a day. We'll talk again next time. Wu Xian played along, helping him up. In his place, when Xiao had no choice but to let it go. It's all right. You should go back and rest. And so, Tion Lelay walked away, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Ji Ning even mocked him. The stomach of a poor bastard is full of problems. He turned and ordered a servant. Someone, spray this area with air freshener. The servant immediately obeyed. Yes. Not only that, he also held his nose and said, "Ugh, it stinks." After leaving Wan Xiao's place, Tion Lelay turned to apologize to Wu Xian. I was too angry just now. I almost made a mistake. Thank goodness you were there to help me out. And then he replied, "It's nothing, Brother Lay. Was the girl Ji Ning just mentioned your class president?" He answered bluntly, "We'll know for sure once we find Lam Mo." Hearing that, Wu Xian said, "Don't worry. Leave this to me." He said cheerfully, "Thanks." "Oh, right. You just said I was constipated. Couldn't you have come up with a different excuse?" He quickly explained, "But honestly, your expression just now really did look like you were constipated." This comment left Tion Lelay so angry he was speechless. At the same time, in Sinu's room, she was praying silently. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from outside. The person who entered was Wen Xiao. In his hands was a tray with water and medicine. "I heard you refused to take your medicine again today. Why are you being so disobedient? When you're like this, I worry. Come here. Let me feed you." Sinu just silently lowered her head and closed her eyes. Wen Xiao looked at her with disappointment in his eyes. Then he gently placed the tray of medicine on the table. Immediately after, Wen Xiao spoke in a deep, warm voice. "You should know, I've given you enough time. I've never indulged a woman like this before. I like you, but if you don't know how to appreciate it, then you're not worthy of this affection. I'm a businessman. If the price I have to pay is too high with no return, I won't be foolish enough to continue." And so, Wen Xiao slowly approached Sinu, speaking as he walked. "Now, I'm giving you two choices. Either you obediently take your medicine and marry me after you recover, or what I can't have, I won't let anyone else have either." With that, he moved closer, placing his hand on her shoulder. As she listened to these threats, Sinu suddenly remembered what Tion Lelay had told her. "Sinu, you have to get better quickly. Trust me. After I find Tong Si, I'll come and get you out. We'll leave this place together." After hearing this, Sinu looked up and said to Wen Xiao, "I'll take it. I was being foolish before. You've treated me so well. I have no reason to refuse you. I've thought it through now. I agree to marry you." Hearing this, joy was evident on his face as he replied, "Wonderful. You've finally seen the light. I'll prepare a wedding of the century for you, even grander than before the apocalypse. Trust me, I will definitely treat you well." As he spoke these words, Wen Xiao pulled her into a hug. In his arms, tears streamed down Sinu's cheeks as she thought, "Tion Lelay, I'll be waiting for you." Now, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were trailing behind Lam Mo, flattering him. First, Xiao He spoke up. "Big Brother Lin, you won quite a bit today, didn't you?" Xiao Bai quickly chimed in. "Big Brother Lin is young master. He's favorite right now. Luck is on his side. Of course, he's going to make a fortune. If we follow Big Brother, won't our futures be bright too?" Hearing these sweet-sounding compliments, Lam Mo couldn't help but feel pleased. He tossed the man a pack of cigarettes and said, "You sure know how to talk. This is for you. I, Lam Mo, am the most loyal of men. Stick with me from now on, and there'll be plenty of good things for you guys too." Hearing this, the two of them cheered in unison. "Thank you, Big Brother Lin." Xiao Bai even called out a farewell to him in a loud voice. "Take care, Big Brother Lin." After walking some distance, Lam Mo muttered a curse. "What the hell? Country bumpkins. Before, they wouldn't even be worthy of shining my shoes. The great young Master Lin has fallen so low that I have to call people like this brother. This is truly a fall from grace." A second later, someone called his name. "Young Master Lin." Hearing the call, Lam Mo turned around, his face annoyed, but was met with a surprise attack. While Lam Mo was still stunned, Tion Lelay spoke up. "Lam Mo, long time no see." His face turned purple with rage. He slowly lifted his head to look ahead, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and disbelief. You're Tion Lelay? You're still alive?" He simply replied softly, surprised. "A scumbag like you is still living so well." How could I bear to die? At that moment, he had been tied up by Tion Lelay's men and was being dragged back to their place. Because of this, Lin Mo struggled and yelled, "What are you doing? I'm warning you. I'm currently a favorite under the master of this villa. If you know what's good for you, let me go. Otherwise, young master, he will make you regret it." Su Yang casually picked up a bottle of wine and taunted him. "A favorite? How much of a favorite? As red as this bottle of wine. The people you're talking about are Wen Xiao and Jining, right? We just had dinner at their place. He gave this bottle of wine to my big brother." But Lin Mo didn't believe him. "You bastard. Who are you trying to fool?" At this point, he couldn't be bothered with him. "Believe it if you want. Legu has plenty of food. Right now, the Xiao brothers are trying to suck up to him. If they knew you'd messed with him before." At this, Wu Xian continued, "One's a meal ticket. The other's just a nobody. Who do you think they're going to side with?" Lin Mo was speechless, seething with resentment. Being a coward at heart, he quickly backed down. "I'm sorry. Don't be like that. We were classmates, after all. We may have had some small disagreements in the past, but it's not like there's some deep-seated hatred between us. You wouldn't be that petty, would you? Right?" At this, he cleverly insulted Lin Mo. "Your shamelessness truly astounds me. I'll give you one chance. Whether I'm generous or petty depends on your performance." Lin Mo quickly made a promise. "Just tell me, what do you want me to do? I'll do it without a second thought." Xiaolei got straight to the point. "Tell me, where is Sidong?" At that, he broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with fear as he looked at him. Then, Wu Xian spoke up. "Cut the crap. We've given you a chance. If you lie even once, I'll take your life." At this point, Lin Mo had no choice but to confess. I'll talk. That day, after we left the school, I did run into Sidong and the others. But we hadn't driven far before the car broke down. We had to get out and walk to survive. Who knew the zombies would catch up so quickly? You know how girls are, they don't have much stamina. They were eaten by the zombies, just like that. And with that, Sister Hua lunged at him, screaming, "You're lying. You're the reason Sidong and Wu Bin are gone. And Sinu, you gave her to the elder one brother, just to suck up to those two. You bastard. You heartless monster. Still trying to lie? I'll kill you." Instantly, Lin Mo angrily shouted back, "You're Sinu's manager." The drama didn't end there. Bingyan and Wu Xian had also arrived. Next, Bingyan spoke up. "To think there's someone like you at Yuzhou Academy. I'm truly ashamed for everyone who went to the same school as you." Meanwhile, Wu Xian hurled insults at him. "I've seen my fair share of scumbags, but I've never seen anyone as despicable as you. Sister Hua, help me give him a couple of slaps." After seeing the two of them, Lin Mo exclaimed in shock, "I know you. You're Bingyan, the goddess of our academy. Why are you with Xiaolei?" She walked over, linked her arm with his, and replied, "Because I'm his woman." This scene made him extremely jealous. However, he suddenly burst out laughing and cried out, "Heavens! The heavens must be blind. You poor bastard, Xiaolei. Have you forgotten what you were like before? When you were in front of me, when I told you to roll, you rolled. When I told you to crawl, you crawled. You were nothing but a dog. Worse than a dog. What right do you have to have a woman on each arm now? To have your own lackeys? All of this should have been mine. It should have belonged to me." Lin Mo. Being insulted like this by Lin Mo, Xiaolei gave him a swift kick. The blow sent Lin Mo's blood splattering, and as he trembled in pain, he roared in anger. "The heavens aren't blind. Their eyes are wide open. A bully like you who preys on the weak deserves this. As for the debt you owe me, we'll settle that later. For now, tell me, where is Sidong?" Lin Mo laughed loudly and retorted, "I'm not telling. What can you do to me? Let me tell you, your precious class president is in a very dark place right now, suffering day and night. A world of pain. You really want to save her, don't you? Well, I'm not going to let you have your way. If you so much as touch me, you'll never find out where she is." Xiaolei was so angry he glared daggers at him. Meanwhile, Lin Mo became even more triumphant, laughing and saying, "That's the look. Every time I beat you, you'd have that same look on your face. Like a dog that's full of hate but doesn't dare to bite. If you got the guts, then kill me. Do you dare? You don't. Xiaolei, in my eyes, you'll always be a worthless piece of trash." At this, Wu Xian and Chu Yang were so angry they were grinding their teeth and cursing. Bastard. A second later, he calmed down and replied, "This is the Xia brothers' territory. Even if you don't talk, I can find out from them. As for you, I won't kill you. That will be too easy for you. I heard Wu Bin's death was gruesome. The suffering my brother went through. I'll make you pay it back tenfold, 100-fold. Then, he turned to leave and ordered, cut him, piece by piece. Remember, make sure he stays alive. Then throw him behind the mountain and feed him to the zombies." Chiang quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Before approaching Lin Mo, he gave him a hateful glare. Immediately after, Chu Yang walked up to Lin Mo with a dagger in his hand and said, "Where should I start? How about with that filthy, evil tongue of yours?" Knowing they weren't just bluffing, Lin Mo screamed in terror, "Wait, I'll talk. The human market. I sold her to the human market." Chu Yang looked confused and asked, "The human market?" Meanwhile, Sister Hua seemed to know what it was and screamed, "Lin Mo, you're not human. How could you sell Sidong to a place like that?" Seeing her reaction, Wu Xian turned to her in surprise and asked, "Sister Hua, what is this human market?" Sister Hua lowered her head, her voice filled with sadness as she answered, "It's the lowest of the low, the bottom of this mountain villa. Only people who are truly starving go there. They trade their bodies for food. Most of the people there are women. Some sell themselves. Others are sold by others. The so-called human market isn't just about buying and selling people. It means that anyone who enters that place has lost their last shred of dignity. In the eyes of others, they're like livestock. As long as someone pays, they'll do whatever they're told." Hearing this, Wu Xian seemed to have figured out what it was. She spoke in a horrified tone. "So it's a brothel?" Just as she was about to say the word, Bingyan stopped her. "Wu Xian." Then, Sister Hua added, "The conditions there are terrible. It's filthy and smelly. The food they earn is already scarce, and they still have to pay taxes to the Xia brothers. Sometimes, they only get half a piece of bread for a whole day's work. It's barely enough to survive. Many of the girls don't last long. They either starve to death or die of disease." As soon as she finished speaking, CLA punched Lin Mo in the face. Then he grabbed his hair, making him scream in pain. CLA threatened, "You'd better pray to every god you know that nothing happens to Sidong. Otherwise, I'll make your life a living hell." He threw Lin Mo to the floor. A second later, CLA gave his orders. "Wu Xian, Shun Feng. Tomorrow morning, you're coming with me to find Sidong. Kuyong, you stay here and protect Bingyan and the others." Chu Yang quickly nodded in obedience. "Got it." At dawn the next day, they arrived at the human market. As soon as they got there, they saw a girl crying out, "Master, I'm begging you. Have pity on me." And the deeper they went, the more chaotic it became, with countless girls on the streets swarming passers-by, begging for food. "Just a piece of bread will do. I haven't eaten in 3 days. I promise to serve you well. Just 1 bottle of water for one time." After witnessing this scene, Wu Xian said, "I thought you only saw scenes like this in movies. I never expected to see such a human tragedy in real life. Officer Yi, what's wrong?" Suddenly, he turned to Wu Xian and asked, "Do you see those guys over there? I've seen their pictures in the case files before. They're a bunch of thugs who should have been arrested. If this were before, I would definitely throw them in jail. But now, I can only watch them live a life of luxury and pleasure. I'm so useless." Tion Lelay turned his head, quickly comforting Shun Feng. "Don't blame yourself. This isn't your fault. These criminals are lucky to be so arrogant. But after meeting us, their good days are over. I agree with you. After we take down the He brothers, the first thing we'll do is deal with them. By then, these girls won't have to suffer here anymore." Just then, they saw Chun Mei approaching, tugging at Zhuge. "You guys, wait a minute. You said 1 loaf of bread. You still haven't given it to me." However, he slapped her hard, causing Chun Mei to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Zhuge cursed at her. "Damn it. Don't try to be a prostitute at your age. This brat has been crying the whole time. I'm not in a mood at all, and you still have a nerve to ask for bread?" Not only that, his men burst into gleeful laughter. Meanwhile, the fall had startled the child on Chun Mei's back, and she started to wail. Seeing this, she cried as she comforted the child. "Xiao Bao, are you okay?" At this point, Tion Lelay couldn't keep his cool and yelled at him. "Bastard." Next, he charged at Zhuge like a flash, leaving him completely stunned. Before Zhu Gu could even react, Tion Lelay had thrown a punch that knocked out one of his front teeth. A moment later, his henchmen started cursing one by one, about to attack Tion Lelay. First was Grizzly. Who the hell are you? How dare you hit Zhu Gu? Next, Hichio spoke up. I'm going to cripple you today. Just as Go lunged forward, he was scared stiff by the axe in his hand. Along with it, Tion Lelay also spoke. Who are you going to cripple? Grizzly was also subdued by Wu Xian. Behave. Go knew it was a losing battle and started to back down. There's no need to get physical. We're all here to have fun. Let's talk things out. Tion Lelay showed no mercy and yelled. Saying one more word to a scumbag like you is disgusting. Leave the stuff in your bag here. The man obediently replied, yes, yes, yes. Very quickly, Grizzly came over to drag him away and said, Zhu Gu, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Go also came to help and added, let's go. Besides, they had also handed over 3 bags of food to him. Meanwhile, Zhu Ji's 3 men shouted at each other to leave. Let's go. The group had given all of that food to Chun Mei. So she said, thank you all so much. If it weren't for you, Xiao Bao, and I would have gone hungry again tonight. How can I ever repay you? Now, Tion Lelay replied, it's a small matter. Big sister, I want to ask you about someone. Is there a new female student who arrived here recently? Local, long hair, big eyes. She's very pretty. This person is my classmate. She arrived at the villa a few days before me, but I've looked everywhere and can't find her. I heard someone saw her around here, so I came here to try my luck. Chun Mei looked confused and said, a student? All the students in this villa are gathered together. They can do anything to continue living. They usually wouldn't end up in a place like this. Hearing this, he said sadly, is that so? Thank you. We'll go look elsewhere then. Just then, she spoke up again. Oh, right. I know a girl. I think she said she was still in school. I don't know if she's the person you're looking for, but she's a good person. She's beautiful and kind. She even helped me and Xiao Bao before. Later, for some reason, she offended Ji Ning and was sent here. But she would rather die than do that kind of thing. She just gets by selling a few things. Hey, she lives here. Following Chun Mei, the 3 of them arrived at a location. Right after, they witnessed someone being kicked out and crying out in pain. Furthermore, from inside, a curse was heard. Get the hell out of here. As soon as he heard the sound, Tion Lelay was surprised and thought with suspicion, Si Tong, the person who fell on the ground. His name is De Sheng. He quickly sat up, adjusted his glasses, and yelled, it's useless no matter what you say. I don't care if you agree or not. I'm definitely selling you today. Hearing this, Tion Lelay flew into a rage. He yelled, bastard. This made De Sheng turn around in surprise. But before he could even defend himself, Tion Lelay was already cursing and attacking him. Ishatong, go to hell. Seeing him being assaulted, someone ran out from the house and shouted, what are you guys doing? What gives you the right to hit someone? He's my husband. What does it have to do with you if we're arguing? Realizing the person who ran out was not Si Tong, he was completely stunned. After that, the group went inside their house, and De Sheng had his wounds bandaged by his wife. Because the wound was so painful, he kept crying out, ow, ow, ow. In addition, Chun Mei looked confused and said, so you're not the person they were looking for? Hearing this, Xue Jing replied angrily, I'm a research student at the hospital, not a student at Yuzhou University. And he turned to plead with her. Gently. At that moment, Tion Lelay felt guilty and spoke up. Big brother, I'm sorry. I was a little emotional just now. Because he was a reasonable person, De Sheng didn't hold it against him. It's all right. My wife and I had a little disagreement. It's embarrassing. His wife was not so forgiving. Xue Jing's voice was full of blame. What do you mean it's all right? Luckily, the injury isn't too serious. In the current situation, we don't even have any anti-inflammatory medicine. If it gets infected, you'll be dead for sure. Do you know that? She turned to Tion Lelay. Who are you? Is there something wrong with your eyes? You didn't even see who it was before you started hitting them. De Sheng quickly defended him. He thought you were his classmate, so he was a little hasty. It's understandable. However, she also turned to nag her husband. Only you would be so generous. I'm the petty one, right? Despite Xue Jing's anger, De Sheng secretly turned to whisper to him. My wife has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She's not that petty. Don't mind her. The room is a bit messy. Please, sit wherever you like. His last sentence about his wife meant that she had a sharp tongue, but a heart of gold. After everyone was safe, Wu Xian tactfully inquired, "Let me ask you something. You two seem to have a good relationship. Why did you say you wanted to sell your wife just now?" Desheng let out a sigh and replied, "It's a long story. My name is Desheng. Her name is Shui Jing. My wife and I arrived at this villa a month ago. I'm an engineer." Desheng began to recount his situation. "My wife is studying medicine, so we can help people here by fixing things and treating illnesses. Food wasn't a big problem, until one day, the Xia family sent someone here to say that their mistress had fallen into the water and had a high fever. They wanted Shui Jing to go and treat her, but when Shui Jing got to the Xia family's house, she found out that Ji Ning had ulterior motives for her. In self-defense, she stabbed him and injured him. Ji Ning, enraged, had us moved here. He wanted to force Shui Jing to do that kind of thing. He also ordered everyone in the villa not to ask us for repairs or medical treatment. Otherwise, they would be considered his enemy. Luckily, we still have friends who help us. They often sneak over here to trade a little food for spare parts, which has helped us barely survive. But now, food is getting harder and harder to find. Everyone can barely take care of themselves, so the two of us can't bother them anymore. Shui Jing and I haven't eaten in days. If this continues, we'll starve to death. Yesterday, a man calling himself Boss Wong came to see me. He said he could get Shui Jing to his house without Ji Ning knowing. He's a rich man in this villa. He almost died before, and it was Shui Jing who saved him. He's always been grateful to my wife, and very fond of her. That's why I wanted to knock some sense into her." Shui Jing cut him off. "You wanted to trick me. You said you'd sell me just to make me angry. Then I'd willingly go with that other person and leave you here to die, right?" He hung his head, dejected. His reply was painfully honest. "It was the only way for you to live." Her anger boiled over at his words. Tears streaming down her face, she screamed at him, "Desheng, what kind of person do you take me for? When we got married, we promised we'd never leave each other. Was that promise just a lie? I'm the one who dragged you into this mess. How could I possibly leave you here all alone?" His wife's words tore his heart to shreds. Desheng gritted his teeth, his hands clenching into tight fists. He pulled her into a fierce embrace, endlessly cursing himself. "I'm an idiot, a stupid fool. Honey, I'm sorry. I'm useless, but I'd rather lose you than watch you die." The couple's profound love deeply moved Tion Lelay's group. A flicker of surprise crossed Desheng's eyes. When Tion Lelay spoke up, "I don't get it. That Ji Ning is a petty, narrow-minded man. His methods are cruel. If he wanted revenge on you too, he has countless schemes he could use. Why would he just dump you here to fend for yourselves?" Desheng wiped away his tears as he answered. "Ji Ning wanted to kill us back then, but when Xiao stopped him, I guess it's because Shui Jing is the only doctor at the mountain villa. She still has some value." Hearing this, Tion Lelay offered a word of praise for Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao is a sly fox, all right. "Brother Desheng, how much food would it take to trade for all these spare parts? I'll buy the whole lot. Is 50 kilograms enough?" The offer left the couple completely stunned. Desheng quickly spoke up. 50 kilograms? You don't need that much. This pile of junk isn't even worth 2.5 kilograms. Tion laced it up. He replied in a firm tone. "My mind is made up, and 10 bottles of water. Consider it our way of making amends. With this much food, you two won't have to worry about surviving for a while. And don't you worry. What goes around comes around. It won't be long now. The good days for those Xiao brothers are numbered." As he spoke, he placed a hand on the shoulder of Desheng, who was reeling from the sudden joy. Afterward, the couple walked the group to the gate. Before leaving, Tion Lelay made a promise. "We still have some things to take care of. I'll have someone bring the food to you later." Chun Mei also said her goodbyes. "I have to get back and take care of Xiao Bao. You too, no more fighting, okay?" But just as the group had taken a few steps, Shui Jing suddenly called out, "Captain, I know a place. The person you're looking for might be there." Her words planted a fragile seed of hope in his heart. Immediately after, Shui Jing gave them directions. "There's a bar across the street from here. All the girls in there were handpicked by the Xiao brothers. They're there to serve the wealthy. You guys could try looking there." As soon as she finished speaking, Chun Mei smiled and showered her with praise. "Desheng was right about you. You really do have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart." Shui Jing seemed a bit embarrassed by the compliment. She shyly lowered her head and replied, "A trade for a trade. I still haven't forgiven you for hitting my husband. But I can't just take your food for free. If you can find your friend, we'll call it even." Hearing that, Wu Xian couldn't hide his surprise and let out a sigh of admiration. What a prideful doctor. Tion Lelay immediately expressed his thanks. "Thank you. This information is very important to me." Following Xue Jing's directions, they crossed the street and entered a bustling bar. Just as promised, it was exactly as she had described. The place was filled with carefully selected, beautiful girls. Amidst the decadent, hedonistic atmosphere, they could faintly hear someone shouting, "This is the greatest era. This is the most beloved era." A moment later, inside the men's restroom, Tion Lelay's group had subdued and stripped. 3 men, he, along with Shun Feng and Wu Xian, quickly changed into their clothes. Then they began to blend in. They happened to overhear a conversation. "Come on, a dragon on my left arm, a rainbow on my right." Wu Xian, puzzled by the need for disguises, turned to ask Tion Lelay, "Brother Lay, why do we have to pretend to be waiters? Wouldn't it be easier to find her if we just pretended to be customers?" Only then did Tion Lelay begin to explain. "This place isn't like that human market. All the patrons out there are friends of the Xia family. And that one Xiao is a suspicious man. If word gets out that we're looking for someone, things will get very difficult." After hearing the explanation, Chu Yang voiced his admiration. "You've thought this through very carefully." Tion Lelay then took out a photo of himself with Wu Bin and Si Tong. He showed it to the two of them with careful instructions. "Take a good look. This is Si Tong. We'll split up in a minute. Go to every single private room. If you find anything, let me know immediately." They both replied in unison. "You got it." They began checking each room. The first room was empty. In the second, they found Lao Zhang cuddling with a girl. And so it went. Tion Lelay carried a fruit platter and a bottle of wine. He asked cheerfully, "Boss, care for some more fruit?" Lao Zhang was clearly annoyed. He snapped right in his face. "We'll let you in here." With that, he hurled an ashtray straight at him. Luckily, Tion Lelay managed to slam the door shut in time and call out, "My apologies. Sorry to disturb you." Moving to another room, he was shooed away again. "What are you looking at? You want me to gouge your eyes out? Don't you know how to knock? Have you got any manners?" Tion Lelay was utterly shocked to witness women shamelessly flirting with a male staff. "Well, hello, handsome. You got a nice body. Come on, let me have a little feel." After passing a few more rooms, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is this place? They don't even spare the men." "Si Tong, where on earth are you?" Tion Lelay hung his head, disheartened. But then, a voice suddenly caught his ear. "Sister Miao, that customer is here again. What do we do?" Tion Lelay's eyes darted over to see Sister Miao, replying with a worried expression. "That guy's a psycho. He has all sorts of twisted fetishes. He won't stop until he's tortured someone to death. All the girls are terrified of him. None of them will take him." Hearing this, Chun Tao spoke up as a reminder. "But he's young Master Xia's friend. We can't afford to offend him." "Look, sister." Before she could finish, Sister Miao cut her off. "What kind of world is this? There are already so many zombies, and even more perverts. Are they even trying to let people live? Fine, send him to room 1303. Thank goodness for that ugly Yi-girl. Otherwise, nobody could handle that madman." Chun Tao quickly complied. "Yes, ma'am." At the mention of the Yi family name, Tion Lelay became incredibly tense, and that tension quickly turned to pure rage. The pervert was immediately led to room 1303. This deviant, Lang Feng, as soon as he stepped into room 1303, immediately started his vile games. "Hey there, little sister. Don't be scared. Come on. Big brother is here to play a game with you." Si Tong refused. "No, it hurts." Lang Feng was the type who got more excited the more his victims pleaded. "It won't hurt. You're sick. Let Nurse Bro give you a little shot. Just one injection and you'll be all better." She remained defiant. "No, I don't want to." Overcome with terror, Si Tong let out a blood-curdling scream. Tion Lelay, who was passing by in the hallway, heard the shriek. He shot like an arrow toward room 1303. Tion Lelay kicked the door open, bursting in with a frantic look on his face. Startled by the sudden interruption, Lang Feng looked confused. Meanwhile, all of Tion Lelay's attention was on the cowering girl, trying to confirm her identity. Once he recognized her, Tion Lelay called out her name. "Si Tong." Hearing the familiar voice, Tong opened her eyes and looked toward the door. A moment later, Lang Feng approached him and demanded, "Who the hell are you? Who let you in here?" With a face full of murderous intent, CLA retorted, "You sick freak. Having fun injecting people. I'll give you a taste of your own medicine until you're dead." As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung a devastating punch at Lang Feng's face. The punch broke his teeth, and blood gushed out. His whole body fell backward with a loud thud. The blow was so powerful that Lang Feng couldn't even speak. Lying motionless on the floor, CLA quickly helped the girl up and said, "Sit on, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." She smiled sweetly and replied, "Big brother, I'm hungry." He was confused and asked again to make sure. "Sidong, it's me. Don't you recognize me?" But because of the hunger, Sidong had completely lost her mind. So, while CLA was still in shock, she lunged at him and said, "Dong Dong is hungry. I want to eat, I want to eat." CLA kept questioning her. "Sidong, what's wrong with you?" "Sidong, it's me. I'm CLA." The more he tried to hold her hands to calm her down, the more agitated she became. "Bad guy. You're all bad guys. Go to hell. Go to hell." In the end, CLA decided to pull Sidong into a tight hug. "Sidong, I'm sorry. I came too late. Those beasts. They did this to you." In his arms, she cried and screamed relentlessly. "Bad guy. Bad guy. Let Dong Dong go. CLA will come and save Dong Dong. CLA will beat you all up. He'll beat you all to death." At this, CLA's eyes also welled up with tears. "Don't worry. All the people who hurt you, I won't let a single one of them get away." After that, they brought Sidong back. Bing Yin and Wu Xin rushed to visit as soon as they heard the news. Upon arrival, she immediately asked, "You found Class President Yi? That's great. Let's go in and see her." But Shen Feng held up a hand to stop them. "It's better if you two don't go in." Bing Yin asked with a puzzled look, "Why not?" He answered honestly, "Her condition isn't good. It seems like she's lost her mind." She exclaimed in shock after hearing that. Shen Feng then explained in more detail. "I don't know the specifics of the situation. When we found her, she was no longer lucid. She's completely delirious. She didn't even recognize Captain Zhao. And her body is covered in wounds. We don't know what she went through. We've already found Dr. Wang. She's treating her inside right now. The doctor said her mental state is unstable. It's best if she doesn't see any strangers. Otherwise, it will only agitate her further." Just as he described, even though her body was tied down, Sidong didn't stop screaming for a second. "No, let me go. It hurts so much." Witnessing this, Sister Hua worriedly asked Xiuejing, "Dr. Wang, she seems to be in a lot of pain. Do we have to keep her tied up like this?" Xiuejing quickly explained the situation. She has a lot of infected wounds on her body. She needs immediate treatment. Any further delay could be fatal. We don't have any sedatives right now. And she's not cooperating. The only way to solve this is to tie her down. A moment later, Sidong called out his name again. "CLA, where are you? There are bad people here. Come quickly." Dong Dong is so scared. Sister Hua, who was standing beside her, tried to soothe her. "Sidong, be good. We'll untie you as soon as the injection is done." Outside, Bing Yin heard Sidong's screams and cried out in pain. "How could this happen? Where is CLA?" Shen Feng replied. "Captain Zhao took Chu Yang and Wu Xian to the warehouse. He said he's going to make those bastards pay for what they did." Inside the warehouse, they had tied up Sister Miao. She began to plead, "Boss, please let me go. I'm just the manager there. You won't get anything out of me." Chu Yang shouted right in her face, "Get anything, my ass. Can't you see we have plenty of food?" Sister Miao continued to ask, "Then what do you want?" It was CLA's turn to speak. His eyes were terrifying. "I'm asking you, why did Sidong end up like this? Talk." CLA growled, interrogating her. "Talk. Why did Yi Sidong end up in this state?" Sister Miao was a little confused. She asked back, "Who is Yi Sidong?" Wu Xian had lost all patience and roared, "Still playing dumb? She's the girl you locked in room 1301. Sister Miao quickly realized the situation and was slightly surprised. "It was her. She's your friend." Chu Yang threateningly held the sharp blade of his sword to her neck and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Are we asking you, or are you asking us?" Sister Miao was terrified. She quickly pleaded, "Don't kill me. It had nothing to do with me. It really had nothing to do with me. It was Lin Mo who made her like this." His face darkened, and he hissed through gritted teeth, "Lin Mo." Sister Mio quickly confirmed, "That's right. It was him. I heard she offended the second young Master Xia. To please him, Lin Mo sold her to the human market. Then he found all sorts of clients with strange tastes to torture and torment her. She couldn't take the abuse and went insane. Her face was pale with fear. Honestly, she confessed everything she knew. I heard from those clients that no matter how depraved they were, she would just laugh hysterically. She would greet them in a delirious state, never resisting. So I just..." Xiaolei's anger exploded. He lunged forward and grabbed her by the collar. "So you brought her to your bar and brought those perverted clients to her?" Sister Mio was so scared she burst into tears. At the time, I thought, since she was already insane, she wouldn't feel the pain no matter how much she suffered. It was better for her to bear it alone than to let the other girls suffer. Hearing these ridiculous excuses, Xiaolei was so angry he gritted his teeth. He shoved Sister Mio to the ground. "You deserve to die, but not now. Letting you off this easily would be too good for you." Under the bright moonlight, in the quiet of the night, Sister Mio and the other perverts were tied up and taken to an unknown destination. The car sped through the night. A while later, the car finally came to a stop, and the group was roughly pulled out. As soon as they got out of the car, their ropes were immediately untied. Lin Mo tore off his blindfold and roared aggressively, "Xiaolei, if you're going to kill me, just do it. Stop with the theatrics. I'm not afraid of you." He looked around the unfamiliar place in confusion. "Where's this place?" Sister Mio seemed to have recognized something. Her voice trembled. This is... She let out a horrified scream. "The corpse yard." Lang Feng asked with a doubtful tone, "What's a corpse yard?" By now, Sister Mio's eyes were wide with terror. She answered in a loud voice, "It's where they dispose of the dead in this mountain villa. The dead are thrown out from here." She began to explain in detail. "The area around. This gate is full of zombies. The zombies will smell the dead bodies and come to eat them. That way, there's no foul smell and no environmental pollution. That's why this place is called the natural corpse yard." At this, Lin Mo also realized the danger. He frantically approached Xiaolei and begged, "Xiaolei, don't do this. We were classmates, after all. It was my fault before. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bullied you. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Whatever you want, I'll do it. Just please don't throw me to the zombies." Xiaolei's brow furrowed, feeling disgusted by his groveling. "Classmates, when you killed Wu Bin and tortured Sidong and sold Chun Sinu, have you ever remembered the words classmate?" Without another word, Su Yang and Wu Xian pushed open the gate to the zombie pit together. Those evil people were immediately terrified. Hurriedly backing away, Tion Lelay roared in a furious voice, "I told you, all of you will receive 100-fold, 1,000-fold the suffering they endured." With that, he pointed his gun at them, his voice as cold as ice as he gave the order. "Wu Bin's body was thrown in here. Go find him and apologize. Get out." Sister Mio was terrified, hurriedly trying to find an excuse. "You don't have to. It was my fault. I was blind. I didn't know Yi Si Tong was your friend. Please, let me go." Lao Feng also chimed in a panic. "Mr. Xia is my friend. I have a villa and a car in the resort. I also have many servants in my house. It's all yours. Please, just let me go." Without another word, Tion Lelay coldly fired a warning shot, sending them screaming and scrambling into the zombie pit. He turned to Su Yang and Wu Xian and gave an order. "You two stay here and back me up. I want to see them get eaten alive by the zombies with my own eyes." Inside the pit, in a dark and gloomy forest, a horde of zombies, smelling the scent of flesh and blood, ferociously charged forward. The three unfortunate souls were chased by the zombie horde, immediately fleeing in panic and screaming in despair. "Help!" But two other zombies suddenly appeared and blocked their escape route. Terrified, they all hurriedly took a few steps back, out of a desperate desire to survive. Lin Mu quickly pushed Sister Mio towards the zombie horde, causing her to let out a terrified scream. The zombie horde pounced on Sister Mio. She had completely lost the strength to resist and could only let out a mournful cry. "Help!" The alluring scent had attracted a zombie. It quickly sank its teeth in her neck. The others also swarmed in, biting and tearing at her, throwing Sister Mio into a panic. I don't want to die. Help! Help! She tried to reach out for help from her accomplices, but the two men had already hastily escaped from that place. Witnessing Sister Mio's tragic end, Lao Feng fearfully stuck close behind Mu. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind. The two of them quickly ran as far away as possible from the nearby zombie horde. Lin Mu nimbly climbed up a large nearby tree to hide, using all his strength to climb as fast as possible. But suddenly, he stopped, trembling, as he felt a weight pulling on his leg. A weak voice called out, "Help me!" Lao Feng, halfway up, reached out and grabbed Lin Mu's leg, pleading, "Please, I can't climb up." Lin Mu flashed a wicked smile and replied, "I'll help you." With that, he didn't hesitate to kick Lao Feng straight in the face. "You pervert! I'll help you find peace." Lao Feng fell to the ground from the brutal kick. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were the craving faces of the approaching zombie horde. Lao Feng's face instantly turned pale with fear. Right after, his mournful screams echoed throughout the forest. A moment later, the zombies were gradually gathering, ferociously staring in one direction and growling. Lin Mu was safely perched on a high branch, looking extremely pleased with himself. Stupid zombies. As expected, you can't climb trees. A proud smile played on his lips. Zhao Tion Lelay, you want me dead? It's not that easy. Suddenly, a bullet from nowhere lodged itself in his leg, causing him to let out a blood-curdling scream. The intense pain made Lin Mu lose his balance, falling from the branch and landing sprawled on the ground. At a nearby location, the barrel of Tion Lelay's gun still had a wisp of white smoke. Lin Mu trembled as he clutched his blood-soaked knee, letting out a hateful roar. "Zhao Tion Lelay, you bastard! I won't let you get away with this." The nearby zombie horde, spotting the prey right in front of them, quickly surrounded him. Lin Mu was utterly terrified, shouting threats. "Don't come near me. Get lost. You stinking zombies." Suddenly, the zombies became fearful and all turned to flee, leaving Lin Mu bewildered by their strange behavior. He realized something and burst into hearty laughter. Lin Mu was completely unaware of a giant monster slowly approaching him and continued to gloat. "Even God wants to help me. My Lin Mu's life is indeed a tough one to take." The zombie horde, terrified of the huge monster, had all fled. Tion Lelay, not far away, was also confused. Why did they all run away? They seemed to be afraid of something. It's just like that time at the police station. He suddenly became tense as he imagined a terrible possibility. Could it be a lurker has appeared again? Inside the cold and gloomy forest, Tion Lelay cautiously scouted the situation step by step. He tensed up, raising his gun, always in a state of combat readiness. Suddenly, a gruesome sound echoed in his ears. The sound grew closer and closer. Tion Lelay quickly hid behind a tree to observe. He was utterly horrified by the scene unfolding nearby. The giant monster was using the sharp, jagged teeth growing from its stomach to devour Lin Mu, causing him to scream in terror. "Help!" The sharp teeth moved ceaselessly, preparing to crush its prey. The monster's eyes flashed with a savage and violent glint, wanting to destroy all living creatures. It grabbed Lin Mu's head like a small, weak animal. Thousands of tentacles grew from its arm, quickly spreading over Lin Mu's body and slowly eating him alive. Tion Lelay witnessed the entire event and couldn't help but shudder. Its body is absorbing a human? He quickly contacted the system. "System, get out here now." The system let out an indignant cry. Why is it always in the middle of the night? Doesn't the system need to rest? At this point, it finally noticed the nearby monster and screamed in terror. "Holy crap, what is that thing?" Tion Lelay quickly replied, "That's what I want to ask you. I've never seen a zombie like this before. Hurry up and tell me what you know about it." The system, after scanning its data, gave an answer. Face deeply pitted. Unidentifiable. Tion Lelay couldn't contain his anger and snapped. "What kind of joke is this? Don't you have all the data on the surface world? How can you not identify it?" The system felt wronged, shouting in explanation. "The database only contains things that have been discovered and recorded. This is definitely a new type of mutation. That's why I have no data on it. But through analysis, I can still get some data. But it'll take some time." In the silent forest, the monster once again focused on the back tomb it was tearing apart. Lin Mu was held tightly in its maw and could only cry out in pain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Someone save me. Weakly, he tried to look around, hoping to find a way to survive. Suddenly, he spotted Tion Lelay hiding behind a tree not far away, as if grasping at a lifeline. Lam Mo reached out towards him, begging for help. Tion Lelay. Tion Lelay. The monster, hearing his calls, also took notice. Tion Lelay gritted his teeth, facing a life-or-death situation. Damn it! The monster crazily charged towards its plump prey. It swung its arm and directly snapped the tree trunk where Tion Lelay was hiding. Tion Lelay nimbly jumped back. He reacted instantly, aiming straight at the monster and firing repeatedly. The powerful bullets pierced through its massive body. However, the bullet wounds quickly healed without a trace, making Tion Lelay even more anxious. Bullets don't work on it either. When the monster attacked him again, the system shouted a warning. Careful, don't let it catch you. As Tion Lelay dodged the attack, he asked back, have you finished analyzing the data yet? The system was also urgently carrying out its orders. Don't rush me. A moment later, the monster had now grabbed the gun in Tion Lelay's hand, leaving him horrified. It's so fast. It used its incredible strength and threw him to the ground. Tion Lelay quickly got back up to prepare for the next fight, while the monster crushed the gun like a worthless toy. In the midst of the crisis, an announcement from the system rang out. I've got the results. This is a new form of a new species, produced by a mutated human. Its speed and strength are close to a level 3 mutated creature. Its body has the ability to absorb and self-heal. It can absorb any object that comes into contact with its body and merge it with its own body. From there, it absorbs the opponent's energy. The system continued to provide detailed information about the monster. The cause of this mutation is that when the host encountered the virus, its body was also being damaged. This triggered the body's self-defense system against the virus's invasion, leading to a mutation in the cell structure. Its current appearance is the result of absorbing too many corpses. Tion Lelay suddenly understood and exclaimed, no wonder it's so big. It turns out it uses humans for food. What are its weaknesses? The system replied, the system can only provide its formation and strategy based on the analyzed data. As for its weaknesses, they'll only be known when they appear. Hearing this, Tion Lelay didn't ask any more questions. He just pulled out his axe, ready for a fight to the death. Cumbersome, he stared resolutely at the monster, thinking to himself, can I only fight it head-on? Suddenly, a voice burst into hearty laughter, mocking him. Tion Lelay, Lam Mo, despite having half his body bitten off, still had the strength to flash a sly, contemptuous smile. You still haven't recognized it? Hearing those words, Tion Lelay couldn't help but frown in confusion. Lam Mo continued to explain, look at the scars on its body. I could immediately tell who it was. The sharp teeth sank deep into Lam Mo's flesh, but he still maintained a wicked smile on his face. After all, I did it with my own hands. Tion Lelay quickly understood the hidden meaning in his words and was utterly horrified. He gritted his teeth, a thought flashing through his mind. Wu Bin's death was tragic. His flesh was carved off, piece by piece, by Xia Zhiling's men. The reason for this transformation is because when the host encountered the virus, its body was also being damaged, which activated its self-defense system against the virus's invasion. Tion Lelay looked at the monster and said in horror, Wu Bin. The giant monster let out an angry roar and charged forward to attack. Its massive hand quickly pinned him down. Countless tentacles shot out, slowly approaching the restrained Tion Lelay. He tried to look straight at the monster, who had lost all reason, and reason with it. Wu Bin, it's me. I'm Tion Lelay. The system immediately shouted to remind him. It's useless. He no longer has any memories or human thoughts. There's no way he can recognize you. It let out an urgent cry. Hurry up and cut off his hand. Otherwise, he'll eat you. At this point, Lam Mo was overjoyed. He burst into gleeful laughter. Tion Lelay, how does it feel to be eaten by your best friend? Is it very painful? Seeing Tion Lelay's miserable state only made him more excited. He continued to mock him. Do you know why he turned into this? And there's also Yi Sidong and Chun Sinu. It's because of you. It's all because of you. Lam Mo flashed a savage smile and continued. Who told them to help you go against me in the library? Insects should look like insects. Just lie still and let me step on you. Why did you have to resist? This is the consequence of making me uncomfortable," he roared, his eyes blazing with utter hatred. "I, Lin Mu, will not lose to you. In front of me, you are all just mud." His words had a strong impact on Tion Lelay, making him ponder for a long time. He looked at the monster, trembling, blaming himself. "Wu Bin, I'm sorry. I'm the one who caused you to become like this. If I had come here earlier and met up with everyone, you wouldn't have." Tears streamed down his cheeks in utter remorse. He kept repeating his apologies. I'm sorry. The monster suddenly stopped being ferocious and paused for a moment. The tentacles surrounding Tion Lelay suddenly trembled and loosened, leaving him utterly surprised. The monster made strange noises, reaching its hand towards Tion Lelay. Tion Lelay was overjoyed, calling out in excitement, "Wu Bin, you recognize me?" Suddenly, the monster clutched its head and let out a blood-curdling scream, startling Tion Lelay. The system quickly issued a warning. That was just the lingering effect of a few human cells inside him. But that's only temporary. He'll soon lose control of himself. Hurry, run. Tion Lelay couldn't bear it, reaching out to the monster with a pained expression. Wu Bin, the monster, suddenly returned to its ferocious state. It let out a bloodthirsty roar. Its roar left Tion Lelay speechless. The system once again urged him. Go now. Tion Lelay's body trembled uncontrollably. He bit his lip, full of remorse. After a moment of hesitation, he had to turn and flee the dangerous place. He ran, sobbing, hysterically in agony. Lin Mu was still stuck between sharp teeth, screaming in terror. Don't run. Don't leave me here alone. He was quickly and completely devoured by the monster. Before his consciousness faded, he shouted a curse. Zhao Tion Lelay, let's die together. After devouring Lin Mu, the monster continued near the black car parked in front of the court building. Tion Lelay, after escaping the danger zone, was venting all his frustration on the tree in front of him. Wu Xian and Su Yang had just closed the gate, looking at him with concern. Tion Lelay's hands trembled uncontrollably after the repeated punches. He gritted his teeth, veins popping out in anger. Xiao Wenke, Xia Jining, I'll definitely kill you. Not long after, they finally left the court to return to the base. As soon as they stepped through the door, they heard someone's angry shout. I don't want to. Si Tong struggled, trying to get away from Bing Yin. Get away. Bad people. Get away. Bing Yin approached with concern, trying to reason with her. Luo Changyi, don't run anymore. You'll hurt yourself. Si Tong recognized the person who had just entered, as if she had seen her savior. Tion Lelay. She rushed over, throwing herself into Tion Lelay's arms in fear. Tion Lelay, save me. They're bad people. They want to hurt Dong Dong. Tion Lelay gently held her and looked at the others to ask about the situation. What's going on? Bing Yin held a bowl of porridge in her hand, explaining with some embarrassment. I cooked some porridge for her to eat, but I didn't expect it to scare her like this. Tion Lelay was slightly angry and questioned her. Didn't I say not to disturb her? Why did you have to provoke her like that? Bing Yin was stunned by his outburst. She quickly tried to clear things up. I saw that her mental state had stabilized a lot after she woke up, and she was weak, so... But Tion Lelay had lost all patience and cut her off. No need to say anymore. With that, he pulled Si Tong and left, not forgetting to comfort her gently. Si Tong, don't be afraid. Let's go back to our room. Wu Xin approached to encourage Bing Yin. Sister Bing Yin, don't be angry. Brother Lei didn't mean it. It's just that he's not in a good mood right now. Bing Yin pretended not to care and asked about their situation. What on earth happened? Su Yang just sighed without answering. Wu Xin was also sad, hesitantly speaking. It's related to that friend named Wu Bin. At this time, in Si Tong's hospital room, Tion Lelay was asking the doctor about his friend's condition. Dr. Wang, how is Si Tong's condition? Xue Jing replied in detail. Her physical injuries are better. They've all been treated with medicine. She'll recover in a few days. The most important thing is the mental trauma. It seems she has suffered a great shock. So she has used this method to seal herself off for self-protection. Tion Lelay understood, and then asked, is there a way to treat it? Xue Jing shook her head, signaling. Sorry, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not familiar with this field. But the books say, under the effect of medication and psychological counseling, or external stimulation, it is very possible for the patient's condition to improve and gradually recover. She looked at Si Tong, who was still trembling, and continued. But the current conditions don't allow for that. What we can do is to soothe her emotions, make her feel that she is in a safe environment, so she can let her guard down and no longer be tense, worried, or afraid. Tion Lelay looked at her sadly. Tong's condition is unstable. I'll have to trouble Dr. Wang and Brother Sun to stay here with us for the time being. Shui Jing resolutely agreed. She smiled and replied, "Don't be so polite. I distributed the food you left last time to some patients and the girls in the slave market. Many people survived for a few more days thanks to that food. Consider this my way of repaying you on their behalf." CLA smiled in response, his heart filled with gratitude. "Thank you." Suddenly, Sidong gripped his arm tightly, her anxiety palpable. "CLA, Dong Dong is scared." CLA gently stroked her head to reassure her. "Sidong, don't be afraid. I'm here." He silently made a promise to himself. "Don't worry. Asterisk, I've figured out a way to save Sinu. Soon, asterisk, we'll be able to leave this place." The next morning, everyone was stunned when CLA announced his plan. Use zombies to lure the Xia family away. CLA confirmed grimly. That's right. He went on to explain his idea in detail. The Xia family's villa isn't just heavily guarded. They also have a lot of guards posted in hidden locations. If we want to rescue someone from right under their noses, we have to launch a surprise attack. The Xia brothers think this place is impenetrable, so they're completely off their guard. If they find out that zombies have infiltrated this place, it'll definitely cause chaos. At that point, I'll take the opportunity to rescue Chun Sinu. Shui Jing frowned, disagreeing with the risky plan. "I don't agree. There are over 100 people here. What will happen to them if zombies get in? Can you guarantee that no one will get hurt?" She presented her point of view in a serious tone. "If even one person gets infected, we'll all be in danger. Many people had a hard time making it here. This place has become their last refuge. Are you really going to take away their only shelter just to save your friend?" Shen Feng also agreed with her and added, "Captain Zhao, I know you want to save your friend, but I also don't agree with endangering so many people to save just one." Chu Yang's eyes widened, and he naively blurted out, "This is simple. Why don't we just take them all to base 6 with us?" Wu Xian broke out in a cold sweat at the crazy idea. "There are over 100 people. How are you going to take them all?" CLA remained unfazed by everyone's objections and said, "I'm not talking about real zombies. We'll have people dress up as zombies and infiltrate the place." He explained his plan in detail. "We just need to spread a rumor that someone saw us, then we'll have people in zombie costumes appear at the gate of the Xia family's villa. The Xia brothers will definitely be suspicious." Chu Yang rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "So, at that point, those two will definitely send their men to deal with the zombies. As long as the people there are in chaos, we'll have a chance to rescue her." At this, Shen Feng no longer objected and seemed to agree. "That's not a bad plan." CLA looked at everyone, asking for their help. "But we can't do this with just a few of us. Dr. Wang, Brother Sun, I need you two to find some trustworthy people to help us out." Dashing readily agreed. "No problem. A lot of the people here are our friends. They've all been exploited by those two brothers. They've been bottling up their anger for a long time. They've had enough of those two for a while now. Besides, the food you gave them before saved their lives. They'll definitely agree to help." Shui Jing still had her doubts. She frowned and asked, "Wait, what if they start shooting? A bullet doesn't care if you're a person or a zombie." Understanding her concern, CLA proposed a plan to ensure their safety. "I admit, the people dressing up as zombies will be in danger, but Chu Yang and Officer Yu will protect them. I'll rescue Chun Sinu as quickly as possible and minimize the risk." He looked at Shui Jing and continued, "Besides, Dr. Wang, if they don't take this risk, how many days do you think they'll survive under the control of the Xia brothers?" Shui Jing was silent. She didn't know how to answer his question. Dashing also sided with CLA and tried to persuade her. "Shui Jing, he's right." He clenched his fists, trembling with suppressed rage. "Are you still not tired of living on borrowed time? Living this pathetic life? As long as those two are alive, we'll all have to live as slaves. No different from animals under their control. One by one, we'll all die." Dashing's voice rose, his determination to fight back clear. "Instead of clinging to life in fear, I'd rather fight for a better future just this once." Chu Yang and Wu Xian were moments Xiuejing seemed to have a revelation. She looked at her husband with a smile of admiration, which made Dasheng blush. I always thought you were just a coward. I never expected you to say something so inspiring. Xiuejing no longer had any objections. She happily agreed to the plan. I'm in. Hearing this, CLA couldn't help but smile gratefully. Thank you for your support. Shortly after, before they began to execute the plan, CLA suddenly called Dasheng over and gave him some additional instructions. Brother Sun, there's one more thing I need your help with. He gestured towards the black car that had been with them for so long. On our way here, we were attacked by zombies from all sides. This car has taken a lot of damage. Brother Sun, you're an engineer. I was hoping you could help me with some maintenance on the car. Give us a hand. Dasheng walked over to inspect the car and cheerfully accepted. It's a small matter. Just leave it to me. When he opened the trunk, he froze for a moment when he saw it was filled with weapons. He was so stunned he couldn't speak. This is, CLA replied casually, as if it were a normal thing. These are the weapons we got from the police station. Dasheng seemed to have a sudden realization and was stunned. He turned to CLA and said enthusiastically, Don't worry. Leave the car maintenance to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I'll even throw in a little surprise for you. Suddenly, a loud noise made them both turn their attention. They both rushed inside to ask what was going on. What happened? At that moment, Sidong was angrily smashing a bowl, making Bingyan back away in fear. The large bowl shattered, sending its contents splattering all over the floor. Sidong trembled, staring blankly at the broken bowl. CLA rushed in a panic. Sidong, are you okay? He hugged Sidong tightly and then angrily shouted at Bingyan. Didn't I tell you not to agitate her? Why do you two insist on bothering her? And why did you bring her to a dangerous place like the kitchen? Wu Xin couldn't contain her anger and spoke up in defense of Bingyan. CLA, why don't you get the facts straight before you open your mouth? Sister Bingyan saw that you went to bed last night without eating, so she came down to the kitchen early this morning to make you some porridge. It was class president Yi who smelled the food and came here on her own. Sister Hua felt guilty and admitted her mistake. It's my fault. It's all my fault. I wasn't paying attention, and Sidong ran out. Just now, she opened the lid of the pot, and luckily Bingyan was here. She was afraid she'd get burned, so she went to stop her, but she ended up getting burned herself. Only then did CLA freeze, realizing he had misunderstood Bingyan. Bingyan's hand was now red and swollen, and it was clear she was in pain. Sidong cautiously slipped out of CLA's arms and walked over to Bingyan. She took her hand and gently blew on the burn. Sister, Dong Dong was wrong. If I blow on it, it won't hurt anymore. Bingyan was surprised by this and stood still for a moment. It's okay. I'm okay. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned. She's actually willing to talk now. Sister Hua was also very surprised. She added, Last night, she was still so scared. She didn't want to get close to anyone. Dasheng asked Xiuejing, Is her condition getting better? She smiled and explained to him. She's willing to accept people other than CLA, which means she's slowly opening up to others. This is a very good sign. Wu Xin crossed her arms, still annoyed, because of CLA's earlier attitude. She said sarcastically, Even class president Yi can tell who's good to her. It's a shame that some people with perfectly normal brains can't even manage a simple apology after blaming the wrong person. CLA felt guilty and approached Bingyan to apologize. Just now, I was too emotional. Last night, too. I shouldn't have lost my temper without getting the facts straight. I'm really sorry. Bingyan turned her face away. I'm not accepting that apology. If sorry fixed everything, what would we need the police for? Tion Lelay quickly grabbed an ice pack from the fridge. Your hand really hurts, doesn't it? I have an ice pack here. Let me help you with it. He gently pressed the ice pack against Bingyan's hand to soothe the injury. Tion Lelay's tender concern made Bingyan so touched that her cheeks flushed a soft pink. Does it still sting? Does that feel any better? Bingyan still tried to act sulky. She gave a cold huff as a warning. I'm not that petty, but if you keep losing your temper like that for no reason, I won't let you off so easily next time. Tion Lelay happily agreed. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Suyang hurried out to see who it was. Who could be here this early? He looked through the monitor, saw a familiar face, and couldn't hide his shock. Xia Jining's appearance at the door made Su Yang suspicious. Xia Jining, Tion Lelay frowned, looking a bit worried about this uninvited guest. Don't worry. Let me handle him. He turned to Bing Yin and Si Tong to give instructions. You two hide in here. Don't come out. Bing Yin understood. She replied, got it. Jining was invited inside. He sat down comfortably, crossing his legs, and mocked them. How can you still sit here, so relaxed? There's so much going on outside. Tion Lelay responded calmly. This is fine. It's comfortable enough. He continued humbly. I've never lived in such a big house before. I appreciate your family's wonderful arrangements. Jining narrowed his eyes, a dangerous thought flashing through his mind. Enjoy it while you can. Things are about to get very interesting. Tion Lelay kept a polite smile and continued the conversation. Mr. Xia Jining, your visit was so sudden. I haven't prepared anything to entertain you. Unexpectedly, someone handed Tion Lelay a fancy red envelope. Jining explained the invitation. Oh, I almost forgot. My brother sent this for you. The card clearly detailed a wedding ceremony, with Xiao Wenkei as the groom and Chun Sinu as the bride. Tion Lelay fell silent, deep in thought for a moment, then acted as if he didn't care about the names mentioned. Mr. Xia is getting married? Congratulations. But I recall Mr. Xia already having a wife. Jining replied smoothly. She was ill, but she's been cured. My brother helped her before the apocalypse began, so she wants to repay him somehow. Hearing this, Tion Lelay felt somewhat relieved and thought, that's good. Sinu has recovered. Having delivered the invitation, Jining stood up to leave. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Tion Lelay saw him out politely. Take care on your way back. Jining acted extremely friendly. I'll be back later. Tion Lelay replied calmly. You're always welcome. The two men, one after the other, walked quickly toward the door. Suddenly, Jining stopped, his eyes narrowing as he looked in a certain direction. He glanced at a nearby room with suspicion in his eyes. Inside that room, Shienhao was anxiously watching through a narrow crack in the door. Si Tong was trembling uncontrollably, sensing danger. I'm scared. I'm scared. Bing Yin gently held her and comforted her. Tion Lelay stepped closer to Jining, inquiring, is something wrong? A sense of dread rose within him. Suyang also frowned, ready for the worst-case scenario. But suddenly, Jining changed direction. Approaching a coat rack, he picked up a piece of clothing with a puzzled look. Narrowing his eyes in thought, Tion Lelay suddenly recognized the garment and grew incredibly tense. That's Si Tong's jacket from the bar. I hope he doesn't recognize it. Jining suddenly flashed a cunning smile and turned to Tion Lelay. Is this jacket yours? He gave a weird laugh and hung it back up. You have quite unique tastes, Mr. Lelay. Tion Lelay breathed a sigh of relief, playing along with Jining's joke. Yeah, that's just my thing. The man beside Jining added jokingly. You can understand, right? He's been without a girl for so long, it's bound to happen. With a completely indifferent attitude, Jining headed for the door, waved goodbye, and left one last remark before disappearing. See ya. See you at the wedding. That scene made Si Tong's heart clench. A wave of uncontrollable panic surged within her. In Si Tong's mind, Jining was the embodiment of evil, and she was terrified of him. Sister Hua quickly spoke words of comfort, hoping to soothe her heart. Relax, Si Tong. He's gone now. It's okay. At that same moment, at the magnificent Xia family estate, a beautiful young woman was being adorned with luxury jewelry in a lavish room. As for Tion Lelay, his mind was full of questions about Jining's behavior. That guy's attitude was weird. He might know something. Back to the young woman being carefully prepared by servants. The mirror reflected her stunning figure in a gorgeous gown. That girl was none other than Chun Sinu. But her beautiful appearance brought her no joy. On the contrary, her eyes were heavy with worry and sorrow. When Kay had quietly entered the room, leaning leisurely against the door to admire her beauty, Sinu. Chun Sinu spun around angrily. She snapped. Who gave you permission to come in here? When Kay strolled inside, then ordered the servants, get out. The servants immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. When Kay approached Sinu, continuing, what are you so afraid of? You're going to be mine eventually anyway. Sinu turned her face away, full of resistance. I'll only be yours after we're married. Right now, you have no right to touch me. When Kay reached out and lightly brushed Sinu's hair. Of course. I still respect you. He gave a faint smile and said, I've invited many friends to the wedding, including Tion Lelay. When Kay asked a probing question laced with suspicion, He was outside your room for quite a while the other night. I wonder what he was doing there. Sinu quickly tried to avoid the subject. I don't even know who he is. I don't know what you're talking about. Kay leaned in close, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. Of course, you'd say you don't understand. But let me show you this. The cunning smile remained on his lips, but his hand tightened with hidden rage. I thought you were really being honest with me. But Wang's face darkened. His tone turned sharp, making Sinu gasp in fear. Why are you? Sinu's whole body trembled. She hurriedly tried to deflect. What are you saying? I don't understand any of this. Kay spoke in a cold voice. His face grew darker by the second. Still playing dumb, huh? With that, Kay tossed down a notebook with a group photo in it. He interrogated her in a low voice. You said you didn't know Tion Lelay. Then how do you explain this photo? The headline on the notebook became clear. Interviewing the rookie starlet. Reporter sneaks into the school. Just glancing at the headline, a shiver of fear ran down Sinu's spine. She stared at the group photo, where Si Tong, Tion Lelay, and Wu Bin were all visible. Kay narrowed his eyes, his analysis turning cold. I knew something was off about him, lurking around your room that night. And coincidentally, 2 days later, Yi Sitong and sister Hua go missing. So I looked back at the magazines featuring you from before the apocalypse. He gritted every word, his eyes narrowing threateningly. Turns out you're classmates, and he promised to take you away from here, didn't he? Wang's face turned grim, a murderous glint in his eyes. He squeezed Sinu's wrist hard, demanding an answer. No wonder your attitude changed so fast. Agreeing to marry me, it wasn't because you were touched by how well I treated you. You're just waiting for him to come and take you away, aren't you? Her wrist was being squeezed to the point of throbbing pain. Filled with resentment, tears welled up in the corners of Sinu's eyes. She pulled her hand away from the elder one brother, pushed him away forcefully, and admitted flatly, that's right. Sinu cried out decisively. You and your brother are the same. You're both disgusting animals. You'd trample on the lives of others for your own benefit. How could I ever like you? Just being near a monster like you for a second makes me sick to my stomach. She gritted her teeth, her heart filled with resentment. Since you already know everything, instead of letting you use me to threaten my friends, I'd rather die. To the elder one brother's astonishment, Sinu quickly turned and ran towards the nearest wall. He managed to grab her shoulder in time. Stopping her desperate act, the elder one brother threw her to the ground, causing a sharp pain. From above, the elder one brother looked down on Sinu and threatened her in a voice as cold as ice. You are my wife. How could I bear to let you die? This is all that Zhao's fault. Sinu was terrified. She quickly demanded, what are you going to do? The elder one brother leaned back and replied in an indifferent tone, I want you to see him pay the price. With that, he turned to leave, but not without giving an order to the servants. Watch her closely. If anything happens, you'll all be held responsible. The maidservant bowed respectfully and accepted the order. Yes, sir. Her anger flared up, and Sinu tried to rush out to argue, but was stopped. Xiao Wenxiao, I won't let you hurt them. The sun was setting, but the fire of her anger still burned brightly. Xiao Wenxiao. Many days passed. The grand hall of the main building at the mountain villa was lavishly decorated. The guests chatted happily, offering their congratulations to the host of the party. Zhao Tianlei entered the hall with a small gift in his hand. Congratulations on your wedding, Mr. Xia. This small amount of food is a wedding gift for the two of you. The elder one brother signaled for someone to take it, then warmly welcomed him. It's good enough that you came. There is no need to bring such a generous gift. Please sit. Xiaolei also replied politely and sat down cheerfully. To be able to hold such a grand wedding in these chaotic times, and with so many guests in attendance, Mr. Xiao's influence is truly remarkable. The elder one brother humbly replied to the well wishes. Everyone is just doing me a favor. Standing beside him, Jining immediately contradicted him. You can't say that. If it weren't for you, would everyone have a place to live and food to eat like they do now? The guests happily chimed in with their flattery. It's only right that they see you as their savior. Don't you all agree? Everyone chorused, yes, yes. The remaining guests suddenly asked with a worried tone, but Mr. Xia, I heard the gate at the back of the mountain villa is broken. Someone saw zombies getting in. I wonder if that's true. The person who heard this became a little thoughtful. If that's true, wouldn't it be very dangerous? The elder one brother immediately reassured the crowd. Everyone, please rest assured. That gate was just in disrepair from lack of use. It has been fixed now. I've also had my men check the surrounding area of the mountain villa. There's no sign of any zombies. Those zombies don't know how to hide or sneak around. They only know how to bite people. If they had infiltrated this place, they would have been discovered long ago. Everyone believed him and breathed a sigh of relief. That's true. Then we can rest assured. His eyes suddenly shifted to CLA. CLA, what are you looking for? He of course replied, today is Mr. Xia's happy day. Shouldn't he be with the bride? Why don't I see the bride? The elder one brother narrowed his eyes. His probing words laced with danger. Why? Are you that eager to see the bride? CLA showed a look of surprise and immediately denied it. No, but your wife is a famous celebrity. I think a lot of people here would like to see her too. Hearing this, the people around them also cheerfully chimed in. That's right. Mrs. Xia must be very beautiful. Hurry and bring her out so we can all see her. The elder one brother didn't press the matter further, only offering a gentle smile in response. She's upstairs doing her makeup. She'll be down in a moment. A guard suddenly burst into the banquet hall. His face panicked as he reported, it's bad. There are zombies. Zombies have infiltrated the mountain villa. They're attacking people over there. Jining screamed in terror. What? In the face of this emergency, the elder one brother's brows also furrowed in tension. The party guests became chaotic upon hearing the word zombies, scrambling to find a way out. The zombies are here. Run. The elder one brother stood up to calm the guests. Don't panic. This villa is heavily guarded. Zombies absolutely cannot get in. Everyone, wait here. Don't go anywhere. He turned to Jining. Jining, let's go take a look. Despite his lingering fear, Jining had to reluctantly agree. Yes. Standing not far away, CLA's lips curled into a small, secret smile as his plan unfolded smoothly. The other guests also scrambled to escape the main hall. They screamed in terror. Help! Don't chase me! Don't bite me! Don't bite me! The fake zombies growled and chased after them, further terrifying them. At this, CLA had quietly slipped into the corridor inside the building. He knocked on the door of a room while cautiously watching his back. Sinu. CLA called for a long time, but there was no response from inside the room. Sinu. He pushed the door open to check the situation. Inside, a girl in a gorgeous wedding dress was sitting and waiting. CLA quickly approached her and urged, Sinu, come with me, quickly. But the thing in front of him was just a soulless mannequin. It collapsed at his feet, shattering into pieces. At this moment, CLA realized with horror that he had fallen into a trap. It's a trap from above. A giant iron cage suddenly descended upon him. The cage slammed shut on the ground, trapping CLA inside. Someone slowly walked over to the switch and turned on the lights. The blinding light made CLA quickly raise his hand to shield his eyes. The elder one brother had been standing in the room all along. He spoke in a leisurely voice. You were too hasty. You haven't even had the wedding wine yet. He cast a cold gaze at CLA. And you already want to take my wife away. CLA still pretended to be clueless, as if he didn't understand what was going on. What are you doing, Mr. Xia? I was just worried the bride was in danger, so I came to check. There's no need to treat me like this. The elder one brother let out a contemptuous laugh. Oh, really? Then I should thank you for being so concerned about my wife. After saying that, he turned and ordered his subordinate. Bring her in. Sinu was forcibly brought into the room. She looked at CLA with apologetic eyes. CLA, I'm sorry. He knows everything. As soon as he saw Sinu, CLA stopped pretending and his brows furrowed in anger. Sinu, he clenched his fists. It seems you were prepared for this. Just waiting for me to take the bait. When did you start suspecting me? The elder one brother bluntly answered all his questions. From the moment you people entered this mountain villa, I felt something was wrong. You were too wealthy, always showing off, deliberately trying to attract my attention. Plus, Chun Sinu's attitude changed a lot after you came to my house. So I was certain that you knew each other. He continued his analysis. If I'm not mistaken, the zombies outside were also part of your plan to lure the tiger out of the mountain, right? CLA gave a cold smile and a word of praise. They all say you're naturally suspicious. It's true. I shouldn't have underestimated you. The elder one brother paid no attention to his words. I advise you not to waste your energy. This iron cage is very sturdy. You won't be able to escape. He turned to leave, his face darkened with a hint of brutality. I've been wanting to clean up this mountain villa recently anyway. The people living here are too mixed. Luckily for me, thanks to you, I can use this opportunity to eliminate all that trash. His words left Lelay with no rebuttal. He could only frown in thought. A moment later, Chuyang kindly checked on the participants. How is everyone? Are you all okay? Everyone enthusiastically replied to him. We're fine, Yang. That was so much fun today. Next time we run into those bastards, we should just do this to scare them off. A girl smiled excitedly. We were always bullied by them before, but today we finally got to let off some steam. Bing Yin approached Su Yang to ask. Those people were all scared away. I wonder how Tion Lelay is doing. Suddenly, a series of horrifying noises echoed nearby. Everyone was terrified. What's going on? Su Yang immediately waved his hand, signaling for everyone to quickly disperse. Someone's shooting. Hurry and find cover. Beams of light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the entire area. Jining and his subordinates revealed themselves. He spoke in a contemptuous tone. Was it fun pretending to be zombies? But the game ends here. The guards all pointed their guns at them. In unison with Jining's warning, Tion Lelay is finished. If you know what's good for you, come out and surrender. Don't waste my bullets. Hearing this, Bing Yin couldn't hide her worry and cried out, Tion Lelay. Shenfeng grabbed her hand to stop her from acting rashly. How'd they know our plan? Anger was evident on his face. Jining then ordered the troops behind him. You're not coming out, are you? Fire. Turn them into beehives for me. The guards obeyed, firing without hesitation at the cliff where Su Yang's group was hiding. The weaker ones could only cover their heads in panic. Su Yang's group refused to surrender, immediately drawing their guns to fight back against Jining's army. The sound of gunfire echoed to the room where Tion Lelay was being held. Panicked, he gritted his teeth and stared intently at the window. Sinu rushed to Wenkei to plead. Xiao Wenkei, you just want me, right? It has nothing to do with them. As long as you let them go, I'll agree to anything. Wenkei responded to her plea with a cold, cruel attitude. I only want a pure and innocent woman who loves me with all her heart. You're not worthy anymore. If you dare to betray me, you'll have to pay a very high price. He pulled out a gun. The black muzzle pointed straight at Tion Lelay. You care about him that much? I want you to watch him die right in front of you. Faced with his extreme actions, Tion Lelay couldn't help but feel tense. Wenkei maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. His eyes narrowed with a sinister look. Sinu was terrified, tears welling up in her eyes. The next moment, a dry gunshot rang out. The one who was shot was Wenkei. The severe wound on his shoulder made him scream in pain. The guard with him rushed over. Mr. Xia, the sudden gunshot left Sinu stunned for a moment in complete shock. At this point, Tion Lelay flashed a faint, satisfied smile. The bullet that took down Wenkei had flown through the window pane behind Tion Lelay. Not far away, Wu Xian continued to snipe from a distance to provide cover after taking down the target. Tion Lelay quickly drew his axe and smashed the iron cage that was holding him captive. He quickly grabbed Sinu's hand and pulled her along. The two of them took advantage of Wang's vulnerability to escape the room. Tion Lelay held Sinu tightly and charged straight for the window pane. He shielded her in his arms as they both crashed through the window and jumped down. Wenkei clutched his shoulder and roared in frustration. Damn it! He immediately ordered his guards. After them, the guard obeyed, immediately chasing after the two. Yes, sir. At this point, Tion Lelay and Sinu had landed safely and were quickly moving away from the building. A large truck was driving parallel to them. Get in. As soon as the two of them got in, the driver stepped on the gas and sped off. The guard were now struggling to keep up. Stop! From behind, Wenkei roared in a fit of rage. Kill them for me. Wu Xian held his rifle tightly, aiming straight at them and pulling the trigger repeatedly. Xiao Zheng was afraid and shouted a warning. Mr. Xia, be careful. There's a sniper. Wenkei gritted his teeth, panic evident on his face. Without hesitation, he grabbed Xiao Zheng to use as a human shield. When the truck carrying Tion Lelay and Sinu was out of sight, Wenkei threw Xiao Zheng aside. Xiao Tion Lelay, you can't escape. The guards were stunned for a moment by Xiao Zheng's fate. Xiao Lu suddenly frowned, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, The Xiao family's army continued to fire relentlessly at Su Yang's group. The rock that was shielding them began to show cracks from the impact of the bullets. De Sheng ducked, covering his head as he tried to shoot back. Their firepower is too strong. We're about to be overwhelmed. What do we do? Wu Xian and Bing Yin clung to each other in terror. Yang, I'm scared. Shenfeng was also fighting nonstop. We're almost out of ammo. Su Yang shouted to reassure everyone. Hold on. Even if we only have one bullet left, we can't give up. Trust in Brother Lay. He'll definitely come back. Nearby, a large truck suddenly sped towards them at an incredible speed. Jining and his men were all stunned and confused. Su Yang immediately shouted in excitement. It's Brother Lay. The large truck screeched to a halt in the middle of the road, blocking the two warring factions. Jining flashed a savage smile and declared arrogantly, Zhao Tion Lelay, you dare to walk right into a trap? Wen Kai clutched his painful shoulder and walked forward, roaring in an angry voice. I told you, you can't escape. Witnessing his brother's pathetic state, Jining was shocked. What happened to you? Just then, Tion Lelay calmly stepped down from the truck. Facing them, his eyes were fixed on them, without a hint of fear. Don't worry, I have no intention of running away. Bing Yin and Su Yang quickly ran to his side. Tion Lelay, Brother Lay, Bing Yin asked with concern, are you okay? Tion Lelay flashed a smile to reassure her. Suddenly, Bing Yin's gaze fell on the person standing next to him. Sinu was also focusing her attention on her. Bing Yin was stunned, her gaze also shifting to scrutinize the other girl. Tion Lelay suddenly asked the He family's guards, Gentlemen, I want to ask you a question. Why do you want to risk your lives for He Jiang? His brow furrowed as he questioned them. Money? Status? In the current situation, it's for supplies, isn't it? Tion Lelay pointed to the truck behind him, implying, there are 500 kilograms of food in this truck. As long as you want it, I'll give it all. To all of you. Those words left the guards momentarily bewildered. Wen Kai frowned, tense, while Jining looked up with a naive expression. Suddenly, he burst into a contemptuous laugh. Are you stupid? Once you're dead, all this food will be ours anyway. Tion Lelay lowered his gaze to the fool before him. It's not the same. If I die, this food will be your brother's private property. How much of it will end up in their hands? This statement of his was a horrifying realization for him. Tion Lelay continued to try and persuade the guards. Brothers, staying alive is the most important thing. With this food, you won't have to worry about starving to death. And you won't have to be the He family's lackeys anymore. Isn't that a good thing? Wen Kai flashed a dark smile. Zhao, Tion Lelay, your plan is not bad. But if you think these people agreed to be my bodyguards just for empty promises, you're mistaken. He explained coldly. This villa is a miniature society. Differentiated, tiered. The big fish eats the small fish. If you want to live comfortably, you need food and ammunition. They're my confidants. The most powerful people after me and Jining. Wen Kai was extremely confident in his forces. His brow furrowed with an arrogant look. They are loyal to me because they trust me, they revere me, because I can give them safety and status. This unbreakable bond is not something you can just break apart. Tion Lelay immediately retorted. The corpse field behind the villa has many bodies in military uniforms. The bodies were 70 to 80% gnawed away. It's a gruesome sight. If it's so safe, then why did they die? Wen Kai arrogantly replied. They went out to look for food, and were unfortunately bitten to death by zombies. There are more and more people in the villa, and less food. At some point, everyone will starve to death. This is a necessary sacrifice. Sinu immediately retorted with hatred. You're lying. Although the food in the villa is not plentiful, it's not as scarce as you say. His true colors exposed. Wen Kai immediately frowned and warned her, despite her fear. Sinu continued to loudly accuse him. I saw with my own eyes you two brothers secretly transporting food from outside into the villa, hidden beneath the cold storage warehouse. You're doing all this just to create a lie about a food shortage. You want to make them risk their lives scavenging for more food to bring back. Her words left the guards stunned. They began to whisper amongst themselves. The Xia brothers started to panic. When Xiao gritted his teeth and cursed, that treacherous bitch. Who could possibly believe a word you say? A guard suddenly cried out, making him pause. I do. The color drained from Wen Xiao's face. He spun around to glare at the man who had spoken. Jining shrieked in a fit of rage. Zhang Liang, are you out of your damn mind? You're my brother's most trusted man. How could you believe an outsider over us? Zhang Liang lowered his head, his face filled with resentment. I don't believe them. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. He raised his voice, questioning the two brothers. Li Wei risked his life to find food for you. But because he got injured, you threw him into the corpse pile while he was still alive. Guitao always looked up to you as his idol. He was completely loyal to you, and you used him as a human shield. Zhang Liang's voice rang out, full of conviction. On the outside, with the Xia family guards, a higher status than everyone else. We don't have to pay taxes, and no one dares to bully us. But the truth is, we're no different from anyone else here. We're just pawns for the two of you, to be thrown away whenever you're done with us. He gritted his teeth, his voice thick with bitterness. Otherwise, who the hell do you think you are? When Xiao's face turned grim, he spat out a threat. This villa is mine. Everything here is mine. I am the king of this place. Whoever I want dead dies. The fact that you all can stay here, that you have food to eat and water to drink, is all thanks to my boundless mercy. And instead of being grateful, you dare to resent me? He raised his voice and gave a command. Men, take Zhang Liang and execute him. But Zhang Liang didn't flinch. He stared back at him defiantly. The rest of the guards stood perfectly still. Not a single one moved. Jining lost his composure and screamed. My brother said to shoot him. Are you all deaf? Is this a rebellion? Tion Lelay immediately stepped forward to set things right. Xiao Wenxiao, you are wrong. You are not the king here. No one wants a king who only oppresses his people. A king who leaves them with no way to survive. He turned his gaze to the guards and continued. If we're talking about who the kings of this place are, it's them. They're the ones who have always protected this villa. Protected. Everyone. Tion Lelay frowned. His voice was resolute. Don't fight it anymore. Your time is over. The era of the Xia family ends today. But when Xiao still refused to admit his mistakes, he snarled a warning. Chu Tion Lelay, don't get ahead of yourself. Do you really think that silver tongue of yours is enough to make them rebel? They're just staring at your truck full of food. As he spoke, he snatched a gun from a guard's hand. When Xiao aimed the gun at them, his voice was laced with menace. For the sake of this food, let's see who dares to disobey me now. I am still the master of this place. He pointed the barrel of the gun toward the food crates. A triumphant smirk spread across Wen Xiao's face. Say goodbye to your food. Tion Lelay and the others looked on in horror. But suddenly, a gunshot cracked through the air. Everyone froze in shock, staring at the scene before them. Wen Xiao's head was covered in fresh blood. He collapsed to the ground. The one who had fired from behind was none other than Zhang Liang. Wen Xiao died with his eyes wide open, lying in a pool of his own blood. Zhang Liang's expression was as cold as ice. He showed no hesitation. Jining let out a blood-curdling scream. The other soldiers quickly restrained him. He struggled, cursing endlessly. You bastard! You dare to kill my brother! I'll tear you to pieces. One of the soldiers spoke up. This one's committed countless evils. He's even more despicable than his brother. Let's just put a bullet in him and be done with it. Jining thrashed wildly, screaming. Let me go. You pack of traitors. Suddenly, a voice cut in. Wait. Tion Lelay addressed the soldiers. He's done so many terrible things. Let him die now would be too easy for him. The scene changes. Xia Jining is tied to a wooden post. A large crowd has gathered around him. One by one, they began picking up stones and throwing them at him. Someone cursed aloud. Kill him. Kill him. You bastards have made our lives a living hell. Jining slowly collapsed, but the curses never stopped. You piece of shit. You finally got what was coming to you. Off to the side, Zhang Liang was talking with Tion Lelay's group. Thank you. Thank you all for saving the people of this villa. He went on. To be honest, we couldn't stand the way the Xia brothers did things either. But we had to survive, so we never dared to oppose them. Xu Yang replied. Those two brothers were evil to the core. Consider this justice for everyone. Zhang Liang then asked, offering a suggestion. What are your plans for the future? Why don't you stay here with us? Desheng immediately agreed. Yeah, the Xia brothers have fallen. This villa has no leader. Now is the time for a new one. You have the skills for it. Everyone here respects you. If you stay, you could definitely make this place better and better. Tion Lelay answered. With the Xia brothers gone, if everyone works together, This place will surely thrive. He continued, but I've already made up my mind. Tomorrow, we head for base number 6. Chu Yang asked, Brother Lay, you originally wanted to go to the base to meet up with squad leader Ye's group. Now that you've found them, you still want to go? Tion Lelay replied, even though I've found them, this isn't over. In fact, you could say the apocalypse has only just begun. Staying here would be peaceful, but that's not my goal. He continued, base number 6 is the strongest anti-zombie outpost built by the government. They have the best equipment and plenty of food. Only by getting there can we truly live in peace. Yushin agreed. That's right. When our country is in ruins, there is no home. As long as the zombies exist, nowhere is truly safe. Shun Feng added, I have to get there to rendezvous with my organization. Chu Yang turned to Tion Lelay. If you've made your decision, then I'll follow you to the end. Zhang Liang spoke. All right then, we won't force you to stay. In the villa, there's a large cache of weapons the Xia brothers collected. Take them as a gift for your journey. Tion Lelay replied. Then we'll have to thank you all. The Sheng said with a laugh. I have a gift for you all too. When he unveiled it, everyone was left speechless. Chu Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Whoa, that's awesome. He asked, is this our old car? The Sheng adjusted his glasses and replied confidently. I used your weapons to modify it. All the parts have been replaced with new ones, and the windows are now bulletproof glass. So, this vehicle can withstand 5 times more impact than before. Yuxian was amazed. Incredible. Shen Feng offered his praise, as expected of a master mechanical engineer. While the other 3 were still admiring the vehicle, Tion Lelay turned to Sheng and his wife. You two are talented people, especially in these chaotic times. Your skills should be put to good use. Why don't you come with us? Shui Jing replied. Thank you for the kind offer, but I have many patients here. I can't just abandon them. Sheng glanced at his wife and then answered as well. I'm not like you guys. I don't have any grand ambitions. I just want to live a quiet life with my wife. Wherever she is, that's where I'll be. Tion Lelay smiled. That's a shame. Shui Jing spoke again. I prepared some medical supplies for you all. You're sure to face plenty of danger on the road. Hopefully, this can help you all along the way. She continued. Yi Sitong's wound needs to be redressed regularly to prevent infection. Shun Xianyu's body is fine for the most part. She's just still a bit weak. Make sure she doesn't overexert herself. Chu Yang turned to Tion Lelay. Brother Lay, are you really going to bring that big celebrity along with us? Tion Lelay looked back blankly. What's wrong? The scene shifts to the inside of the large building. Chu Yang said to Tion Lelay, see for yourself. Xianu and Bing Yin were sitting across from each other, flanked by Sister Hua and Yu Xian. Bing Yin spoke first. Miss Shun, you're safe now. I was just wondering, do you have any plans for the future? Xianu answered immediately. I'm going with Tion Lelay. In this world, Sister Hua and Tion Lelay are the only family I have left. Of course I want to stay with them. Bing Yin spoke again. Miss Shun, this isn't a vacation. It's a long way from here to base number 6. The journey will be incredibly dangerous. Your body has only just recovered. Wouldn't it be better to stay here with Sister Hua and recuperate? Xianu replied softly. My body is fine. Tion Lelay went through so much to rescue me. Of course I want to be with him, through thick and Bing Yin retorted. Tion Lelay saved you out of friendship. Now that you're safe, his mind is at ease. Why would he want you to risk your life traveling with us? Sitting beside them, Sister Hua couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. I think there's something you're not aware of, Miss Zhang. Tion Lelay and my Xian, you aren't just ordinary friends. Tion Lelay has always had a secret crush on Xianu. He just hasn't confessed yet. Yu Xian quickly interjected. Well, that's a shame, because Tion Lelay has not only confessed to Sister Bing Yin, he's already proposed. They're fiancés now, engaged to be married. Xianu was stunned. Fiancé? No way. Tion Lelay has always liked me, and you're much older than us. Bing Yin replied, annoyed. Then you don't know him at all. Tion Lelay likes my maturity, unlike a certain celebrity who loves being chased but is too afraid to actually date, worried her fans won't approve. Xianu flared up. That's going too far. I don't believe Tion Lelay likes someone like you. I'm going to ask him myself. Hearing that, Bing Yin challenged her. Go on then. Yu Xian called out. Tion Lelay, get over here and help Miss Shun see the truth. Eavesdropping outside the door, Tion Lelay asked himself in a daze. What the hell is this situation? Yuxian said to Tion Lelay. You still don't get it? This is a showdown between two women. Shen Feng, standing nearby, chimed in. And they're both formidable characters. The slightest move, and the jealousy just comes pouring out. Terrified, Tion Lelay tried to sneak away, muttering, I'm not afraid of zombies, but I'm terrified of two women arguing. Just tell them you didn't see me. I'm getting out of here. Just then, Sitong appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Tion Lelay. She giggled, teasing him. Tong Tong. Gotcha. Tion Lelay's right here. The moment they heard her voice, the two women rushed out, shouting in unison. Chu Tion Lelay. Their calls echoed through the hall. Chu Tion Lelay. Get back here. Now. The scene changes. Two vehicles are rolling down the road. Sitong stared blankly at the two women facing off against each other. Yuxian spoke. So in the end, we're all heading out together, huh? Tion Lelay replied wearily. Xinu said she has a relative who works for the government. He's probably at base number 6 now. Bing Yin couldn't really argue with that. Shen Feng teased him. Doesn't matter if it's an excuse or the truth. Being stuck between those two, you're the only one who's going to suffer. The car suddenly screeched to a halt. Yuxian spoke. Brother Lay, we're here. Below this cliff is the corpse pit behind the mountain. Tion Lelay's expression suddenly turned grave. He opened the trunk. Jining was tied up securely. Lying inside. Tion Lelay dragged him out. Jining snarled. What the hell do you bastards want with me now? Tion Lelay spoke to Jining. Do you want to know why I negotiated to spare your life? Only to bring you here? It's so the people you and your brother killed can see what becomes of you with their own eyes, so they can finally rest in peace. The man cursed furiously. Zhao Tion Lelay, don't be so self-righteous. The apocalypse is here. It's the law of the jungle. They died because they were useless. What's it got to do with me? Tion Lelay shot back instantly. You're right. The apocalypse is cruel. But if you hadn't taken advantage of the chaos and exploited them so ruthlessly, they might have had a chance to survive. He continued. You bled them dry. You stole their last glimmer of hope. You people are even more disgusting than the zombies out there. Jining was now standing right at the edge of the cliff. Tion Lelay stepped forward. The man stumbled back in fear, stammering. What are you going to do? Tion Lelay stood right in front of him. He raised his hand and said, I'm sending you to hell to pay for your sins. He gave a light push. Xia Jining plunged into the abyss below. Tion Lelay watched him fall, his face cold as stone. The scene changes. Yuxian spoke. Xia Jining has received his punishment, Brother Lay. Don't be sad anymore. Tion Lelay replied. That bastard deserved to die. But the pain that Sitong has had to endure, who's going to compensate her for that? And what about Wu Wan and all the other victims? They can never be brought back to life. He gritted his teeth. I hate that I can't make them die 1,000 more times. In a distant place, Jining struggled out from a pile of vines. He burst out laughing. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Those fools thought that would be enough to kill me. Xia Jining, in your dreams. Even the heavens are on my side. Suddenly, a monster with jagged teeth appeared. Jining was still struggling to his feet. He thought to himself, as long as I can get back, I'll have everything I had before. But then he noticed the birds in the forest suddenly taking flight. Yuxian sensed something was wrong. He turned to Tion Lelay. Brother Lay, something's coming. The monster dug its hands into the cliff face. Then its feet. It suddenly launched itself upwards. Tion Lelay was horrified. It's Wu Ben. The monster slammed into the car. Chu Yang screamed in panic. Why is it this guy? Yuxian asked. How did he follow us? Tion Lelay answered. Blood. He continued. Xia Jining's blood is on the back of the car. The scent must have led him right to us. The monster was incredibly ferocious. Yuxian asked. What do we do? Tion Lelay commanded. Step on it. He turned and yelled to the truck behind them. Kuyong. Floor it. We have to lose him. Chu Yang yelled back. The car and the truck immediately accelerated. Both vehicles shot forward, but the monster kept up the chase relentlessly. It was right on their tail. Yuxian said urgently. We can't shake him. He's too fast. Just as he finished speaking, the monster rammed straight into the truck, causing the two vehicles to collide. The powerful impact jolted Tion Lelay, Chu Yang, and Yuxian. The car skidded, swaying and losing balance. Shen Feng grabbed his rifle. I'll take care of him. Tion Lelay quickly stopped him. Don't. That's Wu Ben. Shen Feng cut him off. No more talk. Do you want everyone to die here with you? Hearing that, Tion Lelay froze. Shen Feng scrambled onto the roof of the car. He lay flat and took aim. The gun roared. A volley of bullets slammed into Wu Bin. Shun Feng kept pulling the trigger. Wu Bin let out a piercing shriek. Shun Feng stopped, realizing standard ammunition has no effect on him. Wu Bin charged forward furiously. It shot through the air and landed straight on the truck bed. The truck was dragged back by its weight. The wheels screeched against the pavement, sending sparks flying. Tion Lelay and Yu Xian were violently jolted once again. Wu Bin gritted his teeth and charged at Shun Feng. He raised his arm high and slammed it down. Shun Feng tried to dodge the attack. He fell, his head hitting the ground hard. The girls in the cabin couldn't hide their utter horror. Tion Lelay was startled and panicked. Oh no! Wu Bin grabbed Shun Feng's face tightly. He struggled in vain. Witnessing the scene, Tion Lelay yelled, "Stop!" He tried to calm Wu Bin down. "It's me. I'm Zhao Tion Lelay." The monster Wu Bin continued to growl. Shun Feng struggled to speak. "Quick! Do it now. He's completely mutated. He can't recognize you at all." Tion Lelay's whole body trembled. He squeezed his eyes shut and said, "Wu Bin, I'm sorry." Hearing her name being called, Sitong turned around. "Wu Bin." Memories of their past together flooded back. She turned back and asked, "Wu Bin." The monster froze for a moment. A bullet shot straight into its stomach. More bullets followed in quick succession. Wu Bin was pushed back by the force of the bullets. Tears streamed down Sitong's face. She called out, "Wu Bin." The monster fell off the truck. Sitong cried out, "Wu Bin." Bing Yin and Wu Xian quickly stopped her. "Sitong, be careful. You're going to fall." The monster gritted its teeth. It charged forward. Shun Feng warned. "He's coming again," he continued. "Hurry up and shoot." Sitong stood in front of him, crying and screaming. "No, Tion Lelay. Why are you doing this? He's Wu Bin." Tion Lelay hesitated, but Wu Xian shouted, "Brother Lay, we're about to reach a steep slope. If we don't slow down, we'll crash into the ravine. Make a decision now." The monster charged again. Tion Lelay's eyes wavered wildly. He trembled, tears streaming down his face as he spoke. "Sitong, please move. I have no other choice." Tears streamed down Sitong's cheeks. She lowered her head and said, "It's because of me that Wu Bin became like this." She continued, "He must be in so much pain, so lonely." She turned to look at Wu Bin. "If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have." She said, "I'm sorry." She smiled. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so happy I got to see you again. I really am," she said through her tears. "You have to live a good life." With that, she jumped off the truck. Bing Yin and Wu Xian couldn't grab her in time. Everyone was horrified, and Tion Lelay was frozen in place. Sitong, Sitong. She remembered her memories with Wu Bin, the happy moments they shared. She wondered, will Wu Bin recognize me? "Thank you for protecting me back then." She hugged Wu Bin tightly. "This time, let me help you find release." Wu Bin's voice rang out. "Yeah." Wu Bin slammed into the guardrail. They both fell into the deep ravine together. Tion Lelay's whole body trembled. "What?" He screamed in utter agony. "What?" Cut to the hotel. Everyone was standing in front of the door. Bing Yin said, "Tion Lelay." She called, "Tion Lelay, it's time to eat." Su Yang asked worriedly, "Brother Lay still won't eat anything?" Bing Yin sighed. "He's been locked in his room ever since we got here. He won't come out. What happened with Wu Bin and class president Yi was too much of a blow for him." Sinu spoke up. "We shouldn't bother him. Let him have some quiet time." They told each other, "Let's go." In the room, Tion Lelay was hanging his head. In the deep forest, Wu Bin held Sitong tightly. They both lay in a pool of blood. Wu Bin trembled. "Don't die. I'll protect you." Wu Bin's body twitched. Suddenly, a group of men in black appeared. "Found him. Over here." They surrounded Wu Bin. The men started to talk amongst themselves. "What kind of mutant is this? It doesn't look like a regular lurker. It's much stronger than a lurker. Who could have hurt it like this? What about the girl in his arms?" "She's a normal person." One said, "He's seriously injured. He won't survive." "What'll we do?" Hong Yu took off her mask and then gave the order. "Take them back." In the hotel, everyone was sitting at the dining table. Sinu quietly picked at her food. Bing Yin also ate in silence. The men thought to themselves. Su Yang quietly wondered to himself, "It's so quiet. Why isn't anyone talking?" Wu Xian, sitting beside him, replied, "Are you stupid? Haven't you noticed?" Shun Feng thought to himself, "It's like this again. Whenever Tion Lelay isn't around, it's always like this. Neither of those two women can be trifled with. Looks like a fight could break out at any moment." Whoever talks too much dies first. Let's just eat quickly and get out of here. Suyang said, Sister Bingyin, Miss Shun. We're finished eating. Please take your time. We're going back to our room now. Shun Feng added, that's right. Wu Xian spoke up. Yang. From now on, call Sister Bingyin sister-in-law. Suyang was flustered. So suddenly. She said again, the team is getting bigger. We should set some clear rules. We all know the relationship between sister-in-law and Tion Lelay, but outsiders don't. Changing how we address her can serve as a reminder to others to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Sister Hua replied, Miss Zheng hasn't said anything. Why do you, a little girl, have to be giving orders here? The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is? She continued. Besides, the whole fiancé thing is just what you two say. Tion Lelay has never mentioned it. Bing Yin replied, I wouldn't joke about something like this. She continued, everyone has seen the feelings between me and Tion Lelay. Everyone here can be a witness. She issued a challenge. If that's not enough, you can go ask Tion Lelay. What's wrong? Are you scared? Or do you just not want to accept the truth? Sister Hua was furious. You? Sinu interrupted. Sister Hua, let's go. Wu Xian was triumphant. Have a nice walk. Wu Xian praised her. Sister Bing Yin is so amazing. You left her speechless. Bing Yin replied. Dealing with little girls like that is a piece of cake. She said again, but I don't think she's given up yet. We have to keep making her give up any hope of being with Tion Lelay. Wu Xian asked the other three, you guys are going back too? I'm sure you all know what to do from now on, right? The three of them quickly replied, yes. We understand. Each of them thought to themselves, the war between women is terrifying. In the room, Sister Hua said with frustration, this is infuriating. This is clearly a show of force. Let's go ask Tion Lelay. Sinu then said, ask him what? Ask him if he likes me or Sister Bingyin. If it's really like she said, they're already engaged. Then the future. How am I supposed to face him? Sister Hua then said, how could that be? Everyone knows Tion Lelay has a crush on you. Besides, he came all this way, risking his life to save you and Sitong. She continued, back at the villa, seeing the way he was willing to die to save you. If he didn't truly like you, why would he go to such lengths? Sinu was pensive, but he's never confessed to me, and I've never agreed. Sister Hua asked her, but you've already made your decision in your heart, haven't you? Sister Hua continued, didn't you say it yourself? You've had feelings for him ever since you saw him protecting his friends and standing up to Lin Mu in the library. Then he willingly stayed behind so we could leave first. You like him from that moment on. It's just that Sidong confessed before you did. Sister Hua continued, but now that Sidong is gone, you two can be together. Sinu was worried, but Sidong just passed away. CLA can't handle such a big blow. How can I confess to him at a time like this? Sister Hua said, I'm thinking about Sidong, but others might not be. In this situation, who knows if we'll be alive or dead tomorrow? After all you've been through, you two were finally reunited. She asked again. Sinu was silent for a moment, then made her decision. I'll go see him right now. She asked again, but he's been locked in his room for 2 days. What if he refuses to come out? Sister Hua replied, he can skip meals, but he has to go to the bathroom. Sister Hua presented a pair of high heels. I've got everything ready for you. Sister Hua advised, if you don't seize this opportunity, you'll lose him again. Sinu was silent for a moment, then made her decision. I'll go see him right now. She asked again, but he's been locked in his room for 2 days. What if he refuses to come out? Sister Hua replied, he can skip meals, but he has to go to the bathroom. Sister Hua presented a pair of high heels. Here, I've got everything ready for you. I'm sure I don't need to teach you any of those romance movie tropes, right? The scene flashes forward. CLA is opening his door. Sinu suddenly falls into his arms. The atmosphere suddenly becomes awkward. He says, Sinu. She replies, CLA. After thinking, she tells herself just like that. Asterisk pretend to slip. Bitch. Sinu. Asterisk. Don't worry. You can do it. CLA's shadow appears as he opens the door. She thinks to herself, here he comes. She steps forward and says, Sia. But she unexpectedly slips. She falls flat on her face in front of CLA. He asks, Sinu. CLA looks at her, his voice filled with concern. Are you okay? She looks flustered and quickly turns away to find an excuse. No, I'm fine. I need to use the restroom. CLA casually points in the other direction, making her even more embarrassed. The restroom is over there. CLA hesitates, as if he sensed something. Did you come to see me? Sinu freezes, her cheeks turning redder and redder. No longer hiding it, she admits it with a faint smile. You figured it out. Sinu tucks a stray strand of hair behind her ear to hide her awkwardness. Actually, I came here to talk to you. I want to tell you that. She looks down, her words hesitant and broken. Sinu looks up at his clueless face, unable to read her heart. She lets out a soft sigh, deciding not to confess after all. She thinks to herself, I still can't bring myself to say it. After regaining her composure, Sinu changes the subject. I wanted to say that. I know you're heartbroken over the deaths of Sidong and Wu Bin, but I still hope you'll pull yourself together. Don't continue to be so down. She continues speaking, trying to persuade CLA. You've been locked in your room for the past 2 days, even though no one is showing it. I know people like Chu Yang are in turmoil. You're the captain, the pillar of strength for everyone. If you fall, we can't stand strong either. Sinu lowers her head, a sad expression on her face. Those who are gone are gone. Those who are still alive must keep moving forward. So, please, try to be strong for all of us. CLA's expression darkens as he hears her words. A pillar of strength. He continues, sharing his thoughts. I also used to think that I was the chosen one, that I could be a pillar for others. But I'm not as great as I thought I was. He sadly admits his own shortcomings. On the contrary, I've always relied on everyone else to be able to stand. CLA tells himself, I've been holding on until today because of the thought that I had to live to find you all. But no matter how hard I tried, they still had to die. A deep sorrow weighs on CLA's heart as images of his closest friends who have passed away flood his mind. Asterisk Sidong, Wu Bin, asterisk, and Zheng Jiao, too. His own powerlessness torments him, causing his whole body to tremble. The people who are important to me are leaving one by one, and I can't do anything about it. I thought I could protect them, but the truth is I can't. Sinu quickly blurts out words of reassurance. But you saved me. You saved Sister Hua and the other classmates who escaped. If it wasn't for you, we would have been bitten to death by zombies in the library. She continues to recall the painful yet precious memories and begins to recount them. The days we lived at that Xia family's mountain villa were very difficult. I was about to give up. It was Wu Bin and Sidong who encouraged me. Wu Bin said, he used to be a coward too, always running away from his problems. It was you who taught him what courage is. And Sidong, she always believed that you would find us. Sinu continues to give Xia Lei moral support. You feel like you couldn't protect anyone, but it's because of you that we had the strength to persevere and live on. I believe the other surviving classmates would think the same. It was you who brought them hope. But if even you lose the will to fight, then what are they supposed to do? Sidong and the others, in the afterlife, wouldn't want to see you like this. After listening to her words, CLA gradually understands her meaning after a period of contemplation. He finally utters a sorrowful sentence. I understand. Regaining his determination, CLA's brow furrows with resolve towards his friend. Sinu, thank you for telling me these things. I won't let anyone down. From now on, I won't let any of us die again. Seeing his spirits lift, a smile spreads across Sinu's face. Even though Wu Bin and Sidong are gone, they haven't disappeared because they still live on in our memories. She steps forward, takes CLA's hand, and says, CLA, promise me. You'll never give up. Okay. With a solemn expression, CLA affirms with certainty. From a hidden corner, a pair of eyes silently watches the conversation between the two. That person is Bingyan. She observes them with a thoughtful gaze, as if she's plotting something. A while later, in her private room, Sinu complains about the pain in her body. It hurts. She frowns in discomfort, looking at her aching calf. Good thing I didn't confess to him just now. Otherwise, it would have been so embarrassing. Suddenly, someone enters the room, and a voice catches her attention. At some point, Bingyan had appeared in Sinu's room, casually leaning against the wall and looking at her. Bingyan's presence makes Sinu feel a sense of tension. Is something wrong? Bingyan hands her a bottle of medicine, along with some caring instructions. This is an ointment for bruises. Use it for 2 days, and it'll get better. Sinu can hardly believe what she's seeing. She's speechless for a long time before she stammers out, thanks. suddenly realizing something is not right. She raises her voice in alarm. Wait a minute. How did you know I was hurt? Were you spying on me? Bingyin replies with an indifferent attitude. I'm not that despicable. I just happened to be passing by. Sinu asks with a hint of suspicion. Don't you hate me? Why are you giving me this? Bingyin suddenly breaks her usual character. She tries to put on a fierce face to intimidate her. That's right. I've poisoned the medicine. After you apply it, your whole body will rot. And you'll become ugly. Sensing the joke in Bingyin's words. Sinu deadpants, crazy, seeing that her joke didn't scare her. Bingyin bluntly admits, all right. I admit I was jealous when I found out that CLA used to have a crush on you. But right now, he's not in a good place emotionally. I don't want him to be troubled by our issues on top of everything else. She continues with a firm tone. Besides, Wu Bin and Sidong were your friends. You're the most suitable person to comfort him right now. Bingyin's brow furrows, displaying her superiority over her romantic rival. But just because I accept you, doesn't mean I'm admitting defeat, but because I'm confident. Hearing those words, Sinu is a little confused and repeated the word. Confident. Bingyin leaned forward, continuing the conversation casually. That's right. How can a little girl like you be my opponent? I'll prove it to you. Even if you're with Tion Lelay, you're no threat to me. Her words left Sinu stunned, stuttering in disbelief. A little girl, completely ignoring her reaction. Bingyin calmly turned and walked away. Good night. Sinu suddenly snapped out of it, shouting angrily, Old hag, don't underestimate me. One day, I'll show you what it feels like to eat your own words. Su Yang happened to be passing by in the hallway and greeted Bingyin when he saw her. Sister-in-law. Bingyin suddenly spoke up with a cold reminder. Don't call me that from now on. I don't want Tion Lelay to think I'm intentionally causing trouble. Su Yang stood there, stunned, completely unable to understand what she had just said. She doesn't want me to call her that anymore. The very next morning, at the crack of dawn, a table laden with food was already set in the kitchen. As they entered, everyone exclaimed in unison, so many dishes. It smells so good. Who's so kind as to cook for everyone this early in the morning? Tion Lelay entered the dining room, still carrying a steaming pot of food. You're all up. Seeing him, everyone couldn't hide their surprise and spoke in unison. Tion Lelay. One person asked in disbelief, Did you make all of this? Placing the large pot on the table, Tion Lelay replied, I woke up early today, so I made some simple dishes for everyone. As he took off his apron, he hurriedly urged everyone, Go ahead and eat. I'm going out for a bit. Hearing this, Bingyin immediately asked, Where are you going? As he hurriedly put on his coat to leave, Tion Lelay explained, All the food we found before was left for Sun to Sheng. Even though we kept some, it won't last more than a few days. I'm going out to find more supplies. With that, he hastily left. I'll be back in a bit. Looking towards the door, Shen Feng let out a sigh of relief. Looks like he's gotten his spirits back. Wu Xin also agreed and added, It's great that he's been able to think things through. I was so worried he wouldn't be able to get back on his feet after what happened to Wu Bin and Class President Yi. A hearty laugh, full of pride, rang out from Su Yang. Nonsense. He's my brother Lay after all. Sinu and Bingyin also looked at each other, smiling with satisfaction. A short while later, on a deserted highway, a giant battle axe was raised to face a horde of ferocious zombies. The zombies were like moths to a flame, charging straight at the man without any regard for their own lives. Tion Lelay was lost in thought, telling himself, If I were strong enough, if I could have subdued Wu Bin, then Sitong wouldn't have died. Wu Bin was only a level 3 mutant, and I was already, based on the current situation, a higher level mutant could appear at any moment. As his thoughts swirled, he tightened his grip on the axe handle, his will to fight surging. Only by constantly leveling up and becoming stronger can I protect the people around me. With his determination boiling, Tion Lelay charged straight into the dense crowd of zombies ahead. You zombies, become my sustenance. Tion Lelay swung his axe relentlessly at the filthy zombies, taking them down one by one. After a long battle, he was still not satisfied with his results. My hands are numb from chopping, and I only got 30 experience points? Are you messing with me? The system retorted indignantly. The system is fair and just. I don't play dirty tricks. One zombie equals 1 point. If you don't believe me, you can count the number of zombies on the ground. Tion Lelay complained in frustration. I need almost 500 points to level up to sergeant. At this rate, by the time I reach Marshall, my hair will be white. Isn't there a shortcut? The ring on his finger flashed with a brilliant light. The system's voice rang out, full of anger. The experience points and zombies correspond to each other. The higher the level, the more experience points you'll get. For example, a mutant. It's you who chose the dumbest method, suddenly going off to kill these low-level zombies. The system's words made Tion Lelay's face pale with rage. That's easy for you to say. Are mutants that easy to find? The zombies, which had been charging with great momentum, suddenly froze in unison, as if startled by something. Then they all fled from the area. Witnessing the scene, Tion Lelay couldn't help but be amazed. What's going on? Don't run. Don't you want to get points? He fell into a deep thought about the strange behavior of the zombie horde. Every time I encounter a high-level mutant, these low-level zombies run away. Could it be? Suddenly, the sounds of fierce battle from nearby made him tense. Gunshots. Tion Lelay's eyebrows shot up, a smile spreading across his face. An opportunity to get points has arrived. A location not far away. A brilliant light illuminated the entire sky. The military forces had gathered, continuously firing at a large target. A giant earth burrower was emerging from the ground. Its skin was so tough that it was completely unfazed by the continuous barrage of bullets from the army. Realizing the unstable situation, the commander, Chun Fei, immediately changed the battle plan. Concentrate your fire. Aim for its head. Countless bullets shot straight at the earth burrower, causing it to stumble. In its writhing agony, it quickly buried its head in the ground to find an escape route. The ground also rumbled incessantly due to its actions. Dong Luo let out a loud laugh, walking over to his commander. Captain, the monster is running away from us. Chun Fei cautiously refuted his words. It's not over yet. It's just hiding. The ground suddenly shook violently again, making him tense up. The earth burrower suddenly burst out from underground, attacking the soldiers and sending them flying. Chun Fei quickly yelled to warn his comrades. Get out of the way. The soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were painfully struck by the giant monster's body. Some who couldn't even run were swallowed whole by it. Chun Fei watched in horror as his comrades fell one by one to the earth burrower. Gung Kai. The soldiers choked back their grief and shouted to rally their spirits, continuing to fire at the massive monster. Attacked, the earth burrower angrily opened its mouth, its rows of sharp teeth gnashing together, creating a piercing sound. The monster charged like a lightning bolt towards the soldiers who were attacking it. It used its massive body to knock them to the ground. Chun Fei was horrified as two more of his comrades fell. Fu Chao, Bowen. He lost his composure, recklessly firing continuously at the damned earth burrower. I'll fight you to the death. Worried, Dong Luo quickly moved forward, intending to stop his reckless actions. Captain, the earth burrower was hit by many bullets, but still suffered no significant damage. Chun Fei continued to fire relentlessly at it. In the blink of an eye, the gun in his hand was empty. Unable to continue attacking the monster, Chun Fei desperately searched for a battle plan to avenge his comrades. He quickly threw away the empty gun and gripped the dagger in his hand. Chun Fei charged forward like a moth to a flame. You want to eat me? Come on. The earth burrower slowly approached him. It opened its imposing mouth, intending to devour him. But then it suddenly changed direction, once again intending to use its large body to knock down its opponent. Witnessing the entire event, Dong Luo, who was nearby, shouted in a worried voice. Captain, just then, Tion Lelay had rushed over and grabbed Chun Fei in a tight embrace, helping him escape the beast's attack. The two of them tumbled far away, luckily unharmed. After its attack failed, the earth burrower once again burrowed underground to hide. Tion Lelay frowned, tensely observing the cunning beast. What the hell is that thing? It's so disgusting. Dong Luo rushed over to Chun Fei to check on his condition. Captain, are you okay? Tion Lelay turned to them, asking carefully, judging by the way you two are dressed. Are you soldiers? Dong Luo quickly introduced himself. We're the rescue team from base number 5. My name is Dong Luo. This is our captain, Chun Fei. We were sent here to find survivors. Chun Fei frowned, asking the person in front of him with some skepticism. Who are you? What are you doing here? Hearing this, Xiaolei's face lit up with joy. Base 6. Thank goodness. He quickly introduced himself. My name is Tion Lelay. There's a hotel to the east. My friends are there. You two go ahead. They'll help you. Leave this to me. Chen Fei strongly disagreed and rejected his offer. We're soldiers. It's our duty to find and protect survivors. How can we leave you here alone with that, monster? He tightened his grip on the grenade in his hand, his determination clear. Besides, that monster. Kill my brothers. Even if I have to take it down with me, I will destroy it. I can't let it harm anyone else. With that, Chun Fei looked at Tong Lu and ordered Tong Lu, get him out of here. I'll cover you. Tong Lu didn't agree and turned to protest. No, Captain. I can't leave you behind. Chun Fei growled, his will unshakable. That's an order. Suddenly, CLA took the grenade from Chun Fei's hand and said, I'm afraid, even if you wanted to take it down with you, it wouldn't be enough. You can't even get between its teeth. He tossed the grenade in his hand and said nonchalantly, Don't underestimate me. I'm not some useless person who just happened to survive this long. CLA said again, Get your captain out of here now, unless you want to feed your captain to that insect. Understanding his meaning, Tong Lu replied, Be careful. He immediately pulled Chun Fei away as instructed. Chun Fei resisted and shouted at Tong Lu, Let go of me. You're disobeying a direct order from a superior officer. Ignoring his warning, Tong Lu stubbornly dragged him away. I'm sorry, Captain. At that moment, the earthworm beast burst out of the ground again, attacking the new target. CLA calmly approached it. How could I let them have a go? He stood tall, unflinchingly staring at the giant beast. This is my prey. Before the battle, CLA carefully asked for information about his opponent. System, give me the data on this thing. The system immediately began scanning the earthworm beast's data as requested. In a flash, all of its information was transmitted to CLA. Data download complete. This is a mutated creature called the earthworm beast. It was mutated by a contaminated earthworm. Its fangs are its primary weapon, and they contain a toxin. Once bitten, the victim will be completely paralyzed. The system continued to provide information on the large and ferocious monster. Although the earthworm beast is a level 4 mutated creature, aside from its large size and ability to burrow, it has no other special combat abilities. Its agility and defense are below that of a level 2 creature. It can be considered a flawed level 4 creature. Hearing this, CLA smiled and gave a command. So we got lucky. If I defeat it, can I level up? The system replied quickly. If you can obtain the level 4 crystal core, you can directly advance to the rank of soldier. Hearing that, CLA let out a wicked smile. System, there's something you don't know, isn't there? He tightened his grip on the battle axe in his hand. Cleaning a boy's bedroom is one of my side hustles. Exterminating insects is my specialty. He bravely charged at the earthworm beast. The earthworm beast was not to be outdone and quickly rushed towards him. CLA nimbly dodged its attack. He swung his axe and struck a powerful blow to its body, causing the beast's strange green slime to splatter everywhere. The system immediately issued a warning. Be careful. CLA immediately became alert and quickly retreated to avoid it. The slime was like a powerful poison, corroding everything it touched in an instant. At this, the system began to explain the strange liquid. The earthworm beast's slime is extremely corrosive. If it gets on you, even you will be injured. CLA angrily reprimanded it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to get me killed? The system replied with a hint of apology. I just thought of it. The earthworm beast took advantage of his distraction and whipped its body into him, causing him to cry out in pain. Fortunately, the attack didn't cause too much damage to CLA. He hastily retreated to avoid it. So I can't fight it hand-to-hand. The system immediately made a suggestion. Unless you can avoid its slime. CLA suddenly remembered the grenade Chun Fei had given him. Good thing I still have this. The earthworm beast continued to change direction, relentlessly pursuing to attack him. CLA suddenly turned around and threw the grenade in his hand at it. You stinking bug, eat this. The grenade was thrown with precision, landing right in the earthworm beast's mouth. A loud explosion rang out, quickly spreading towards CLA's position. The force of the explosion was terrifying, pushing him back several steps. A thick white smoke from the explosion covered the entire field of vision. A moment later, The smoke and dust gradually cleared, and the earthworm beast figure was nowhere to be seen. Xiaolei looked around in disbelief. It's over. He slowly approached to search for the monster's precious crystal core. Where's the crystal core? Don't tell me it was blown up too. The earthworm beast suddenly burst out of the ground, right behind him, freezing him in his tracks. Terrified, Xiaolei quickly turned his head to look. The earthworm beast took advantage of his opening and quickly dove down to attack. Xiaolei's sharp axe was knocked far away by its surprise attack. He still tried to hold on tightly to its fangs to fight back. Xiaolei's whole body trembled, and he gritted his teeth in regret. Asterisk careless. I forgot. Asterisk. This thing can burrow. He mustered all his strength to hold on. What do I do now? The unreliable system appeared again and said, the earthworm beast is afraid of fire. If you had a fire ability, you could repel it. The system added, but only soldiers are qualified to exchange for it. Your current rank is too low. Xiaolei angrily cursed at it. Useless. He gritted his teeth to fight back, his face pale as he neared his breaking point. I can't hold on much longer. Isn't there any other way? At that moment, Xiaolei suddenly recalled a distant memory. Asterisk wait. Leeches. Asterisk. When he was a child, when Xiaolei was still an innocent boy, he cried out to his grandmother after being bitten. Grandma, something bit me. It hurts. His grandmother heard him and rushed over to check. There, Xiaolei. Grandma's here. The young Xiaolei held up his leg, which had a leech attached to it, and whimpered in fear. It bit me. What do I do? Grandma, I'm scared. His grandmother gently came to his side and comforted him. Don't be scared, don't be scared. This is a water leech. Grandma has a weapon to deal with it. In a flash, the leech that had been clinging to him was writhing in a corner. The young Xiaolei's eyes widened and he asked his grandmother, Wow, that's amazing. What is that? His grandmother smiled and explained, This is salt. Back in the present, while struggling against the earthworm beast, Xiaolei suddenly remembered his grandmother's words from long ago. Xiaolei, remember this well. Leeches survive by sucking blood. Their skin is very thin. If you just put salt next to their bodies, they'll be afraid of losing water and stop sucking blood. Thinking of that, he roared an order to the system. System, give me salt. The system understood and immediately accepted the command. Okay. Xiaolei's brow furrowed with determination. He sent a message to his grandmother. Grandma, you have to protect me this time. Instantly, a giant bag of salt appeared right above the earthworm beast's head. The bag of salt automatically emptied itself onto the large monster. Under the influence of the salt, the earthworm beast quickly shriveled up. It writhed in agony. The salt grains like poison to it, corroding its entire body. The earthworm beast panicked and quickly burrowed into the ground to escape. Tion Lelay screamed in horror, Don't run. But just as he got there, a cloud of white smoke from an unknown source billowed up, obscuring his vision. A giant crater was left in the ground, the mark of the earth burrower's escape. Tion Lelay gritted his teeth, exclaiming in frustration, Damn it! The crystal core was right in my grasp, and it got away. Only then did he notice his surroundings. Soldiers lay scattered everywhere, all over the place after the ferocious earth burrower's attack. Tion Lelay walked over to check. They're all dead. Suddenly, he remembered the two soldiers he had met earlier and looked thoughtfully down the road. He couldn't suppress a sigh, a hint of worry for their safety in his heart. Those two were badly injured. I wonder if they made it back to the hotel. At this moment, at the Grand Hotel where Tion Lelay's group was staying, Bing Yin brought out a first aid kit and asked with concern, Here's some water and steam buns, and some topical medicine. Do you need anything else? Dong Luo took the first aid kit with a grateful expression. Not at the moment. Thank you, everyone. Bing Yin hesitated before asking, But your captain is seriously injured. Is there anything we can do to help? Sweat dripped down Dong Luo's face. He replied awkwardly, No need. I can handle it by myself. Sinu asked about his health. You must be injured too, right? Dong Luo immediately made his attitude clear. It's just a scratch. I'm fine. Sinu added with concern. Even a scratch needs to be treated. Otherwise, it could easily get infected. With that, she enthusiastically stepped closer, offering her help. How about this? Let us take care of your captain. You go treat your wound first, and take a shower while you're at it. Dong Luo quickly waved his hands, refusing her kind offer. Really, there's no need for that. Sinu didn't give up. She once again tried to take the first aid kit from his hand. Don't be so polite. Is it that you don't trust us? Dong Luo stammered in protest. It's not that. You all really don't need to do anything else. In his fluster, he accidentally dropped the medical kit, spilling its contents all over the floor. Both Sinu and Dong Luo froze at the sight.